Description: I was weak, I trained. When Sasuke left, he brought him back. I became a girl, I got up from my knees and became a beautiful kunoichi. But now I'm in a different world with Sasuke and I'm at a loss. There's too much going on here. My parents are still alive. The Uchiha clan is intact and Itachi is in the village. I'm considered a weak, spineless girl, unable to hold the kunai. But we'll show them what we're worth, right, Kurama? I welcome everyone to the channel. This is a new story about Naruto, where he gets a second chance, but in the guise of a girl. Before you start watching, please like and subscribe to the channel, this is very important to me. Also, you can subscribe to my Boosty, there will be exclusive content that is not on YouTube. Enjoy watching. Prologue. After defeating Kagaya and Madara's death, we came back triumphant, but that word was bitter in our hearts. Yes, we won, but at what cost? Many good people died, many were left crippled. I myself left many friends on the battlefield. I once promised Nagato that I would stand up to all the hatred in the world, but now I can see how naive I was. No, I didn't hate everything around me, but I began to understand the gravity of my decision only now, after seeing what once flourishing countries had become. The victory was too expensive for us, the price we paid is too high. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura, Sasuke, and I were all honored as heroes. We were admired. They looked up to us. And we tried to learn how to just live again. I will not say that Sasuke was immediately forgiven upon his return, but no one began to throw away such a strong shinobi. He was left under my responsibility, or rather mine and Kakashi-sensei's. And if I was placed in the same house with him, or rather, in the house of my parents, which miraculously survived the pogrom organized by Pain in Konoha, then Sensei had a worse time. Kakashi was returned to the service of the ANBU, and Sasuke and I were made his wards. We didn't resist, thinking it would be better this way. The shock of Kagaya's gift being left to me for some reason was too great. And that old hag did her best. And we noticed it after it was activated. But perhaps, everything in order. After the war, we were all very busy, especially in the first week, and then it became easier. Most of the wounded either recovered or died, and we no longer had to fight to get someone else's life out of the clutches of the Shinigami. In the first few hours, we were short of everything: irinins, dressings, medicines, porters, tents. I can continue the list indefinitely. My suddenly awakened healing abilities were just as welcome. I used the power that gave Kurama to me, grumbling, and healed everyone I could. No, I also used my own chakra, but it was much less than what my friend gave me. In the beginning, everything went well. I healed without feeling sorry for myself. Only Sasuke could find me and catch me in the crowd of my clones who were doing the same thing, and then tie me up and send me to eat and rest. I was angry with him and grateful at the same time. Especially when Kagaya's delayed gift activated, on the 10th day. I vaguely remember what happened. Here I am treating another shinobi. Here Sasuke comes up and says in a commanding tone to go to rest, freezing objections in one glance. Here we go together to a tent where we have lunch with friends. And the next memory is how I woke up in some small village from which people were evacuated before the war. Between these two gaps, there is darkness and a terrible all-consuming pain. At first, I didn't understand what had happened, but something definitely changed. I looked around in surprise, at myself. And myself? Thin fingers with neat nails, long golden hair, breasts somewhere in the third size, and the most terrible thing for a man, the complete absence of signs by which you can tell that I'm still a man. My brain was in a daze as I groped myself in shock, and then I lost consciousness, although Kurama yanked me back into my subconscious, interrupting my incipient tantrum. By yanking me back into my subconscious and slapping me on the back of the head, he was able to regain my composure in this peculiar way. Although I still sat in a stupor for about an hour after Kurama's explanation. According to him, it turned out that Kagaya tied the transformation of my body to the use of healing chakra. I.e., if I didn't use it in such quantities, nothing would have happened, but I didn't know. Yes, even if I did, I would have done the same. If that's the price for saving lives, then I'm willing to pay. I'm a girl now. And if it weren't for Rikudo and Sasuke's interference, there's no telling what would have happened. Together they were able to do the impossible, in parallel with the past changes in my body, with the support of the Tailed Ones, a part of whose powers will now always be with me. They changed my perception. According to Kurama, they had a complete restructuring of the worldview. I know that I was a guy, but I calmly perceive myself as a girl, and I feel as if I have always been one. I am grateful to them for this. As soon as I came back to reality, Sasuke entered the room. He didn't look well. His skin, pale from birth, was even whiter, and his cheeks were sunken, making his black eyes look like holes in an abyss. From him, I learned, that it had been 10 days since I lost consciousness, and that I was lucky that Sakura and Tsunade Bie-chan were there. They helped us survive the first, most difficult hours of transformation. They also didn't let the news of my sex change leak out. I'm lucky there weren't many people there at that time: Kakashi, Shizen, Gaara, Bai, Sasuke, Tsunade, and Sakura. They know, and it's up to me to tell the rest of them. However, it would be a bit difficult to hide the changes in my appearance, so Sasuke and Kurama both urged me to do it as early as possible. Amazing unanimity. I had to agree, but I couldn't do it now anyway. I needed to recover. As a result, we arrived in the village about 2 weeks after I woke up. After quickly reporting back to Tsunade Bie-chan and receiving the happy news that Sasuke was forgiven, and not so happy that we were now living under the same roof, I didn't know how to react. During the 2 weeks I spent in the company of Sasuke and the occasional drop in Kakashi-sensei, I realized how boring he was, but at the same time, I was hooked. I've never been looked after or cared for, and he's taken care of me all the time he's been around. This was evident in small things, such as breakfast on the table in the morning, or a blanket draped over my shoulders when I fell asleep in the living room. During all this time, we didn't even really fight. And I didn't want to lose it. I was desperately afraid of being alone again. Therefore, I was even happy with the Hokage's decision and easily agreed to live together with Team, however, just like him. On the same day, all our people who were still alive found out that I had returned, and came to the housewarming party. I remember their shock and disbelief that such a thing could have happened. To my delight, the pity and contempt I'd been dreading to see didn't register in their eyes. There was sympathy, but no pity, no contempt, and that's good. Yes, I have great friends, even though the war left its mark on everyone. There are no more children who shouted that they would surpass each other. On that day, we just sat and talked about nothing, drank sake, remembered the fallen, promised to do everything not to let them down, to justify their hopes. It was after midnight when we left, surprisingly sober, even though we'd had a lot to drink. The next few months were a blur as Sasuke and I were promoted to ANBU. We trained and carried out missions, cleared up the pile of problems that had befallen us after the war. So a year or even a year and a half passed. We helped restore what was possible and build new ones where there was nothing to restore. There was a lull. During this time, Sasuke and I became even closer. This was facilitated by living together and being in the same squad. We have once again become a well-coordinated combat team, and not only that. The moment when we became a couple, I didn't notice, it just became natural, to fall asleep and wake up together, just to be close. I don't remember who came first, and I didn't need to. We didn't talk about love, we didn't need words. Two children, left alone and betrayed many times, found solace in each other's arms. We became a family, finding in each other what we missed so much. Our house was filled with warmth and comfort. I finally learned what family means and what it's like to be expected and worried. It was really nice to know that there was someone who cared about you, someone who really cared about you. I would go home and know that they were waiting for me there. I'm sure Sasuke had the same thoughts. Two orphans who lost their family early and found it in each other. Friends were happy for me, for us, even Sakura sincerely congratulated me, but there were also those who were not satisfied with such a family as ours. There were those who thought, and who will be born to two so different, and at the same time the same guys. They are also strong individually, but what if their children inherit all the talent of their parents? These fools decided to eliminate a non-existent threat, not even knowing that they were following Kagaya's lead. My curse was gender reassignment, and she left Sasuke a worse gift. It became the key. His violent death would mean the destruction of the world, although if he wanted to, he could have prevented it. But he didn't want to, and I understand and don't blame him. Rinnegan is too dangerous a toy. And if you add to it his increased capabilities and a greatly increased supply of chakra? And if you deprive a person of the last dear creature? Do you think he will fight? Will there be any trace of humanity left in him that has been asleep for many years and has just woken up? The answer is obvious. Although at first everything was quite peaceful. The next task is no better or worse than the others. Sasuke and I needed to check the last place of the battle with Kagaya. There were some anomalies there, and as the strongest shinobi, we were sent there. I don't blame Bei-chan, she was cheated too, but she can't get it back. We set off immediately after receiving the task and got to the scene of the accident in the shortest possible time. After talking to the guys from the cordon, located at a considerable distance from the place we need, and having received data on the latest observations, we went to the very center. In vain, very much in vain. There were indeed anomalies, but they were artificially caused and activated as soon as we entered the zone of action. The last thing I remember that day was a desperate cry of Naruto! And the red eyes of my beloved, burning with madness. Yes, my beloved, I wish I hadn't realized that just now. Then there was darkness, although, to my surprise, I didn't stop feeling Sasuke and Kurama next to me, but I didn't have the strength to be surprised anymore, and then I woke up. Chapter 1. The Shock. How does it feel to wake up and start realizing that something is wrong? I know now. I woke up in a tub full of red water. My whole body ached, the water was icy cold and somehow smelled like blood. I struggled to my feet and only then noticed the strange stripes on my wrist, which quickly disappeared under the influence of Kurama's chakra, which spread a soothing warmth over my body. Heck! I feel like I've opened my wrists. Stop. Why are my hands so small? Where am I anyway? The last thing I remember was shouting to Team. Wait, where is he? Where did Sasuke go? Naruto, come down to me. Kurama's voice sounded too muffled in my head. I didn't keep him waiting, but got out of the tub with difficulty, dried myself off with a towel that was hanging there, put on a robe, and flopped down on the floor, going down into my subconscious with an effort of will. It met me with the usual kind of sewer, only after I became a Jinchuriki of all the biju without sealing them in me. I didn't see all the biju at once, and here they were all, even if they were small. And Kurama was scary to look at. He looked worse than after I took all his chakra away from him before the war. What happened? I asked. This is going to hurt a little. Kurama informed me, and in the next second, I was flooded with memories. I thought back to the girl's life I'd found myself in. All 13 years of being a joyless local Naruto were being screwed into my brain. She was an outcast. She was despised for being the daughter of Yandame, which is a disgrace to the great shinobi. She wasn't born with a kyubi, but life wasn't easy. Timid and modest by nature, after the assassination attempt in childhood, she tried not to attract attention, becoming a gray mouse. Her parents were always busy and couldn't pay much attention to her, and I-san and Eni-san, who she always stayed with, didn't take her seriously due to the 7-year difference, often running off with friends and leaving her alone. This affected her training, because she had no one to ask for advice, and as a result, she was considered untalented. Loneliness is her constant companion. The child decided that no one needed her. She got tired of being indifferent and decided to leave, not to bother anyone else. She opened her wrists. "What was that?" I asked softly, hissing in pain as I awoke from the flood of other people's thoughts and feelings. "We've moved to another world," Chaume chirped. "You got caught in some kind of warp in space and pulled us down with you," Isabu exclaimed. "Ha! If it hadn't caught us, we would have been left in a dying world." Son Goku chuckled. "We don't have much time left, we'll have to sleep," Matatabi hissed. "My chakra is running out, and Naruto's new body won't be able to handle that much." "Sorry, I wanted to have some fun," Shikaka said. "Don't listen to them, Naruto," Kurama said calmly. "They're right about a lot of things, though. You saw the memory of yourself here, that girl died. You are now Namikaze Naruto." I was surprised, and as I looked around at all the tailed ones who had somehow decided to gather together again in my subconscious, I again remembered everything they had said, exclaiming even louder, Don't shout, Naruto." Kurama snorted, and then, looking at the rest of the tailed ones, he said, "You can go to sleep, I'll explain everything myself." "All right, we'll leave it to you, brother," Ryuki said calmly, and the tailed ones slowly faded into my subconscious, although the feeling that I could use their power if necessary didn't disappear, just became weaker. "And you and the Uchiha fell into a trap. As a result, you were sucked into a space-time anomaly," Kurama answered me tiredly, lowering his head to his paws. "What did you say about the destruction of the world?" I digested the question. "That world has lost the last direct descendants of Ashura and Indra." My red-haired friend chuckled. "The Uchiha also weakened it a lot to go after you, taking most of the chakra out of that cage." "Are you sure?" I asked grimly. "I don't know, but as an option, yes," Kurama chuckled. "However, both of you will not be able to return anyway, because your bodies could not have remained intact in that funnel, or rather, they completely turned into mincemeat." "You said Sasuke was here," I said, thinking about Kurama's words and admitting they were true. "Where is he?" "I'm not your Uchiha's babysitter," Kurama said indignantly. "And anyway, it's time your name is called," he added and forcibly pulled out of his subconscious. When I opened my eyes and recovered a little, I actually heard a vaguely familiar female voice calling for everyone to have breakfast. Only everyone, not me specifically. "Don't be a bore," Kurama immediately responded. Silently ignoring his indignation, I get up and go to get dressed, first remembering to drain the bloody water from the bath and take a shower. Shinobi are too sensitive creatures to smell blood, and I don't want to answer awkward questions. In the same silence, I open the wardrobe and inspect the clothes of the local Naruto, or rather, already mine. Well, what can I say? Of course, after serving in the ANBU, I stopped following the red color so fanatically, but even so, I've never worn such nondescript things. I didn't need it. And now, looking at all this splendor, I involuntarily wince. On the one hand, it is impossible to stand out, and on the other, to put on this squalor? I had to spend another 10 minutes trying to find something brighter among the gray things. The result was dark, tight breeches and a red tank top with a swirl sign on the back. It's still grim, but considering the way I remember the local Naruto dressed, I went a little overboard. Although I don't care, because I can't behave like a local Naruto if I really want to, so I won't even try, although I won't stick out too much until there's a reason. It's decided. Let's start with small things, such as clothing. Let the family get used to it. When I went downstairs, my first instinct was to run away. I stifled the urge. But even so, I felt out of place. My mother and father are alive and eating a quiet breakfast. I didn't even have to work hard to act like the local Naruto. Silently, trying to make myself as inconspicuous as possible, I slid into my seat and began to eat what Ka-chan had placed in front of me when she noticed me. I couldn't taste it, and my thoughts were all about my father and mother being alive, and the presence of adult Enai-san and Eni-san who were completely oblivious to me. When I finished my breakfast, I got up and used the reflexes of my body to wash the dishes and tried to slip out without being noticed. I was about to make it, but as I was leaving the kitchen, my father's cold voice stopped me. "You have an exam today, and I hope you don't embarrass me, Naruto." I turn around and find his eyes dripping with pity. It's painful. I remember the way my father looked at me the first and last time we met. He was proud of me, he loved me, and here? Pity. This is how people look at cripples and lepers. I'm not like that. It's not my father. My father would have loved me any day. Rage rises from the depths of my soul, and I want to destroy everything and finally tear this expression from a man with a face so similar to my father's. "Naruto, calm down." Kurama growled in my subconscious and gave me a mental slap on the back of the head, bringing me to my senses. "Thank you," I say softly to my loyal friend, and looking straight into the eyes of the person I should call father, I say, "Definitely Hokage-sama." My words made him flinch as if he'd been struck, but he didn't say anything. A turn in the direction of her mother, who looks surprised, and a quiet, "Thank you for breakfast, Ka-chan." I turn around and grab my gear and walk out of the house, where even the walls seem to be pressing down on me. I need to relax, and I have time. According to local Naruto's memories, the exam will be at noon, and it's still morning. Just enough time to see what my body is capable of and rest. Training will perfectly get rid of unnecessary thoughts and allow me to get myself in order. How much Sasuke is missing? I hope you're all right. I got to the landfills in record time for this body, but according to my feelings, I trudged like a snail. Besides, I had to walk on the ground, because the attempt to start jumping on roofs ended badly. But at least I didn't break anything. Our favorite remote training ground with Sasuke met me with desolation, but this is even good, because, judging by the state, it is rarely visited, which means that I will calmly practice alone. The training session was much shorter than I was used to. Only half an hour had passed, and it felt like I'd been training with Lee and Gai-sensei all day. Leaning wearily against the training poles dug into the ground, she asked into the void, "Why is everything like this?" "I do not know, Naruto." Kurama, who had been wisely silent and watching me all this time, answered me. "But I do know one thing, you're strong and you have me. Together, we can do everything." "Thank you, my friend," I tell him softly, and the corners of my mouth turn up involuntarily. Kurama is right, I have him, and Sasuke. Remembering the topic, he involuntarily breaks out, "Damn it! What's the matter, Naruto?" Kurama asks me lazily. "Sasuke." "What about Sasuke?" he asks again. "What do you think Kurama-chan is going to do if our little brunette wakes up in the midst of living corpses and doesn't find me around?" I ask my red-haired friend absently. "Damn it!" Kurama agreed with me. Chapter 2. The Academy. My fears were practically not justified. Well, at least no explosions were heard from the Uchiha quarter and no one started sounding the alarm in Konoha. So the hope that Sasuke held back was alive, although, knowing his character, it would have been better if something had exploded. But anyway, we made it to the start of the academy exam, wisely deciding that it would be rather rash to go to the red-eyed clan's quarter. Imperceptibly, the time came when you need to go to the academy. After tidying myself up by the stream and pulling my hair back in the usual ponytail, I went to the exam. My appearance went unnoticed, but it was long past the time when I was trying to attract attention, so I calmly walked into the classroom and immediately felt, yes, I can't confuse these feelings with anything else. Sasuke was furious. However, it is not difficult to understand him. He never liked noisy companies, and here, just nostalgia. Don't be nostalgic, but save the younger generation. Kurama chuckled, clearly recalling the same situation in my home world. Otherwise, he's going to hit everyone with Chidori. Do you think so? I chuckled. I'm sure. He snorted back at me. Just look at the aura around him. Okay, I agree, because it's impossible not to notice that shadows are gathering next to the Uchiha, and I go straight to the place where the girls are gathered. They naturally ended up near the desk of Sasuke, who did not change his habit and sat down near the window on the third desk. Can I sit next to you, Sasuke-kun? Sakura's clear voice reaches me. Still what, Lobastea, with Sasuke-kun I will sit, pushes her away from the desk Ino, and pleadingly glancing in the direction of the gloomy brunette, asks, Yes, Sasuke-kun? Girls don't fight, I say soothingly, and, having already looked at the Uchiha who jumped up at my appearance, I add, Team, move over. Ha 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 ha. Oh, I can't oh. Kurama snickered, watching Sasuke move closer to me and further away from the window, before glaring into my eyes with an overly attentive gaze. Now I'll have to climb over the empty seat to get in. What are you going to do, Naruto? To the topic, I hissed, calmly meeting his attentive gaze, and to the accompaniment of wild laughter in my subconscious and no less wild silence already in the office. With an unperturbed look, I simply did a somersault, jumped over him and, falling to the offered place, calmly said, You're worse off. A little surprised. So you could block me out from the rest of the girls, and so the second empty seat next to you on the other side. I explained, knowing perfectly well that he wanted to say his. Not for nothing that we have been communicating with him for so many years. Pfft. He snorted proudly, but I could see perfectly well that he hadn't thought of such a scenario. He was already used to me being around and the other girls trying not to make me angry, and therefore not to encroach on mine. It's okay, it's good for you. I repelled the attempt to push pity. He looked me in the eye pleadingly. Okay, I said, letting Sasuke sit down by the window again and block me out from the annoying groupies. He's making ropes out of you, Kurama informed me mockingly. Come on, Kurama, I said. They'll eat him alive. Naruto. My forgotten classmates called out to me. I don't even need to look back. And so it's clear that everyone is glaring at me. Someone with interest, someone with curiosity, someone with hatred, but one thing is clear, the fact that our little performance did not leave anyone indifferent. Yes? It looked at them. How dare you sit down with Sasuke-kun? These misunderstandings screamed. I asked her to sit down with me, Sasuke said coldly, and looked at the group indifferently. No one else asked, and the crowd, catching one of his signature looks, began to rapidly disperse. However, another reason for the rapid dispersal of the crowd was Irika-sensei, who entered the office. He waited until the last students were seated at their desks, gave a solemn speech, and then announced the beginning of the exam. The exams were quick and boring, but I could be sure that I passed everything with a perfect score. Sasuke stayed close by the entire time, causing everyone to be wildly surprised. although I don't think he was moved by anyone's looks, and neither was I. The only thing that was frustrating was that we couldn't talk properly. There were too many people around all the time. Therefore, after the exam, we decided to go to remote training grounds and talk without any agreement. But His Majesty Chance intervened in our plans. As soon as we waited for the results to be announced and the forms to be delivered, we had to leave Sasuke's fan club. They are in a deranged state, tried to demand from the Uchiha date. I had to grab him by the hand and run away to avoid casualties. After running around the academy for a while and barely hiding from our pursuers, we got out of the gate. To our misfortune, we were noticed, and we had to speed up urgently in order to have time to hide around the bend. Just as we turned the corner, we saw my newfound Nisen and Itachi walking peacefully towards us. Hey. I'll figure it out later. This is a chance. I exchange glances with Sasuke, nod at each other, and jump up to them, applying henge to ourselves, only 18-year-olds. On time. We barely had time to jump up to the guys who were taken aback by this, when our pursuers ran out from around the bend. Were you looking for someone? I asked softly, watching the wonderful sight of a panting bunch of Nedekanoiki. No, Ino said, a little hesitantly. Really? I asked softly. Then can you help us? Yes, of course, Sakura replied, already regaining her composure. What did you want? Thanks. I glowed. Then you probably know Namake's Naruto? I would like to congratulate my relative on passing the exams. She passed, didn't she? We wanted to celebrate this joyful event in a cafe. She's already gone, along with Sasuke. The pursuers answered me uncertainly, while glancing at Namake's Aoi and Uchiha Itachi standing in a stupor, although their eyes kept returning to me and Sasuke standing next to me. Sasuke? I added surprise to my voice. Who's that? Had Naruto gone off somewhere with the boy? I had panicked to my voice and start to ask, folding my arms in prayer. Who are his parents? Is he a normal boy? Is Naruto going to be okay? She's just a little girl. We need to find her now, Aoi-san. With the last words, I grab onto Anai-san, who is standing next to me, and start shaking him. We should probably go, the girls muttered softly, and sidled away from the panicked me. Ugh, it's gone. I breathed out with relief and let go of my brother who had gone to the astral plane. A great actress died in you, Sasuke said mockingly, making sure that our pursuers were gone, scattering the henge along the way. It's your fault, by the way, I said, offended. Pfft, said Sasuke arrogantly to me. Yes. You. We were running away from your groupies, I protested. It's mocking, but there's a phrase in my eyes that says I don't have to interfere. No, I couldn't. I don't leave my friends in trouble, I said indignantly. HN? Raising an eyebrow questioningly. No, I don't mean you, I mean the others. You were ready to kill them. I smirked at him, watching the irritation flare in his eyes. Pfft. Indignantly. I know they're no match for you, but I don't think that would have stopped you. Naruto, Aoi and I, who had been watching our showdown in silence, said. Seeing that we were both paying attention to him, he continued more confidently. How do you know what he means with his PF and Yes. I'm also interested, by the way. Itachi echoed the question of my newfound Nai-san. I've known him for too long, Kurama prompted, and I obediently repeated his words, only then realizing that, judging by the memories of the local Naruto, yes, I've known him since childhood. Although the local Naruto tried not to communicate with him, it could be too traumatic for her. Yes? Anai-san asked incredulously. I've known him for a long time, too, but I didn't understand any of his answers. Similarly, Itachi agreed shortly with all his words. Well, I don't know. I shrugged. You're smart, come up with an explanation yourself. I see the boys' faces fall, and I hear Sasuke's muffled cough. Is it just me, or is he ready to laugh? But Kurama was ready to beat me up for such behavior. But seriously, Anai-san. I sighed wearily, mentally slapping myself on the back of the head before it was too early to get burned. I'm tired of this life. Yesterday I realized that this cannot continue. I'm going to be a genin, so I'll go on missions, and anything can happen there. I don't want to cause Kachan to cry. I decided to change. So you can assume that the Naruto you knew yesterday is dead. Yamato, don't say anything, Anai-san. I cut him off. I suggest we go to lunch, and at the same time you can tell us how your exams went. Itachi interjected, giving Aoi the necessary time to rest. Sasuke nodded and gave me a warning look. I had to agree. Chapter 3. The conversation. Have you ever gone to a cafe with two Uchiha girls? No? Lucky people. Now I know what it means to go to a cafe. Not only with the two Uchiha girls, but also with Anai-san, who had awakened the brotherly feelings that had been sleeping soundly before. Everyone seems familiar, but the atmosphere is grim. No, I understand what's going on with Sasuke, what a storm of feelings he has when he sees Itachi alive, but why is he tense? Ototo. Itachi began, then stopped. It's okay, Anai-san, Sasuke said coldly, but I could see how hard it was for him to say it, and how Itachi flinched at the cold response. Sasuke, stop it, I said, looking at him grimly. And at the same time enlighten me, what did you have there such a thing happened? P.F. Sasuke, I won't leave you alone, and you know it, I said calmly, sipping my tea. I woke up with unfriendly faces poking me with a kunai. He said shortly. Chidori. Then Itachi arrived. A conversation with my father. The academy. That's it, he continued in minced sentences. And I was wondering why there weren't any explosions coming from the Uchiha quarter. He was having fun without it. Naruto, find out what time it was then. Kurama suddenly interrupted and asked me. What for? I asked with interest. Your lives in that world were connected. That's probably the case here. Kurama began to explain. If that's the case, then this world has pulled you in to fill a possible void. Do you think that not only the local Naruto died here, but also the local Sasuke? I asked, a little stiffly. As an option. Kurama agreed. What time was it? I voiced the question that now interested not only Kurama, but also me. Around 4 in the morning, Sasuke said, glancing at the tense Anai-san. I woke up around the same time, Kurama informed me. And in anticipation of your question, I was the one who kept you awake right away, so you might not have been able to stand the pain. There was too much difference in the amount of chakra you had with Naruto here. Not to mention that she wasn't a Jinchuriki. That's why you didn't wake up until 8. The rest of the time we spent on restoring the chakra canals of this body and just restoring it. I see, I said back to both of them. I was also surprised that you looked a little pale, but there it is, like, so what do you understand, Naruto-chan? Itachi asked mildly. Sasuke was kidnapped in order to influence his loved ones. From what I heard, it was someone familiar and from your clan. That's why they managed to knock Sasuke unconscious without much difficulty. I chuckled, taking a sip of tea and continuing. When he woke up, it smelled like fried meat for those losers. I may be wrong, but you probably figured out their location. Itachi-san? I looked at the older Uchiha with a question and got a curt nod in response. They decided to kill him quietly, but Sasuke came to his senses before they could complete their plan. Sasuke's eternal reflex to destroy everything that interferes with a peaceful life also worked here. Without thinking twice, he prigaliable all right on, and then controlled the kunai on the throat. Then you, Itachi-san, burst in, but you couldn't win the laurels of the savior, since your little brother has already dealt with everything himself. After an unpleasant conversation, Sasuke slammed the door and left for the academy. You had a nagging conscience and worry about your stupid little brother, so you went to meet him from the academy and apologize for your father's slowness. Am I right? Yes. Itachi nodded dejectedly. And you understood all this from the few words they said? Aoi and I was surprised. Naruto, remember what I was able to quickly pick out from the memory we inherited, Kurama said. Sasuke was gone for a few days before the exam. The local Naruto heard how Makoto, Sasuke's mother, came to see Kushina and cried that he was missing. Nei-san, Sasuke was gone for a few days before the exams. Yes, and Oto-san recently goes gloomy and often meets with Fugaku-san. I shrugged, although I was overreacting about Uchiha Fugaku, but he really came in the other day, judging by the memory I got, and then locked himself in the office with my father. I also heard that Mikoto-san came to see Kachan. They were talking about Sasuke missing. Putting Itachi's behavior and Sasuke's words together is pretty easy. Still, he continued to stare at me suspiciously. Aoi and I have a feeling that you suspect that I stole it. I looked mockingly into my brother's green eyes. No. He averted his eyes. You just don't look like yourself. And I-san, when was the last time you were interested in me? I grinned, and seeing the confused look on his face, I added, that's exactly what you don't remember. Missions and training sessions take up too much time. You don't even remember the last time you talked to me, and didn't just say hello at the table. Then how can you say I don't look like myself? To my surprise, the last words came out with resentment, and my eyes stung. What the hell? These are residual emotions, Kurama explained softly. Although the merger has been completed, the consequences will still be felt for some time. They will not be able to exert a strong influence, but in situations like this, they will break through. I hope there won't be any more gifts? I asked grimly, trying to get my emotions under control, which Sasuke undoubtedly helped me with, just squeezing my hand for a moment and then letting go when he saw the strange look in Itachi's eyes. The others aren't so bad. Kurama chuckled in response. You now have another element besides the futon, or even more than one, but I do not know which one. Take the chakra-defining paper and find out. At least something pleases. I chuckled. Yamato. My brother's voice distracted me from my conversation with my red-haired friend. Sorry, you're right. Is there anything I can do to make it up to you? He scared me guiltily. You can. I nodded, and in my subconscious, Kurama, guessing my plans, roared with laughter. You're free today, aren't you? You don't have a mission? Yes, you're right, he said after a moment's hesitation. And tomorrow? I asked again. Tomorrow before lunch, he said, looking at me in surprise. Then choose. I grinned solemnly. You can either go shopping with me or train. Pfft, said Sasuke sympathetically. You got it, Aoi-san. I think I'd better go shopping too. I nodded vigorously. I've been wanting to update my wardrobe for a long time, but I didn't get the chance. I winked cheerfully at a grinning Sasuke. Sasuke, I'll meet you at our training ground as usual tomorrow morning. Yamato, goodbye, Itachi-san. Don't be offended by Sasuke, he's just shy. Sasuke, stop being a badass and talk to your brother. I shot the Uchiha a stern look. He really needs to talk to Itachi. For too long, he has borne the weight of guilt for his death in our world. Here everything is different, but the problems are no less. And if you don't know what to talk about, practice. All my experience with you says that a fight is the best way to understand each other. Aoi and I tried to reach out to me. That's nice. Let's go, Anai-san. I grabbed my brother's white hands as he rolled his eyes in resignation and went to the shops. No, nothing special, but I really need to buy a couple of bright things, as well as practical hiking clothes. At the same time, I'll go to the shinobi shop, otherwise there are only books and no equipment in my room. You can't do that. Especially since Anai-san pays. Why not? I'll talk to Sasuke later. He won't run away from me now, and tomorrow we won't have any of our brothers around. In addition, I am sure that after a trip to the shops, my brother simply will not have the strength to be surprised and try to get to the truth. And what's the truth? I didn't leave Konoha, and to suspect that someone was able to sneak into Yandame's house unnoticed and capture the mind of his most worthless daughter. I don't think there are many such dreamers. Chapter 4. Unexpected News. The shopping trip was successful. Very. I felt tired myself, and it was Kurama who was still healing me and invigorating me with small portions of his chakra. What to say about Aoi? When we got home, he tossed me a scroll of sealed purchases and sprawled out on the living room sofa with a blissful groan. While completely ignoring the questioning looks of the rest of the family, who, to my surprise, were completely assembled, well, except that my father wasn't there, but given his position, it's good if he comes at all. Aoi, are you all right? Kachan asked him anxiously. My Yamato is a monster, and Isen let out a heartfelt cry. I'm not a monster, I said indignantly. Besides, you offered to make amends. But I didn't think you were going to take me shopping, he groaned back. Half a day. For half a day. Run around all the shops. My life didn't prepare me for this, he said with a pained grimace. Just don't pretend that you didn't like it, I said, looking offended. We spent most of our time on you. That's the worst of it, he groaned. At least you've got something to wear on dates, I said, sticking out my tongue and running upstairs. Well, I didn't want to answer other people's questions, I really didn't want to. But listening to my brother's complaints with Kurama's enhanced hearing was interesting. However, the idyll did not last long. Tasan came in. After a few short sentences, he and Kachan and Enai-san went to his office. I couldn't eavesdrop on what they were saying. The barrier that was placed on Tasan's office couldn't be easily bypassed. I had to put aside my curiosity until better times and go help set up Enai-san's dinner. I hope that Enai-san is not stupid and that my attempts to convince him that Sasuke and I want to be together and, most importantly, we will do better as a team will not go in vain. The rest of the evening passed quietly enough. I tried not to shine too much and tried to go to my room at the first opportunity. I was stopped by Kachan's happy voice. Kids, we want to tell you some good news. Soon you will have a little brother or sister. I stare at Kachan's not-so-prominent stomach in silence. There are a lot of thoughts running through my head, but the main thing is Ka-chan's words in that world. He knew that there was a time when the Jinchuriki seal was greatly weakened. He had been waiting for this moment, and when it came, he stole the fox. Naruto, I don't want to cause any panic ahead of time, but our arrival has already weakened your mother's seal, because there can't be a few 9 tails in the world. Kurama informed me grimly. Can you handle him? I asked my friend quietly. Yes. Although it will most likely be a takeover or merger like you have with the remnants of the local Naruto's personality, Kurama immediately answered me. Kachan, what's the deadline? My quiet voice somehow attracted a lot of attention. Almost 3 months, Naruto, she replied with a smile. Tosan, when and where will Chunin Shuriken be held? I looked at my father. In Konoha in about 6 months, my father said, frowning. Then I advise you not to tell anyone the real terms. And it's best that Kasen is observed by the Iranians that you are sure of. I say firmly, looking at my relatives. I don't want to lose Kasen, but I'm willing to become a Jinchuriki if necessary. Naruto, what do you mean? Kachan's smile faded instantly. Kachan, you know very well that the seal weakens during pregnancy and is especially weak during childbirth. You have to close it every time after that. I said grimly. Your seal is already very weak, because it has been renewed 3 times already. Therefore, it is better not to lead anyone into temptation. The Yandane family always has a lot of enemies. Kachan is a strong shinobi. Eni-san, or Namake's Nariko, protested. No matter how strong Kachan is, she'll need some time to recover after giving birth. I snapped. Not to mention that it takes time to resume printing. How do you know that, Naruto? Tasan asked harshly. From the scrolls. I smiled coldly. I had to get information from somewhere if the rest of the family was busy and didn't care about me. You, Tasan, should better hide the scrolls if you don't want them to be read. Naruto, you're too harsh with them. Kurama tried to rebuke me. It's all right. They'll put it down to stress. Look at how Tasan pulls Kasan down. I responded, watching as Tasan tried to say something, but Kachan stopped him, and Enai-san somehow too guiltily averted his eyes. You're right, Naruto. Kachan said guiltily. You're right about everything. We shouldn't have forgotten about you. I don't blame you, Kachan, and I know you didn't have much time. But consider my words. It's too stressful a moment for you to give birth. There will be too many conditionally hostile shinobi in Konoha. I can see San and Tasan frowning at each other from behind Kachan, and I can't help but wonder if they'll hit too big a jackpot if they take the risk. From their eyes, it is clear that they themselves had previously thought about such a scenario, but did not dare to say so head-on. I see you've been thinking about it yourself, Tasan. I chuckle and get a nod in return. I can feel Kachan getting angry, and then I wrap it up. Well, I think you can do it without me. Kachan patted my head and looked at Tasan, saying affectionately, Minatu. I didn't bother to listen any further, but made my way away from the fighting that was beginning to unfold. Enai-san and Eni-san followed close behind. Apparently, I wasn't the only one who realized that I smelled fried. Sometimes your mother's temper is useful, Naruto. Kurama commented mockingly on the unfolding events. I spent the rest of the evening sorting through my purchases and looking through the piles of scrolls and books in my room. It was quite surprising to look through all this, because there were a bunch of scrolls with Fuin techniques, descriptions of training with the elements, initial exercises in mastering genjutsu, and a whole bunch of medical literature. However, I didn't really need the latter, because after the war, Tsunade Bie-chan taught me personally. She was interested in what I would achieve if I not only knew how to heal, but also knew how to do it. I didn't feel much difference before and after the training, but I had to study hard, because Bie-chan's hand is heavy. I didn't even notice that I was falling asleep. Naruto, get up! Kurama's voice roused me from my dream. It's already morning, and you should be at your training spot with Sasuke in half an hour. Just a few more minutes. I muttered. I'll wait longer, but the Uchiha won't appreciate it if you're late, Kurama taunted me, but seeing that I didn't respond to his words, he growled. Up. Huh? What? Am I up yet? I stumbled out of bed, tripping over the covers and falling down. ITT. Now I believe you're awake, Kurama said mockingly. Now get ready quickly. Spitfire, I muttered resentfully, but I didn't argue any further. I quickly completed all my morning tasks and managed to look into the kitchen, where I found a note that fit into 4 simple words. Gone, breakfast is on the table. I just had to chuckle, because judging by the passion that flared up here that evening, my parents had gone to implement some of my advice. Rikudo will help them, and they don't want to lose only the acquired live Kachan because of Tassan's stupidity or naivety. Perhaps, of course, it's just my paranoia, because Kachan's previous 3 pregnancies were normal and without consequences, but I don't want to take any chances. However, we still need to figure out a way to take Kyubi away from Kachan, and most importantly, to keep her alive and healthy. However, she has more chances to survive, because she is a pure-blood Uzumaki, and even a Jinchuriki not from birth, which means that her life does not depend on someone else's chakra as much as mine. Naruto. Sasuke greeted me briefly. As it turned out, I was so lost in thought that I didn't even notice when I arrived at our meeting place. Tell me, he ordered, and when he saw my surprised look, he explained, I can see that something has happened to you. Kachan is pregnant, I said with a heavy sigh. Congratulations, he said calmly. Aren't you happy? Thanks, I nodded and leaned against the Makiwara training area, closing my eyes wearily. After a short silence and setting up a barrier against listening, she asked, But Sasuke, do you know when Biju's seal of containment is particularly weak? Sasuke frowned. You never said that. Pregnancy and childbirth, Sasuke. During pregnancy, the chakra that normally feeds the seal is directed to the development of the fetus. During childbirth it is especially weak, because it lacks not only the chakra, but also the will, due to which deterrence occurs. When? What is it? He asked me softly. 6 months. And most likely they will fall on Chunin Shuriken. The words came out with a kind of doom. Kurama also says that our appearance has greatly weakened the seal. I'm afraid we'll have to step in sooner. Don't worry, Naruto. Sasuke took my hand reassuringly. You're not alone. We'll figure something out. Yes. I'm not alone, I echoed, and smiled as I said, Thank you, Sasuke. Only I was so shocked by the news yesterday that I gave away some of my knowledge. I added, looking at him guiltily. We'll figure it out, he said, shaking his head. That's fine. What's all about me? Yes, about me, I exclaimed with exaggerated cheerfulness. Tell me what happened yesterday. What happened yesterday? What is it? He asked. Sasuke. Chapter 5. Shards of memory. He could not bear my whining for long, and soon gave up and said, I don't know how to tell a beautiful story, so I'll show you. Hooray, I said happily, looking into his eyes without fear, which changed color to red after a moment. Sharingan. Yes, and all 3 volumes are in place. Apparently, I wasn't the only one who pumped the carcass during the transfer. You need to ask him what's going on with Mangekyo and Rinnegan, otherwise I, for example, don't dare enter the Biju mode. The chakra channels are too weak, even worse than I had in that world at this age. The Senin mod is also unavailable, or rather, some semblance of it is available, which allows you to scan the district and that's it. It's a pity I don't have a contract with Toads here, although it's easy to fix. Geratora is with me. Even Nensan is still alive, as is his godfather. I hope there won't be any difficulties getting a contract. Flashback. That bastard Itachi has already found our location. An unfamiliar male voice said, interrupting my thoughts. Apparently its owner was very annoyed. I look in that direction and see a strange black-haired man. You don't even need to ask him, and you can see that he's an Uchiha. What do we do with the brat? Another voice asked, and I saw another red-eyed man. We can't get away with it in time. We're not going to make it anyway, the third man said irritably. Itachi isn't going alone, Shursui and Obito are with him. The top 3 of our clan. We don't stand a chance. And they're probably not alone. Hokage-sama will not leave one of her students without a cover, and Itachi is a favorite of Uzumaki. Then we'll get rid of him. The very first one said, and casually picked up an immobile black-haired teenager that I'm not surprised to recognize as Sasuke. It'll be fun to see Ichikun's face when he realizes that his beloved brother is dead. The backs of the men blocked the body of the teenager from my view, and after a few moments, I heard the echo of pain, judging by the sensations. Sasuke, who transmits these memories to me, was stabbed in the liver. Terribly unpleasant wound, but rinnegan allows you to heal, and not such would be the chakra. Another momentary darkness. Flashback. They were memories of a local Sasuke. Sasuke says softly in my ear. It turns out that we have already managed to sit down on the grass, leaning against the dug-in posts. However, he didn't let me focus on my feelings, dragging me back into genjutsu with the words, "And these are already mine." Flashback. At first, I had a quick flash of his last moments in that world, followed by a brief moment of darkness and the sensation of Kurama's searing chakra penetrating me. Then a quick kaleidoscope of images, as if he's being shown his life as it might have been if it hadn't been for that fateful night. His last memory is of one of his vaguely familiar clansmen coming up to him and offering to help him train. He agrees and listens carefully to the explanation, and then several other people join them and offer to share their meal, while taking out boxes of a bento. He could not refuse and agreed. Then darkness, and later, it feels like just a few moments later, sharp unpleasant voices hit my head. "How much more time do we have?" A dark-haired man I didn't recognize asked. Already the fourth one if you count the previous piece of memory that Sasuke had shown me. And according to her, he was one of the people who volunteered to help. "No more than 10 minutes, the speaker grinned. "How do you think these nobodies will react to the puppy's death?" And it does the thing that finally brings Sasuke to his senses. A refreshing kick to the side, the one where the kunai was stuck, but I know the wound isn't there anymore. Apparently, the chakra that Kurama had passed on to Sasuke before we split up had patched up his side when he came to this world. This allowed him to survive and even recover, but it was no longer enough to protect him from the blow. Therefore, the rather light body of a 13-year-old boy flies to the side and falls back to the floor. Sasuke didn't think any more, and a sibilant whisper rang out in the room. "Chidori Nagashi!" For a few seconds there are screams that even cover the chirping of equipment, and then an oppressive silence. I see Sasuke struggle to his feet and walk over to the nearest person without thinking. His eyes are wild, and he looks from one person to the other. He goes to one of them and picks up the magazine pouch. He pulls out a kunai and, without thinking, cuts the throats of each of the unconscious people. When he kills the last one, the door flies off its hinges and Itachi flies in. Sharingan lights up in his eyes. He looks for enemies in the room, but does not find them. Itachi calms down a little and takes a closer look at his ototo. When he sees the blood still fresh on his side, and most importantly, understands what color it is, fear flashes in his eyes, and he rushes in his brother's direction. "Sasuke," Itachi's voice breaks. "I'm fine, Nei-san," Sasuke says indifferently, and only I can see how pained he looks at his brother and how hard it is for him to keep a mask of indifference on his face. "Where am I?" "In the old clan hideout. About a few hours' run from Konoha," Itachi says, stopping and looking at him longingly. "Itachi, did you find Sasuke?" Obito's voice bursts into the room, distracting both brothers with his question. "We've already explored the rest of the shelter, but it's not there." "Yes, I found it," Itachi replies, and a moment later, 2 people appear in the doorway. If I recognized Obito, although he looked a little unusual without the scars and was younger, then the other one was unknown to me, but according to the conversation of those who were killed by Sasuke, it was Shursui. I remember hearing about him from Itachi and B-san. He's a man with unique eyes. Itachi then said that we had the same ideals and aspirations. Wow! The guy I recognized as Shursui whistled. Is that what you call them, Itachi? No, it's me, Shursui-san. Sasuke replied shortly, which confirmed my guesses about the guy's identity and clearly surprised his relatives. Everyone's eyes locked on my friend. It was hard to read their expressions, but the fact that all three of them were frowning at each other and looking at each other in alarm didn't make me think much of anything. I'm not surprised, I just know that this is not a 13-year-old teenager who has never killed, but an adult shinobi with a difficult fate, but they are not, so their anxiety is understandable. However, it is very difficult to stop Sasuke. He just raised an eyebrow and expressed his attitude to what is happening. I suggest we get out. Tobito broke the silence first. I sent a message to Sensei. Soon it will be crowded with ANBU. Sasuke shrugs indifferently and walks towards the exit without looking at the others. Wait, Sasuke. Shursui calls out. Sasuke stopped and shot him a look. Will you, go like this? Shursui asked him cautiously and pointed at his bloody side. Aren't you hurt? I'm fine. The blood isn't mine, Sasuke said curtly, and without stopping again, he headed for the exit, followed by the others. Flashback. They didn't ask me any more questions. They thought I was in shock and tried not to touch me. We made our way to Konoha in silence. During this time, I managed to master the memory I got a little, and I was already only worried about you. Sasuke explained to my surprised look. After arriving in the village, I was sent to the clan's ironing, and then I was brought before my father. To be honest, I do not know how I held back all this time. The only thing that stopped me was that I knew that if I lost my temper, my chances of finding you would drop to 0, Naruto. Flashback. He didn't let me answer his unusually long speech, and after a brief moment of disorientation, I see the picture again. Sasuke, already washed and changed, is sitting across from a scowling man and a worried-looking woman, and next to him is Itachi, who is cautiously glancing in his direction. It was easy enough to recognize everyone present. I'd seen them in the only surviving photo of Sasuke. They were Fugaku-san and Mikoto-san, his parents, but I knew Itachi personally at the time. Sasuke's deceptively relaxed frame showed that he was very nervous. It looks like we were very lucky that he restrained himself. Sasuke, the man begins softly. You do realize that you've shamed us, right? Sasuke doesn't say anything, but only a blind person wouldn't notice the threat coming from his figure. You let yourself be captured. This is unacceptable for my son, the man continued. You may have destroyed the enemy yourself later, but I doubt it, but I'm not happy. Sasuke chuckled and said coldly, I'm not interested. Sasuke, Mikoto-san called out in alarm. Now if you'll excuse me, I have to go to the academy. Sasuke stood up and bowed. I don't think the exams were cancelled, and just because I've just come back from the road doesn't change my obligation to take it. I'm glad you understand the situation correctly, Sasuke, Fugaku-san said coldly. You can go now. Tasama. Itachi to interject, looking worriedly at his brother who was already showing so little emotion. Apparently, he wasn't used to this Sasuke. I didn't get used to it right away, though. I remember that it took me more than a year for him to begin to look at least a little like a human, and then he began to express emotions only in my presence, but the rest of us did not receive such an honor. A silent bow, and Sasuke leaves the room without changing his expression. Flashback. That's it. Sasuke tells me wearily, and puts his head in my lap. I start to run my fingers through his hair, which, despite its spiky appearance, is surprisingly soft. I don't want to talk, and there's nothing to talk about. We're both good, and each of us has managed to fall short. However, nothing terrible happened. Although now I'm sure that Tosan and Fugaku-san will start watching us closely. And who can they trust to keep track of their children? One of the students, of course. Fugaku-san doesn't have them, at least not officially, but Tosan did. If you believe his memory, then all three of his students are alive, but the same Nora-rin, now an Uchiha, is only a Chunin, and her specialty is an Irionin, which is not suitable for tracking and protecting any heirs. That leaves Kakashi and Obito. I hope it's Kakashi. It is more familiar with him, and it will be easier to explain Sasuke's skills to him. Obito is also not bad, but considering that he is from the same clan as Sasuke, it is unlikely that they will give him to us, because this practice, although not officially, is frowned upon. Tosan wouldn't do that, and apparently Fugaku-san wouldn't either. Considering that it would be easier to keep track of us if we were together, it's no big deal, and Sasuke and I probably knew that we wouldn't abandon each other. I don't know about Itachi, but Aoi and I told Tosan exactly that. So there will be Kakashi and one team. Good. I looked up at the sun, which clearly indicated that it was nearing 10, and that we had a distribution at 11, and gave Sasuke a light tug on his hair. When he looked at me with displeasure, I said, "Get up, we have to go to the academy." No one cancelled the distribution. One team, you think? He looked at me questioningly. I'm sure, I said, and snorted derisively. It'll make it easier to follow us. We both stood out. A mentor? Sasuke raised an eyebrow questioningly. The one that Tosan and Fugaku-san trust is a grin. The most suitable student. Kakashi. Sasuke chuckled, coming to the same conclusions as I did. Although this is not surprising, since he also knew the whole history of my family and Kakashi-sensei in particular. I hope the third one isn't Sakura. The class hasn't changed, I reminded her mockingly. So dream on. Sasuke responded and got up, dusted off the non-existent dirt and stretched, did a couple of warm-up sets. He nodded to himself and said, I'm ready. Come on, he finished, and held out his hand to help me up. After waiting for me to clean up and remove the barrier, I silently walked towards the academy. Greetings to everyone. This is a continuation of the story, where Naruto gets a second chance, but in the sum of a girl. Before the start of the video, subscribe to the channel and like it, it's very important for me. Also you can subscribe on my Boosty where I release exclusive content. Thank you, enjoy watching. Chapter 6. Distribution and Test. Our joint arrival at the academy lifted my spirits because it provoked quite a strong reaction from those around me, as did my new image. I was pleased. It was not in vain that I spent so much time shopping yesterday. True, the appraising and hostile glances of my classmates bothered me, but the presence of Sasuke in close proximity did a good job of keeping them at bay. But the male part of the class appreciated my efforts as they should. I can proudly say, I managed to make even Shikamaru wake up. Chuji dropped the chip and Akamaru barked in approval as Kiba scraped his jaw off the floor. Yes, even Shino did not remain indifferent. But Sasuke was very dissatisfied, as evidenced by his oppressive aura and icy gaze directed at the others. And I should already get used to the fact that I never go unnoticed. In the past world it was simpler. There the guys treated me as a comrade in arms, leaving pink snot in the past. The war influenced us too much. Here in this regard it is worse. In front of me are not small children or adults who have seen a lot of shinobi. In front of me are teenagers with hormones that have just begun to play. However, it is unlikely that the Uchiha will accept such an explanation. For him, everything is simple. If they set their sights on him, they will kill him. It is urgent to transfer his attention to something else, otherwise blood will be shed. While I was feverishly thinking about how to distract Sasuke, Iruka-sensei came and ordered everyone to take their seats. As a result, the problem resolved itself. The distribution among teams went as expected. We again became team number 7 with the same composition. The only thing is that, apparently, we will have 2, or even 3 sensei, although only Kakashi-sensei was officially appointed. Why did I decide this? It's simple. Kakashi-sensei was late, and Rin-san came to pick us up, dragging 2 overaged idiots by the ears, Tobito and Kakashi-sensei. It looked quite comical, especially their bickering. It was unusual to see these two in such a role. I'm used to Kakashi-sensei being an unsociable and silent type who constantly reads Jiraiya's books. I also met Tobito there as an adult, and he was already a rather gloomy man then. I had never met Rin-san at all and knew only from stories. So it was fun to watch their behavior. Although the main fun began when they dragged us onto the roof and forced us to introduce ourselves. Sweet, blushing girl Sakura, who categorically says that she does not like me, only caused annoyance. I knew this would happen, but it's still unpleasant. But Sasuke, sensing my mood, tensed up and had to squeeze his elbow reassuringly. Unfortunately for us, Tobito noticed this. His dumbfounded face was, of course, funny, but what followed next bothered me. You, stuttering and pointing a finger in our direction, Tobito looked at us in shock. And how long? Rin-san smiled softly, and I remembered that this sweet woman often stayed with me in childhood. I remember the local me considered her another sister. Noira became much closer to her than her blood sister. Fun. I wonder how long memories like this will keep popping up for me, and at the most inopportune times. About a month more. Kurama yawned lazily in his subconscious. I artificially delayed the complete merging of memory. Too dangerous. And anticipating your question, Red chuckled mockingly. Because of his Sharingan, the Uchiha does not have such a problem. His consciousness is accustomed to quickly filtering information. He independently, albeit mostly intuitively, did something similar with his memory. Therefore, do not be nervous and answer the questions very honestly. Your future mentors will see through your lies sooner or later. It's been 1.5 years now. Having decided to follow the advice of my red-haired friend, I responded very honestly, and I didn't lie. Well, as for what is not in this world, why nitpick about the little things? The answer we received was shocked silence. Rin-san was shocked and froze. Tobito widened his eyes at us and silently opened his mouth. Kakashi-sensei's eyes simply reflected shock. It seems that we have completely broken someone's entire understanding of the world and us in particular. I wonder what our fathers will do when such details are brought to them. I'm generally silent about how the mothers will react. Emma, Kakashi-sensei was the first to come to his senses and asked with some hope, maybe we can continue? Certainly. I gave him a joyful smile and said with vindictive pleasure, my name is Namikaze Naruto, but that's it for now. At these words we innocently bat our eyes and exchanged glances with Sasuke, whose corner of his lips began to twitch. We will completely forget about Kakashi-sensei, Rin-san and Tobito. Their faces will forever remain in our memory. I like a lot of things and don't like a lot of things. I value my friends and family. I hate being late. With these words, I tried to copy Bachan's smile when she is dissatisfied with something. A terrible sight, I'll tell you, and released a little ki. Hobby workout. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke picked up the baton. Only his look and cold voice clearly hinted that he was not happy with this interrogation. There are few things I love and few things I like. I appreciate my loved ones. Hobby workout. Well, here we are, meeting you. Rin-san smiled welcomingly and added much more menacingly, Kakashi. Eh? Oh yes, Kakashi-sensei nodded, casting a cautious glance at his teammate and wife of his best friend. I was glad to meet you, children, and now we can begin the test that will show whether you can become a shinobi or return back to the academy. To the academy? Sakura's indignant scream was heard on the other side of Konoha. Yes, to the academy, Kakashi-sensei responded calmly. The test will be carried out in an hour at the 7th training ground. A slight nod, and all three of our conditional mentors disappear. Went, I calmly suggest to the guys. I received dissatisfied statements from Sakura in response, but her indignation is stopped by Sasuke's icy look and a short nod already addressed to me. We got to the training ground quickly and without unnecessary conversations. But if Sasuke and I didn't need words, understanding each other perfectly well even without it, then Sakura simply sulked at us all the way. It will be hard with her. I had already forgotten that she was like this as a child. It was later, having experienced so many things and, most importantly, the war, that she became more tolerant, but when she was little she was still such a thorn. Although then I myself was no better, and how could Sasuke put up with us? You're on time. It was with these words that Kakashi met us at training ground number 7. A familiar place, by the way, do you remember, many years ago, right here, or, more correctly, in that world at the same training ground? We became team number 7 for the first time after passing the bell test. It was a fun time, because we were children then. Children who, despite their difficult fate, have not yet encountered, and therefore did not know, all the difficulties in the shinobi world. Children who looked at the world with eyes full of naive faith. Time was inexorable, and we changed in many ways, even I did not remain the same. How long ago it was, but it feels like just yesterday. Naruto, stop philosophizing, Kurama said grumpily. Have you forgotten that you still have to take this teamwork test? And added much more cheerfully, just look at Sasuke's doomed look. He says with all his appearance that he wants to kill Haruno. I wouldn't mind burying this kind of Sakura somewhere. I sighed doomedly, simultaneously listening to Kakashi-sensei's explanations about the test and trying to understand where he put his two friends. There was no point in particularly listening to his speech. He still didn't say anything new. Yes, this test is, in principle, quite standard. I remember that even the Ero-sanin and Bei-chan went through it. But let's not talk about sad things. Better tell me where Obito and Rinnegan could have gone. They most likely went to report to the Yondaime. Kurama answered my question and finished mockingly, so prepared to be interrogated upon arrival. Calm down. I snorted in response. He won't do anything to me. There is nothing reprehensible in the fact that I am dating Sasuke. On the contrary, it is beneficial for both families. The only thing that can raise a question is that I didn't admit it right away and why they didn't notice it themselves. But here you can always shed a tear and put pressure on the fact that they weren't interested in me. It might work, Kurama responded thoughtfully. Your father is here. He's just disappointed in you, but he loves you in his own way. Yes, and tears are a terrible weapon, Kurama shuddered. Especially in your hands, I remember, even the Uchiha couldn't do anything against them. And almost inaudibly, as do I, by the way. With difficulty she suppressed the now inappropriate smile and turned her attention to Kakashi-sensei, who was already finishing his speech. At that moment, he was just about to finish the explanations, which no one except Sakura was listening to, and announced the start of the test. Started Kakashi-sensei finished looking at us, and not seeing joy in our eyes. The sensei's heavy sigh finally convinced me that he was not at all happy with his appointment, but he had no choice. Well, what can I say about our passing the test? It wasn't particularly difficult, for us. But we knew what his secret was. Therefore, as soon as Kakashi-sensei was out of sight, they began to develop a plan. However, it was not complicated, but it required coordinated work and was offensively simple. It was more difficult to negotiate with Sakura so that she would begin to act together with us. But Sasuke handled this perfectly, though now I owe him a wish. But what can't you do for the sake of a common cause? And so the three of us went to attack Kakashi-sensei. Of course, none of us had the desire to attack head-on, but to use traps. In general, with great effort, by the end of the time allotted to us, we were able to drive him into a pre-prepared place. We didn't use anything supernatural, we just created a trap with explosive seals. They were supposed to work as soon as someone fell into their field of action. Thanks to Sasuke's accuracy and his coordinated work with my clones, the one who got caught turned out to be Sensei. The trigger trap did not kill the experienced Jounin, but it was able to beat him up, and most importantly, thanks to Sakura's calculations and Sasuke's and my experience, we were able to predict where the sensei would move from the explosion, and she and I settled there. The kunai I threw quite easily cut off the bells from the belt of the Jounin who was not expecting an attack, and my clones rushing to attack distracted Sakura from catching them. As a result, we completed the task and were ready with Sasuke to prove that we had passed the test together, and therefore deserved to become a team. But the local Kakashi-sensei turned out to be much more accommodating. He did not waste his or our time on unnecessary double checks and declared that we had passed. True, when he said this, he looked at Sakura strangely, but it was clear she did not fit into our team. The way we worked and the way Sakura worked with us stood out too well. The difference was great. An experienced Jounin and ANBU officer could not help but notice such a discrepancy. I have a feeling Sakura is in for some interesting times. Chapter 7. What will we do, POV Kakashi? I remember very well how Minato-sensei called me to him, and when I appeared he pleased me with the news that I was becoming the mentor of Team Number 7, which included his daughter and Itachi-kun's brother. No, I never had anything against Naruto herself. She was a quiet, sweet and modest girl, sometimes even too quiet. As far as I know, she was fond of Irajutsu, although she had no special achievements. I also had nothing against Sasuke, whom I knew quite well and even attended some of his training sessions with Raiden a couple of times. He was a smart and talented guy, although a little self-confident. But this flaw can be corrected. For me it was corrected. The main thing is that he does not pay too high a price for this. The third member of the team, a certain Haruno Sakura, also did not raise any special questions, an ordinary clanless kunoichi, who got into that class only thanks to Inoichi-san's petition and her perseverance. But in general, apart from a phenomenal memory, a small amount of chakra and good control, nothing stood out, solid average. But the feeling that not everything is so simple did not leave me throughout the entire conversation. Particularly surprising was the sensei's request to keep an eye on his daughter and Sasuke. Not just watch, but follow. I was surprised and didn't understand what was going on, but I agreed. In the end, it wasn't difficult for me. If only I knew what I signed up for. I would think 100 times whether to agree or not. My agreement caused a strange relief in the sensei, which surprised me even more. What happened to make sensei so worried? No, of course, he always worried about his family, but still, such behavior is not typical for him. Not to mention the direct order to monitor the children and the fact that my former teammates were assigned to help me. Yes, we haven't worked as a whole team for 10 years. I'm starting to like it less and less. Why such measures? But naturally, no one began to answer my questions. I could only hope that nothing terrible would happen during this time. Nothing really terrible happened. I just found out that Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke are a couple. No, I do not mind. If they want to meet, let them meet, but why didn't anyone know about it? They are not ordinary children. Even if they are not the first heirs, they still keep an eye on them. Not to mention the fact that all three of us are quite frequent guests at the sensei's house and didn't know or notice anything. Well, it doesn't happen like that. Although, maybe it was because of this that sensei ordered to monitor them? And what? Quite an explanation, they're not even 13. Hormones play, anything is possible, so caring fathers play it safe. Why not an explanation? But you still need to check with the sensei. So, we end the conversation and agree on the division of responsibilities. Rin, as a beloved student, will probably be able to demand an answer from Minato-sensei, and Obito, well, he is attached to Rin, and he will be able to find out something from Fugaku-san. I'm sure I can handle the test myself. As time has shown, it was not I who passed the test, but the children. I don't know why Naruto is considered untalented and Sasuke is not considered Itachi's rival, but I would argue with these statements. They both worked in harmony, and although they did not demonstrate the execution of complex techniques, even what they demonstrated was amazing. All movements and techniques are perfected. There was determination in their eyes, they did not hesitate or doubt for a moment. Yes, they are still far from ideal, but they did not show the level of a genin. I would give the Chunin without hesitation. However, even in this team there were some buts. Haruno Sakura, a girl with top marks in theory and slightly worse in practice, is described as a smart and determined girl in the dossier. Perhaps some of all of the above is present in her, but as soon as Sasuke gets into her field of vision, she turns into a brainless chicken. Is this why I angered you, Kami-sama? How can I work with this girl? It is unlikely that she will accept that she is weaker than Naruto, but she may not want to listen to advice. Now she is ballast, especially considering the attitude of the other two team members. During the test it showed itself, not at all. Her teammates did all the work. I hope Rin can find a common language with her and help her decide. Although, if you remember how she treated Naruto, it will be difficult. Rin really doesn't like it when someone speaks badly about her little sister. And Sakura not only responded, but also behaves inappropriately. I got a tough team. Well, at least you won't be able to go gray prematurely. NPOV Kakashi.POV Rin. The conversation on the roof left a rather strange feeling in my soul. It seemed that the children sitting on the roof were much older than they looked. Looks and gestures, everything shows their self-confidence, and if for Sasuke this is normal, he has always been a rather self-confident boy, then for Naruto it is not. I know her well, only in early childhood was she so smiling and open, but even then she did not have such confidence in her abilities. Over time, the smile faded, the cheerful sparkles disappeared from her eyes, and she herself began to become more and more inconspicuous, more and more insecure and timid. It was painful for me to watch such changes, but I could not intervene. At that time, our team was helping Minato-sensei restore order and practically did not appear in the village. By the time I had the opportunity to talk to her, it was already too late. Naruto closed herself in her shell, and all my attempts ran into a blank wall. Today I saw a confident kunoichi who knows her worth. And baby Sasuke? A boy who could not grow up, he always looked confident, even too much, but if earlier all this caused affection on the principle of, "What a cute boy," now I would not dare to say that. Sasuke's gaze became too cold, no feelings, a true Uchiha, but as soon as he looks at Naruto, his gaze becomes softer. I'm scared when I look at them. I have a strange feeling that they will kill anyone who tries to separate them. Rin, Obito, what's wrong? Sensei's voice pulled me out of my thoughtful state. And where is Kakashi? I hope Sasuke didn't disgrace the clan, Obito? Fugaku-san's cold voice sounded, which I didn't notice right away due to my confusion. Kakashi stayed with the children to conduct a teamwork test. Sensei Obito answered the question. Sasuke, well, during the distribution he behaved quite restrained and showed good restraint. However, Kakashi, when he finishes the test, will be able to tell in more detail. Minato-sensei, we wanted to ask. I started hesitantly and stopped, not knowing how to ask the question correctly. Yes, Rin, I'm listening. Sensei looked at me with interest. What happened to Naruto? With Sasuke? I asked what was tormenting me, and seeing how Sensei raised his eyebrow in surprise, I hastened to explain. It feels like these are completely different people. I noticed that something has been happening with Naruto lately, but so far all the changes have only been for the better. I don't know why they started happening, but I've already checked. It's definitely my daughter. Sensei shrugged and looked towards Fugaku-sama. Towards Fugaku-sama. Sasuke was recently kidnapped and was brought back on the day of his final exams. Fugaku-sama said reluctantly. It was after this that he began to behave differently, but I can say with confidence that this is my son, and not someone else. They told us today that they have been dating for a year and a half, Obito said innocently, looking out the window. What? Minato-sensei and Fugaku-sama reacted in an unusually coordinated manner. Obito is right. I nodded at the dumbfounded looks of Sensei and Fugaku-sama. They themselves told us this. And quite calmly and as a matter of course. Minato-sensei, said Kakashi, who appeared in the window. I checked. The children passed. And what are your impressions? Minato-sensei asked him in a weak voice. Well-coordinated combat team and ballast, Kakashi said briefly. The team has passed and is ready to begin missions starting tomorrow. What about the details? Obito was indignant, taking advantage of the fact that the sensei and the head of the clan were clearly not themselves and would not be indignant. Sasuke and Naruto showed themselves to be quite strong opponents. Smart and purposeful. They have a fairly cold mind and are ready to team up even with unfriendly objects. At this moment Obito and I chuckled in harmony. It's not hard to guess who Kakashi christened that way, if it helps you complete the mission with maximum benefit for yourself. Not to mention their personal strength. Naruto masterfully wields the Kage Bunshin and Taha Kage Bunshin, has good hand-to-hand combat skills for a genin and throwing kunai and shuriken, and can set up quite serious Fuin-based traps, and I'm sure she hasn't shown all she can. Sasuke has a Sharingan with 3 tomo, which he uses quite well, and his taijutsu with shuriken jutsu has increased greatly. He has good wakizashi skills, but judging by the way he holds it, he is used to a longer blade. But again, I'm sure Sasuke didn't show all his abilities. These two showed nothing at all beyond what was necessary, but only what was required. What about the third team member? Minato-sensei asked in a weak voice. However, Fugaku-san looked no better. A rather weak girl, especially compared to Sasuke and your daughter, sensei. In addition, she will conflict with Naruto in every possible way. Especially considering her feelings for Sasuke and the fact that he will never look at her. Kakashi winced and, looking hopefully in my direction, added, I hope Rin can influence her. For a clanless girl with little chakra but good control, the only path is to become a medic, but Sakura is unlikely to listen to me. It's clear, Minato-sensei squeezed out, tiredly massaging his temples. I hope for you. Go. Hi. We responded in unison and hastened to leave. Sensei has too much to think about, don't bother him. So what are we going to do, Fugaku? Came to my ear on the way to the door. Mary, Fugaku-san responded briefly. Then I think we need to discuss the details, the sensei said more animatedly, but further conversation was cut off by the slammed doors. It seems that Naruto was right when she said that she was only Namikaze for now, Obito drawled. I suggest going to a cafe and discussing plans for training the guys. Kakashi's voice broke the silence that had formed after Obito's words and, without waiting for an answer, turned to the exit. I exchanged glances with Obito and, receiving a puzzled shrug in response, followed our friend. We really should agree and share responsibilities. In my opinion, training one person is not the best option, but if everyone is training everyone, you should agree and create a schedule. I hope, this time there will be no strong disputes. NPOV Rin. Chapter 8. Mothers. Today was quite an interesting day, and most importantly fruitful. Sasuke and I immediately after the test ran away from Sakura, who did not understand polite messages, and I did not allow rude ones to be made. No, we didn't go on a date or anything like that, although we didn't refuse lunch at one of the cafes. We went to restore our skills. Having Kurama and knowing how and what to do really helped us. The only thing we had to do was transfer our theoretical knowledge into the reflexes of the body. So, for example, either of us had any problems with walking, both in trees and on water. Perhaps our most important problem was the rather weak development of the chakra focus and the SCH in general compared to our past counterparts, naturally. Here meditation and the constant use of chakra helped, but again. Kurama and I treated me, but Sasuke had to be more careful, because I was not able to treat him well, so it will take him much more time to build up, but on the other hand, his conditioned bodies are not as deplorable as mine. In addition to building up the SCP, I also did endurance, flexibility, and strength training. He was quite well developed in this regard. It was immediately noticeable that the previous owner of the body also did not neglect training. We didn't count on instant results, but in a month we will easily return to the level we had after the Chunin exams, maybe even more. The question, why do we need strength? It didn't even occur to us. In that world, balance had already been established, and there could be no global wars. But here this is still far from happening, if at all. However, let's not talk about sad things. In the evening, while it was still dark, try coming in the dark. BRRR. Considering the character of my mother, there are easier ways to commit suicide. We finished torturing our bodies and went towards my house. Sasuke led us to the gate, and we said goodbye. Kissing in front of everyone, and it was impossible not to notice surveillance from the house, was not only disgusting for us, but it didn't give us much pleasure either. After we experienced all the delights of the war heroes, we began to value solitude, and loneliness for a long time taught us to take care of our happiness. However, as soon as Sasuke turned around to leave, a wildly happy Kachan and Mikoto-san immediately jumped out of the house. They began to quickly and happily tell us something, congratulate us on something, but most importantly, they grabbed us by the arms and, until we came to our senses, dragged us into the house. We only came to our senses when we were seated in front of our wildly pleased fathers, next to whom Itachi and Aoi and Noriani sat with blank faces. By the way, the faces of the venerable fathers of families are worth special mention. It was quite easy to see traces of treated black eyes, but judging by the satisfied looks, this did not spoil their mood. I'm even afraid to ask, what is the reason for everyone gathering here? I asked cautiously, feeling that a wildly tense Sasuke was sitting next to me, and a tense Sasuke was synonymous with problems. Naruto, we have good news for you. Kachan sang cheerfully, pointedly ignoring her father's desire to say something. Yes, supported my friend Mikoto-san. I'm so happy too. You are my joy. Kachan hugged me, and I began to slowly but surely panic. I didn't even notice how much you grew. She has become such a beauty. It just blossomed. Supported Mikoto-san's ode of praise to me. My idiot is not worthy of you. I tried to get a word in, but I really didn't like the panicked look Itachi cast at his brother, and the no less gloomy Sasuke. I think white would suit her, Kushi-chan. Mikoto-san interrupted me. But then there should be turquoise or blue, as well as red and dark blue asterisk. I agree, Miko-chan. She looked at her friend Ka-chan with eyes full of delight. I also suggest purple. And orange. Mikoto-san supported her. So what's the matter? I was finally able to get in. Like what? Ka-chan clasped her hands. You're getting married. Ka. What? Anai-san and Nichan choked on their tea. However, Itachi did not lag behind them. Naruto, what? I'm more interested in who. Glancing cautiously at Sasuke, Itachi clarified his general question. Marries Sasuke? Yes, dear? Mikoto-san smiled brightly. Now it was Itachi's turn to choke and look at us in shock. I look at the silent exchange of glances between the Uchiha brothers, which, apparently, satisfied both of them, and they agreed on something, and I slowly go wild. I'm interested too. It was not for nothing that Itachi reacted like that. So there was something, but what? I'll have to find out a little later. Of course, darling, Fugaku-san nodded importantly. Minato and I have already agreed on everything. They're only 13. Itachi and Aoi and I exclaimed in shock in unison. Agree, Noriani assented. It's too early for them to get married. And such a responsible step takes time. They must get to know each other. They are still small. I agree, Sasuke calmly conveyed his opinion, completely ignoring the cries of the elders, focusing his attention on his parents. But I suggest we stop at the engagement for now. The public will not understand such haste. We are still not the children of ordinary shinobi. I agree with Sasuke, I shrugged. I can promise on my own that we won't do anything stupid, and if we decide, we'll calculate all the consequences, and already mentally, hope. With your luck, Kurama chuckled. Don't remind me. I winced at his words. If you haven't forgotten, in that world Sasuke and I just wanted to have a child. That mission was to be my last for the next couple of years. Sorry, my friend said with remorse. Nothing, I sighed sadly. It's just a shame that now it's being postponed for at least another 5 years. But now you have your whole life ahead of you and you have parents. Kurama remarked judiciously. Don't regret the past, you can't get it back, and just because you were going to do it doesn't mean you would have succeeded right away. You're right, Kurama. I chuckle. As always, I'm right. You just agreed? And how much indignation there is in the Chan's voice. About this intensity of passions. This look. Pfft. Sasuke snorted indignantly and fixed Nichan with a destroying look, from which she shuddered but did not retreat. Although his indignation is understandable, judging by the fleeting glance at me, he also remembered our desire, but was also well aware that everything has its time. I don't see the problem, I shrug. We have known each other since birth, and have been dating for the last 1.5 years. What are you doing? Nichan asked quietly and dejectedly, but our Anai-sans reacted a little calmer, although when they heard about 1.5 years, they were surprised, very surprised. Let's meet, I smiled sweetly and, naively flapping my eyelashes, continued. This is when a girl and a guy spend a lot of time together, and also, I know what it's like to date. The enraged Nichan growled, but having caught the equally warning glances of Ka-chan and Mikoto-san, she instantly put on a sweet smile, which resembled a grin, and immediately corrected herself. I mean, why did we just find out about this? You can't do that, Yamato! You're right, you can't, I sighed heavily. The public will not understand if the Hokage's youngest daughter marries before her eldest. A sad look at Toussaint and Ka-chan. What a nuisance, Noriani, From such impudence, Nachan had no words to censor. She simply sat and silently opened her mouth, unable to say anything. And do not say Sasuke supported me. What can I say about my situation then? I'm the second heir. But Itachi never expected such a setup from his brother. How he turned pale under the thoughtful gaze of his parents. He even made attempts to mimic the surrounding area. Unsuccessful, true, but what can you do? But I think it's okay for now. He looked at his brother with a grin. He still has a couple of years before my marriage, but for now I suggest I just sign the contract. Sasuke is right, Toussaint intervened in our conversation. Maybe it was just my imagination, of course, but I got the feeling that Toussaint was just trying to defuse the situation. Although I am surprised that you took this news so calmly. Why be surprised, Toussaint? I shrugged. Something like this was to be expected. It's not just that you assigned as many as 3 guards to us, I started, but when I saw Toussaint's panicked gaze directed at Kachan, I corrected myself. Mentors? 3 mentors? Kachan blinked in confusion. What does this have to do with it? Well, I said. They were the first to suspect something and ask the question, Sasuke explained calmly. Surely, when they reported whether we had passed, they could not resist and clarified this point, turned to Mai Toussaint with Vigaku-san and asked, Am I right, Minato-sama Tousama? About. Kachan and Mikoto-san were amazed, quite synchronously, and then they looked at their faithful ones demandingly, still in unison, and asked, Honey, is this true? Yes, the stronger sex responded a little nervously. Children, are you probably tired? Our mothers smiled softly at us, and without waiting for an answer, continued, Go relax, and tomorrow you will definitely tell me how your day went. Fine. Not only the 2 of us, but also our Anai-sans and Nachan responded surprisingly synchronously. After a couple of seconds, only the fathers of the families remained on the ground floor, who watched their children with envious glances, and in fact, the mothers of the families, who rolled up their sleeves and suspiciously tried on the cast-iron kitchen utensils with a long handle. Chapter 9. A difficult month. As soon as we went upstairs, we had to urgently remember how to quickly install barriers. Our mothers were at odds, so we decided to call a truce and temporarily put aside our differences by working together to set up a barrier. However, this circumstance did not in any way affect Itachi's desire to teach his presumptuous brother a lesson, but it delayed my interrogation. Although it is worth noting that the delay was only until the evening, but even that was not bad. It was especially funny to watch, and most importantly unusual, how Itachi tried to unscrew the ears of his beloved Otuto, and he tried his best to wriggle out of his tenacious hands. However, the fuse quickly passed, and the parents, attracted by the noise, came to check what was the matter, although it would be more correct to say that the fathers found a way to avoid punishment. In general, they didn't do anything to us, but they sent us home. The next month was fairly quiet. Our mothers turned out to be conspirators, or more precisely, someone was able to give them the sensible idea that it would be better to keep the future engagement a secret for now. You never know. So they held, almost. In my humble opinion, not only the entire Uchiha clan knew about the engagement, but everyone else. However, there was a big and fat but. No one was told the name of the one who would be engaged. People were only told that it would be Fugaku-san's son, but they modestly kept silent about which one. Now Itachi is taking the rap, receiving congratulations 10 times a day. However, to give him his due, he manages to accept them, eluding direct answers and smiling sweetly at the same time. However, after that he looks for Sasuke and drags him off to train. I don't know what they do there, but after that they both walk around beaten and positively glowing with joy. So it turns out that everything is fine and everyone is happy. True, not everything was as smooth as we wanted. For example, the Uzumaki clan was alive here, albeit not completely. It would be more correct to say that only a few families numbering no more than 24 adults and about 10 children were alive, who moved to Konoha after the Third World War, although Uzushio was destroyed in the Second. The old Uzukage then died protecting the retreating, but the new head of the clan was the brother of my Kachan, and she herself unexpectedly turned out to be the daughter of the old Uzukage. I won't say that I was impressed by such a relationship, but it did impose some obligations and restrictions. Naturally, even though I inherited Tusan's surname, though it was more of a tribute to tradition, I still belonged to the Uzumaki clan, which means I needed to get my uncle's consent. However, there were no problems here, because he could not refuse his beloved sister, and such a marriage was beneficial not only to the Uchihas. The Uzumakis also did not lose out. However, it is worth paying tribute to my uncle. Before going to compliment the agreement already drawn up by our fathers, he called Sasuke to him and talked to him for a long time and persistently about something. I didn't manage to find out what they were talking about. They were both silent like partisans. Even the use of heavy artillery, in the sense of mothers, did not help. But after this conversation, Sasuke came out looking like a cat that had eaten too much sour cream, and the agreement between the clans acquired a couple more points. If I weren't so confident in the topic, I would have started to panic after this. But there were slight fears, of course, but not so strong as to run away from Konoha. In general, everyone knew about this significant event, but somehow the names of those who would be engaged remained a secret. All I could do was shrug my shoulders and wait in horror for all this to become known to Ino and Sakura. Although I was most worried about Sakura, Ino was smarter in this regard. After all, Yamanaka was the Haim of the clan and treated many issues more maturely. Yes, Sakura had changed significantly over the past month, but she still continued to consider Sasuke her property. Amazing impenetrability, but what am I talking about? She has always been stubborn, here and there, but there we have experienced too much to remain the same. And that Sakura had to rethink a lot, or rather, she was forced to do so by circumstances. Lately my mood has been fluctuating too much, and I am increasingly tormented by gloomy thoughts. There is a feeling that something is about to happen, something that I will not like very much. Well, everything can't go so smoothly, and if we take into account the fact that only Rin is with us now from the mentors, and even our father gave us a mission to catch Tora, in general, it's not surprising we've caught her for the 3rd time this week, but I have a bad feeling. With a rather indifferent face, I watched the now familiar picture of Tora being strangled and nervously glance at each other with Sasuke. It looks like I'm not the only one who has a bad feeling, and even the morning conversation with my parents can't get out of my head. They almost openly said that Konoha was uneasy and, so that nothing would go wrong, they would try to remove us from the village for a while. Apparently, someone wants to disrupt the engagement ceremony, and considering that everyone was convinced that Itachi was getting engaged, all the blame is falling on him. I even heard about a couple of failed assassination attempts. Itachi himself had already been sent on some mission a couple of days ago. No one knows anything about the bride at all. Although most of the suspicion falls on my Eni-chan, she was unlucky to be on the same team with him, which is why she is often seen with him, so they gossip. But Nariko has also already been fused somewhere, like Anai-san, so the only ones who can be reached are Sasuke and me. No, of course, over this month we have improved our skills a little and now we can proudly say that, although not much, we are stronger than we were at the same age there. But this is not enough to be confident in our safety. And the fact that with our help it is possible to thwart all the plans of the Hokage and Fugaku-san is certain, because everyone knows about the close relationship of the Uchiha brothers. As soon as one is kidnapped, the other can be written off. They are too attached to each other. However, this would not be a problem if we were a little older and stronger, Itachi, for example, is easier to kill than to kidnap, but we are not older and certainly not stronger. The only way out is to send us somewhere far away, especially since it will be more difficult to catch us outside the village, and it will be very hemorrhoidal. However, all these intrigues around the heirs did not worry me much. Yes, it was unpleasant and quite dangerous, but that was not what worried me in the first place. I was scared. Yes, exactly. But not for myself, but for Kachan. The seal rapidly weakened, and with it her condition worsened. For now, she was restrained and strengthened by the remaining Uzumaki and Tusan, but the moment was not far off when this would no longer help. According to my calculations, it will finally be torn down in about 3 months, plus or minus a week. Then it will be already the 8th month. Like Bachan once said, that this is already a normal period and there is no danger for the child. Another thing is dangerous. Childbirth itself is a terrible stress, and then the biju won't be held back by anything. Removing it will kill it. With great luck or bad luck, depending on how you look at it, it will distort its SCH, which is also a bad option. The only thing that comes to my mind in this regard is intervention in the printing process a little before birth. Or rather, even, not interference. But Kurama and I must get into her inner world, or drag her into ours, and there fight with the local Kyubi. After victory, there simply cannot be any other options for us. Draw out almost all the chakra from him, or rather, even Kurama must completely absorb his double and return to me, leaving Kachan with part of his chakra, making her a pseudo-Jinchuriki. This will alleviate many problems, but there are 2 obstacles to the implementation of this plan. First, the fact that I knew how to penetrate, with or without Kurama, into other people's inner worlds in that world, does not mean that I can do the same here. I will have to train, and do it better outside the village. Second, and perhaps the most important thing, you need to convince your parents that this is the only way out. I have no idea how to pull this off. I need to share these thoughts with Sasuke. Maybe we can come up with something together. Team number 7, I have a C-rank mission for you, Tusan calmly told us as soon as he was able to send the daimyo's wife out. Rank C? These missions always take place outside the village. Perhaps this is our chance. Although, if this is what I thought, we're in trouble. Definitely. Yours, Kami-sama, Mother. What will it consist of? Sasuke asked calmly, although I could see that he was pleased. He, too, is tired of constant supervision and wants to break out from under care. But is it worth it? Security and escort of the caravan to the land of waves, Tusan answered no less indifferently. The only thing is that it will not be Rin who will accompany you. I have another mission for her. Who? I couldn't hold back my surprised exclamation. I sounded from the window, and I turned in that direction and saw a rather handsome brown-haired man. For some reason he seemed familiar to me. I had already seen him somewhere. But where? Although one thing can be said with 100% accuracy, Uchiha, I burst out doomedly. I'll tell you more. Kurama's voice rang in my head. This is Uchiha Shursui. We saw it in those memories that Sasuke showed in the first days of your hit. Yours. I burst out. What we are going to do? Nothing. Red chuckled. He won't be able to detect me until he gets into your inner world, and he can only get there with the help of the Sharingan. Just don't give him a reason to use it on you, that's all. I understand. I agreed with the judgments of my red-haired friend. That's right, young lady, the guy smiled sweetly at me. My name is Uchiha Shursui. May I be curious as to why my clan did not please you? There are too many of you lately, I answered absolutely honestly. One Sasuke was enough for me, but every day there was a new Uchiha among my friends. Ha! There was a rather pleasant laugh in response, and against my will I smiled back. I can't help you here, he spread his hands. But then consider this mission a vacation, because outside the village you will be able to meet other people. Not to mention that it is unlikely that you will have the opportunity to meet another Uchiha during it. You're right, I chuckled. But there will already be 2 of you there. Alas, it is so, Shisui said, looking at me cheerfully. But I think the company of 2 charming Uchihas is much better than the company. To all the charming Uchiha clan, I finished for him. Well, something like this, he snorted cheerfully and, slyly squinting his gaze towards the dissatisfied Sasuke, added, It's still ahead of you. You won't be able to get away. He clearly didn't look surprised, and I remembered that he was sort of Itachi's friend and their cousin. Judging by his reaction, he was aware of everything and was genuinely enjoying the whole farce. And I already like this guy, Kurama told me cheerfully. He has a sense of humor. Let's work together. I'll take this into account. My smile became malicious, and I answered red rather than Shisui. Are you done? Toussaint's voice interrupted our exchange of pleasantries. I beg your pardon, Hokage-sama, my new friend immediately responded. It's okay, Toussaint shook his head. Here are the mission details, handed Shisui the letter. The customer is waiting for you downstairs. The caravan leaves tomorrow morning. Free. Hi! We answered in unison and swept out of the office. It's boring to describe further fees. We were quickly and briefly told where and who we would be accompanying, given brief recommendations on packing, and sent on our way. For me, getting ready did not cause any complications, because in my previous life we had gone on long missions so many times, so most of the actions were performed automatically. The only thing that raised questions was what kind of mission would this be? After all, in that world we were accompanying not a caravan, but one person, and we came across a very interesting company. That was the first time I realized what it meant to be a shinobi, that when we fought, we put our lives on the line. I realized a lot after meeting Zabuza and Haku. Will we meet them now? Or did their lives turn out differently? There are so many questions, but I won't be able to find answers to them soon, and maybe not. I want and am afraid to meet them. What will I tell them? How to behave? However, I was not allowed to indulge in empty thoughts for long. Sasuke sensed my condition and came to visit, so the rest of the evening passed in cheerful chatter and bickering. Yes, I was still nervous before the mission, as if I was going on it for the first time, but now the anxiety has faded into the background. It is there, but at the same time it does not occupy all my thoughts. Soon I won't have to guess anymore. If not tomorrow, then the day after tomorrow everything will be decided. Chapter 10. The Path to the Land of Waves. I won't say that I was impressed by the trip, not at all. It was wildly boring and uninteresting, although we must give Shisui credit, he turned out to be an excellent conversationalist. And what's surprising is that, despite his status as a genius and a fairly large age difference, and no matter that we are actually the same age, he doesn't know about it. He treated us as equals. It was captivating. Although what was most pleasing was that he willingly shared his knowledge and reacted very calmly to friendly jokes. However, he himself was not averse to sometimes making fun of his neighbor. Yes, he could not help me in many ways, but Sasuke. In that world, he was deprived of a normal trainer in Genjutsu and in mastering the Sharingan. Yes, he achieved and knew a lot, but it was only a drop in the sea of knowledge and skills of his clan, and now new secrets were revealed to him. As he once admitted to me, Shisui was an excellent sensei, and the knowledge he gave was priceless. I liked to just talk with a person, without holding back my malicious nature, without fear of being misunderstood or offending someone. Not to mention the fact that Shisui turned out to be quite good at taijutsu and willingly taught me what I was worst at, shurikenjutsu. The only one who was not particularly happy with the current situation was Sakura. but she was smart enough to remain silent and not interfere. However, I was getting more and more stressed out by her looks. They don't look at friends that way, although they don't look at enemies either. I sighed with relief only after a couple of days later. Sasuke came to me, shaking with laughter, and told me that I was insidiously cheating on him with Shisui. Hearing this nonsense, Shisui choked and looked warily at the grinning Sasuke. "Who told you this nonsense?" Shisui asked him carefully. "Sakura," Sasuke chuckled in response. "Don't worry, Shisui-san, I trust Naruto. She won't betray me." "Does that mean I don't?" His cousin was sincerely indignant. "No," Sasuke grinned and said with an absolutely serious pug, "if Naruto weren't my girlfriend, I would have taken her away myself." "Or would you say that such thoughts have never crossed your mind?" "She's too small," Shisui said importantly, who realized that he was being sincerely mocked and calmed down. "If she were 3 years older, then you should go to Norieni," I intervened. "She is a good 6 years older than me," I said, and was surprised to see Shisui's ears starting to turn red. "What, already?" I couldn't hold back my shocked exclamation. "I'm sorry," Sasuke said soulfully. "Loving Uzumaki is difficult, but," he exclaimed solemnly and, after a significant pause, continued, "the reward pays for everything." A dreaminess appeared in his gaze, then he licked his lips and continued, "Dash, they're too hot." He dodged the blow, imbued with chakra, and laughing barely audibly, hurried to escape. "You were right in a hurry." "Found something to discuss." Although Shisui, red from embarrassment, who understood Sasuke's hints in his own way, and no matter what is true, is still a sight to behold. But this does not mean that he has the right to behave this way. All this happened in that world. There was nothing here yet. You would think this would be different. Kurama snorted derisively. "It is unlikely that your temperament has undergone major changes." "And you too!" I exclaimed indignantly, but it was worth admitting that Red was right. Soon the teenage body will take its toll. You just have to be patient until you get engaged, and after that everything is possible. But it is undesirable, because before the ceremony I will have to undergo a full examination, which will reveal everything. No one wants a spoiled bride for the heir, and it doesn't matter what the second one is. And it also doesn't matter that it was the groom who spoiled her, and after that we will be given something like a seal of fidelity. This will eliminate the possibility of treason. No, you can bypass this seal, but why? Moreover, there is no prohibition on relationships between engaged couples. All this, of course, is interesting, but there is something I don't like. I don't like it so much that I stopped pursuing the satisfied Sasuke. However, I wasn't the only one who felt the wrongness. There, Sasuke also got close, and Shisui rushed to the head of the caravan. A second and people hid behind the high sides of the carts. We were lucky that it was a daytime stop and most were resting near them, and this seemed to be a signal for action. So I sensed danger and with great difficulty dodged the samban thrown at me. It was also difficult to dodge because they were thrown generously. I had to use kawarimi on the nearest large stone. Sasuke was a little more lucky. A fireball flew at him, which he easily dodged and tried to close the distance with the enemy, which no one was going to give him, by starting to throw kunai at him. However, the attackers made one mistake. They looked into his eyes. I don't know what this ability is called, but Sasuke, like Madara, could make an opponent freeze with one glance. This lasted literally a second, although it largely depended on the willpower of the enemy, but this advantage was usually enough. So now the two opponents froze for a second, but this was enough for him to get to them and cut both of their throats with 2 swings, and then begin to look for a new opponent. Then I no longer followed my comrades, completely surrendering to the battle. Having summoned about 50 clones and using the help of Kurama, I took on the few remaining in the forest, deciding that the Uchihas would calmly deal with the rest. Not to mention the fact that, having moved, I was closest to the forest and there were no enemies near me, so I didn't waste time. I was lucky, and among the 5 archers there were only 2 serious opponents. Judging by my feelings, they were approximately at the level of average chunin, and they also worked in pairs. My mistake was that I underestimated them. I forgot that I was not in my adult and trained body, but in the body of a 13-year-old girl who seriously started training only a month ago. In this situation, even the vaunted endurance of the Uzumaki, which I fully inherited from my mother, and which was enhanced by the presence of Kurama, though not yet much in this body, does not help. I felt the full consequences of my mistake almost immediately. At the very beginning, only luck saved me. Although it would be more correct to say that Kurama's heightened sense of smell and intuition of a shinobi who went through the war, which allowed him to notice opponents and dodge arrows, and then thrown kunai. A little later, the remaining 10 clones came to my aid. The rest had already dispersed by that time, having completed what they were called for. Although their presence did not help much, it allowed me to take a breath and stall for time a little. Under the guise of clones, things went better for me. I managed to separate these 2. While the clones distracted one enemy, I dealt with the second. He was pretty good, but it was still noticeable that they were not used to fighting in the forest. It is impossible to use most techniques here, because it was easy to hide from them behind nearby trees, and kunai and shuriken did not give the desired effect. Bows, well, not only did they throw them away at the very beginning, but I was also not going to give them a chance to use them by simply cutting the bowstrings at the very beginning. So we pretended to be grasshoppers, jumping on the branches one after another. However, I was not very happy with this result and diligently remembered everything that could help me with this. Once again I regretted that I had not yet managed to master my father's Horatian. Here he would come in handy for me. When I get back from the mission, I'll go after Anai-san or my father, although I'm unlikely to succeed with the second one, but Aoi and I won't turn away. The main thing is not to forget. Well, now, you have to try hard to win. According to my calculations, it turned out that I had to give in a little and allow the enemy to approach me, or stall for time until reinforcements arrived, which, for reasons unknown to me, were delayed. However, the clones will not last long, only 2 of them remain, and no one will let me create new ones, each time managing to intervene at the last moment and disrupt the creation of the jutsu. Feeling the last clones disperse, I realized that there was no time to wait any longer. I had to expose myself to another thrown kunai, or rather, let myself get hit while moving from one branch to another. To my regret, they hit me in the leg and the wound was dangerously close to the tendon, but it was difficult to stop me with it, and fall like a wounded bird down. It's good that it was only a couple of meters to the ground and the blow wasn't strong, but it was colorful and made me believe in my temporary helplessness. Both of my opponents rushed to finish off the wounded man, or me, but how could they know that I was a Jinchuriki? Although the wound was deep, with the help of Kurama it healed before I reached the ground, not to mention the fact that I knew how to ignore the pain in my body even before I entered the academy in that world, and there were similar wounds then not uncommon. The ability to endure pain saved me many times there and will probably save me here again. So it turned out that by the time these 2 tried to pin me with their swords, I was completely fine and met them fully armed. Taking advantage of the moment of surprise, I managed to throw 2 kunai, unnoticed from the seals on my wrists, thanks to Kachan, who made them for me a week before this mission. They wouldn't have been able to do any serious damage if I hadn't used the technique. Nimpo Kaige Kunai Star. It was more difficult to dodge the multiplying kunai, as well as to make a replacement. No, they were able to replace themselves with a log, but several shadow copies of kunai still reached their target. This did not cause any serious wounds to them, but it gave me time to call the next batch of clones. Deciding not to waste time on trifles, I created about 100 at once, and then I brazenly hid behind the spears and, under their cover, began to deliver, albeit weak, blows, and some of the clones' blows also passed. I'm ashamed to admit, but I literally filled these two with meat. And it doesn't matter that they were clones. Although this gave me the opportunity to take them alive, albeit very battered. As soon as I finished with these two, I heard Shursue's satisfied voice, "Not bad. Although you lack experience." I look up and see the Uchiha's satisfied face. I don't even have to guess what he was doing here. And it's clear that Toussaint assigned him to keep an eye on us. So he tries to prevent the golden children from accidentally dying. "How long have you been here, Shursui-san?" I asked tiredly and approached the bound prisoners. They need to have chakra-blocking seals placed on them. It's a pity that I can't place them with a touch, like Ka-chan or Anai-san with any chan. I need to make several seals and concentrate quite hard on what is happening, otherwise it turns out to be nothing. From the very beginning, Naruto-chan, the guy answered, smiling. I couldn't let any of my charges get hurt. Clear, I nodded, meticulously examining the seals I had placed. It seems that I didn't mess anything up, and now there is no need to worry about the prisoners. I took the weapon, and without it the chakra, they are practically harmless. Naruto, is there anything you want to tell? Dropping the joking tone, the guy asked me surprisingly seriously. What are you about? I turned to the Uchiha in surprise. You don't have to worry about the prisoners. My clones will drag them away to Sasuke, and he will have a heart-to-heart talk with them, although, knowing this cunning infection, I'm sure he'll get his cousin involved in this. For example, about why that wound on the leg has already disappeared. Shursui didn't accept my game. And don't talk about the fact that you are half Uzumaki, even their regeneration is not that fast. As far as you know, I'm into Iryujutsu, I shrug, feeling how Kurama has crept up in my inner world. Crap. It's such a stupid thing to screw up. Although, he couldn't feel the intervention of my red-haired friend, it was too targeted, which meant it was too early to panic, especially since I actually know this kind of Iryujutsu, but I rarely use it. Are you saying that you already know how to patch up damage without using seals? Shursui asked, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Yes, I nod affirmatively. Only so far I have been able to apply this skill only to myself. I still have to use seals to heal others. Why such interest? Nothing, Shursui responded hastily, even too hastily. I think it's time for you to return, while I take care of the prisoners. Fine, I agreed, pretending that I did not notice the excessive haste in the Uchiha's words, and made a sign for the clones to throw the prisoners back and scatter, and I slowly set off towards our forced stop. Please call Sasuke came from behind me. I will need his help. I thought it was unnecessary to answer, so I simply nodded. Everything was clear to me. Shursui decided to train Sasuke in the ability to control other people's consciousness, and the captives were better suited for this. He might have waited, because, in theory, this was the first time we saw death so close and killed. For everyone it is a shock. However, he could not help but notice that our behavior was too calm, which could not but raise questions. I hope Sasuke can influence him. In the end, in my case it can be attributed to shock, because I didn't kill anyone. But Sasuke, but who knows? Maybe he'll chalk it up to some clan training. Although it wouldn't hurt to warn him. Chapter 11. Minor Inconsistencies. As I thought, Sasuke needed Shursui to teach him the art of interrogation, and he was very surprised when he realized that he already had good knowledge in this section. Although it is worth noting that Sasuke still could not work subtly with consciousness, and not only here, in that world too, but Shursui was a master of precisely targeted influences. In general, they were pleased with each other, and most importantly, they learned some information. The information that the attack was planned did not surprise us, but something else was interesting. It turned out that here, in Kiri the civil war was much more brutal than in that world, but some remnants of the clans were still preserved, and not in a single copy, which is important, and were able to either go under the wing of Terumi or escape to other countries. As a result, the number of nukenin in countries neighboring the Bloody Mist has increased greatly, if not to say that it has reached a critical level. Moreover, even after the end of the bloody quarrel they are in no hurry to return back, and they will receive them with great caution. You never know, maybe Yagura's former henchmen? So it turns out that they are poisoning the lives of everyone around them, especially since among those who escaped there were many quite strong shinobi and a third, if not half, of the 7 swordsmen. However, they wisely do not meddle in the great countries, for the most part, and if they do, they are quickly caught. However, this calms few people in small countries, because they do not have strong shinobi who would eliminate the problem, and their formidable neighbors are in no hurry to help, for free. I even feel sorry for the locals, because I can imagine what problems war-torn ninjas could bring. I encountered this myself back there. Having received such information, I decided to find out about the fate of the swordsmen. It's not that they worried me much, but I was interested in the fate of Haku and Momochi. At one time they greatly influenced me. I wouldn't want that story to repeat, they deserved better. We managed to find out the following. Zabuza turned out to be close to the Mizukage, since he was one of the first to join the rebellion, and next to him there is always a boy whose description strongly resembles Haku. Kisame disappeared somewhere, and for several years in a row nothing was heard from him, as well as from his Samahata. I had one hope, that the shark face didn't join Madara, although it remains to be seen whether the fossil is alive or not, and whether the Akatsuki was created. It would be a pity if we again found ourselves on opposite sides of the barricades. He was a good shinobi and comrade, because otherwise he would not have sacrificed himself then. Hiramikarii, which belonged to brother Sujetsu, also found a new owner, who turned out to be the same person as in our previous world, namely Chojiro. There were 4 more swords left, but if Kibaringo Aim Yuri and Nobari Kushimaru Kuriere, according to data reported by the prisoners in Shursui, were kept in the treasury of Kirigakure, then the remaining 2 swords were unclear where and unclear with whom, but nothing was said about the death of the previous owners. Badly. If their characters are the same as in the previous world, these psychos are dangerous to society. I remember Kakashi-sensei and Gai-sensei telling us that they were revived during the war, and how they treated their comrades. I wouldn't want to meet them, but judging by the prisoners' stories, the likelihood is high. After all, one of them saw those who gave them the task something very reminiscent of Shibuki's sword. Damn! And how can Sasuke and I explain our reluctance to move further with the caravan? We still have very slim chances against such opponents, although, we need to talk to Kurama. Exactly. With his help, I can reach speeds that are not inferior even to Hiraishin 2-san. And his chakra protects well from other people's attacks. Of course, I can't stand a full cover yet, but 1 or 2 tails, that's enough, and if I don't lose control over myself, the chance of survival increases. True, I wouldn't want to go to such an extreme. Explaining the presence of his chakra would be, as Shikamaru says, problematic, but life is more valuable. Especially the lives of loved ones. So, okay. It's clear to me, you'll have to double your meditation time, it will hurt, but the result is worth it. But Sasuke will have to focus on the Sharingan, it is the only thing that can help him in battle with such opponents. However, he himself understands everything perfectly. All that remains is to convey his understanding to Shursui. Although he is not a stupid guy and will understand everything himself. Although I am very sorry that we do not have the right to refuse the mission. The reputation of Konoha is at stake, and there is no direct evidence that the swordsmen are behind everything. We also cannot refuse the mission because we met a couple of Nupnin, because the head of the caravan immediately drew up the necessary document, which confirmed the increase in the rank of the mission, not to mention the fact that he himself was not aware of the changes in the current situation. There shouldn't have been an attack. The country of waves is too small and poor, the only source of income is fishing. The construction of the bridge that we were guilty of had not even begun yet, although the project had already been approved. But not all the formalities had yet been settled, but it was known for sure that it would be built. However, this caravan was supposed to deliver some super needed tools and something else for construction. Perhaps this was the reason for the attack? In response to my direct question, the head of the caravan hesitated a little, but said that he did not know, and suggested asking this question to the chief architect, to whom he should deliver the contents of the caravan. It's strange, but Sasuke and Shursui confirmed that he was being honest with us. No matter how it turns out that the opponents are much more serious than one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. True, despite all the oddities, we decided to continue the mission, although we supported Shursui's decision to request help. However, even if Toussaint sent reinforcements immediately upon receiving the letter, they are unlikely to catch up with us to the place where the caravan is heading. So we can only hope that our commander knows what he is doing. For all the time that I knew him, he seemed to me to be a rather serious fellow, even if he hid it behind the eternal mask of good nature. Not to mention the fact that the Hokage entered into another agreement with the customer, according to which we will have to stay at the construction site for about 2 more weeks until another team replaces us. This team was supposed to ensure the safety of the bridge construction. I don't like all this. Why didn't anyone tell us about this in the first place? Why were you notified only now? After all, it is immediately clear that all this is not just like that. Or did Toussaint decide to test us? That's a thought. Our behavior has changed too much in the last couple of months, and it doesn't matter that most of these changes are for the better. They still exist and are too noticeable, which means they are suspicious. He could easily do a blood and chakra test on any day. Fortunately, we went through a medical examination when we were assigned to teams and another one shortly before this mission. It couldn't show anything strange, unless I had a small amount of Kurama's chakra, and that's all. However, this anomaly is easy to explain, because I live in the same house with the Jinchuriki, and who knows what other explanations there could be. Although, clearly far from the truth. This is where difficulties arise. Give us over to the brainiacs. Even if we put aside the fact that we have protection on our minds, what remains is that we are children who grew up before his eyes, and I am still his own daughter. His conscience, and the punishing hand, does not allow him kachan, and it is not known which is stronger, so he comes up with tests. He is interested in how we will behave in a given situation. Roughly speaking, how loyal are we to Konoha and whether we should be trusted. It is possible, of course, that all this is just a coincidence, but I refuse to believe that he did not know about the possible difficulties. Therefore, I can only hope that my thoughts are correct, because if I understood everything correctly, then help will come much sooner. I hope. The rest of the journey with the caravan was smooth and we reached our destination without any problems. However, none of us was in a hurry to relax. On the contrary, we doubled our caution and intensified our training. Shursui looked approvingly at our efforts and willingly conducted sparring sessions or gave advice on mastering this or that technique. In addition, he helped me determine my elements. As expected, the first was futon, but the second was doton, and if I added Kurama's chakra, then I became the proud owner of katon. So, to my usual training, I added puffing over a pile of earth, which I soaked with my chakra, and drying leaves with fire chakra. The exercises moved with a creak, but thanks to the clones, although, more correctly, only to them, because I myself completely devoted myself to meditation and the development of the SCH with the help of Kurama, the results still appeared, on the 10th day. However, I would be careful not to use them in battle. Here I had one assistant futon. I began to develop someone from the first days of transference, and even in that world I achieved good results in this element. Here they were modest, but for the age of my body they were not bad. True, I still had much higher hopes for Kurama's help than for elemental techniques. Sasuke had no less problems. Exercises with the Sharingan greatly tired his eyesight, and most importantly, the rather thin chakra channels leading to the eyes, and without my help he would not have been able to withstand such a load. I already had to devote time to him every 3 or 4 hours and, taking advantage of Kurama's favor, not only treat this idiot, but also transfer the purified fox chakra to him. This helped, and he got up again and continued training with wild persistence, although in other directions. Still, he didn't want to go blind ahead of time, so he spent most of his training with his eyes turned off. Well, except for those that were directly devoted to the development of dojutsu. By the way, I managed to talk to him about his mangekyo and rinnegan. It turned out that he felt that he had them, but could not use them. The chakra reserve and undeveloped chakra channels in the eyes do not allow it, so he strains himself, trying to expand them. Things are moving slowly, but some progress is already being observed. According to him, another year or 2 and he will calmly reach the level of mangekyo, the same amount of time and perhaps he will be able to use the rinnegan. He was better with the elements. No, of course, he didn't yet have all 5, as in that world, but he had already mastered Kado and Raiten quite well. What helped him in this was the fact that all Uchihas also had a predisposition to Kado, and the fact that he only had to remember, and not, like me with my elements, well, except for futon, learn everything from scratch. Not to mention the help of Kakashi-sensei and Itachi even before this mission. I was much less fortunate in this regard, because somehow I didn't think to ask my relatives for help. Well, I'm not used to the fact that I have relatives ready to help, but they didn't consider it necessary or didn't think either. Who knows? So now I have to suffer almost alone. Sakura, well, that attack finally made her think about the eternal and the frailty of existence. Although the main reason could be her injury during the battle. Sakura saw that her skills were not enough for a full-fledged fight, and also that Sasuke was far from a knight on a white horse. Yes, he covered her and helped her hide when she was wounded, but at the same time he did not skimp on words about her uselessness. Oddly enough, she told me about this herself when I returned from the forest to the camp. This made her think about training and she even asked me for help. I didn't refuse, and now my clone helps her in her taijutsu training, which Shursui often joined. A little later, I taught her Iria Jutsu and helped her adapt her knowledge to combat. Or rather, I tell her everything that Sakura of that world once told me about her training with Byakugan. I wasn't even too lazy to set up a conversation with Shursui, where he told us about the great Dr. Tsunade Senju. True, Shursui later told me that I could have simply asked him for help without going to extremes, but one way or another, I achieved my goal. Sakura finally began to think about the future and realized that a kunoichi is a fighter first, and only then someone else. Perhaps soon we will get a good doctor on our team who will not only treat, but also understand poisons. I'm a complete layman in this, my ceiling, to partially pull it out of someone else's body, but I won't be able to create an antidote, and most importantly, she began to still very distantly, but resemble my friend from that world. I hope that she can become a close friend to me here too. I'm tired of hostility, I want peace. And I'm afraid of her reaction to the news about Sasuke and I's engagement. I don't yet undertake to predict her reaction to this. One hope that this mission will influence her enough, and she will come to terms with our choice. Or rather, with Sasuke's choice. I haven't seen Shursue's training. He mostly trained us and sometimes accompanied Tazuna, who was the main architect of the bridge here too. Therefore, I knew his abilities insofar as, and for the most part, all my knowledge was based on Sasuke's uncertain stories, which were based on impressions of his training with him and the memory of the previous owner of the body, as well as on what I knew from that world, and I knew little. He was Itachi's friend and mentor, he was a genjutsu genius, and just a good person. Not much, right? That's how it seems to me. But he refused to answer direct questions. And the training sparring did not give an accurate picture, because we were now quite weak and he hardly showed even a tenth of his abilities. It's a shame, of course, but fair. It's been a long time since I've been so naive as to demand that you tell me everything about yourself and your skills. Kakashi-sensei, once upon a time, unimaginably long ago, back in that world, according to my feelings, gave me a whole lecture about how a real shinobi keeps his abilities secret. Life later showed me the truth of such a statement many times, so I didn't really demand a report on his abilities from him, but I didn't care anyway. However, our training exhausted us so much that even I did not have the strength to be curious, so I resigned myself to the mystery of our temporary sensei. However, his thoughtful glances at me or Sasuke were a little annoying. I was wondering when he would start asking questions, before or after we reach Konoha, or after the attack if that happens. And I no longer believed that he wouldn't ask them. The Uchiha are masters of genjutsu deception, though they might argue with that claim, and he is also a recognized genius in the field, and he could easily notice what others missed. After all, he has an undoubted advantage over others. He is not consumed by guilt, like my family or Itachi, which allows him to look at everything objectively. He didn't know us differently, and that distant image from our childhood does not prevent him from focusing on the main thing. He simply observes and draws conclusions. We can only hope that these conclusions will not be against us. Chapter 12. Fight on the bridge. I always knew that in my case, if I'm unlucky, I'm not lucky globally. But who knew that everything would turn out exactly like this? Naturally, no one. But this does not change the fact that we are tensely awaiting our verdict from the lips of Shursuke. But I think you are interested in knowing everything in order? Well, listen. The weather was beautiful that day, plus Shursuke forced us to take a break and today we rested. Well, how we had a rest. Our task was to protect the architect while he controlled the construction, but for us it was a rest. Moreover, Shursuke, making sure that even if we were left alone, we would not forget about the task, left Sakura in Tsunami's house with a clear conscience. She had to protect Tazuna's family if necessary, and we had time to be alone, except for Shursuke, who carefully pretended that he was not interested in our relationship. Well, yes. Why? You'd think I didn't see that his crows were constantly watching us both. However, this did not affect us much, and Sasuke and I considered such measures justified. We were too restless, not to mention the fact that reinforcements were delayed and it was unknown when they would arrive. Therefore, we turned a blind eye to surveillance. After all, with Shursuke's support it was calmer, and there were more chances to survive. However, the presence of a nanny did not affect us in any way, and we were in no hurry to relax too much. My clones controlled the area, but even so, the attack came as a surprise to us. I just suddenly felt that someone began to dispel my clones. Moreover, some of them noticed only a blurry shadow, and that's all. It was strange. Of course, I haven't even come close to strong jounin yet, but I had to at least see something. And here it's just a shadow. I already felt sick just thinking about who it could be. Before I had time to report the first dispelled clones, new information arrived from several more. Judging by the data, 3 detachments are approaching us. The central one, in which no one knew who was a member, I couldn't even notice them, and one on each side of the central one, but here it wasn't so bad. The 2 side detachments consisted of ordinary bandits, and my clones decided that they could handle it themselves, and to tell me this news they scattered one at a time. I had to urgently pull myself together, quickly, in short phrases, bring Shursui and Sasuke up to date on what was going on, and at the same time create another 100 clones to help the remaining ones and at the same time so that they would take the workers away. Shursui, quickly sensing the problem, simply ordered all civilians to leave, which they did not hesitate to do. He would have ordered us to leave, but he understood that we would refuse, so he simply ordered us to get ready. As soon as the chakra dispersed a little, 4 people appeared in front of us. 2 boys our peers, and apparently they were students. Yes. These swords. There is no doubt. It's Kabutawari and Shibuki. This means that Jinin Akabino and Jinpachi Munashi stand before us along with their students. Madara is my mother-in-law. We're stuck. Sasuke, Naruto, you have the boys, and I'll take care of the swordsmen, Shursui said tensely, and I was glad that we managed to take away the civilians. There was nothing for them to do here. Did you hear, motherfuckers? Jinpachi asked caustically. Your opponents have already been identified. Yes, sensei, one of the boys responded briefly. Then move away and don't interfere, Jinin barked at them. Sasuke and I simultaneously glanced at Shursui and, receiving an affirmative nod, allowed ourselves to be led away. The boys themselves were strong and cruel. They did not waste words, and as soon as they moved a little away from the place where the older generation stood, they instantly attacked. Excellent preparation. But they lacked experience, or rather the experience of working together. Sasuke and I constantly changed opponents, either carrying out or subduing our partner for sudden attacks, but it was more difficult for them in this regard. They didn't trust each other's backs and didn't feel their partner the way we did. Moreover, they were not superior to us in speed, but were even slightly inferior, so their fate was sealed. We didn't hesitate when we fought them, but we didn't kill them, we just wounded them and exhausted them. After that, Sasuke caught them in an illusion and, getting closer, knocked them out with a blow to the carotid artery. It took a few more minutes to install the containment seals and seal the 2 in a medical scroll. It's a pity for him, of course, but it's reliable, and then we hurried to help Shursui. When we arrived at the bridge, a rather eerie picture appeared before us. Shursui had great difficulty avoiding his opponent's attacks. The situation was further aggravated by the fact that taking Shibuki's blow, it's like running into an enhanced explosion seal, and more than one. I'm generally silent about Kabutawari's reflection. It wasn't so easy to call it the helmet splitter, it fully lived up to its name. In addition, I noticed that Shursui constantly wrinkles his nose and blinks quite often. Crap. I know these symptoms. This is exactly how Sasuke behaves when his eyes get tired. If so, then we have serious problems. I glance at Sasuke and nod at him. Yes, we have practically no chance against any swordsman, but we are quite capable of distracting him a little and not dying at the first moment. I take out a kunai with an explosion seal attached and throw it straight at Jinpachi. He manages to close himself on Shibuki, but the activation of my seal makes him stumble, which Shursui manages to take advantage of. Quick swing and the shurikens cut quite deeply into one of his hands. All. Now he will no longer be able to use his sword to its full potential. As it turned out, I rejoiced early. He growled something unintelligible and rushed towards Sasuke and me. I did not have time to escape from the blow, seeing how slowly and inevitably this sword was approaching me. I had already said goodbye to my newfound life when I was thrown aside by Sasuke, but he was hit. As if in slow motion, I see how my beloved flies 10 meters away and freezes like a broken doll. Without hearing the mocking laughter of the swordsman and the warning cry of Shursui, I go to Sasuke and kneel down in front of him. I feel the pulse. It is weak, almost unnoticeable. I feel relief at first, and then all-consuming rage. His pulse began to subside, and I can't do anything. He won't accept my chakra. The gaze rests on the suddenly silent Akabino. No one dares to touch what is dear to me. The last sensible thought was that I should not let them near Sasuke at any cost, and then my consciousness turned red. After how long I woke up, I don't know, but the feeling was lousy. The whole body ached and ached. Kurama did not respond. Sasuke was lying nearby and unconscious, but alive. Shursui often came to visit, but did not answer questions, only frown. The dam broke only a week later, when Sasuke and I began to gradually rise and walk independently. He demanded answers. Shursui's POV. As soon as Sasuke and Naruto disappeared along with the sword students, I had to focus on my opponents. It was bad. It is not customary to talk about my problem in the clan, but my weakness was the inability to use the Sharingan for a long time. It tired me too much. This feature manifested itself after receiving Mangekyo. So I had to learn to use it as quickly and efficiently as possible. I managed to develop my abilities, but I still couldn't drag out the fights. Now more than ever, I feel my helplessness more acutely. I may not be able to win. To my shame, I missed the moment when the guys rushed to my aid. However, this did not stop me from taking the chance they gave and throwing shurikens soaked in chakra at the open Akabino. He didn't have time to close, and now I'm sure that one of his arms is completely disabled. The only thing I'm unhappy with is that he's skilled enough to use chakra to cover wounds without bleeding to death. However, it would be naive to hope for this. All more or less strong jounin possess such a skill. Although I am glad that I wounded him, now he will not be able to wield his sword as deftly as in the beginning, which means that now it will be easier. True, as time has shown, I rejoiced early. Akabino cursed and rushed towards the children. I rushed to cross him and barely have time to dodge Jinpachi's blow. The explosion that came from the place where Shibuki landed clearly showed that I did not do it in vain. I had to focus all my attention on the enemy and pray to all the gods that everything would work out. I prayed in vain, nothing happened. I realized this when I heard Akabino's crazy laugh and after Jinpachi echoed him. But after, I will probably never forget the rage and pain that splashed in the usually kind eyes of the student, glowing with joy. But that was not so bad. A moment later, her pupils became vertical and her irises turned a deep red. The almost imperceptible stripes on her cheeks, which previously seemed like funny birthmarks and made her look like a cute little fox that she just wanted to cuddle, grew larger and became darker. For a second she simply looked at the silent swordsman, and then literally disappeared into thin air. A moment later, her hand, already enveloped in red-orange chakra, pierces the chest of the frozen swordsman, and then she disdainfully shakes him off her hand. Jinan's death was instantaneous. However, I wasn't sure that it was Naruto before, but I wasn't sure that it was her, because 3 tails were fluttering behind her back, and the feeling of pressing chakra was familiar. I didn't spend a long time admiring the corpse. Her next victim was Jinpachi, who tried to blow her up with Shibuki's help. He even managed to blow up one of the tails with which she covered herself, but she had 2 more, and these tails grabbed the swordsman trying to resist. They literally enclosed him in their translucent cocoon, and for the first time I saw a person burning alive. Or should I say, corroded by poisonous chakra. Doesn't matter. A minute later it was all over and I met the attentive eyes of the bijou. Yes, now I was sure that I saw the Ninetales in front of me. Before his gaze I was confused, and thoughts of trying to subdue him did not even arise. This seemed like wild stupidity, and came to my mind after all the events. I was even glad that such a thought did not enter my head then, because I was sure that the reaction to my actions would have followed immediately. Take care of these two, a growling voice pulled me out of prostration, and I was surprised to realize that it belonged to Naruto, although no Kyuubi. If they want they will tell, and I go back, a creepy grin, and he adds, and yes, don't you dare influence Naruto or Uchishanka, a casual nod to Sasuke. You disobey you will die. Then this creature turns around and lies down next to the body of my little cousin. She takes his hand, and at first the aggressive chakra suddenly flares up in gold. When I blinked my eyes, I felt that frightening feeling had disappeared, and opposite me lay the badly wounded, but so familiar Naruto and Sasuke. I fall to my knees and ask a question into the void. What was it? I'm trying to come to my senses. I pull my hair, but it doesn't help. A quiet groan pulls me out of this state, and I get up. I can get the answers later, but for now I have to take care of the students.pov Chapter 13. Conversation.pov Perhaps these were the most difficult 10 days of my life. No, I was not worried about the students, their wounds were insignificant, although it would be more correct to say, very competently patched up. I shuddered at the thought that monster lived in the fragile body of my student. But the main question was, how did this happen? Why doesn't Minato-sama tell anyone that his daughter Jinchuriki? What was that golden chakra at the end? And most importantly, why did the Ninetales give in so easily and return back to the cage? Why did he help at all? We've always been told that the Kyuubi is just a bundle of hatred, but what I witnessed says otherwise. He could have killed me too, but limited himself to only the attackers. And the request to take care of Naruto and Sasuke looks at least strange. Now, having thought about everything with a fresh mind, I come to the conclusion that not everything is so simple. Moreover, Sasuke is involved in this. And when did he have time? Crap. Well, how can I squeeze the answers to my questions out of these two? After all, during all the time I spend next to them, I realize that if they don't want to, then you won't expect anything from them. All these thoughts tormented me around the clock. Even the fact that Naruto woke up did not bring much relief on the third day. In general, she recovered very quickly, and I cannot explain this with anything other than the intervention of the Kyuubi, multiplied by the vitality of the Uzumaki. However, I was surprised not only by her, I was also amazed by Sasuke, who woke up only a couple of hours later. Apparently, that golden flash had much more useful properties than I thought. My knowledge of Irajutsu was only enough to scan superficially and understand that they would not die immediately. That is why I did not sound the alarm and send the raven to Hokage-sama. Although I wrote a report informing about the injuries. I hope I did the right thing. Despite the fact that the children woke up, I was in no hurry to ask questions, much less answer the ones they asked. I decided to wait until they had come to their senses enough so that I would not be able to avoid questioning them. Moreover, I was greatly distracted by the teams that arrived in response to my request for help. There was no longer any point in them, but it was not possible to send them away. However, I was glad that among them there were a couple of Irenans, who finally reassured me, saying that there was nothing serious, and now all that was left was to wait. Although who would know how hard it was for me to wait another week? It took all my restraint not to attack them with questions right away. However, I did not delay this, and as soon as they recovered enough to make an attempt to feign seem ridiculous, I began the interrogation. Is there anything you want to tell me? One question: how many emotions are on the faces of teenagers? QB said you will tell. NPOV Shursui. Is there anything you want to tell me? Shursui asked us a question with an inscrutable face, and I urgently wanted to hide deeper, and judging by Sasuke's squint, I wasn't the only one. However, our sensei, realizing that we were in no hurry to answer, finished us off with his next phrase. QB said you will tell. Yours. And what should I answer to this? Kurama doesn't respond to my cries, but recently I was able to go down into the subconscious and see why. It turned out that he was just sleeping. Apparently, my appeal to his powers was not in vain for him, and that's bad. We are now more vulnerable than ever. All that remains is to improvise. Why did you decide that it was QB? I looked at him innocently. There is only one bijou in Konoha, Ninetales. Shursui chuckled at my statement. In addition, the carriers of the others are known and always visible. What, even Sanbai? I was truly surprised. No, Shursui shook his head and added with a grin. Only Sanbai has. Only 3 tails, and yours clearly has more of them, because you haven't lost your human appearance, and there hasn't been a complete release. This is all? I arched my eyebrows skeptically. No, again a malicious chuckle, and Shursui adds, I already saw the QB almost escape from your mother once, Naruto. I won't forget my feelings then, and during the battle on the bridge. I felt the same thing, only many times stronger. Another terribly attentive and demanding look, and he asks with pressure, you still don't want to tell me anything? I look at each other with Sasuke and understand that he has similar thoughts to me. It's impossible to say that we are not from this world, but we won't be able to remain silent either. You'll have to tell half-truths, but it's better than an outright lie. But how to do it so that he believes? I wonder if we can get out. The best option: play a question-answer game and let the sensei figure out the rest himself. Ask, Shursui-san. I smile and hear Sasuke's barely audible chuckle. Apparently he understood what game I was playing. How long have you been a Jinchuriki? When did Sasuke find out about this? Shursui began to ask his questions, and I only now realized how burdened he was by this whole situation, and that he could hardly restrain himself all this time. Why doesn't anyone know about this? Or rather, does Minato-sama know about this? Why did QB return to Prince so easily? Why, stop! I interrupted the flow of questions and, seeing that the sensei had fallen silent, continued. I answer in order. She grinned and said quickly, from birth. At 13 years old. Don't know. Don't know. Friend. Eh? Shursui blinked stupidly at my revelation, and I decided to explain, although not everything. Kurama, whom you all call QB, has been with me since birth, I said calmly. Naturally, I don't remember how it was sealed into me, but I have had the seal of the 8 trigrams for as long as I can remember, although it is usually not visible. This is why I prefer to wear clothes that don't show my midriff. I don't want problems or questions. Well, I found out that she was a Jinchuriki by accident. Sasuke picked up my speech. Yes, it would be surprising if, having met her for such a long time, I would not have noticed the strangeness. Besides, QB doesn't like our clan, and I had to put in quite a lot of effort for him to accept me as Naruto's boyfriend. Sasuke finished calmly and gave the floor to me. As for why no one knows about this, I shrug and continue. I don't know. Perhaps there is a gag order, or perhaps this ritual was performed in secret from my parents. Who knows? I chuckle. At least I'm sure that Toussaint doesn't know anything about it, but I don't feel like checking. And it's not important for me, because Kurama helps me and doesn't try to harm me. Not trying to harm, right? Shursui asked in a somewhat pitiful tone. Minato-sama doesn't know anything? And how could this happen? Don't know, I answer honestly. It's enough for me that he is always with me and helps. And then I shrug and turn away. I myself am to blame for my mistrust. Besides, I don't have all the power of the Kyuubi. Most of it is still in Kachan. Although, considering the rate of destruction of her seal, realizing that I had let it slip, I bite my tongue. Well, finish, Naruto, Shursui hurried me in a gentle voice. It's not yet noticeable, but the seal of restraint on Kachan is weakening every day, I answered reluctantly. I learned about this myself from Kurama. Most likely it will be broken before birth. What? Shursui asked in a hoarse voice and perking up, corrected himself. Does Hokage-sama know? Yes, he and I talked about it, and I volunteered myself as the next Jinchuriki. I nodded my head and, looking pleadingly at the sensei, added, In this regard I have a request. Which? The guy squinted, figuring something out in his mind. You know that after the bijou is removed, the Jinchuriki dies? I asked, and waiting for a nod, continued. There is an opportunity to avoid this, but for it I need to be able to enter someone else's subconscious. For what? Judging by the way Shursui's eyes widened for a moment, he was surprised. Fight, and when Sasuke said quietly, Who knew about my plans? Sasuke is right, I agreed. To protect Kachan, I must defeat the Kyuubi inside her, and the easiest way to do this is in the subconscious, where everything depends on willpower and self-confidence. Well, you defeat him in Kushina-sama's subconscious, and then what? Shursui asked interestedly. Apparently, he took my words about breaking the seal in the near future seriously, and was now trying to find a way out. I hope it was not in vain that I decided to trust him. There is a connection between my Kyuubi and Kyuubi Kachan, I began to explain. With my help, he will be able to absorb almost all the chakra and, most importantly, subjugate the mind of the double. This will allow Kachan to have only pure chakra, and there should be no problems with it. But this will not solve the problem with Kyuubi, Shursui noted. Will remove? I shook my head negatively. My Kurama recognized me as his friend. If you want, I can take an oath that while he is in me, he is not dangerous to others. You're not telling me something, Shursui answered after thinking a little. However, don't lie. Okay, I'll help. Thank you? I squealed joyfully and hung on the neck of the sensei, who was embarrassed by such a manifestation of feelings. But we will start training no earlier than in a week, Shursui cut off my joy. But seeing the offense on my face, he added, Your SCHs should recover and get stronger. After all, judging by the diagnosis, your breakdown greatly expanded your chakra channels, and the treatment for the Kyuubi did the same, but with Sasuke. The microcracks in the canals should have healed by now, but it's better to be safe than sorry later. Therefore, training will begin in a week, not earlier. In addition, you need to tighten up your chakra control again, so meditate. Do you understand everything? Yes, sensei. We cheerfully reported. Then relax and don't think about anything, Shursui smiled at us. Help, albeit late, and guards for the architect have already arrived, so our mission is already over. There is nothing holding us here anymore, but I decided to stay and let you heal your wounds. Rest and gain strength, he finished, and patting us on the head, left. How do you think? I asked Sasuke. Time will show, he shrugged in response. Now we can only wait. How I dislike the unknown. I winced. Me too, Sasuke chuckled. But we still can't do anything. So relax and have fun. I could only snort at this formulation of the question, but I could not disagree with him. We really had no choice but to hope that Shursui believed us. Therefore, We can only wait for our return to Konoha and Tusan's move. I'm sure that the sensei will let it slip, which means it's worth preparing for problems in advance. However, it is advisable that the conversation take place after I rid Kachan of the Kyuubi, because there I can calmly talk with her. Greetings to everyone. This is a continuation of the story, where Naruto gets a second chance, but in the sum of a girl. If you want the continuation, write about it in the comments, chapter 14-20. Before the start of the video, subscribe to the channel and like it, it's very important for me. Thank you, enjoy watching. Chapter 14. Return. Because of Sasuke's and my condition, we returned home not after a month, but after 3. Naturally, this delayed all the deadlines for our engagement, and I was even scared to think how Tusan and Fugaku-san got out of it in front of the others. However, I am sure that nothing terrible happened, because, as far as I know, difficulties arose not only for us, but also for Itachi, although not so catastrophic. We can say that they were created artificially for him so that he would not relax, and also so that there would be no problems with explanations, because until now no one knows that the main character is not the eldest Uchiha heir. Although at the time of my return it didn't bother me much. Shursui, who embraced the seriousness of the moment, turned out to be a very demanding teacher. He devoted all the time that we were recovering and coming to our senses to our training, and he devoted every free minute to us and our improvement. He was especially atrocious when he realized that I had an almost inexhaustible supply of chakra and my training was limited not by it, but by my endurance. Well, I had a lot of it, as well as stubbornness. The result of such a frantic rhythm was that, albeit with a creak, I could get into someone else's subconscious, although I needed physical and eye contact. Not the best result, but in the previous world I was only able to achieve this when I was 16, so I considered it luck. In other directions, we made virtually no progress, except Sasuke said that his eyes will soon reach the ability to use Mangekyo, but also, according to him, this could happen either tomorrow or in a couple of months. It doesn't sound very encouraging, but it's still better than his last verdict about a couple of years. Look, it will soon reach the rinnegan. However, our training was not the main shock. It turned out that Sakura, whom we did not see for the entire time we spent without leaving the room, roughly speaking, 10 days, and not too often after that, was assigned to the ANBU, who, albeit belatedly, came to the rescue. Or rather, they were treated not as ANBU, but as the ordinary jounin they portrayed. However, this could not deceive me and Sasuke. We perfectly saw the habits and gestures characteristic of ANBU, but for Sakura they were ordinary jounin who were forced to train her. I don't know what Shursui told them, but they took her tightly, and she had no time left for anything. She rose at dawn and arrived already dark. I felt a little sorry for her, but I understood perfectly well that this was the best option for her, because, according to Shursui, when they brought us in, she was hysterical. Knowing her character, the tough decision to keep her busy was the right one, because it would not only help her get distracted, but also allow her to become stronger. I hope this will help her become more confident and find herself, and also finally accept that Sasuke will never be hers. The sooner she can let go of her painful attachment, the better it will be for her, but time will tell. However, there was another good side to this. She would come to Chunin Shuriken more prepared, and we wouldn't have to be distracted by covering for her all the time. This is how our days passed before we returned, so who would know how happy we were when we saw the walls of our native village. Shursui a real beast. He even managed to wrap me up. I can't even think about training without shuddering. Therefore, with great joy, I said goodbye to the Uchihos and Sakura and, humming joyfully, went home. However, the joy of returning did not last long. As soon as I crossed the threshold of the house and announced to everyone about my return, Kachan came out to meet me. Second and I literally hear the seal breaking and the Kyubi Kachan covered in chakra rushes at me. Neither to-san, who came down from the stairs to my voice, I remember that I was surprised by his presence. He usually returns later, nor an I-san and Nisan. I was also surprised by their presence. They usually came barely, had time to react to this. No later than Tusan, looking out from the kitchen. But Kurama managed to react, releasing one tail behind my back and forming a cover that was not very dense, but protected me from the poisonous emanations of someone else's chakra. Now 2 Jinchuriki were rushing around the small courtyard of our house, and the worst thing was that, unlike me, Kyubi, who had captured the body and mind of Kachan, was not limited in strikes and the amount of chakra. I have to be careful not to cause harm. Lousy situation. No matter how much I would like to, I will have to turn for help to those whose minds are now sleeping inside me. It's a pity that Tu-san and Nei-san can't intervene. The local Kyubi took care of this by closing them with a barrier inside the house, and until they remove it, time will pass. Time that I don't have now. I reach out to the minds of the other Bijou. Now I need Shikaku. Yes, he won't be able to use all his power, but I need him to slow down Kachan's body for just a second. A second that will allow me to enter her subconscious. I hope his power over sand will help me with this. Yahoo! I finally woke up. Tanuki screams cheerfully in my subconscious, but when I look around and see what is happening, I instantly become more serious. What I should do? Slow it down for a couple of seconds, I respond, breathing heavily. Okay. He responds cheerfully and gives me all the chakra he collected during his short sleep. You know what to do, and I'll continue to sleep. Just in case call. Although it's a pity that I won't be able to warm up. I didn't answer Shikaku, but I was glad for his support. How bad it is that he is cut off from his real powers. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have to get rid of myself like that. However, even the crumbs that he can give me are quite enough for what I have planned. I catch the moment when Kachan's body is on the ground and put my hands on it. A short impulse, just like Gara once showed me, and Kachan's feet end up in the sand. A moment of confusion, but it was enough for me to grab her hand and look into her eyes, and now I'm already standing in her subconscious. Kachan is unconscious and crucified on the wall, exactly as Kyubi himself was crucified at one time, and the culprit of this grins gloatingly opposite. Kurama, I count on you, I say quietly to my friend. Did you tell your name to the pathetic little man? Kyubi roared. Shut up, little furball, Kurama snorted in response, and to me, Naruto, you know what to do. Yes, short answer, and I rushed towards Kachan. First you need to free her, and then you can swaddle Kyubi. As soon as I started moving, Kyubi wanted to intercept me, but did not succeed. Kurama literally demolished him with his body, and then an ugly squabble between the two foxes began. The only thing that upset me was that Kurama was deprived of most of his powers and would not last long at this pace. Although, he said that he could handle it, and I believe in him. Having reached Kachan, I throw all extraneous thoughts out of my head. Now I have to pull the stakes out of her hands and feet, and then destroy the chains. With great difficulty, I managed to implement only part of my plan. As soon as the last stake was taken out, her wounds healed before her eyes and she came to her senses. Naruto? Surprised, and in the eyes of disbelief and misunderstanding. But why be surprised? After all, in my subconscious I look like my real age, and not the one that is attributed to me in this world, so her shock is understandable. One thing makes me happy: it is impossible to lie in the subconscious without its owner noticing it, and therefore my answer will dispel all her suspicions. Yes, it's me, Ka-chan, I nod, at the same time trying to tighten the chains that bind her. Ka-chan looks at me searchingly, but then her gaze catches on something behind me. But why for something? Kurama and Kyubi are fighting there. I think I understand her interest. Move away short order, and Ka-chan, who has already pulled herself together, literally breaks the chains that bound her body with her bare hands. Marvelous! But what am I talking about? She's the bloody habanero. Kurama, move aside! I scream, seeing that Ka-chan is about to use his favorite technique, chakra chains. Kyubi is confused for a second, but Kurama has enough of it to jump back and not get hit by the chains, although, judging by the narrowed eyes of Ka-chan, she was not happy with this arrangement. He's not the enemy, I say soothingly to Ka-chan and take her hand, simultaneously distracting her from what is about to happen. We won, and now a duel of wills will begin, which should end in the victory of my friend. There are no other options for us. I should distract Ka-chan from what is happening, and I should also figure out why everything happened this way. Ka-chan, why did the seal break? I asked her quietly. I thought we still had time before it was destroyed. Ka-chan averted her eyes, but then, having decided something, she looked decisively at me and answered, this shouldn't have happened, although after seeing the second Kyubi, I'm starting to guess what's going on. Apparently, there was a resonance in my seal, which had been constantly patched lately, could not stand it. It's strange that this didn't happen sooner. But why now? I was surprised and said indignantly, I thought we had about a month left. At least, at the rate of destruction of the seal that was before we left on the mission, it should have been so. So you knew, right? Is that why you suggested it? Ka-chan smiled sadly. Yes, I didn't see the point in denying it. Everything is explained simply, Ka-chan sighed heavily. I'm having twins, so it turns out, and shaking himself anxiously, surely it will? Your body wasn't badly damaged, the only thing the impact of the Kyubi's chakra, but, in theory, it should not have seriously harmed the fetus. If my memory serves me right, there must be some kind of protective barrier, I frowned, trying to remember what Ba-chan once told me about pregnancy. If the Iranians are not late, then everything will be fine, because they didn't fight with you and there were no other influences. I finished. A couple of minutes later comes from behind me, and turning around, I saw only one fox. I left enough chakra for your mother, Naruto. A casual nod towards the large stone that used to serve as an altar for the Kyubi of this world, and now a small fire glows on it. And it's time for us to return. Fine, I nod and turn to Ka-chan. Sorry, Ka-chan, but the conversation will have to be rescheduled. Okay, but don't even think that you'll get off that easy. She smiles cheerfully back at me and Kurama takes us from her subconscious. As soon as I find myself in the real world, a monstrous pain hits my receptors and I hear wild screams. Doctor, quickly! I think it was Tusan's voice, but I'm not sure. Blessed darkness receives me. I don't know how long I stayed unconscious, but something tells me it was more than one day, and, as Sasuke later told me, I was there for almost a week. He reassured me about Ka-chan, telling me that everything was fine with her and the children and, unlike me, she was not seriously injured, so no problems were expected. I made everyone worried. However, excitement did not prevent them from making all inquiries about both my general condition and the condition of the 8 trigrams seal. One thing is good, they didn't try to improve it, but simply studied it. Phew! It's lucky that there are seal masters in Konoha, otherwise it's unknown how all this would have ended. However, I found out much later that someone decided to dig deeper into my seal, but for now I was just lying on my bed and waiting for me to be discharged. No, I could have escaped through the window, but Ka-chan was quite convincing when she asked me not to do that, so I decided not to risk it. True, from idleness I was overcome by dark thoughts. For example, why is Toussaint acting as usual and not asking anything? Why is Anai-san silent? Why does Sasuke, when he visits me, look exhausted and is almost always accompanied by someone from his clan? Questions, questions, questions! And the most disgusting thing, that no one is going to answer them, and that's bad. I don't know what to think anymore. Although, if we add together what we told Shursui, Sasuke's exhausted and gloomy appearance, then, is Toussaint really looking for someone to blame for the fact that Kurama turned out to be in me? That would be an option, because Sasuke hardly said much, and dragging him into a genjutsu is very problematic, as is penetrating the subconscious. The Uchihas have such cockroaches living in it that I never even dreamed of. However, I was not allowed to indulge in dark thoughts for long. I always had someone. There was a feeling that they were afraid to leave me alone. Although that may have been true. Well, after a week after I woke up, I was finally sent home, but, as it turned out, I was too early to rejoice. As soon as I got home, they began to prepare me for the engagement, despite all my objections. Why such a rush? As it turned out, my parents decided to play it safe. They simply didn't believe that I could control the power of the Kyuubi. Naive! But this is even better, although strange. However, I still have time to find out what the catch is, but for this I need to be alone with Sasuke. Chapter 15. After the Jinchuriki fight. It didn't take long before Naruto was separated from the Uchihas. Both brunettes walked to their quarter at a leisurely pace. They were silent, but this did not bother them. They were both immersed in their thoughts, and simply did not notice anything around them. However, this did not last long. They didn't even have time to reach their native quarter when a roar was heard and they were overcome by a feeling familiar to almost every Konoha resident. Yes, it was the pressing sensation of the Kyuubi's chakra. They didn't think much further and rushed towards the Yandame's house. They didn't have time. They arrived at the very end and could only watch the picture of how the cover of poisonous chakra was sliding off Uzumaki Kushina, leaving no wounds, but Naruto was seriously injured. It felt like her skin had been flayed alive. A terrible picture. Doctor, quickly! Yandame's cry brings them out of prostration, and only after that they realize that they were not the only ones who rushed here to check the anomaly that had arisen. What happened here? Shursui asked a question, following the stretcher with his wife and daughter of the Yandame with his eyes. I don't know, the Hokage answered in confusion, who at that moment looked not like the formidable ruler of Konohagakure, but like an ordinary husband and father who had just almost lost his family. It's just that when Naruto entered the house, something happened to Kushina's seal and the Kyuubi began to free itself. The first 3 tails appeared instantly, and she attacked our daughter, knocking her out of the house and activating barriers that prevented us from interfering. Is that possible? And how could little Naruto survive after this? Shikaku Nara approached in surprise, and only now did many notice that all the clan heads had gathered in the small courtyard of the Yandame's house. A rare event, but understandable, because it's not every day that the Kyuubi breaks out of its host. However, it was not only them, but also their spouses, which was also not very surprising, because Kushina was friends with everyone and they were worried about her. However, they did not linger and went after the doctors who had taken their friend and her daughter away. Don't know. I wouldn't be sure if I hadn't seen it myself. Namikaze sighed heavily and ran his hands through his hair in an attempt to calm down. No, it's quite real. The voice of Sasuke, forgotten by everyone, rang out, and he turned to the adults, who, seeing his eyes, hardly suppressed the desire to recoil. There's a lot you don't know about Naruto. I'm not surprised she was able to handle it, although it's a shame I was late. Sasuke, what's wrong with your eyes? Alarmed Mikoto Uchiha, who decided to first find out what happened, and only then visit her hospitalized friend, sensibly deciding that she would be interested in finding out the details. "Don't worry, Ka-san. Looks like my second stage has finally awakened," the boy answered rather indifferently, and turning his gaze to the Hokage, continued his interrupted speech. "Your mistake is that you considered the Kyubi to be a mindless lump of chakra that is filled with hatred." A slight grin, and the boy's eyes returned to their deep black color. "However, now there is nothing to worry about. Kurama would rather cut off his own tails than allow anything to happen to his host." "Kurama?" asked the Hokage confusedly. "Sasuke, what do you know?" Shursui exploded. "I'm tired of your omissions." "Nothing special," the boy shrugged. "It's just that now Kyubi has found his true Jinchuriki, and he will fight for him to the death." "What?" An astonished exclamation. "Nothing," Sasuke turned away from them. "I just don't recommend trying to extract the Kyubi from Naruto. It will kill her. Moreover, she is the only one whom the Bijou respect and whom they obey. I do not advise testing their patience." An icy look, from which even the shinobi hardened in more than one battle, felt uneasy, and he adds, "And I simply don't recommend it." "Sasuke!" Shursui growled, annoyed. "I've said enough." Without turning around, the teenager snapped and disappeared in a whirlwind of shunshin. "Shursui, what were you talking about?" The Hokage, who had already pulled himself together, asked his question in a harsh voice. "I don't know much myself," the guy said gloomily in response, "but during the mission quite a lot of strange things happened that I did not include in the reports, Hokage-sama, Fugaku-sama. At first I just decided to observe, and then I realized that they were not dangerous, and these children were loyal to Konoha." "For example?" Both named frowned. "Sasuke's high knowledge of the capabilities of the Sharingan, and he shouldn't even know about most of them. I generally had the feeling that he already knew most of what I taught him, and now he simply remembered how to do it." The guy began to list in response. "The two were cold and collected during the fight. They killed without hesitation, although they did not enjoy it. For them it was just a job, no better or worse than others." A quick analysis of the situation and the ability to understand each other, not even from a half word, but from a half glance. Sometimes I had the thought that they simply read the thoughts and desires of their partner. Even Itachi and I cannot boast of something like that, although we grew up together. And Naruto, hesitating a little, but then resolutely raising his head and firmly meeting the Hokage's gaze, he continued. "During the battle, she didn't just use the power of the Kyubi. It was she who killed two swordsmen from Kiri, or rather, a somewhat nervous grin," and Shursui continues. "They were killed by Kyubi, to whom she completely gave power over her body. However, for some reason she calls him not Kyubi, but Kurama. Moreover, he not only killed, but also voluntarily returned back to the press, without trying to escape or harm the bearer and others. Quite the contrary, he healed Sasuke's serious wounds and helped Naruto recover faster." "Impossible!" came out of the mouths of those present in shock. "I wouldn't have believed it myself if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes." She calmly released the three tails and lost control only because she decided that she could not save Sasuke. The guy nodded in agreement. "But that's not all," the guy sighed heavily, knowing full well that hiding such information would come back to haunt him more than once. Sasuke was not at all surprised. He had known for a long time that she was a Jinchuriki, and it did not scare him. "Even more than that, I am sure that, if necessary, he will kill anyone for her well-being." "This is all?" Fugaku asked coldly. "No," the unfortunate guy squeezed out doomly and, without waiting for prodding, continued. "Naruto knew that Kushina-sama's seal would fall. She asked me in advance to teach her how to enter someone else's subconscious and the ability to fight there." "What?" Namikaze asked quietly. She said that this way she could defeat the Kyuubi where he is most vulnerable, and become a full-fledged Jinchuriki, without harming Kushina-sama and her future sister or brother, Shisui responded quietly. I did not refuse her this and, as I understand it, for good reason. Her plan worked, and she was able to defeat and save Kushina-sama, although she now had the full power of the Kyuubi. Now some inaccuracies and blind spots in your reports are clear, Namikaze said quietly. I have only one question, why? I don't know myself, but for some reason I believed in them. Shisui looked away. There is nothing surprising, Uzumakinarutoshippudenanime, Kushina's older brother, who had been silently listening, intervened. My clan has a small peculiarity, a tired look at those gathered, and he continues, though I didn't think it would manifest itself in Naruto. It is very rare and mostly intuitive. What's this special thing, Akeo-sama? Minato turned to him. And why are you so sure that it manifested itself in my daughter? She's Namikaze. The strongest of our clan, the Uzumaki clan, can inspire inexplicable trust and win people over. Naturally, there are many restrictions. Akeo chuckled in response. One of the main conditions is that the user must consider this person a friend and sincerely sympathize with him. Eh? Shisui blinked stupidly. Yes, the man nodded. This is not a combat ability and cannot be used on enemies. From time immemorial it has served to strengthen bonds in the clan. Usually, the one who possessed this gift became a prominent figure in Yuzusho's life, a real leader who was unconditionally trusted and followed to death. That's why I'm surprised Naruto has it. Yes, she has changed a lot over the past 6 months, but even I didn't expect this. Throwing a knowing glance towards Fugaku and Minato, he adds, therefore, it is not surprising that Shisui decided to hold off on including this data in the report. Naruto probably asked him about it. Right, Shisui? Yes, nodded the poor guy, who suddenly found himself in the center of attention. Not always in direct text, but I asked? And since this did not pose a threat to the village or the family directly, you saw no reason to refuse. Akeo nodded understandingly. Yes, Shisui nodded guiltily. What do we do? Namikaze tiredly closed his eyes, addressing those present. There's no need to rush, Nara intervened. I don't know the details, but my son spoke very warmly of your daughter, Minato. And what Akeo-sama told, although unusual, does not pose a threat. Don't take hasty steps, it's better to wait until she wakes up and explains everything. Maybe it would be better to ask Sasuke? Mikoto suggested hesitantly. He clearly knows a lot more than he told us. It's no use, he won't say anything more, Shisui said confidently. He was already overly talkative today, which is completely unlike him. Sure? Fugaku's gaze became colder and harder. Yes, Shisui nodded. Have you seen his eyes, Fugaku-sama? Silence in response and confusion in the gaze. Don't you know how we get these eyes? The guy asked the head of his clan quite emotionally. Do you really think he'll say anything? You are right, unexpectedly for everyone, Fugaku agreed. He won't say, but I order him to begin intensive training and provide him with constant supervision, both overt and not. Aren't you going overboard, Fugaku? The others tried to reason with him. No, he must learn to be responsible for his words and actions, the head of the Uchiha snapped. You're making a mistake, the Hokage shook his head. But it's not for me to judge you. Hokage-sama, Kushina-sama has come to her senses. A scream interrupted the conversation, and a messenger from the hospital flew into the courtyard of the Yondam house. She asked you to come and listen to her. Rather, it requires. Namikaze Nariko, who had previously diligently pretended that she was not there and eavesdropped on the conversation of the elders, barely audibly whispered. The Hokage did not listen to the grumbling of the rest and simply moved into the hospital building to meet with his wife. The others also did not remain in place, but they could not move so quickly, and therefore Namikaze had a tangible advantage. "How are you, Kushina?" asked, bursting into the Hokage's chamber. "It's okay, Minato." The woman smiled faintly. "As children? How's Naruto?" "Everything is fine, no harm was done to them. Naruto has not yet regained consciousness, but her condition is stable." Uzumaki's question was answered not by Namikaze, but by the head of Uzumaki, who came in after him. "My people are conducting a full examination. Her seal is simply a masterpiece, however, we have not been able to find the key to it." "Key?" Namikaze was surprised. "Nay-san," Kushina interrupted her husband, "there is no need to worry. The Kyuubi is not dangerous, now. Do not touch the seal or try to change anything." "Are you sure, Yamato?" Akeo asked her seriously. "Yes, in the subconscious it is impossible to lie," the woman smiled tiredly. "The Kyuubi is not dangerous as long as it is in Naruto." Besides? The men asked in surprise. "Besides, Naruto promised to tell everything when she wakes up," the woman answered unusually softly. "And now I'm tired." "Of course, rest," the men instantly agreed and, straightening the blanket, quickly left the room. "Akeo, how is she really?" Minato asked quietly, just out of earshot. "Judging by the data they gave me, Emoto is now a pseudo-Jinchuriki," Uzumaki responded no less quietly. "I don't know how Naruto did it, but I think it's best for us to follow Kushina's advice and wait for Naruto to awaken." "So we have no choice but to wait, right?" Namikaze grinned sadly in response, and without waiting for a reaction to his mostly rhetorical question, turned around and quickly left the hospital. The Hokage always has a lot to do, and due to recent events, he has twice as much to do, and he must do everything possible to keep his family safe. "Don't worry about Kushina and Naruto, my people will look after them," came after him, and Minato, without turning around, waved his hand, indicating that he had heard what his relative had said. "They have a busy week ahead, and some extra help couldn't hurt. The Hokage doesn't have time to lose his temper." Chapter 16. Omissions. Immediately after being discharged from the hospital, I was caught up in a whirlwind of events, and I came to my senses already at the table where everyone was celebrating Sasuke and I's engagement. The ceremony itself is not stored in my memory, it's just that I put on ceremonial clothes and the next second I'm already accepting congratulations at the table, and the rest of the time literally fell out of my memories. Although I'm not at all upset by this, because I still have a wedding ahead, in 2 or 3 years. I'll have time to admire it enough and get new impressions. No matter how these impressions become fatal, because no one cancelled envious people and now I clearly feel unkind glances. One thing calms me down. Sasuke is no better, only it's not the girls who nag him, but the guys. True, to deny that girls are more inventive in their revenge would be stupid, so I am in much more danger than my fiancé. The celebration lasted more than a day, however, we were sent to bed much earlier and we didn't make it to the end. However, something tells me that this did not upset anyone, because by that time the holiday was already in full swing and no one was paying attention to us. However, the turmoil did not end with just one engagement. The next day I was woken up by Kachan, who decided that she had given me enough time to recover and now I simply had to share and explain to her. No, I don't argue, she has every right to do this, but I didn't immediately understand why now, and not earlier or a little later? The answer turned out to be indecently simple. Before, I could not be touched at the insistence of the Irenans and my uncle, who unanimously argued that this was dangerous for my psychological health, and it was thanks to them that I practically did not stay in the hospital alone, and then Kachan just wanted to get everything done before Tusan came to his senses after the party. I can't blame her for this. It will be easier for me to talk to Tusan with the support of Kachan. I am sure that her presence will save me from many problems and questions, so I decided to support her desire to find out the details first, and looked up at her. Okay, Kachan, I agree. I will tell you what I can, but I warn you right away, you may not like the truth. It's better to know the truth than to invent various horrors for yourself, Naruto. Kachan gave me a sad smile, a smile that made me ache inside, because my truth is not at all what she wants to hear. I'm wondering why in your subconscious you look older, and why you're wearing a Sanin's cloak. Tell me, I want to know. Kachan, put up a barrier. I gave up. What I say is not for other people's ears, and it's better not to take risks. Fine, a nod of agreement, and after a few seconds my room is surrounded by a soundproof barrier, and Kachan's gaze turns to me again. I didn't have the strength to withstand this understanding and pleading look, and I began the story. I told her about my childhood, about the hatred and pain that haunted me then, about my successes and failures, about the dream that I carried through the years, about becoming a genin and my first mission. She told me about how she first learned about Kurama being sealed inside me and the realization that came much later that it was my own Tusan who did it. She told me about my first serious opponents and how I cried over the graves of Haku and Zabuza, about meeting Jiraiya and learning from him, about meeting Bachan and Shizunani. She told about Irika and her first friends. She told me how Sasuke left for Orochimaru, how I chased him, how as a result I was on the verge of life and death many times, but did not retreat. She told me about Jiraiya's death and her condition at that time, how hard it was for me to come to terms with it. She told us about the war, which took so much from us and forced us to grow up before our time, in which many of our friends died, and some became crippled. She talked about Sasuke's return in the first, most difficult years after the war, when the pain from losses was especially strong and we were looking for the strength to live. She told me about how she became an ANBU, how she started dating Uchiha, how she found support in this proud and cold bastard, how we became a family. She told us about our last mission and how we ended up here. By the end of my story, we both could no longer hold back our tears and sat hugging each other, trying to find support in each other. However, I did not tell everything, although most of it. Or rather, I kept silent about only 3 things. First, I didn't say that in that world I was born a boy and became a girl much later. I'm afraid it would be difficult for her to come to terms with this. And second, that I did not report that I had acquired the powers of all the Bijou and that I was essentially Datara's Jinchuriki, however, without him being sealed in me. And the last, third, was that Naruto of this world committed suicide, replacing it with that our consciousnesses simply merged and became one. This was partly true. I inherited all the memory of the local Naruto, but I don't know about the soul. If you follow the logic, we are the same person, so anything is possible. Or rather, I want to believe that this is so. Thank you for trusting me, Naruto, Kachan said quietly, burying her head in my hair. I can't even wrap my head around that this is possible. Sounds too incredible. However, it is true, I answered, sobbing, but I didn't dare raise my head. I was afraid to meet Kachan's eyes, afraid of what I could see in them. I'm really not quite the Naruto I was before. And Sasuke? Kachan asked her question. The same, I answered quietly. He was on that mission with me and died at the same time, and our lives have always been connected. It's clear, Kachan responded in a calm voice, and opening her arms, made me look up at her. Naruto, I don't know what you have in mind, but remember one thing, you are my daughter, and I will not harm you. Raising her fist belligerently, she added, "Don't worry about Minato, I'll talk to him myself, as well as Fugaku." "Thank you," I couldn't hold back my wide smile and relaxed. "Ka-chan is not lying, she will really help." "Then I have one more question, the last one," Ka-chan stroked my head. "Which?" I became interested, thrilled by the pleasant sensations that my mother's hands gave. "Your seal." After hesitating for a second, Ka-chan continued, "She must have a key, where is it?" "He is always with me," I answered. "Show?" "Certainly." Ka-chan immediately agreed, and I didn't refuse, although who would know how unpleasant it would be to call Geritora, especially considering where he settled. "What's the matter, Naruto?" "The seal has been open for a long time, why do you need me?" The summoned one yelled displeasedly, stuttering for a second when he saw Ka-chan, and then drew attention to my appearance and added, "Where are you? And what happened to you? Is this Kushina?" "But how?" "I myself saw how she and Minato died." "Meet Ka-chan, this is Geritora," I said, ignoring the panicked cries of the scroll toad. "He is the key to my seal, although I haven't called on him for a long time, because usually the seal is completely open and I only have enough mental effort to release Kurama's power, so there is no need for it." "Hey! Do not ignore me!" Was indignant at my neglect of Gerator. "Geritora," I said somewhat harshly. "Hi!" The little frog immediately calmed down. "Geritora, we are now in a parallel world," I told him very honestly. "And since I called you anyway, I want to ask you, about what?" Geritora asked me cautiously, however, it was difficult to blame him for such a thing. My previous requests, said in such a tone, led to Jiraiya weakening my seal for the first time. Then I still didn't get along well, or rather, didn't get along at all, with Kurama, and it ended badly. Jiraiya miraculously survived then, and Geritora still considers himself guilty. For some reason he is sure that he could dissuade us if he were a little firmer. "I need a contract with the Gama clan in order to learn the Sennin mod again," I explained. "Therefore, I ask you to go to Miyabokuzen and talk with Fukasaku-san and Shimabie-san about concluding a contract with me." "Wouldn't it be easier to ask Minato about this?" Ka-chan asked me. "As far as I know, he has the right to give a summoning scroll." "I agree, it will be much easier this way," Gerator's Ka-chan assented. "And it's easier to pass the exam." "Two-sen will have too much to explain," I frowned. "It was you who believed me right away, because in your subconscious you saw much more than I would like to show. I couldn't lie to you even if I wanted to, and you know this very well, this won't work with Two-san." "You're right," after thinking a little, Ka-chan nodded in agreement. "Minato doesn't need to know everything. It is I, the pure-blooded Uzumaki, who knows that you are my daughter and not anyone else. Minato might not believe it. What does it have to do with the fact that you are a pure-blooded Uzumaki, Ka-chan?" I was instantly hooked on the clause. I really found it very interesting. She emphasized these words in a too significant tone, and it was just interesting to know about the clan to which I belonged all my life. In that world there was no one to enlighten me about its features. "Then I'll explain." Ka-chan shook her head negatively and, seeing my offended look, explained with a chuckle, "First, I must talk to Akeo and he will help you install a mind protection." "I have Kurama." I was indignant. "He won't let anyone take control of me." "I do not argue," Ka-chan agreed. "But you must admit, this is an irrational use of Bija powers, and why? It is much easier to get clan protection, because the one that was installed for you before was probably destroyed after your unification, so you need to make a new one." "But," I tried to object. "Do not argue," Ka-chan shouted at me menacingly, and seeing my offended look, softened a little. "Oh well. No offense. It won't take much time and will bring considerable benefits." In addition, you will have a unique opportunity to learn the secret knowledge of our clan. Agree, said a growling voice in the back of my mind. Uzumaki will not harm a blood relative, and you have already passed the test. What are you talking about, Kurama? I instantly became interested. And anyway, where have you been all this time? I slept and absorbed the forces I had absorbed, he answered me. But it doesn't matter now, agreed to Kushina's offer. The protection of the Uzumaki clan will be useful to you. Don't you know how people with Bijou may be treated? Don't forget, there hasn't been a fourth war here yet, and we don't have the best memories left. Okay if you say so, I agreed under double pressure. Well, fine. Kachan gave me a smile. Then I will immediately leave for my bokuzen. Jerator announced his decision and began to put down the reverse summoning seals, while at the same time telling me, expect guests soon, Naruto. As soon as the last word died down, he disappeared. Well, it's time for me too, Kachan picked up. Soon the others will start waking up, and I don't even have breakfast ready. I watch her with surprise and ask Kurama, don't you think she's too calm after everything I said? Calm? A chuckle was heard. You were talking to a clone, little thing. The real Kushina is now in the Uzumaki clan, and I don't envy them, because when the information from the dispelled clone reaches her, and, as confirmation of his words, a terrible roar was heard somewhere in the distance and the earth shook. I hope they can calm her down. I shuddered. This is the only thing left for you. Kurama agreed with my words. Chapter 17. The Calm Before the Storm. To my surprise, no one asked me any more questions, and they tried not to touch me at all. There was a feeling that everyone suddenly forgot about what happened and nothing happened at all. However, the almost completely destroyed training grounds of the Uzumaki clan and my family convinced me otherwise, but otherwise everything remained as before. It was strange, although largely understandable. After all, after our conversation with Kachan, another one took place between Tasan, Sasuke's parents, and Kachan, but behind closed doors, and I don't know what they talked about. True, Kurama convinced me that Kachan dispelled the suspicions of the others and came up with some kind of plausible story that explained our oddities, but at the same time left it a secret that we were from another world. When I asked how he knew this, I only received mysterious silence and something about the relationship of the chakras. I no longer had the strength to be amazed, and I decided to take his word for it, although it was strange that we got off so easily. Sasuke almost strangled me when he found out that I told Kachan everything. Although he was not angry for long and with words, "Dobe, such a dobe, but mine," he hugged and forgave, which I sincerely rejoiced at, although I later took revenge for the dobe. However, this was not the only thing that worried me and did not add to my joy. It turned out that it was also decided to reduce our communication with Sasuke. Now we only saw each other on missions and a few joint training sessions. The rest of the time, both of us found something to do or were not allowed to be left alone. It was difficult not to notice the surveillance, even if it was ANBU, and only after a month of such behavior did I find out what was the matter. It turned out that my words about the possible problems caused by Kachan's childbirth were prophetic. The breaking of Kachan's seal did not go unnoticed. Our small battle caused even greater confusion. We are very lucky that the Hokage's house has strong barriers and not a single sensor can tell exactly what happened there. No, this did not allow me to keep it a secret that I was now a Jinchuriki. Only a deafblind person in Konoha did not know about this, and there were no such people in my native settlement. This was the stumbling block. The only thing that saved us was that those who knew and saw everything seemed to be silent, because they were devoted to Tusan, but this could not last forever. Remember when I said that it seemed to me that our engagement was carried out in a terrible hurry? So there you go. I was not mistaken, and it did not seem to me it was so. My new status added problems, because all the chronicles said that it was the Uchihas who could control the Kyubi. Their strengthening influenced the political balance of power. Or rather, some people didn't like the fact that the clan was completely loyal to Tusan. It was thanks to their support and Tsunade that San was able to become a full-fledged Hokage, and not a toy of the elders and another nasty type, would become even stronger. That is why everything was done in the shortest possible time, until no one got wind that the main characters were not Itachi and Nariko. If the old people found out sooner, Sasuke and I will never see an engagement, and even now everything hangs by a thread. Nobody wants to risk and trust the Uchihos with such power, although they understand that the red-eyed are the only ones who can help and save in case of unforeseen situations. Now Tusan is seriously trying to pick my brains and trying to persuade me to become Danzo's student, because he is one of the few futon masters in Konoha and can teach me a lot. Tusan resists with all his might and does not give up his position, but the training problem had to be solved. It's better for Sasuke and I to disappear from Konoha for a while until passions subside, until the moment when we finally reach the required level of power and can decide our own destiny. However, my tossing around about finding a teacher was decided a week before Chunin Shuriken, right after Kachan gave birth. It turned out that Tsunade and Jiraiya arrived in the village, who in this world were practically no different from themselves in that one. The only thing, Bie-chan, she was in much better condition than in our first meeting in that world, but the breakdown and old pain were still felt. They arrived at the same time, and I was glad to see them, alive. I especially got it from Erosenin, who was my godfather here too, but here, he didn't die, he's alive. My happiness knew no bounds. I missed him so much, the man who had become my family, whom I considered my grandfather, but in that world I couldn't even bury him properly. I just couldn't find his body. Therefore, once a year I visited AIM and stayed there exactly for a day, so as not to appear until the next anniversary. Now he's nearby. It took me a huge effort to hold back my tears, but I couldn't deny myself and hug him. However, they forgave me for this impulse, deciding that I simply could not restrain myself from joy, because he had not visited us for a long time. You've grown up, Naruto, pushing me away from him and looking at me from all sides. My godfather began to praise me. A real beauty. There's probably no end to suitors. You won't believe it, Grandpa. I responded, brushing away happy tears, but there is none. Afraid. Is it your father's anger? Bachan asked mockingly. Minato. Me, muttered Sasuke, who had been invited along with the rest of the family, and was patiently waiting for news from the delivery room. I mean, they're afraid of me, he explained, catching Tsunade's surprised look. After all, I am her fiancé. Ho-oh! Bachan extended, and judging by her look, she will still give him a couple of checks. What a pity that we couldn't come to the engagement party. By the way, Naruto, Fukasaku-sama contacted me and literally demanded to take you on as a student, Jiraiya told me, simultaneously throwing sympathetic glances towards Sasuke. This means that Geratora has already reached them. I was happy. Agree. Harada? Tusan's voice was heard behind him. Who is this? My friend from the Gama clan. I showed him to Kachan, I answered, and was already preparing for interrogation when the doors of the chamber swung open. Hokage-sama, your wife gave birth, the Irionin who came out informed us. Boys. Weight 2,300 and 2,500. Surprisingly strong babies. Can I see her? Instantly forgetting about everything, he asked the Dr. Tusan. Of course, but not for long. Irene nodded in response. But for the rest, it's better to wait until tomorrow. I had to obey the demands of the professional and wait for the appointment. At the same time, it was possible to nag Jiraiya about the contract and get it before the exams. However, I received it only the next day, and then after the intervention of Kachan, who, as soon as we entered, immediately demanded the contract from Jiraiya, stopping all objections with a glance. A normal conversation followed, and at the end Kachan asked how long she and Bachan would stay in Konoha. When I heard the answer, I was happy. They arrived for the entire exam, and only after its completion will they leave to travel again. Toussaint, what if we go with them? My question silenced everyone. What are you talking about? And who is it we? He instantly turned to me. Me and Sasuke. I set aside the summoning scroll entrusted to me and calmly meet his gaze. There is no need to worry about being overheard. The chamber is wrapped in barriers so that a mosquito will not approach unnoticed, and the good uncles and aunts from the Uzumaki clan will make sure that no one even thinks otherwise. For example, I'm with Bachan, and he with Erosenin. Who did you call Bachan, brat? Tsunade instantly jumped up. Who is this Erosenin here? Jiraiya echoed her. Not a bad option. Akeo-san unexpectedly intervened and stepped in the way of the Sanins approaching me. This would solve all the problems, it would just need to be adjusted a little. Although I would like to hear your thoughts first, I think the others would too. Throwing a stern look at the instantly faded adults, my uncle finished and looked at me questioningly. Certainly, I nodded. As far as I know, there are now a lot of opponents of our future wedding with Sasuke, or rather Uchiha gains. Some people decided that, thanks to their little eyes, they would subjugate the Kyuubi, which is now sealed within me, right? Yes, Toussaint nodded, interested. Now Sasuke and I are the weak links and we can be easily eliminated, I continued. Yes, if something happens, we will resist and can harm the enemy. But this will not change the main thing, we are too vulnerable. We could be sent on a mission at any time, a small information leak and you won't have to worry about us anymore. I smile somewhat nervously and directly meet Uncle Akeo's searching gaze. I continue. The Hokage and the head of the Uchiha clan have always had many enemies, and revenge through children. What could be simpler? Especially if one of the kids a girl with an interesting genome. Uzumaki women have always been valued. And? Uncle's raised eyebrow and expressionless look, but for some reason I'm sure he's happy. We'd better disappear temporarily and start training harder. Sanins can best help us with this. They have both strength and reputation. No one will be surprised that we were released with them. Many, on the contrary, will be jealous. And the elders with this mummy will not be able to object to Senjuheim's desire to take a student or student, similarly with Jiraiya, because they themselves have been demanding this from them for a long time, I responded. Yes, they will send a capture or liquidation team on our trail, but it will be easy to get rid of it. Risky Senju narrowed her eyes. Besides, who said that I want to take on another student? Sasuke, and I don't need training, I answered. We will almost immediately go to the drafts, where we will undergo training. Afterwards we will go to the ruins of Uzushio or to a Nikobie. In general, we will not be lost, but we will keep in touch through our call with Erosenin. Fine, Toussaint nodded. We will consider your proposal and let you know, but now visiting time is over and you are leaving the ward. Uncle Akeo interrupted Toussaint and kicked us out the door. Now all that remains is to wait for Ka-chan to recover, and then, there we will persuade Toussaint through joint efforts. Chapter 18. Gaara. As soon as I left Ka-chan's room, I was intercepted by Sakura, who wanted to talk to me about something. To be honest, when I saw her, I was even a little scared. We haven't seen each other often lately, and not once since Sasuke and I's engagement have we been left alone. However, I could not refuse her request to walk around Konoha and talk. And if you choose between her and the Sanins eager to communicate, I think my choice was pretty obvious. Although it's a pity that you won't be able to avoid them forever, and if Too-san also gets involved, ask, perhaps, for political asylum from your uncle? Naruto, I wanted to apologize, Sakura told me decisively, as soon as I moved a little away from my disgruntled godparents. For what? I was sincerely surprised and, pushing the door outside, finally got out of the hospital that smelled of medicine. I don't like hospitals. They bring back too many memories that are far from joyful, especially if I remember my childhood. However, now this didn't bother me much. I was much more surprised by my friend's behavior. Sakura rarely admits her mistakes. I wonder what came over her. I wanted to apologize for my behavior, Naruto, Sakura responded, hanging her head low. I was selfish and didn't see anything around me. She always ran after Sasuke-kun and did not notice your feelings. I humiliated you, I'm sorry. I behaved inappropriately, and I will understand if you stop communicating with me. You have nothing to apologize for, Sakura. I smiled sincerely, a stone just lifted from my soul after her words. It's good that she finally found the strength to accept reality. Although I'm glad that you finally understood everything and found the strength to move on. Naruto, she whispered quietly and wanted to add something, but she was interrupted by a wild cry. We look at each other and take off. As soon as we turned the corner, from where the cry of pain was heard, a familiar picture appeared before my eyes. Yes, the place was different, and neither was the time, but the characters were the same. Just like once in the distant past. Kankuro holds Konohamaru by the chest and instills horror in the guys with his very appearance. How familiar, let go. I tell him coldly, moving closer and squeezing his hand. Slight hand chakra enhancement, and out of surprise and pain, he lets go of Konohamaru, who instantly jumps away and hides behind Sakura, who wisely stayed away. Once I'm sure the boy is okay, I let go of the puppeteer's hand and jump away. I have no desire to fight, or to provoke a conflict, because the Uchiha patrols could not have missed something like this. Soon one of them will be here, and then Kankuro will be in trouble, and Konoha doesn't need a conflict right now, even one not provoked by her. However, it's not just that. I don't want to argue with people who can become true friends. Who are you? Kankuro asked indignantly, and I could only roll my eyes. I had already forgotten how arrogant he was as a child. Although, not only in childhood, but later he recognized and accepted me, and so, he remained the same. Why did you get in? By what right do Tsunagen roam Konoha? Sakura intervened, who had already managed to calm Konohamaru, and now he and his friends were hiding behind her. I like her better this calm and collected. Now, more than ever before, she resembles herself from that world. Now there is no need to worry about the rear, she will cover you. We arrived for the exam, Temari responded, looking at us with a contemptuous look, that before that she had looked with indifference at the massacre committed by her brother. Do you think this is sufficient justification for your actions? I asked, raising an eyebrow inquiringly, sensing a familiar chakra nearby. And more than one. Apparently, Sasuke is walking under escort again, only this time Itachi performs his function. However, something tells me that he perceives such a convoy easier than when Obito walks almost arm in arm with him. Here's someone, but it's difficult for him to tolerate, and it's not even about the hatred brought from the other world, but about the fact that Obito has a specific thing for Rin and he can talk about her forever, which greatly infuriates Sasuke. Teen generally does not like to hear about others. Who are you to tell us what to do? Kankuro asked irritably and pulled out a puppet from behind his back. Hey! Are you still planning to use Karasu? Temari was alarmed. Stop it! We don't need problems. By the time the problems come, we'll be done here, Kankuro answered his sister with a chuckle, without taking his contemptuous gaze off us. I'm not involved in this, Temari responded instantly. That's right, there are much more painless ways to commit suicide, Sasuke's voice full of mockery was heard. I turn my head there and see that he has comfortably settled down on a tree and is now spectacularly tossing a pebble. Catching my gaze, he barely winked and, once again catching a pebble, spectacularly crushed it. Show off! And by the way, where did he lose Itachi? He, on the other hand, ensures. Kurama told me and, without waiting for the question, added, he hid his chakra, so you can't feel it. I myself found it only by smell, and only because I knew what and where to look approximately. Another annoying child, Kankuro, literally hissed and prepared to attack. Crap! Where does Gaara go? I don't want to fight now, and it's not that I'm afraid or the possible consequences. Where did you just come from? About. Here comes Tanuki. Kurama growled cheerfully, and I felt familiar chakra very close. Crap! And why didn't I feel this before? Crap! How I missed the Sannin skills! I feel like a blind kitten. Stop it, Kankuro. A cold, emotionless voice, and I see Gaara, who appeared on the same tree where Sasuke was sitting, only on the other side. You are a disgrace to our village. Gaara, Kankuro stammered. Eh. And nothing has changed here, although, why change? Gaara Jinchuriki, his Kachan is dead, and Tusan Kazakage. This world is too reminiscent of the past, like a reflection, albeit a happier one for me. Although who knows, it's not my fault, you're too carried away, he interrupted indifferently. This is not why we came to Konoha. So, you are the genin who will represent Suna at Chunin Shuriken? Looking with interest at the unusually small dog, but not yet Nara. Yes, Gaara responded verbosely, as always, and moved downwards with Shunshin. A short glance towards his relatives, and Kankuro quickly puts Karasu behind his back and freezes, afraid to even breathe. I would say that I am glad to meet a brother in misfortune or happiness, although, depending on which way you look at it, I chuckle. But not in this case. Brother? Gaara raised an eyebrow questioningly. About. My mistake, you don't feel anything, Ichi. A malicious smile creeps onto my face. Naruto, it's still early. Kurama stops me. There were too many spectators, and Shikaku did not recover after helping us. Do not rush. I know. I respond somewhat irritably, and already out loud, turning to Gaara. My omission. I'm too used to hiding the presence of my furry friend. For a moment I allow my eyes to become vertical and sparkle red. My name. Namikaze Naruto, dog no Gaara. I look forward to meeting you at the exam. Risky. Kurama remarks to me, seeing the flicker of madness in Gaara's eyes. He was too uncontrollable at that age, wouldn't you know? That's nice. I chuckle in response. I have to give him Shikaku, and this will be easiest to do in the Forest of Death. There are fewer observers there, and it will be easier to do this, not to mention the fact that during this week it will be possible to pump him up with chakra so that he does not lose. I wouldn't want to lose his support, and I'm used to this crazy person. It's too dangerous, but you're right. Kurama agreed with my arguments. It will be much easier this way. He will find you in the forest himself, and you won't have to chase the boy. What am I talking about? I concluded contentedly. Wait, what do you mean? Temari tried to stop me. It doesn't matter, the one who needs it will understand, I stopped and responded. Answer. Gaara's older sister was indignant. Naruto just wants to say that you don't have time for this. Sasuke grunts and lands next to me. If you don't want problems, then get out, otherwise there will be a patrol here soon. Or, topic, he raises an eyebrow questioningly and looks around the dog family, and then continues. Do you really want to explain to the patrol what you were just doing? What? Kankuro began. What is your name? Interrupts Gaara's never-begun argument. Uchiha Sasuke, Sasuke answered, looking at my future friend with a gloomy look, and he definitely will be, or I'm not Uzumaki Naruto. Haruno Sakura, Sakura responded chokily, although it was unlikely that her name could interest Gaara, or rather, such a Gaara. Well, see you in the exam, giving us another cold look, he said, and turning 180 degrees, briefly commanded his relatives, let's leave. Hi. His brother and sister instantly agree and follow their little brother. I calmly follow them with my gaze, and waiting until they disappear around the bend, I calmly ask, lack of patrol, your tricks, Itachi-san? Although, maybe I should just call you Aniki now. I don't mind, I always dreamed of Yamato. Another Uchiha jumps down in front of me and, looking at me with interest, asks, when did you notice me? From the very beginning, I see his bewilderment and some frustration. I say, actually, I spotted Sasuke at first, and just out of curiosity I scanned who his guard was now. I slap myself on the forehead and, carefully pretending to be embarrassed, correct myself. Ouch! I'm sorry! A security guard, and noticed you. When you hid your chakra, I lost you. Here's how, Itachi drawled thoughtfully. My omission. Well, now it's your turn, I calmly stated, noticing how Sasuke carefully hides his grin at the sight of his perplexed brother. Let me explain, you didn't answer the question. Lack of patrols your tricks or not? Not really, Itachi shook his head negatively, but was in no hurry to speak further, thinking about something. Naisem wants to say that the patrols are busy. There are too many guests, and there simply aren't enough people. Conflicts break out here and there, Sasuke chuckles. Therefore, Itachi and I were asked to help in this sector. So we can say that for the next hour we are a patrol. The rest are busy, because some incident happened nearby with Ambassador Daimyo. Konohamaru's half-stifled squeak was heard, and he, noticing that all eyes involuntarily crossed on him, quickly babbled, thank you for your help. Bow, and before he runs away with his friends we hear, bye. I think I can guess what kind of incident it was, I snort, looking after the running grandson of the third. Konohamaru, he's still a prankster. Agree, a heavy sigh is heard nearby, and I don't even have anything to blame Sasuke for. I remember very well how the first few years after his return, Konohamaru often visited us. There was nowhere to hide from him then, and he kept trying to challenge me, and then Sasuke, to a fight. I suggest you eat a couple of dangos, Itachi said calmly. Are you patrolman? I turned to him interestedly. I didn't want to go back home, especially considering the Sanins with Tosan at their head were probably waiting for me there. But I also didn't want to set anyone up. I don't think it's okay to skimp on your responsibilities. Good idea. Don't worry. My call will do just fine without me. Sparks of laughter flashed in Itachi's eyes. And in case something more serious happens, I'll leave a couple of clones. I think this is enough to maintain order. Then I see no reason to refuse. I answered this proposal with a wide smile and, turning to my friend, added, yes, Sakura? I don't even know, she hesitated, looking uncertainly towards Sasuke, who only rolled his eyes at such behavior, for which he received an elbow in the ribs from me. Agree, Sakura-chan, I have long wanted to get to know the Otoro team better, Itachi asked softly, looking at our maneuvers with a slight mockery. In return, I promised to share my memories of Chunin Shuriken. Naturally, after such a generous offer, none of us had any reason to refuse, and we happily followed Itachi. After all, the exam is in a week and we need to collect as much information as possible. Although Sasuke and I were just curious to listen to stories, because Itachi is unlikely to share reliable information with us. No, he won't lie, but he won't tell the whole truth, much less about how the exam will be held this year, and even more so he will remain silent. However, even so, his story can be useful. Who knows what will happen this year? And the information will not be superfluous. Chapter 19. Tales. I had no idea that Itachi had such a turbulent youth. However, he is not too old even now. But it all started innocently enough. He took us to one of the many dango cafes in Konoha. The only thing I noticed for myself was that it had separate booths and there was an opportunity to discuss everything relatively confidentially. However, Itachi did not put up a barrier against listening and simply began to talk about how about a year ago he was taken as an escort to Chunin Shuriken in Kumo. It included the standard 3 stages, but it went a little differently from ours, although the first was still written, but Itachi deliberately omitted its description. The story about the second stage was colorful. There they forced the participants to first fight with enemy teams, which were determined randomly, at the bottom of the canyon, with both teams launching from different ends, but that was not all. The main point was that the teams were given half of the talisman, after collecting which they could move on, or rather, it served as the key to open the way to the place of further testing. The process of passing itself was as follows. The teams had to meet in the middle of the path at specially equipped sites in order to decide in battle with each other who was worthy to go further to the next test. However, before they reached the battlefield, the teams had to go through a path full of traps. Naturally, he didn't say a word about mortality, but it was perfectly clear to Sasuke and I that it was high. In addition, there was a condition that was already familiar to us. The team could only complete this stage with its full complement. If there was a loss of at least one participant, no matter during the journey or the fight, the team was eliminated. However, even if the team completed all of the above without serious losses and was able to collect the talisman, an examiner appeared in front of them and told them where to apply it in order to move on. After completing what was required, a passage in the rock opened in front of the team, or rather, its disguise fell off, and they moved on. The third stage began immediately as they entered the cave arches. Tired and unvigilant genin were caught in genjutsu, and told that 3 passages were appearing in front of them and they must separate. When the genin did this in an illusion, a few minutes later they were pushed together, simultaneously suggesting that they did not know each other, and were enemies. How Itachi admired the skills of the genjutsu masters from Kumo. It took another 10 minutes to bring him back to the story. Well, then he told how the genin began to fight among themselves and in the end one of the team emerged victorious, if at all. True, one of the teams, which included Shurisui's sister, was able to remove the impact and pass as a whole, but that's why she's an Uchiha, and also the sister of a recognized genius. It was an interesting story and educational, but it didn't change much for us. After all, we are not going to the exam in Kumo, but we are taking it in Konoha. Itachi purposefully avoided any mention of the exams being held in our village, and I don't believe that he doesn't remember any of them, deliberately leading the conversation in a different direction. He even forgot to mention that if the entire team does not show up for the exam, it will be eliminated. He simply focused on passing the second stage. Okay though. Maybe it's for the better. However, I somehow forgot about Sakura, on whom Itachi's story made an indelible impression, and it seems that she began to seriously think about not going to him. This was also noticed by Sasuke, who first glanced at our teammate, and then turned it to his Aniki. Itachi, realizing his mistake, immediately decided to distract us with stories about his adventures after receiving the bandage, and to his credit, he clearly succeeded. Take his story where he was on a mission with Shurisui, and everything would have been fine, but one of them, at the request of the customer, had to pretend to be a girl. And this lucky guy turned out to be Itachi. I haven't laughed so much in a long time. At least his story about all the horrors that he had to endure in order to become a true lady was familiar to me. For the first time after activating Kagaya's gift, she was horrified. One wax stipulation is worth it. It's good that for kunoichi everything is much simpler and excess hairs are removed with one tincture, but for ordinary women, once was enough for me, and then I rushed to Sakura for help, and she told me everything in detail. However, the horrors of hair removal were not the only thing Itachi told us. The description of how he learned to walk on Okobo was worth a separate mention. Fortunately, all Uchihas, and indeed shinobi in general, have an ideal sense of balance. But even so, although that's not all, he continued his story by saying that they tried to pluck his eyebrows and whiten his face, and then put on makeup. And he told all this in person. However, all good things come to an end, and this day is no exception. Before we had time to turn around, it turned out that several hours had already passed, and we had to leave. By a common decision, or rather, with a soft smile and a wave of ki from Itachi, it was decided to see Sakura off first, and then me. All the way, my newly minted Aniki enthusiastically continued to tell ridiculous cases from his practice, and there were surprisingly many of them. So, for example, the infamous Tora turned out to be far from the first cat of Mrs. Shinjimi. And all of them were called Tora, and they were also of a similar color. However, the color and name were not the main thing. The main thing was their hereditary nasty character, which had spoiled the lives of many generations of genin, because they had to catch the runaway cat. Although it is worth noting that all the cats were extremely prepared and many suspected that they were descendants of Nico, although there was no evidence. But who needs them? Certainly not the genin who once again received marks from their claws or fell into their own traps. Hearing about other people's failures is always fun, especially when the narrator is good. By the time we parted with Sakura at her house, my stomach already hurt from laughing. However, the whole time we were laughing, although only Sakura and I were laughing, the Uchihas carefully kept their faces and only allowed grins. I couldn't shake the feeling that Itachi was just watching us and trying to understand something. Just what? However, I could not understand this, and now, being escorted home by my brothers, I was diligently racking my brains over it. You cudgel, when you were being kind to Gaara, your red eyes sparkled. Kurama's voice intervened in my thoughts when there were only a few minutes left to walk to the house. Or did you seriously think that he didn't notice? Or did you consider it not worth attention? I said, slightly confused at this statement from my friend. No, are you serious? He was sincerely amazed. Oh, Uzumaki, you have always amazed me with your incomprehensible stupidity. And I, without even descending into the subconscious, could understand that he was now raising his eyes to the ceiling, and his imagination helpfully painted such a picture. Although, to give you credit, it only appears in relation to those in whom you believe. Only this Itachi is not the one you knew in that world, and it's time for you to understand this. I'm sorry, Kurama, you're right. I repented. But don't worry, he's not dangerous to me. He's an Uchiha, which means he's always dangerous. Kurama grumbled dissatisfied. And in general, you have already arrived. Yes, of course. I agreed, if only he would no longer pester me with his moralizing, and drew attention to the reality around me. It turned out that we had actually already reached my house, and now I need to say goodbye to my guides. Thank you for spending turning to the Uchihas, I said, and without even trying to hide the hope in my voice, asked, won't you come for tea? Thank you, but we still have work to do, Itachi chuckled, clearly feeling someone else's attention, which the relatives watching from the window did not even try to hide. It was stupid to blame him for his refusal. I would gladly run away myself, but alas, it won't work. Something happened? asked a more specific question to Sasuke, who also sensed surveillance. Ero-sennin and Bie-chan, I responded sourly. And I'm not me if Tosan isn't present there as well. And what have you done? Sasuke was genuinely surprised. They always doted on you, but here you get such attention? Pursing my lips, I cast a dissatisfied glance at him and see his eyes widen for a second, but immediately returned to their previous appearance. He seemed to understand what he said. It was in that world that they doted on me and always supported me in everything, but whatever. Bachan then, because of me, did not declare the subject a nuke and even devoted considerable effort to searching for him. Here the situation is somewhat different, although in general I still remain their favorite goddaughter. However, it's worth clarifying the situation for Itachi, and it would be nice for Sasuke himself to know that I tried to negotiate our training outside the village. I'm sure he'll appreciate it. I grabbed their hands and dragged them inside. Come on, I'll tell you everything. We actually have things to do. Itachi tried to be indignant, but somehow sluggishly and unconvincingly. And Sasuke said, barely audible, and by the way, who are Ero-sennin and Bie-chan? This is what she calls Jiraiya-san and Tsunadeheim. Sasuke responded no less quietly. Your business will wait. I intervened in their conversation. Let's go. Okay, Enai-san, he said calmly and patted Sasuke on the shoulder. Naruto wouldn't bother us over trifles, and we have half an hour left. I nodded vigorously at the words on topic. Okay, but half an hour, no more. He gave in under our pressure. I'm home, I notified everyone, entering the house and looking at the Sanins peeking out from the kitchen with a gentle smile. Seeing these smiles, she quickly jabbered, I have guests. If something happens, we are in my room. Hello, the Uchiha bowed to them. Hello, Tsunade nodded. Well, let's not interfere, Bachan reports and pushes Ero-sennin back into the kitchen, but after a menacing glance in my direction and a demonstrative cracking of knuckles, Naruto, don't expect to avoid the conversation. Certainly, I agreed accommodatingly, grabbed the Uchihas who did not understand anything by the hands and dragged them upstairs. And what was that? Itachi asked confused when we were in my room and I began to set up a barrier against eavesdropping. This was Naruto's appearance to the people, Sasuke chuckled. Get used to it, Aniki, she's always like this, and now you also fall into the family category. Don't make me a monster! I was indignant, finishing the required chain of seals and setting up the barrier. But he's right. I heard Kurama laugh. You are always like this. So, why are the Sanins so unhappy? Kurama Sasuke didn't let me answer. I tried to make them happy that they would have students in the next few years, I reluctantly responded. And Tu-san and Akewaji-sama agreed with me. What, did she just say that? Sasuke was amazed and began to look at me for damage. Not really, I responded and gave the Uchiha a slap on the back of the head who had begun to loosen his hands. I simply expressed the opinion that you and I should temporarily disappear from Konoha, and that apprenticeship with the Sannin is a good cover. Now their reaction is clear. Itachi chuckled, looking at how I was chasing his Otoro with a pillow, and there was no point in letting go. Well, actually, that's not what they're unhappy about, probably. I responded to his words and reluctantly put the pillow back in place. Still, this is a serious conversation, and there is no place for childishness here, and I can strangle Sasuke later. Correct thoughts, Kurama grumbled approvingly. I have long offered you to get rid of the Uchiha in your sleep, but you still refused. The world will be cleaner without them. You again? I was indignant. Calm down already. Moreover, here the death of one Uchiha will not solve anything. Their clan is alive and has no plans to die. It's a pity, said Red's voice full of regret. Yes? Was surprised by the topic, distracting me from the fight with Kurama. And then what? Well, I drawled, but seeing Sasuke's demanding look, I gave up and said, I just said that we don't need their training and, as soon as we leave Konoha with them, we'll go to the plane of summoned animals, and then we can look at the ruins of Uzushio or to a Nikobie. What, did she just say that? Sasuke was amazed, and seeing my nod, he smeared his face with his palm. Kami-sama, why am I doing this? Hey! I was indignant. No offense, Naruto, but you really were stupid, Itachi chuckled. Without you I know, I pursed my lips. However, then it seemed to me that this was the only possible way to attract their attention and force them to take us with them. Wow! What clever thoughts you had then, it turns out, were wandering. Kurama drawled admiringly, and already with a sarcasm, but why don't I know? Don't interfere. I was indignant. I must somehow justify my behavior. I waved it off. Doesn't make sense, Itachi nodded, but that's why it seemed to me that after my words both brunettes looked at each other and barely grinned. Glitches, definitely glitches. The Saiyans could not ignore such a blatant challenge, and now, having received an official order, they will agree, most likely. They will agree, no doubt, I nodded. They don't want to receive an invitation to a funeral in 6 months or even earlier, you're right. Itachi's gaze instantly hardened. We'll take care of it. Naruto, is that all, or is there anything else you want to please us with? Sasuke asked. Looking at him, I met eyes full of determination. Somehow I don't like it. This is exactly how he looked when he left for Orochimaru. A look full of confidence in his decision. Maybe I shouldn't have raised the topic of our precarious situation? No matter how stupid he does. Don't worry, Naruto, Sasuke noticed my anxiety. I won't do anything stupid. A chuckle and an eloquent glance towards Itachi, and he adds, and they won't let me. I agree, Naruto. Itachi instantly regained his friendly smile, however, it did not touch his eyes, which looked extremely seriously. Nobody will allow him to do anything stupid. The main thing is that you don't do them yourself, I grumbled, and glancing at the alarm clock that was standing on my table, I began to remove the barrier. Half an hour has passed, explained her actions to them. About. Indeed, it's time for us. Itachi was surprised and went out together with the topic. Having already put on his sandals and getting ready to leave, he said, Thank you for your hospitality, Naruto. We are glad that you consider us worthy of trust. Bow to someone behind my back, and he is already turning to his Otuto. Let's go, Sasuke. Yes, Sasuke agrees. See you later, Naruto. Have a good trip, I said goodbye too. Well, now would you like to explain everything, Naruto? I heard Tosan's voice behind me, and I began to turn in his direction with caution. One glance was enough for me to understand that it would be impossible to escape. They say that a white stripe is followed by a black one. I have the last one now. Apparently, Providence decided that I was already too lucky. I hope that after the conversation I will remain alive. Chapter 20. Disruption. Can you imagine, Tosan? I exclaimed, sincerely hoping that I would be able to distract him and the execution would be cancelled. What? He looked at me with a very skeptical look. Itachi-san allowed me to call myself a Nikki, I declared enthusiastically, hearing Kurama laughing nervously in the back of my mind. And he said that he had always dreamed of such an Yamato. Actually, he said he just wanted a Muto. Kurama snorted. Don't interfere, I muttered. Or do you want to explain things to Tosan? And don't forget about Bie-chan with Arrow Senin. You'd think my comments would change something. Red chuckled. Congratulations, Tosan calmly said, and turning around, went to the kitchen, from where he heard. Thank you for the tea, Tsunade-sama. What are you doing? Kurama howled as I took off and flew into the kitchen, but I ignored his words. What? Toussaint asked, looking up from his mug of tea. You won't ask anything? Burst out from me. Will you answer? Toussaint answered the question with a question. I can't stand his gaze and look away. Here you see, he chuckled and, putting the mug aside, continued in a calm voice. You know, Naruto, maybe I'm a lousy father if I haven't been able to understand my children for so long. You're the best indicator of this, but I'm a good judge of people. I hope. At least the ruler cannot do without this. I look hesitantly in his direction and freeze, hypnotized by his gaze. He deliberately looks into my eyes, allowing me to read all the emotions there. I knew you before and saw perfectly how you changed a little more than 6 months ago, daughter. I won't lie, I'm glad about these changes, although I don't know the reason. Minato! Bachan and Erosenin said harshly in unison, which surprised me, but I didn't have time to dwell on it. I know, Tsunade-sama, sensei, Toussaint responded, but did not take his eyes off me. I won't ask what's wrong, I promised it to Kushina. I'm ready to wait until you decide to tell everything yourself. It's enough for me to know that you are my daughter, that's all. He finally takes his eyes off me and takes the mug of tea again. Toussaint, I whisper quietly and impulsively jumping up to him, hug him. Thank you? Well, calm down. He hesitated for a second, but then I felt strong arms hugging me. The sensations are unusual, more precisely, not the same as with Sasuke, but I feel warm. I don't notice when tears begin to flow from my eyes. I don't know why I'm crying. These are not only my tears, but also those of those fragments of the personality of the local Naruto. We both missed Toussaint's warmth. We both felt lonely without it. Kachan is definitely okay, but Kachan, this is the warmth and comfort of home, and then Sen, protection and confidence that there is someone to protect you. And it doesn't matter at all that I have long grown beyond the age when I needed protection, that sometimes I myself am required to protect others. Toussaint has finally become for me that wall behind which I can always hide, whose arms will cover me from the injustice of the world. I always dreamed of having Toussaint because, next to him, I can become a little girl, a girl who is protected, not who is protected. Perhaps the only one who has seen this side of me up to this point is Sasuke, but he is not that San, and this is completely different. I don't know how much time we spent in the kitchen hugging each other. It seems like a couple of times someone popped in and asked something. The voices vaguely sounded like an I-san and a-san, but I didn't pay attention to it. Toussaint didn't let me out of his arms all this time. He just gently stroked my head and whispered some soothing nonsense. However, at that moment I didn't care. I just listened to his quiet voice, that's all. Gradually I calmed down, and fatigue began to fall on me. I don't remember the moment when I fell asleep, but in the morning I woke up in my bed from an annoying ray of sun that made its way through the tightly curtained windows. At first I didn't even understand where I was and couldn't remember how I got here. Gradually, memories of last night began to pop up in my head. I lost it though. I hardly get up and go to the window. My head, and not only it, responds to sudden movements with throbbing pain. I open the curtains and find that the sun is already high. I listen to the silence in the house. Apparently, no one is there anymore. Everything as usual. I go to the bathroom to wash my face and look in the mirror. The only thing that reminded me of my past hysteria was the excessive pallor of my face, circles under my eyes, throbbing pain and heaviness in my head. Not much, but enough to complicate life. Kurama, help, will you? I ask my red-haired friend, but I don't get an answer. Kurama? I call him again, but in response there is silence again. Well, Madara is with you. I mutter and begin to wash myself, secretly hoping that after mentioning my enemy he will answer, but in vain. Cool water eases my suffering, but I'm in no hurry to rejoice, nor am I in a hurry to begin treatment myself. I'll have to concentrate too much, which means my head will start to hurt again, so I'd better go downstairs and find some medicine, and later I'll go down to the subconscious and find out from Kurama what's the matter. A simple hysteria could not have affected me like that. And this was not a simple hysteria. Kurama's quiet voice echoed in his head with a strong flash of pain. Sorry, it will get easier now. Guilty notes emerged in the growling voice, and a warm, almost burning wave of his chakra flowed through my body. And I could only be glad that I didn't have time to leave the room and all this happened before I got to the stairs, otherwise it would have been a long flight for me. Gradually, the pain began to decrease under the influence of the healing chakra, and I felt better, but it did not go away completely, but simply lay low. I had a feeling that she might soon return, and perhaps not in double size. What was that, Kurama? Feeling that now the sounds do not bring such suffering, I asked carefully, simultaneously settling comfortably in the lotus position on the bed and descending into the subconscious. The merger is completely completed. My red-haired friend grunts in response. However, this is not why you have unpleasant feelings. And he falls silent. And because of what? Tired of waiting for continuation, I asked. You see, my dear, a deceptively soft beginning, and then he breaks into an enraged roar. You're a fool, Uzumaki. Do you have a sense of self-preservation? Or did you imagine yourself immortal? Calm down, Kurama. I tried to cut into the furious cries of my personal demon. Calm down? The fox soared. Don't you understand at all what happened? No, I don't understand. I agreed accommodatingly. You almost burned out, idiot. Kurama told me, deflating like a punctured balloon. If you haven't forgotten, you're a fool in the body of a teenager. Red muttered gloomily. And what? I did not understand. Hormonal changes, rapid body growth, an unstable nervous system, unable to withstand strong and prolonged stimuli. Kurama began to list in a boring tone, closing his eyes. I'll repeat myself, but, so what? I asked, tilting my head to my shoulder. Kurama froze and, it seemed, stopped breathing. I shouldn't have raised my voice. And soon I could even appreciate how, when Red opened his eyes and stared straight at me. Do you really not understand? He asked me affectionately. Yes? For some reason, under Kurama's enraged gaze, I felt uncomfortable, and I came up with more of a question than a statement. Naruto, you are very lucky that Tsunadeheim was visiting you at that moment. Kurama unexpectedly calmed down sharply and, putting his head on his paws, looked at me with wild fatigue. Your breakdown almost burned out your chakra channels, or rather, a nervous grin, almost hurt them for you. What do you mean? I frowned. Things started to get too serious. Naruto, no matter how much you want to admit, this body is in many ways inferior to what you had in that world and at that age. It is weaker and more tender. And it's not even that you were a guy there at first, just because of the peculiarities of your life. I could only be glad that he bypassed such a sensitive issue and spared my feelings. It was stronger and more prepared for stress. Kurama began to explain in a calm, but with notes of tension voice. Now you're in a completely unprepared body, and the tension hasn't let you go since the first day. Seeing that I've already opened my mouth to object, because I've already let off steam a couple of times, or, to put it bluntly, I've already had a few hysterical, he growled irritably at me, don't interrupt and listen. Making sure that I was silent, he continued, from day one, your body and mind are working hard. The first one doesn't really rest either during the day when you are training, or at night when I work with your chakra channels. The second one is also overloaded, because it not only processed the memories that you inherited, putting them on shelves, but you yourself constantly overloaded it. All this led to the fact that, without noticing it yourself, you turned into a tense string. Tron and explodes. What did this threaten me with? I asked gloomily. If it weren't for Tsunadeheim, your chakra channels would have been distorted. My friend chuckled and, seeing my incredulous look, explained, we are stretching them out for you too quickly, because your chakras are not just many times, but hundreds of times greater than this body had before. You constantly had micro cracks and similar problems. Usually I manage to heal them before they become a problem, but your breakdown. It caused the chakra to rush around the entire central nervous system chaotically, without any special system increasing and decreasing the speed and force of chakra pressure in different parts of the body. Wait, but I don't remember the pain and I calmed down and fell asleep in Tusan's arms? I was confused. I won't argue, Kurama chuckled. You really fell asleep and calmed down in his arms, only now, you were put to sleep by Tsunadeheim after a few minutes of your hysteria. But, I tried to object. The yondaime then sat with you until your condition stabilized, and all this time, on the advice of Tsunadeheim, who was treating you, he spoke to you, Kurama explained. So rejoice, you escaped with a slight fright and a ban on techniques during the entire time before the exam. You would have been removed from him too, but Akeo didn't allow it, and Minato suddenly supported him. That's how it is, I thought. Yes. Lucky you, Kurama agreed wearily. Rejoice, now no one will pester you, and you can spend the time before the exam as you wish. At least some consolation. I smiled wryly. You can finally devote your precious time to transferring chakra to Shikaku. Kurama grinned. And don't look at me like that. He was indignant when he saw my skeptical face. I do not require you to speed up or release chakra, you will simply transfer almost all of your chakra accumulated during the day to him. In the subconscious, this is easy to do and does not pose a threat to your condition. You have to look for the positive in everything, right, Kurama? I smiled, feeling my mood lifting after the slightly rude but sincere concern for me from my red-haired friend. Naturally. Kurama bared his teeth in response. Now get lost, they will soon enter your room. Was the last thing I heard before I was kicked out of my own subconscious. Naruto, are you awake? At first a delicate knock was heard, and then a question. Judging by the voice, it's Nei-san. A second's delay, and they tell me, I enter. Well, why are you asking if you still enter without waiting for an invitation? I was sincerely indignant. What if I'm not dressed? After my NBU days, it's hard to scare me, and I-san seriously tells me. Get up and let's go have breakfast, Tu-san and Kachan asked me to follow you. Therefore, I will be around for the rest of the time until Chunin Shuriken, and without waiting for an answer from me, who had fallen into a slight stupor, he disappeared from the room. And what was that, Kurama? I asked confused. They just called you scary, Kurama said sarcastically. Considering the meaning of the phrase, you can add the word very. Anaya-san! Of the story where Naruto gets a second chance, but in the guise of a girl. Chapter 21 to 27. Before starting the video, subscribe to the channel and like it. This is very important to me, thank you. Enjoy watching. Chapter 21. Chunin Shuriken beginning. Namake's always POV. To be honest, I didn't expect babysitting Yamato to be so much fun. Although initially I thought that Tu-san had started all this in vain, and I still didn't believe that she would refrain from using chakra. However, my fears were in vain. Naruto surprisingly accurately followed all the instructions and even enthusiastically argued about something with Tsunadeheim. I had no idea that her knowledge of medicine was so extensive. At least, Senju was clearly pleased and rubbed her hands in anticipation, no longer speaking on the topic that she did not need any students. True, a little later I realized that I had underestimated female solidarity in vain. Yamato, who had decided to use her time usefully, now went to the hospital to brew her terrible potions. Who do you think she tried some of her experiments on? Right. I thought that she forgave my joke that morning. At that time I was still sincerely touched by the sniffling, like an angry hedgehog, Yamato. Until I came across my reflection in the bathroom the next day. And how did she get into my room? And most importantly, where did you get the permanent paint? I then had to walk under the henge all day. Until Ka-chan came home and forced Naruto to give me some liquid to clean it off. That day I was able to appreciate the endurance of Yamato and her knowledge of Konoha, and also greatly amused the Uchiha patrols, who, seeing me under the henge chasing Naruto, tried to detain me. I still remember the laughter of Shursui, who had just returned, and the face of Itachi, carefully suppressing a smile, when they brought me to the station. And you won't be able to dig in. They were simply keeping order, and the Yamato who rushed to the first patrol they came across with a panicked look, and was also out of breath, could not help but evoke a desire to protect. After all, not only is she the daughter of the Hokage, she is also the fiancée of one of the heirs, and the fact that she was able to escape on the sly, it's their own fault. The girl was scared. Yes, if I were them, I would have torn apart anyone who dared to offend this golden-haired and blue-eyed angel. Well, Sasuke, who was now being dragged along by Itachi everywhere with him when Fugaku-san scolded his subordinates, spoke in something like this spirit. At the same time, the little bastard completely forgot about the far from angelic character of Mayemo, and even sparkled at me with satisfaction. However, in this he was suddenly supported by all those gathered. Even the subordinates of his Tusen were clearly not offended by Naruto, who unwittingly set them up, but here's why. The answer turned out to be simple to the point of banality. Mayamato, it turns out, is now adored by almost the entire Uchiha clan. And when did she manage to tie them all to her so much, including Fugaku-san? Well, otherwise his instantly softened gaze at the mention of Mayamato was difficult to decipher. In general, this would have been the end of the conflict if not for the formalities. I still remember the face of Tsusan and the shadows of Obito and Kakashi following him in ANBU masks, who today acted as his guard when they arrived at the station to pick me up. This is unforgettable, as is their reaction after my brief story about why this happened and the demonstration of the art of my beloved Yamato. I haven't been so ashamed for a long time. Although it's my own fault. A member of ANBU, he foolishly set himself up for a genin, and the fact that she is my little sister doesn't change anything. But it's still a shame, because Tusan might not have been attracted if it weren't for Jiraiya-san, or rather his call, which brought Fugaku-san some kind of message. I'm terribly interested in what he wrote there, because of which he just chuckled and did not make my life easier, saying that I had violated the order and had to serve my sentence until one of my friends or relatives took me away. No, what did they tell him there? I know that these are Naruto's tricks, I'm sure, but how did she persuade Gigi to help her? You can't force this scoundrel to help so easily, especially without Tusan's knowledge. The answer turned out to be simple to the point of banality, and I received it from Gigi. Naruto, knowing the habits of her godfather, went to the springs, and here's the problem. Although for her it was rather luck, 2 friends were taking water treatments there, one of whom had just been released from the hospital. I think you guessed what kind of girlfriends. Exactly. Naruto first took a picture of him. I have no idea how she did it unnoticed, and then she crept up to the busy Gigi and tapped him on the shoulder. Out of surprise he fell, which attracted the attention of the swimmers. However, he managed to escape. True, so that the photograph taken by Yamato did not end up with Tsusan or Fugaku-san. He had to help Naruto. What he didn't regret, his shirt was closer to his body, but he sincerely repented to me. I could only sigh in admiration at the resourcefulness of this little rascal and tried to figure out how to take revenge on her. It's a pity it didn't work out. On the first day, returning home under the supervision of Tsusan, I found a lovely picture of women's gatherings, Kachan, Tsunadeheim, Mikoto-san and, in fact, Naruto, who were discussing some feminine little things. Afterwards, sensing possible reprisals, the rest of the time she behaved surprisingly docile and generally tried to stay close to Kachan and the twins. I don't understand the delight that she felt while fiddling with them, and most importantly, Sasuke's strange look when the Uchihas came to us and he saw this picture. It's strange to see this, and it brings up idiotic thoughts. It was even more strange when Yamato persuaded me to help in swaddling Itachi and made me and Sasuke apprentice to him, although initially it was she who should have studied. I am still amazed how this little despot managed to do this. And I also envy Noriko, who wisely took the mission and will only return for the second stage. She sensed how looking after the youngest in the family would turn out. However, otherwise everything was calm. Having been caught once, I now carefully looked around and double-checked all my things 100 times. What is there? I even found the strength and time to learn how to install a couple more barriers. And before leaving the room or going to bed, I double-checked its presence 3 times and whether there were any errors in the installation. True, this didn't help much. It somehow still leaked out and created minor mischief, such as a weak explosion print on an inkwell. I didn't even suspect that this was possible. And it took me a long time to clean it up, a slippery floor near the bed or entrance, and many more little things. It was, of course, a shame in the morning to see the malicious glances of the rest of the family members when I left the room, carefully looking around, but it was better this way than repeating my experience. To which the others just chuckled, and at the end of this week, already leaving for the exam, Naruto sarcastically inquired, "Do I know that close relatives have similar chakra and barriers attached to blood usually let them all through?" Needless to say, after that it finally dawned on me how she got around them all. The most offensive thing, I read about it. He knew and yet he got caught so stupidly. But now the smiles of Tsusan and Kachan are clear, as well as the sympathetic pats of Gigi and the malicious glances of Tsunadeheim. I want to kill them all. They could have said this earlier instead of just observing. Traitors. Although I'm glad that Yamato is smiling again, it's worth being patient for. Well, in general, the Madhouse week is over. Almost. All I have to do is make sure that Naruto doesn't get into trouble before reaching the Forest of Death, and then others will be responsible for the safety of the children. I'll have to go on duty in the tower itself and wait for my return. It's unpleasant, but what can you do? Close relatives of the participants are prohibited from joining the detachments directly observing the passage. At most, as I was allowed, they were allowed to supervise at the written stage, and that's all. No exceptions are made for anyone, and this is correct, because people cannot always cope with related feelings. All the same, they would keep an eye on the younger ones, singling them out from the crowd, and this is bad. However, given the composition of the Yamato team, they will be watched much better than the others. It was quite boring to look at the concentrated faces of those riding, to place bets on how far one of them would go, same. However, soon all my boredom disappeared, and do you know who was the reason? Right. My restless Yamato and her fiancé. I don't know how they were able to answer all the questions so quickly, without copying and, apparently, also correctly, but that's not what surprised me. However, it wasn't just me, there were others too. Naruto, turning the sheet over, diligently drew caricatures of the ANBU officers watching them, emphasizing minor mistakes in disguise, and also wrote wishes. Sasuke drew a diagram of the classroom to find out what she was doing, where he indicated all the decoys and never turns around, making a note that his work should be considered along with Naruto's work. But then what? I could hardly wait for the test to pass, and they finally went to the venue for the second stage. There we will have time to talk, and most importantly, the opportunity to do it unnoticed. And again my plans were thwarted, and by whom? Your very own Ka-chan, who came to congratulate Naruto and Sasuke and bring the things she requested, or rather sealed scrolls. Didn't Naruto take them with her in the first place? I stare at the back of her head with an irritated look, and only at the very end do I understand what's wrong. Relatives are not allowed to come and say goodbye to their relatives, but the examiners did nothing. Why? Yes, it's simple. It was a clone. And I realized this only after she, having given me the signed piece of paper, turned to me and, with a wink, dispelled it. Infection. You'd think I'd force her to talk to me. However, she is right. I would have forced her. I looked gloomily at the teenagers entering the open gate and promised myself to talk to Tusan, although it's better to talk to Ka-chan. She definitely should know what's wrong with Yamato. It's not for nothing that she defended her so zealously all the time. There are too many strange things going on around her, and I don't like it. I was distracted from my plans to extract information from my parents by a pat on the shoulder. Shursui and Itachi landed on either side of me. You don't even have to hope. Naruto won't give up so easily, Shursui chuckled. You can believe me, I was their mentor outside the village for a couple of months. This fox will remain silent until the last moment, and if he says something, it's not a fact that you will understand correctly. Do you want to say that he will lie? I chuckled. No, he'll tell the truth. There was merriment in the voice. But here's what he says, agree. Itachi's voice was heard from the other side. She has changed a lot, as has Myotuto. They became interesting conversationalists and good sparring partners, but they got rid of the talkativeness inherent in their age. Sometimes I'm even afraid to be alone with them. Me too, Obito and Kakashi sighed simultaneously on the next branch. Were you also assigned to watch? I turned to Senpai. Minato-sensei has increased patrols, they nodded. But we are here as mentors and do not have access to the forest. We will have to wait for them in the tower on a general basis. It's all strange, I frown. Tosen also called Gigi and Tsunadeheim here. Something's up, Itachi agreed gloomily. And our youngest know this. Moreover, Naruto hinted at something like this the other day, and Sasuke was not very surprised. I would even say that he felt gloomy satisfaction. It was as if he knew and predicted it all. It seems that I was not the only one who was surprised by this. Barrier, Itachi ordered briefly, and without arguing, I set up protection against eavesdropping. There was no need to worry about lip reading. The masks dealt with this problem perfectly. Even before she was given a week-long ban on technology, Itachi began to explain, making sure that no one would hear us. She hinted at the elder's dissatisfaction with the choice of the new Kyuubi bearer, and that Danzo was eyeing her. Minato-sama is holding her own for now, but the situation is heating up. Tosen also talked about something like that. The old people are unhappy that the Jinchuriki is leaving for our clan. Looking means, Obito and Kakashi said in a bad tone. He's too old for this. But now there are no questions left as to why the sensei returned everyone to the village. Agree, I nod and hear similar answers from Itachi and Shursui. I think we should go to posts. I say, feeling a burning sensation in the ANBU mark on my forearm. If any new data appears, we'll share it immediately, don't you agree? Reasonably, after exchanging glances with his clanmates and his friend, Tobito speaks out. Remove the barrier, in which case we contact ours or Kakashi's call. I nod in agreement and hastily remove the barrier so that after a few seconds I can be moved to my place by Shunshin. It's a pity that I didn't find out about everything earlier, too-san, as if on purpose, gave missions at the border, and so often, and I was glad to be useful. I should have suspected something was wrong this week too, but Naruto took up all my time. I don't like to feel like a fool. Perhaps I should talk to Tusan. It's not for nothing that he kept me in the dark all this time. Chapter 22. Second Stage. Meeting with Gaara. I enter the forest of death with a satisfied smile, because I was able to deceive my Enai-san. I see Sasuke glance back, exactly where our brother's chakra is felt, and then, looking in my direction, shakes his head disapprovingly. I stick my tongue out at him and narrow my eyes contentedly. I'm not to blame for anything, and Enai-san is to blame for everything himself. Nobody forced him to call me scary then. So all this week I took revenge on him. And now I just don't want to answer the questions he asks, because he's finally started to think with his head. However, it's my own fault. This week I made a lot of mistakes and gave away my knowledge anyone would be interested. True, the rest of the time Kachan or Bachan were nearby, so he simply could not ask anything. Yes, Kachan and Bachan a separate conversation. Bachan, having learned that Enai-san called me scary, and very scary, immediately agreed to help with the herbs and took out waterproof mascara. It took me several hours to make a truly permanent paint and a neutralizer, just in case I get dirty. And I didn't mind bartering with Enai-san for something useful. True, Kachan ruined my whole idea by forcing me to give it away for free, but oh well. Firstly, thanks to the help of the Arrow Sennin, Aoi already received what he deserved. Later Shursui-san and Itachi personally shook my hand. And Sasuke looked happy. Secondly, later she helped me pass the barriers to his room and gave me ideas. She herself helped me set traps in the room, as well as putting Enai-san to sleep so that he wouldn't catch fire, or helped me implement mine, printing on an inkwell, her work, but my idea, I was forbidden to use chakra. So we had to dodge. Moreover, Kurama kept his promise, and as soon as I accumulated chakra, no matter by meditating or just after rest, all of it was transferred to Shikaku, who absorbed it for his sweet soul. The week was busy. I not only mocked Enai-san, but also went to the hospital to create a first aid kit for all occasions under the guidance and help of Bachan. After all, in the forest of death we will have to rely only on ourselves. At the same time, I complained about the lack of equipment for Bachan, Kachan and Mikoto-san. By the end of the week, everything I described to them was sealed in double size. Food pills from a kimchi? What a hell of a way to do it! Bachan made her own signature ones, which, unlike Sakura's experiments from that world, were not just edible, but even tasty. No normal shuriken and kunai? Uchiha unparalleled throwing masters and know where to get the best. Do you want scrolls for sealing techniques, installing barriers, and just blanks for various seals? No problem! Kachan will spend a couple of evenings, and in addition to the above, you will also have a terribly functional kimono, on which seals are embroidered that will hide your chakra, soften the blows, where many seals have been made in which you can seal all your equipment. A convenient thing, and most importantly, thanks to the same seals, it is self-cleaning, and this, I tell you, is in the forest of death the most necessary things. Moreover, the payment for this was not high, just to sit with the twins, which I was even glad about. What can I say? Sasuke even helped willingly even if he grumbled, but I saw that he enjoyed fiddling with the children, as did Itachi. Otherwise, they would not be such frequent guests with us. I already know Sasuke's character, If he doesn't want something, he can't be forced. Tusan and Fugaku-san didn't stay away from the preparations either. I honestly didn't even know how to react to their gifts. No, everything is clear with Tusan, and I was aware of how to use his special kunai. Partly there I never learned to do it as easily as Tusan, although I have not yet tried to move with the Hiraition, including there was no need in the world. The capabilities of Sannin helped me, or I exploited Sasuke. His rinnegan allowed this. Then here, with the presence of a teacher, I think I'll learn him. However, Tusan's gift and his explanation of what it was for were clear to me, but Fugaku-san. He gave me a gunbai. An exact copy of what I saw from Madara back in the day. Why do I need it? He's twice my size. Yes, and heavy. Although that's not all. After consulting, they handed me a katana. No, they are definitely making fun of me. It would be better if they gave it to Sasuke. But no, they handed it to me. With my fighting style, you can only swing a sword. In general, the katana and gunbai have now taken pride of place on the wall in my room, because you can't put them away in your arsenal. They'll be offended, but it's hard to carry around, and they can't be given away, they will be offended again. Well, in general, this was how the whole week went on, and after that I gave away a little secret about how I got through all of Anai-san's barriers, although without Kachan's help, and ran away. Thank God, the first stage took place in a very calm atmosphere and I calmly answered all the questions, and then, out of boredom, I began to sketch the arrogant Anbu, who, if you believe their signs, began to place bets on us. Impudence. Where are their captains? However, it doesn't matter. I'm sure that Ibiki-san and Tusan will appreciate my efforts, and Sasuke will also compliment them. No wonder we exchanged symbols with him. Kurama said that Anai-san and Itachi were surprised. At least the echoes of their smell give it away. Surely they were wondering how we managed to coordinate our actions like that. Hee. Let them now suffer, wondering how we managed to pull it all off. Naruto, Gaara is half a kilometer away at 3 o'clock. Kurama's voice pulled me out of my thoughts. Okay, I agree. Turn to my team and duplicate the words of my red-haired friend, Sasuke. Raccoon is half a kilometer away for 3 hours. I suggest sending the clones for the scrolls and meeting this psycho ourselves, I promised. Can you handle it? A short question to which I nod affirmatively. What matters to me is touch him, and then everything will be done for me, I say calmly and, turning to Sakura, ask, are you with us? I don't know what you're up to, but yes, Sakura responded, looking at us with a strange look, we are a team. I hope you know how to hide chakra, Sakura? I asked the question that will decide whether we take her with us or leave her with the clones. Yes, Shisui-sensei taught me this, and Rin-sensei helped me with concentration, Sakura nods decisively. I can hold out for about 20 minutes even while running. We look at each other with Sasuke, nod to each other and, leaving the clones with the order to get the necessary scroll, we rush towards the direction where, thanks to Kurama, I discovered the presence of Gaara. I need to meet him. We got to him quickly, he had just killed the last of the opponents. If I noticed the tread correctly, then they are from AIM. I had forgotten how cruel he was. Naruto, a team of a bug catcher, a dog catcher and a prude on the right hand in the bushes, Kurama tells me immediately as we silently land on one of the branches of the tree closest to that clearing. Sakura, Hinata and his team are hiding in those bushes. I barely audibly address my friend, take them away while we distract Gaara, and wait for us with them. And the scroll? Sakura asks just as quietly. Sasuke has it, so don't worry, I responded quietly, and we don't fight with our own people, we'll even help if something happens. Come out. Suddenly Gaara's voice filled with madness sounded. I know you're here, Kyubi. How rude, Gaara, I chuckle, landing without fear opposite Gaara, deliberately standing so that he would turn away from Hinata and the company, and Sasuke and Sakura would be slightly to the side. This will give them the opportunity to avoid being seen by the raging Jinchuriki for some time. And Sakura will be able to take our friends away, and Sasuke will take care of Temari and Kankuro. I don't need extra spectators, but I don't have any desire to kill them either. My name is Naruto and Kyuubi and I two different personalities. Meanwhile I continue. Kyuubi. Gaara doesn't listen to me, and I'm literally deafened by his joyful cry. Finally I'm having fun. Or maybe we'll just talk and drink tea? I propose, not particularly counting on success, but on the whole believing that this whole situation is in my favor. Firstly, Sakura will be able to take away unnecessary witnesses without any problems, and secondly, Sasuke will knock out Gaara's shaking relatives. You fool, run, he can't control himself. Kankuro shouted. Faster! Temari squealed no less in panic when she saw her brother's gaze thrown at them. However, not just a look. The ground under their feet turns to sand, another moment, and he will slam them down. What are they doing, idiots? He gave them time to escape by Shunshin. Why are they slowing down? He crushed them with Ki. Naruto, Kurama growls in impatience. Come on, this is your chance. I ignore his hints and move towards these two alarmists, barely having time to drag them away from under the sand coffin. Stupid! I ignore Kurama's doomed voice. Don't stand like a pillar, otherwise he will finish you off. I growl at these idiots, and they recoil from me in horror. Tvoidviglazaza! The panic in their gaze sobers me up. Apparently, I involuntarily took Kurama's chakra and directed it to my eyes. Now they are animalistic and red. However, there is no time to check. If it makes you feel any better, I am the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. I mutter, and out of the corner of my eye I notice that a wave of sand is approaching us. I barely have time to push them both away and jump to the side myself. Crap! Now is not the time to be distracted by strangers. Glad you realize that. I hear relief in Kurama's words. You can act. The pinkette has already dragged away the quiet team, and Sasuke is nearby and will soon neutralize those two whom you for some reason saved. Kurama! I am indignant, but they ignore me. I wake up Tanuki, he tells me, watching as I unsuccessfully try to get close to the dispersed Gaara. He chases me with his sand all over the clearing and doesn't let me get closer. You bastard! He's already on the verge of releasing Ichibi. It seems his seal is even weaker here than there. Naruto, be careful! Shikaka's voice suddenly rings out, on right. Crap! Escapes me. I didn't notice that Gaara had sprayed some sand under my feet, and I slipped. I almost have time to dodge the sand rushing towards me, but a small tongue still reaches me and clasps my wrist. Hurt! He broke it for me. At least I managed to pull it out before the sand wrapped around my entire wrist and crushed the bones. She escaped with little blood. Healing a fracture is still easier than restoring bones that have been ground into powder. Enough, Sasuke's voice is heard, and he appears opposite Gaara. The Sharingan burns in his eyes. He is angry and very angry. Damn, where are the others? On the left by the bushes, Shikaka mutters in response to my thoughts, and without transition, come quickly while the Uchiha is holding him. Fine, I nod, ignoring the pain in my broken wrist, jump up to Gaara and touch his forehead. The sand that usually protects him easily lets me through. He feels that I will not hurt Gaara, but just in case, I still whisper. I want to help him, Karura-san. I don't know, maybe it was my imagination, but I had the feeling that I heard a barely audible female voice telling me, I know, save him. Save my son. And I fall into his subconscious, finding myself in the desert. Yes, this place is even more dull than mine. However, in my subconscious I don't have two Ichibi butting heads, encouraged by Kyubi, who has one eye on the fight between Sasuke and Gaara. Stop! What is he looking at there? Chapter 23. Why I was angry. Sasuke's POV. Many may be wondering why I snapped and attacked Gaara, even though Naruto and I initially shared our responsibilities. And I was just supposed to make sure Sakura didn't do anything stupid and take the kids away, and then knock out the kids later? I will answer this question, you have the right to know. As far as I can remember, I always looked at Uzumaki's back. I compared it with Anai-san. She was also always in front. At first it caused dull irritation, then it provoked hatred, but later I realized. I didn't hate her, I just wanted to protect her myself. But I was weak and, justifying my weakness, plunged into darkness. I can only smile bitterly. Looking at the past, I caused Naruto so much trouble. She was the only one who didn't leave me, and if at first it was annoying, I wanted to be left alone, then I realized that she remained the only ray of light in the darkness that surrounded me. She understood and accepted me for who I am, she saw all my shortcomings and forgave them. She didn't leave me alone, she proved time after time that she would always be there. A conversation with the resurrected Itachi then made me accept my feelings, and with the Hokage only confirmed me in my decision. I came to her aid and saw only a smile addressed to me. She, although he was still him at the time, didn't doubt me for a second, she believed in me, and I'm glad that she wasn't mistaken, but I was even more glad about Kagaya's gift. Without this we would not be able to be together. Although yes, I made enormous efforts to ensure that the transformation did not drive her crazy, but this does not change the fact that I was happy with this development of events, even if I understood why much later. Quite a long time passed before we were able to come to terms with the past. It took even longer for the wounds on the heart that appeared with the death of friends or, in my case, with the death of my brother, although not just death, I killed him myself, with my own hands, and the awareness of this will always be with me, healed. No one remained the same, everyone had their own demons that came at night, in their dreams. I was lucky, soon Naruto began to drive away my nightmares, and I her. We clung to each other with a death grip, feeling that when we are together, the cold recedes. At first just friends, then lovers and, as a result, husband and wife. For the first time in many years I was happy, but I again could not protect him, protect my happiness, my family. I trained so much, became stronger, for what? The moment when I saw Naruto being sucked into that funnel, I will never forget. I don't regret that without hesitation I rushed towards her and, using the abilities of the rinnegan, expanded that spatial vortex. I didn't care what would happen to that world, I just didn't want to let go of the only person who understood me. However, it wasn't like that. I didn't want to lose the girl I loved. It's quite difficult to accept this, but in the first seconds, and even then, after waking up in this world, I didn't lose my temper only because of the confidence that Naruto was somewhere nearby. I just needed to find her, and then everything would be fine. The living Toussaint and Kachan did not cause a storm of feelings in me, although when I saw the living and healthy Anai-san with Shisui-san and Obito, I was shocked, and only I know what it cost me to restrain myself. However, perhaps it was the shock of gaining the memory of the local Sasuke and the confidence rising from somewhere that they were all alive and well and had no intention of dying. I was on the edge and only Naruto could calm me down. I was broken and preparing for the worst. I was sure that if I didn't meet Naruto, I would fall apart. My condition was aggravated by the thought that in that world at that age she was a guy. I didn't know what I would do if the same thing happened here, especially since the memory I inherited stubbornly said that there were no Uzumaki here, and this made me sad. My appearance at the academy was marked by joyful screams and squeaks from the youngsters, who had no instinct of self-preservation, and carefully drove me crazy. However, I had long ago learned to ignore unnecessary things, although loud voices made me furious, as did their attempts to divide me. Naruto's appearance diffused the situation and saved the others from death. I was glad to meet her and I finally felt calm. Now everything will be fine. Needless to say, in the future I began to react to everything more simply and simply enjoyed Uzumaki's joyful smile. The days flew by, and I even began to get a taste for it. I began to remember my childhood, when I could come and get advice from an Isen or beg for training from him. I remembered the time when there was not all that blood, when I had not yet followed the crooked path of revenge. I found my family again, my clan was alive, and most importantly, Naruto was nearby, although it was upsetting that we now lived apart, but I am sure that soon this unfortunate omission will be corrected. The mission to the land of waves showed how fragile happiness can be. Although no, she was again on the brink, saving me. How many times did I vow to myself that I wouldn't let her die? And again I couldn't do anything. On the contrary, it was because of me that she suffered. The realization of this was painful in my soul, and I would have withdrawn into myself again, but I was brought to my senses by Kurama, who quite colorfully described to me what an idiot I was and that this would only complicate everything. Having yelled at each other a lot and finally admitting that we were both idiots, we concluded a truce in order to be able to protect the one that was dear to both of us. It was Kurama who helped me expand my SCP sufficiently. If not for him, I would not have achieved Mangekyo so easily. However, is it simple? I didn't believe for a moment that she died then, but when I saw her covered in blood, I was ready to kill, stopped only by the realization that there was no one to blame but ourselves. Naruto warned that our appearance did not pass without a trace for this world. You have to pay for everything, but why does she always pay? The rest of the time until today I tried to be as close to her as possible. I don't want to see the face distorted by pain again. Apparently, Isen also understood my condition, so no one gave me any special obstacles. My clan knows too well what Uchiha affection is. However, despite all my desire to be close and protect, I again missed the moment when Naruto was on the edge. She lost it, and almost hurt herself. Who would know what desire I felt to strangle the one who provoked her breakdown at the moment I found out about it? It's a pity that I understood. Naruto would not appreciate my impulse to kill her father. She loved him too much, and for too long he was an idol for her, he was her family. I had to come to terms with it, but no one stopped me from doing little nasty things. Although I tried not to go too far, because he had the power to forbid me to see Naruto. I repent. I could have stopped the moment of Naruto's bullying of Aoi, because I was aware of the impending mischief, and it was no coincidence that the patrol that detained her brother appeared there. As, indeed, was the management at that time of Shursui-san and me and Enai-san. I specially set this up, not without the help of Itachi, who was amused by it all. And he was with me all this time, which means he saw all the preparations, because I know that they are friends, and also that such a mistake will be remembered by him for a long time. I won't lie, but she was only able to catch Jiraiya at the baths thanks to Enai-san, who cast a slight distraction genjutsu, which allowed her to sneak up unnoticed. However, this does not detract from her merits. Later, even without my help, she greatly complicated his life. I won't say that I approved of her behavior, but I couldn't help but admit that she was right. Not to mention the fact that at that moment I was much more worried about her promise to Gaara, who resembled his 13-year-old self from that world too much. He was insane, he was bloodthirsty, but it was impossible to convince Naruto. I had to put up with her stubbornness, and try to minimize the possible damage. However, I strongly disapproved of her wanting to involve Haruno in all this. In my opinion, it is still too unreliable, despite all its recent changes. Although when has Naruto ever listened to anyone? She always did things her way. Needless to say, I was extremely relieved when she sent her off to lead Team 8 away. However, I also felt indignation at the fact that I was sent to check this. But I could not help but admit that this way it would be easier for me to approach my opponents unnoticed and disable them. However, I was late again. I made sure that these four got away, and I even managed to disable 2 Sonovites. But I didn't get the main thing. Do you know what feelings rose in my chest when I heard Naruto scream, and then saw her wrist twisted at an incredible angle? Do not know? I'll tell you, rage. All-consuming rage that someone is again trying to encroach on what is dear to me. I didn't really control myself then, giving in to my instincts. Using the Sharingan, I broke into the subconscious of the person responsible for the injury of my fiancé. Even Shikaku's roar didn't sober me up. I just did the same thing with him as I once did with the Kyuubi. I suppressed him, and then took care of Gaara. However, I only managed to deliver a few blows, which pierced his armor, but did not cause serious harm when new characters appeared. And if the second Shikaku simply rushed at his stunned copy, then Kurama began to chant encouraging slogans either in my direction or in the direction of Shikaku. Perhaps this is what sobered me up, and I extinguished the Chidori that had already begun to form. However, even though I came to my senses, I couldn't let this guy go so easily. He harmed my Naruto and must be punished, since I can't just kill him. Out of the corner of my eye I noticed that Kurama intercepts Naruto rushing towards us and carefully holds it in his fist, preventing him from interfering. I can't hear her screams. Everything is too well extinguished by the wind that rose from the battle of two Ichibi, but I don't need that. I already know that she's asking me to stop, but I don't intend to do that. I remember my fight with this sandbox. In that world, now I use the same tactics. I quickly move around him and strike from various directions. I use a weak genjutsu, but only to disorient him so he can't take advantage of the fact that it's his subconscious. I can already see the cracks in his sand armor. I'm sure there will be another blow, that's all. What the hell is going on here? I was not allowed to deliver the final blow, literally throwing a wave of sand away from this semblance of a man. However, they carefully discarded it. I wasn't even hurt. The theme just doesn't know when to stop. Naruto's dissatisfied voice sounded, and only after that I realized that the wind had died down. I don't care, Naruto. Shikaku's voice became lower, but did not lose its angry notes. Keep your boyfriend in line. He almost killed my Jinchuriki. Where else can I find something like this? All complaints about Kurama. He didn't let me interfere. I wasn't at all impressed by Naruto's bijou tone. Come on, brother. But Kurama's voice was full of fun. The little boy wouldn't have killed him, he would have kicked him a little and that's all. Besides, agree, he deserves it. Get lost, Shikaku did not share his fun. Now, thanks to your efforts, I will have to not sleep, but put the carrier in order. And yes, Naruto, I will give you some of my power a little later, when I get used to the abilities that I have inherited. Before he could finish his words, Kurama and Naruto were no longer in the subconscious, and his tail was falling on me. Deciding not to check what would happen when he landed on me, I interrupted the technique that allowed me to be in someone else's subconscious before this event. As soon as I opened my eyes in reality, I immediately came across the angry gaze of Blue Eyes. However, she didn't start making a scandal right there. She knows that it's much more difficult for me to tolerate her aloofness, so, pursing her lips, she simply turned away. Bring Kankuro and Temari to your senses. Without turning around, she ordered me coldly, and I noticed how she began to put a splint on her wrist. The desire to come over to help was instantly interrupted by a single irritated glance thrown by her over her shoulder, as soon as I took a step in her direction. I had to resign myself and go put the older dogs in order, but fortunately I put a mild genjutsu on them. A few kicks and now they are already drowsily looking around the clearing. As soon as their eyes stumble upon Gaara, horror appears in them and they rush towards him. Pfft! Yes, he is alive, I burst out irritably, for which I receive another angry look from Naruto, and she addresses them herself. There's really nothing wrong with him, it's just that our bijou never got along, and this is the result, she chuckled, but seeing even greater horror in the eyes of her interlocutors, she hastily added, "Don't worry, Gaara wasn't hurt, but Shikaku will quiet down for a few days and won't be able to influence your brother. Is it true?" There is undisguised hope in Temari's voice. Yes, she nods to them, and then to me. Come on, we need to find Sakura. Hey! Kankuro stops us, who shrinks under my unfriendly gaze. What? Naruto became interested, without even allowing me to open my mouth. Don't you need our scroll? He asks, taking out the scrolls of earth and heaven from his pocket. No, our clones have already obtained what they need, Naruto chuckles and, waving his hand, adds, "See you in the tower." As soon as the last sound had finished, she took off and I had no choice but to follow her. Fortunately, she runs in the right direction. That's where Haruno and the others went. Chapter 24. The Path to the Tower. After leaving the Sabakano Society, I went to Hinata and the others. I pointedly ignored Sasuke and Kurama. They angered me too much. Okay, Sasuke, I can still understand his anger, but why didn't Kurama let me intervene? It's a shame. After all, I wanted to talk to Gaara, not start a fight. I want my friend back. And the idiots who thwarted my plans deserve to be ignored. Let them at least fall asleep guiltily. I won't back down. Naruto-chan, what's wrong with your hand? Behind my gloomy thoughts, I didn't notice how I got to the guys. Specifically, now Hinata was asking me in a voice full of horror. What the fuck, Uchiha? An indignant cry from Kiba, who chokes on words, receiving a murderous look in response, and is then intercepted by Shino. It's not for friends to communicate like that, he says calmly and, already looking at Sasuke, adds, could you share your grief with us? We are ready to listen to your story. Fracture, I intervene in the conversation with a crooked smile. Sasuke is already on edge, there is no need to provoke him even more. In addition, I feel very well that although Kurama numbed the pain, I did not begin treatment, because I was unable to fix my arm on my own. Wrapping it with cloth did not help much. I need to apply a splint. Can you help? I'm talking to the girls. Certainly. Before this, Hinata and Sakura, looking at me in horror, instantly appear nearby. A couple of seconds and Hinata, having activated the Byakugan, begins to guide Sakura so that she folds the partially crushed bones on her wrist correctly. I wince from the unpleasant sensations and begin to help heal my injuries. Shino, let go! Kiba clearly did not want to calm down, diligently struggling and cherishing the hope that he could punch Sasuke in the face. I must! Stop it, Kiba-kun! Hinata raised her voice, you're disturbing us. Hinata! Hugo calmed down from such a tone from the always quiet and calm Inuzuka. Apparently, he has not yet met the real Hinata, the one who is ready to do anything for the sake of her friends, and now he is amazed. Poor fellow. You suffered an unpleasant injury, Shino said, letting go of Kiba, who was no longer trying to get involved in a fight with Sasuke, and coming closer. We are ready to help with the scroll. No need. The voice of my clone came very close, and he and Sasuke's clone landed next to me. We have everything, and in duplicate, he continued, quite cheerfully taking out 2 pairs of scrolls from his bosom and throwing them to Sasuke. And? I asked them curiously, nodding to thank the girls for their help, because I myself would hardly have been able to so carefully apply a splint to a rather inconveniently located wound, or rather, I would not have been able to recover without Kurama's help in this case. We found Karen. Sasuke's clone responded briefly and disappeared. Hey! What about the details? I was sincerely indignant and froze, receiving information from my already dispelled clone. It turned out that they stumbled upon it completely by accident. They simply noticed the tracks of giant bears, around which there were splashes of blood, and when they heard someone scream, they rushed to help. As a result, we have 3 bears getting high in genjutsu and a frightened Karen, who turned out to be a Kusa shinobi. However, something tells me that this won't change anything once Ka-chan finds out about her. Although I sincerely feel sorry for Tusan, because the lists of participants in the exam are brought to him, and accordingly, he should have known about Karen. And the fact that she herself does not know about her involvement in the Uzumaki clan will not change anything. I wonder how he will get out? How interesting. Pfft. Extra problems, Sasuke muttered. Well, don't tell me. Ka-chan will be delighted, I responded, forgetting that I didn't seem to be talking to him. It is unlikely, he muttered barely audibly. Karen is still a Sasuke. I was indignant. I agree with Uchiha, Kurama spoke. Karen of that world sucked all the juice out of Hozuki, she's hardly better here. You didn't get it only because of Sasuke. Hey! I was indignant. Who is Karen? Sakura intervened in our argument. Girl from my clan. I shrugged my shoulders and, seeing her bewilderment, sighed heavily and explained, the Uzumaki clan, Sakura, I belong to him. Is it really? She was confused. Tusan an orphan, he initially did not belong to any clan, I shrugged, telling what Jiraiya once told me during that long journey, or rather, then he talked about the Yondaime, without telling the truth about my birth, but I still remembered. He entered the clan of my Ka-chan, because she is the heir to Haim. However, due to the fact that his strength and intelligence were appreciated, he received the right not to change his surname and pass it on to us. However, this does not change the fact that all his and Ka-chan's children automatically begin to belong to the Uzumaki clan. Me and Nori are not considered members of the clan. Well done, Uchiha! Kiba snorted. Woof! Akamaru echoed him in agreement. You're wrong, friend, I squinted slyly. Sasuke himself did not know such details until now, but Fugaku-san was well aware, and therefore did not object. HN sounded from Sasuke, and I, looking in his direction, saw dissatisfaction in his gaze. The Uchiha is right, it's time for you to go. Kurama's voice sounded in my head. Shikaka said that Gaara has already woken up, and if you don't want to run into him before you get to the tower, it's better to hurry up. However, let's leave the conversation about the complexities of relationships in my family. I agree with both of them. We need to get to the tower, and it is advisable to do this before the dog family. You're talking the point, responded Shino, who apparently decided to take on the duties of a negotiator, and in general played the role of leader in the 8th team. We want to hear your plans. I propose to unite. I put forward a proposal. What? So that I can team up with the Uchiha? Kiba howled indignantly. Pfft. Sasuke snorted rather arrogantly. Your words make sense. We have nothing to share, Shino responded calmly. The path will be safer this way. Agree, Hinata timidly agreed. What do you say, Sakura? I turned to the last person among us who did not speak out. I don't know, she was confused, but seeing my encouraging smile, she corrected herself. I don't mind. Then I suggest the following. I nodded. Hinata with Sakura belaying her in the middle. Hinata will check the area ahead for possible ambushes, and generally coordinate the others. Why am I in the middle? Sakura was indignant. Hinata's attention will be focused on possible danger, and you will protect her from surprises in the immediate vicinity. I shrug. No one is immune from surprises. Okay, she agreed without much joy. Then Sasuke will go ahead. As the most attentive, he will look for and neutralize traps, of which there will be more and more as he approaches the tower. Nodding at my friend's agreement, I continued, but was interrupted again. I can handle this too. Inuzuka was sincerely indignant. You, Akamaru and Shino will cover the girls from the side, since you work well as a team and can spot the danger before I can. I shook my head negatively. So you decided to bring up the rear of our detachment, said Shino. Are you sure of your decision? Your wound is serious, and the one behind you is in great danger. Yes, I nod. I have good hearing, so don't worry. Agree. Sasuke put an end to the never-begun argument. I was always amazed at his ability to end all conversations with one glance. This is the most optimal construction in our case. However, don't be a hero, Naruto. Your arm hasn't healed yet. He's right. Kurama growled, sensing my indignation. Even with my intervention, it takes several days for treatment, and another week for a complete return to normal. Fine, I had to come to terms with it, because the only question on which they always agreed was this is my safety, and the Uchiha-Kyuubi tandem a terrible thing. However, along the way we'll also capture Karen. The clones left her under a barrier 500 meters from the tower, near the river. As you say, Sasuke agreed. Sasuke's words, my agreement and support from Hinata and Shino decided everything. A few minutes later we were already running towards the tower under the barely audible displeased grumbling of Kiba. To my joy, we managed to arrive there first, even though we had to make a short detour to Karen, although we were only a couple of minutes ahead of Suna's team. I haven't seen Gaara so angry for a long time. Although, not evil, no. He was rather confused and carefully hid it behind a mask of anger. Crap! It's good that we at least managed to enter the tower, otherwise the battle would have been unavoidable. One can only hope that without the chakra poisoned by madness, he will be more adequate and listen to the voice of reason. Perhaps the only good news is that there was no attack from Orochimaru, but something tells me that this is even bad. Although we will hope for the best, we will prepare for the worst, as always. As soon as we hid behind one of the tower doors, we were faced with the question, what to do next? However, Sasuke and I knew very well what. We take out the scrolls and, opening them, throw them crosswise. A second, and Rin appears in a cloud of smoke, who cheerfully begins to explain to us the intricacies of this stage. I obediently listened to everything necessary, along with praises of our speed. As it turned out, we set a new record, even if it was more than an hour longer than Gaara had in my world. And making a pitiful face, I ask you to take us to rest, at the same time, as if by chance showing a hand with a splint applied. I see how her gaze instantly becomes serious, and then she nods with a smile at my request. 10 minutes later we were taken to a designated room and left alone. Not for long. Soon, Chapter 25. Possible difficulties. We were unable to remain alone for long. Literally half an hour passed before strangers entered our room. However, both Sasuke and I felt them much earlier than they entered, because it is difficult for a trained shinobi to miss breaking the simplest security seal on the door, especially if he was the one who placed it. Wow! Sasuke, I envy you! Shursei's sarcastic voice sounded. Settling down in a real flower garden! Was it wrong that he raised his voice so sharply, or did he simply not expect that Kunoichi, half dead from fatigue, could squeal so much? How glad I was that the walls here were thick and there was no one else nearby. However, it doesn't matter. The main thing is that in the next second he had to bounce off the pillow, through Karen, to whom I gave up my lounger. I myself had already climbed under Sasuke's side, and from the senbons, Sakura's training with the Iraian in ANBU was not in vain, although his accuracy was still lame. True, not a single shell hit, not even on Norieni, who was standing behind Shursui, but that's the fact itself. Hello, Shursui-san, have you decided that since Nachan does not agree to dates, you will at least be on duty together? I lazily turned my head in their direction and asked. And hi, by the way, Nariko. Well, hello, little infection, Eni-chan responded kindly, looking at Shursui with interest and waiting for his answer. Nice welcome, Shursui responded, looking at the holes from the senbons and pointedly ignoring my question. What if we were less dexterous? Looking reproachfully in our direction, he asked. True, this only had an effect on Sakura. Even Karen was more persistent in this regard, although judging by the admiring look, you would have excess iron in your body. I shrugged, deciding not to raise the issue of dating anymore. Nariko is no longer little, she'll figure it out on her own, although I don't argue, Shursui is cool. If I didn't have Sasuke, although I don't even know. Itachi is also here. It's good that Sasuke doesn't hear your thoughts. Kurama groaned, and I could swear that he was holding back his laughter. That would be hilarious. I can't stand Sasuke versus Itachi for the second time. I answered him dissatisfied. You're right here. Kurama unexpectedly agreed, which surprised me a lot. However, the following words explained the atypicality of his behavior. Itachi loves his little brother too much, and will protect him to the last, and therefore you. Why lose a voluntary guard? Especially if it doesn't cost you anything? Comfortable. It's good that we were clever enough. Nariko shook her head, distracting me with her words from the desire to express everything I think to read. Look what you were thinking. It's convenient for him, you see. I decided to make a mother hen out of Itachi for me. Although I don't want to admit it, he's right in some ways. And do not say, nodded Shursui, who was not at all offended by my remark. Pfft. Sasuke snorted arrogantly, who, like me, saw a short exchange of glances between Shursui and Nariko, and a little later an exchange of signs. They clearly could not come to a common decision on who would tell us why they came. So why did you come? Having looked at their antics and realizing that without prodding they would continue for a long time, I hurried them. As far as I know, relatives are prohibited from visiting exam participants. We didn't come here as relatives, Norieni responded proudly, but seeing my skeptically raised eyebrow and hearing Sasuke's even more skeptical chuckle, she gave up. Tu-san, having heard Rinchan's report, asked us to check your condition and at the same time find out what kind of girl you brought with you. Actually, Minato-sama wanted to go and make sure you were okay, personally, Naruto-chan, but you know, added the words of Nanchan Shursui, he could not leave the high meeting, but give the order to the ANBU to check easily. He spread his hands and looked at Sasuke and me, probably expecting that he or I would tell everything right away. Are you sure that I, or rather we, are okay? I responded, narrowing my eyes maliciously. You're being sarcastic, aren't you? Nariko snorted displeasedly. So it really is okay. However, what about the kunoichi who came with you, and not from our village? She asked me deceptively softly, casually nodding towards Karen, who had cowered into a ball from such attention. However, the forgotten Sakura looked no better. She clearly did not know what to expect from the two unbalanced Uzumaki. Replenishment to your crazy clan, muttered Sasuke, who was tired of watching Nariko and I destroy each other with our glances, for which he was awarded a sympathetic look from Shursui and the words spoken with only his lips. Suicide! What? Nariko exclaimed displeasedly. What did you hear, Eni-chan? I sang cheerfully, and smiling slyly added. And Tu-san didn't notice it. I wonder how Aji-sama and Kachan will react to this? I finished, batting my eyes innocently. Really interesting, Nariko agreed with me and burst into an expectant smile. Apparently, she and I are not so different, and why couldn't I find a common language with her? And I also thought that they were not alike at all, so they quarreled constantly. Sasuke groaned, slapping himself on the forehead, and they fight because, on the contrary, they are too similar. Agree, Shursui agreed gloomily, and Sakura nodded timidly. And they are right. It sounded sarcastically in my subconscious. Well, if that's all, then I won't keep you. Ignoring the outright provocation on the part of Kurama and the atypical behavior of Sasuke, I waved my hand towards the door. Are you already driving Yamato? Nariko asked me mockingly. I come to you with all my heart, and you, more strain in your voice will sound more believable, I advised her and, shrugging my shoulders, explained for Shursui, who was clearly more adequate now than my little sister. It's just that, despite all our coolness, Sasuke and I need some rest. Still, the battle with the chibi, who had almost escaped, consumed a sea of strength. Not to mention the fact that we couldn't seriously injure the host or, Kami-sama forbid, kill us at all. Stop! You fought with Suna's Jinchuriki? I decided to ignore Nichan's indignant cry, making myself more comfortable on the bed and pretending that I was going to meditate right now. We met him absolutely by chance. In the forest of death, Sasuke said, not without irony. You. Nichan began to choke with anger, but she couldn't look as impressive as Kachan. Well, what can you do, Kachan? A completely separate conversation. She holds the Hokage with a tight rein. Stop, Nariko, intercepted the Nanchan Shursui, who was ready to scratch out, at least try to, Sasuke's eyes. Then he looked at Sasuke and asked in an even, with a hint of threat voice, did anything else, accidentally, happen? Except that Naruto made us pick up future hemorrhoids for the Uzumaki clan and perhaps, all of Konoha in particular? Only the deaf would not have noticed the mockery in Sasuke's voice. I felt being followed. Sasuke's voice a barely lost perceptible smile slipped across Shursui's lips, and it was still not difficult for me to imagine him frowning funny and, pulling one knee to his chest, resting his chin on it, but was unable to track down the observer. His technique is hidden better than Orochimaru's. I have never encountered anything like it. Overgrown flycatcher, I blurted out quietly, and widening my eyes I turned to Sasuke, meeting his shocked gaze. We only need Zetsu for complete happiness. After all, where he is, there is Akatsuki, but Obito is in the village? Did Madara really not just die quietly and peacefully, but manage to get someone to help him? Crap. Everything is aggravated by the fact that I myself didn't feel anything to be 100% sure, because at that time I was completely focused on Gaara and didn't pay attention to the rest, and Kurama had not yet fully gotten used to his power. Too little time had passed. He should sleep for a month to merge with her completely. In the meantime, he cannot fully help me. Let's hope not. Sasuke immediately pulled himself together, putting on the same impenetrable mask as he had worn before. Who is the overgrown flycatcher, and how do you, Sasuke, know Orochimaru? Shursui intervened in our conversation. It doesn't matter, Sasuke snapped and added conciliatorily, Shursui-san, tell Minato-san that we have something to tell him. Better Kachan or Aji-sama, I intervened, they have the opportunity to understand whether I'm lying or not. I will, of course, convey, Cousin Sasuke responded kindly to this, but maybe you can tell me everything now. For us, setting up a barrier is not a problem, nor is checking the veracity. I agree with Shursui, Nariko nodded. No, Sasuke said coldly, forcing my Eni-chan to swallow all objections with his gaze. I think there's still time. Yes, you! Noriani burst out indignantly. Nichan, it's not worth it, I intervened before another conflict began between Sasuke and Nariko. Knowledge is not always useful, you shouldn't involve outsiders in this. A short glance towards the quiet Sakura and Karen. Sometimes ignorance the key to a restful sleep. I can't disagree, but... Shursui began, but Nariko interrupted him. They're right, Shursui, not now. Nori stopped the Uchiha who had not already begun to speak, admitting that I was right, and then, catching my gaze, added, Okay, I'll warn Akewaji-sama. However, don't expect to avoid a heart-to-heart conversation. Whatever you say, Eni-chan, I responded rather reluctantly, but I warned you. Well, now that you've sorted it out among yourselves, I'll ask just one question. Shursui got tired of watching our staring contest, and he decided to intervene. Should we increase patrols? No, it might scare them off, but it's better not to let your guard down, Sasuke answered instead of me. If that's all, we're leaving. Nariko nodded displeasedly and, looking at Karen, added, You should wait for guests. Karen, right? Yes, Karen nodded timidly at Nachan's words, and seeing that they were looking at her quite friendly, she added more confidently, Yes, my name Karen, and Naruto-chan said that I am Uzumaki. Well, if Naruto-chan said, Nariko chuckled and, glancing at me, said Awa and Itachi have taken over their shift. No one will be moving into the nearest rooms. You can sleep peacefully, you will not be disturbed. Bye, she finished and slipped out the door like a blurred shadow. See you, Shursui said goodbye to us less categorically and also disappeared. After making sure that the door closed, I was not too lazy, got up and renewed the seal, turned to the guys who were carefully watching my body movements and suggested, Let's rest, tomorrow will be a busy day. This is especially true for you, Karen. Agree, Sasuke nods. Sakura and Karen did not dare to challenge my decision with him. True, there was a slight hiccup with who would sleep where, because there were only 3 sleeping places, and there were 4 of us. However, the issue was quickly resolved by Sasuke, who, glinting maliciously with his eyes towards the rest of those present, declared that he agreed to sleep with me in the same bed and even agreed to tolerate my advances. For this I was mercilessly beaten with a pillow, but on the whole we actually slept on the same bed. This didn't particularly bother us, especially since in this stone sack without heating it got so cold at night that the thin blankets provided did not help, and this was rather a necessary measure. What we, or it would be more correct to say, I, notified the girls who did not believe us in advance. We, of course, knew how to warm ourselves by accelerating the flow of chakra, but why would such people shine in front of Sakura or Karen? Let them better think that we suffer just like them. Chapter 26. Fatigue. Minato's POV. As soon as the door closed behind Naruto, I began to feel that problems would soon begin. My daughter behaved well for too long, let's forget about the bullying of my son for now, and followed all the instructions. It doesn't look like her, or rather, it doesn't look like the new Naruto, which is bold and daring, and not what it was before. Although I don't argue, I like this behavior. However, now I am more worried about the feeling of impending troubles than about the strangeness of my daughter's behavior. Kushina said that everything is fine, and I believe her, so I need to concentrate in order to react to the danger. However, despite all my composure, everything went great all day. I was able to fend off the attacks of the elders without much loss, easily besieged the presumptuous Danzo, was able to attract Hiruzen to help and easily found a common language with the arriving Kage. Everyone visited us except Kumo, but at the same time the feeling of danger did not go away. I couldn't understand what this was connected with until I received a report about the fight between Naruto and the Kazekage's son. I immediately ordered a search for my daughter and promised my subordinates that if anything happened to her, I would give them to Kushina and temporarily become blind, deaf, and generally not be around at that moment. The threat worked, and within half an hour I received a detailed report on their actions. However, the presence of an incomprehensible girl chosen by Naruto was a surprise, and one that smacked of tangible problems. The matter was further aggravated by the people arriving at the tower. Undoubtedly, I was not going to allow many people here, but I could not refuse the Kage with several accompanying people and the heads of the Konoha clans. As a result, enough people had gathered and I had to talk to everyone and calm everyone down. It was complicated. They demanded too much from me, although I was glad that they were able to be removed from Konoha. In the tower it is easier to monitor them and ensure safety. Although what could threaten the strongest shinobi of the villages? But, on the other hand, surprises always happen, and it is better to play it safe so that there are no problems in the future. A few hours later I was pleased to hear that my daughter's team had entered the tower. Although I didn't like the report from Rin who met them. The injury that Naruto received and the general condition of the girl she brought were cause for concern. There was an urgent need to sort things out, and the only trusted people nearby were Sui and Noriko. No, I had nothing against the daughter or the genius of the Uchiha clan, but I remember how my daughters behaved like dogs. I witnessed a couple of times, as well as a couple of pranks, that Naruto helped to arrange for Sui. Perhaps that laxative in the staff canteen of the residence will not be forgotten for a long time. Although for the fact that she was able to add it to the water of Danzo and the elders who came to get on my nerves, I can forgive a lot. Work stopped for one day at the residence, too little payment for the fact that she saved me from the company of those annoying old men. However, as soon as I relaxed a little, those whom I did not want to see now found me. Minato, what's wrong with my niece? Kushina's brother's voice tore me from my thoughts. I wildly wanted to grimace and spit, because for all his positive qualities, he always put the clan at the forefront. Considering that I don't fit into the concept of the clan or am just an appendage to Kushina and my children, we didn't become friends. He was the first to tell me that I don't spend enough time with my children and that I was to blame for Naruto's isolation. Do you agree, as do my daughter-in-law and son Minato? Damn, Fugaku too. And I have nothing to say. The NBU, although let's be honest, my eldest daughter and Sui, not NBU, sent to check on them have not yet returned, and I cannot send the rest of my team. Firstly, they are all involved in spying on the Kage and their subordinates, and secondly, there is no reason to involve outsiders in family squabbles. Although I am still pleased that Fugaku puts Naruto first in his question, and not his son, this shows how important she is to him, and something tells me that this is not because their union promises considerable dividends. Naruto somehow mystically managed to win over the entire Uchiha clan. If I were a guy, I would go far. However, something tells me that if she wants, the fact that she is a girl will not prevent her from doing so. Crap. I want a day off. Hokage-sama, we had a conversation with Team 7, Sui in an ANBU mask, and a little later Noriko, also in a mask, appeared next to me, saving me from the need to answer provocative questions. Report, Sui, I ordered, noticing out of the corner of my eye the interest on the faces of the heads of the Uzumaki and Uchiha clans. It's good that I don't have to worry about privacy. Akeo, when he heard that it would be about his beloved niece, immediately created a soundproof barrier. Eat. Sui responded. Team number 7 passed through the forest of death without losses, were able to obtain several sets of scrolls and set a new record for passing the second stage of the Chunin exam. There are no fatal injuries. Besides, Noriko interrupted Sui in a tone full of malice, our little girl managed to fight a one-tailed Jinchuriki, win with only a broken arm, and also save a girl from the Uzumaki clan, who for some reason is a kunoichi of Kusa, and we learned about her from Naruto. She literally sang the last words. Miyamoto, as the Haim of the Uzumaki clan, has taken on the responsibilities of supervising and caring for the new member of the clan. She is awaiting the decision of the head. A real Uzumaki! Akeo proudly declared, but I felt that the problems were just beginning, because I wasn't the only one who had heard about the girl of the Uzumaki clan. Crap! How could I have missed this? However, I only began to understand the size of the problem with the following words from my brother-in-law. You will make sure that your daughter's efforts are not in vain, Minato? And by the way, how did you make such a mistake that you didn't notice the girl of my clan? You understand that this is unacceptable, right? I understand everything, Akeo. I sigh heavily. However, I wonder how my daughter was able to understand that this girl member of the Uzumaki clan? Red hair and the amount of chakra are not an indicator, but should we conduct a blood test for kinship in field conditions? It's not even funny. I turn towards my eldest daughter and clarify. Nariko, are you sure Naruto didn't make a mistake? I won't say it 100%, but Yamato spoke confidently, hesitating for a moment, but answering confidently and firmly. Nariko responded. Sure, Sway? I cast a questioning glance at the second man who was going to check on the children. Someone must have noticed everything. The position and title are obligatory, so to speak. I agree with Nariko, Sure Sway nodded. Besides, I noticed that Sasuke was confident that Karen belonged to the Uzumaki, and spoke of her only as, I quote, about the future hemorrhoids for the Uzumaki clan and Konoha in particular. I didn't notice any uncertainty in his words. On the contrary, he spoke with full understanding of the situation. There was something else, Nariko added quietly, and she and Shursui looked at each other, and after her words Shursui continued. Sasuke said that he felt being followed, and literally, I felt being followed, but I could not track down the observer. His technique is hidden better than Orochimaru's. I've never encountered anything like it. Shursui said, copying the intonation of Fugaku's youngest son. When asked how he could know Orochimaru's abilities, he refused to answer. And Naruto also added that it could be an overgrown flytrap. Nariko added Shursui's answer. An overgrown flycatcher? Akeo was surprised. Who is this? They both refused to speak in the presence of others, explaining that time is of the essence and the girls do not need unnecessary knowledge, and it can be dangerous for them, Shursui told us. They asked to ensure a conversation with you, Hokage-sama. However, Naruto insisted that either Akeo Aji-sama or Kachan be present during the conversation. Nariko added, frowning. How did she explain this? Akeo became quite interested. She said you have a way of telling if she's lying or not, Nariko immediately responded, and she spoke with strange confidence. I couldn't do that. I get the feeling that she seems to know something that I don't know. Can you really do that, Aji-sama? Can, Akeo grinned. Although I am surprised that she was able to understand this, it also means that I was not mistaken about her. If I were a guy, I would know who to give the clan to. Where else would I find such an heir? But, Fugaku immediately intervened. She is already, one might say, part of my clan. So calm down. Exactly, Akeo said with sincere frustration. Maybe you will give Sasuke to my clan? Never. Fugaku snapped. And in general, I thought that we had already agreed on everything, Akeo. Do you really want to take back your words? Fugaku asked with a dissatisfied squint. No, but you have to admit, she will go far, Akeo smiled. She will help the Uchiha clan regain its greatness. Fugaku nodded in agreement, clearly pleased with his thoughts. Anything else? I turned to the guys listening with well-hidden interest. I'm not surprised by the behavior of my old comrades. They've been through a lot, and even now there's no point in behaving like snobs. That Shursui and Nariko are close enough to the heads of the clans not to be surprised by this, and this information will not go further than them. You can rely on them. That's all, Hokage-sama. Shursui shook his head negatively. It's clear, I nod. You can return to interrupted tasks. Yes, Hokage-sama. The guys' voices stop radiating emotions. They are in a working mood. Now you don't have to worry about them, which means you can ask your questions to others. I turn to the others and ask, what do you think about this, Akeo Fugaku? I have long noticed that my niece and Sasuke understand each other perfectly, and your son, Fugaku, generally told me, I quote, if protecting her requires destroying the world, well, this is an acceptable price for me, and I have experience. Akeo shrugged his shoulders. Don't know what this could mean. This is Uchiha love, Fugaku chuckled sadly. We love once, but our love is all-consuming. Naruto was able to gain our trust simply because she understood and accepted it perfectly. She's an absolutely amazing person. My friend shook his head. To be able to understand and accept the Uchiha with all his darkness, without being an Uchiha, this is not given to everyone. She is more mature than she seems. Behind her smile there is pain hidden, pain that no one but my son can understand. Fugaku tiredly massaged his temples. They cling desperately to each other, a devotion bordering on madness. Yes, I noticed that too, Akeo nodded, and I could only bite my cheeks so as not to express my surprise out loud. Yes, I noticed changes in my daughter and in her attitude to many things, but I can't be at home too much to see everything that my interlocutors listed. After communicating with your son before their engagement, I had a double feeling. At first I saw a young boy that he himself did not realize the importance of the step he was taking, but as soon as I looked into his eyes, this feeling melted away. Akeo shook his head. I felt like a little boy whose evil uncle put a kunai to his neck. I realized that if we did not come to a common opinion, he would simply kill me without hesitation. Then why did you agree? Fugaku asked, sitting down heavily on the sofa. As soon as I asked him what he thought about Naruto, he changed instantly. Akeo chuckled in response and followed the example of his interlocutor. Softness with tenderness in the voice, emotions in the eyes can be faked, but separately and with a lot of experience. Apparently he has it, but he didn't use it. And he wasn't joking about the destruction of the world then. Hopefully, we won't have to verify the veracity of his statement. I like this world the way it is. Agree, a heavy sigh escaped not only from me. What do we do? Voiced Akeo's general question. Wait, Fugaku responded tiredly, and believe. Our children will cope, they are strong. Fugaku's advice, by the way, was correct, but it was wildly difficult to follow. After all, there were more than 4 days before the start of the qualifying battles. An enormous amount of time. However, I got used to waiting. Without it there is nowhere in my profession, and during the time spent as Hokage, I learned patience. This is the first thing the young ruler has to learn, because contracts with large customers go through me. And the elders that were left to me after Sandaime-sama are still leeches, but with great influence, unfortunately. So we have to learn the art of diplomacy, and most importantly be patient when they once again come to me, dissatisfied with my actions. Considering that they are always unhappy. I need a lot of patience. It's good that at least I have an understanding wife at home, however, in light of recent events and Naruto's findings, it looks like I'll have to seek political asylum. It's a pity that no country, or rather, no country with good intentions, will accept me. I will have to dodge and do everything to soften my wife, and for this I will have to negotiate with the Kage of Kusa. However, it is unlikely that he will object. I already have Rin's report on the girl's condition at the time of her arrival at the tower, and what is written there, in general, considering my wife's relationship with the clan and my daughter's taking her under her wing. This looks like provocation of the Uzumaki clan and almost a direct declaration of war on the village. Well, judge for yourself. It was impossible to diagnose the bites all over the girl's body in the forest of death to anyone except her partners, and the presence of old scars and almost lingering marks of jaws of different sizes even gave rise to bad thoughts. We'll have to figure it out. The main thing is don't go too far and take the girl so that Kusa is sure that she gave her up voluntarily. I had to order first a kinship analysis, which confirmed what Naruto had said earlier, and then order the jounin of this Karen's team to be found and brought to me. He was found quickly enough, and was very surprised that they paid attention to him. Still, he wasn't such a big shot. However, I knew very well that even in small villages the title of Jonin was not so easy to obtain, so I was in no hurry to relax. First, I decided to find out where they got Karen from, and only then decide whether to reveal all the cards. The cover for my plans was the transmission of a message to Kagekusa. We had long discussed the restoration of the destroyed Canopy Bridge, which I took advantage of, the Jounin, realizing why he was called, noticeably relaxed. Now Shursui came into play, and needless to say, using a genjutsu of this level this is a crime, who was able to quietly get everything necessary out of his head, and after the guy who didn't understand anything left, retell it to me. According to him, the following came out. Karen's mother was accidentally discovered on the border of Kusa and Suna at the end of the Third World War. They weren't particularly interested in how she got there. She was seriously injured and also pregnant. Not to say that they showed cordiality, but she was able to pay with some kind of relic for her salvation. The Jounin did not know the details about this, but he heard that it was after this that the commander of that detachment quickly gained strength and became the head of their village. However, the freebie did not last long. That woman, he didn't even know her name, did not survive the birth and died from loss of blood, which is not surprising, because after the war there were few doctors left. They decided not to kill the child, but no one was going to take care of him. He was sent to an orphanage, where the girl grew up until the people of their ruler came to recruit future genin of the village. That's how she became a shinobi. On the one hand, their ruler didn't act so badly. He didn't kill that unknown Uzumaki and gave her housing, allowed her to give birth, and even saved the child's life. But on the other hand, I don't believe that he didn't know about her belonging to the Uzumaki clan. And I wonder what kind of relic she gave him. With strength, everything is clear. She probably shared her knowledge of the simplest seals and ninjutsu, which, with proper training and perseverance, seriously raised him above the rest. From this we can conclude that their ruler is not a fool and is quite stubborn. This is both good and bad at the same time. Good because he won't have to explain what problems he might get into if I give all this information to the Uzumaki. But it's bad because it's almost impossible to make him give the girl away on his own. It is clear that he did not leave her life out of altruism. He probably wanted to use her somehow after she grew up. The genome of the Uzumaki clan is too strong, and an Uzumaki woman will only give birth to an Uzumaki from a clanless one, even if he took all the best from the second parent. If you look at it from this point of view, then it could well be prepared to create their own mini-clan of seal masters or used to strengthen the influence of the ruler. I heard he had sons, and one of them was on Karen's team. In this situation, he will be very dissatisfied with the loss of one of his sons by his future daughter-in-law. So what should I do now? I can't let the girl go. My wife's relatives, led by her, are quartering me, but I also don't want to aggravate relations between countries. Minato-chan? Fukasaku-sensei's voice distracted me from my gloomy thoughts, and I finally focused my gaze on the door to my office, where I saw Jiraiya-sensei with Fukasaku-sensei on his shoulder. Yo, Minato! He raised his hand. We were asked to tell you something, said Fukasaku-sensei, who jumped from Jiraiya-sensei's shoulder and handed me a sealed message. Judging by the complexity of the security seal, it can only be opened by the person to whom it is addressed. And who asked? Not in a hurry to open it, I asked curiously. Open up and you will find out, Minato, Jiraiya-sensei chuckled, lounging on the sofa with a blissful look. I had to shrug my shoulders and open the message, because Fukasaku-sensei was in no hurry to let me in on all this. Although the grains of Kyubi chakra that I felt on the letter evoked certain thoughts. Having opened the letter, I saw a beautiful ornate handwriting, indicating that the writer had spent many hours mastering calligraphy, and quite successfully, it must be admitted, and in the letter itself was the following. Hello, To-san. This, as you already understand, is a letter from your beloved daughter Naruto. Not long ago, Karen told me her life story and her speculations. After thinking a little, I came to some conclusions. I think you know more, but you can't disagree with the fact that it will be problematic to take her away officially, right? I want to offer you an idea on how to do this, so to speak, unofficially. Considering that the surveillance in the Forest of Death is not carried out too closely, and only by our village, this will not be difficult to do. As you were probably already informed, we arrived at the tower already with Karen. We will modestly keep silent about team number 8. I have already talked to the guys. They will remain silent. Considering the peculiarities of the second stage, only Rinne and the ANBU men you sent saw us. Tell Noriko, by the way, that she is an ANBU man, like me, a lover of greenery. It seems useful, but such disgusting. There is no particular difficulty in keeping this a secret. Now my idea is directly send people to the Forest of Death half a kilometer deep from the third entrance. There you will find a cave of giant bears. These are what Kusa's team encountered. I'm sure your people will be able to find evidence of the death of the entire team, and will retroactively register Karen as one of the Uzumaki clan. I think it's not difficult for you, as the ruler of the village, to do this, and Akeoaji-sama will agree with this. It will be easier for him to go through Kusa without causing unnecessary disturbances. But Karen doesn't care, she's ready to do anything to get out of her village. There is not much attitude towards her there, and the constant pulling of chakra, although it develops the central nervous system, in her case it is too painful. With love, Naruto. P.S. I hope you like my idea too, San. So, Minato-chan? Only now I noticed that my sensei took a seat on either side of me and was peering with interest at what my daughter had written. Good idea, I nodded to them, deciding that in this case there was no point in blaming such behavior for lack of culture, and eliminates many problems. I guess I'll do that. Well, that's good, Jiraiya-sensei grinned and, after watching how Fukasaku-sensei disappeared into a white haze, he went out. It's time for me to look for inspiration too. Good luck, Minato, you'll need it. That's for sure, I muttered to myself and plunged into the whirlpool of events. To accomplish everything that Naruto advised, a lot would have to be done. It's so good that I have trusted people. Even with trusted people, I barely managed to finish all my work before the start of the qualifying battles. There was too much red tape, and even Kagekusa, who was outraged by this turn of events, had to be calmed down. Well, at least it wasn't difficult to pick up the girl from the tower. Fortunately, my daughter and I have the same call, and although it's difficult to persuade toads to help, it's quite possible. Therefore, there were no problems on this side, and the rest of the Uzumaki greeted the girl warmly, and willingly helped her get comfortable. Now she didn't remind me of the little girl who arrived for the exam, but what did she look like? So all Uzumaki are relatives, and there is nothing surprising here, as well as a similar name. True, no one was going to let Karen out of the quarter for reinsurance, but I think she'll soon do without it. As soon as I finished settling all matters with Uzumaki and Kusa, I was called to announce the qualifying battles. Too many guys passed, and this time, to our surprise, Kiri sent quite strong teams. Perhaps the only village that did not respond to the message about the exams was Kumo, but we always had bad relations with them. So there is nothing surprising about this. However, now we are not talking about this, but about the fact that too many teams passed to the second stage of the exam. To be exact, 5 from our village and 1 each from Oto, Suna, and Kiri. After explaining the rules and the departure of some of the genin, unsure of their strength, I announced the start of the battles under the refereeing of one of my personal bodyguards, Genma Shirani. He himself hastened to join the rest of the observers, for whom a separate platform had been set up. What's most curious is that almost all the mentors from other villages chose not to approach their teams, which, in my opinion, looked rather strange. Chapter 27. Qualifiers. Obito's POV. As soon as Minato-sensei's last words were heard, Genma took the floor and notified everyone that the names of the fighters would be displayed on the electronic scoreboard. The order is random and will be determined by the computer. This is partly true, although not always. There were methods of control, but the sensei was not a supporter of such methods, so he tried to keep everything fair. The only thing, I'm sorry that the number of participants is odd and therefore, one will pass just like that. Not fair. But nothing can be done. And in our time, teams were tested, then there was freedom, not like now. The first fight was between Uchiha Sasuke and Takumi Teru from Kirigakure. Well, not the best option. According to rumors, he is a relative of the Mitsuki and has an improved genome, although, unlike his royal relative, there is only one, but it is not yet known which one. I wonder if it's only Fugaku-sama's youngest son who is so unlucky, or if the rest of our students won't have the best opponents either? However, we didn't have to indulge in thoughts for long. The guys quickly vacated the site, leaving only the participants, and the fight was announced. The first thing the enemy did was the area was filled with lava. But a moment before that I noticed that Sasuke's eyes flashed red and he grabbed some kind of scroll from his pocket. But then nothing was visible. Apparently, Sasuke used something from Shippuden's arsenal. I can't explain such thick steam any other way. Crap. He'll cook. Left, Minato-sensei began. How long should I wait before I am declared the winner? Sasuke's voice interrupted his sentence. Futon de Tapa asterisk. Naruto's voice sounded at the same moment, and all the steam from the arena was blown away in the direction from which the children were entering, and a moment before the technique stopped working, I managed to notice a purple glow around the figure of my student and his unconscious opponent. Well? This little bastard declared arrogantly, and nodded at the boy lying at his feet. If I understood correctly, he used something from the arsenal of genjutsu on him, and then hit him on the crown. I hope he didn't kill his opponent. Our village doesn't need problems. Winner, Uchiha Sasuke. Having checked the pulse and called the doctors, Genma announced, I see Minato-sensei throwing a questioning glance at him and his response shaking his head. Phew. This means the guy is alive and relatively healthy. That's good. I wouldn't want to get involved with that absurd woman. I mean, with the venerable Mitsuki. The next battle did not start immediately. First we had to bring the arena into divine shape, and only then release the next participants. They turned out to be Abirame Shino and Abumizaku, nothing interesting, in my opinion. Although it is worth noting that Shino-kun impressed me, he is the real son of Shibi-san. I was able to find the enemy's weaknesses in a short period of time and using them, win. Well done. At his age I couldn't do that. I was too impulsive. And even now, if it weren't for my friends, I could have gotten into trouble more than once. The fight between Yamanako and our student didn't make much of an impression on me, although I couldn't help but notice that Sakura had grown a lot in her skills. Her mistake that she wanted to show off her skills in Irajutsu and strike the chakra no Mezu, but forgot that it takes time to form. Idiocy. It's good that at least it didn't blow, But it was a draw, and that spread. Perhaps I shouldn't tell Kakashi about this and ask Rin to do it? Otherwise, our captain will remember my first exam. I accidentally choked on my candy then, and didn't intentionally let the team down. But you can't prove it to him. Baka Kakashi. Still trying to look the coolest. And this with his favorite book? I wonder why Jiraiya-sama still decided to give it to him. And most importantly, why did Minato-sensei ignore this? Next was the fight between Tsurugi Mizumi from Konoha and Kankuro from Suna. The middle child of the Yondaime Kazekage is apparently a puppet master, to be more precise, a future one. As expected in my predictions, I was not mistaken, the boy turned out to be a puppet master. At least he actually used his dolls in battle. Caught our genin in a simple trap. Made him believe that the puppet this is he, and at that time he was hiding on the sidelines. Although I never expected that there was still someone in our village who owned Nan no Kaizo ***, it didn't save him. The puppet he had broken came to life, and with its help, Kankuro broke all the bones of the poor fellow, even though he had already given up by that time. The guy clearly went too far. That's right, Genma gave him a warning after announcing the winner. The rules are set for everyone, and the fact that he is the son of a ruler is no excuse. However, something tells me that he won't get off that easy, otherwise why does Naruto have such a promising look? And the boy, having stumbled upon him, somehow turned too pale and swallowed nervously. Has he really already experienced her excessive attention? If it's true, then I even feel sorry for him. She didn't even feel sorry for her brother. The next fight was Tenten from Team Guy against the eldest child of the Kazekage Temari. I can't say anything, but she's a tough kunoichi. And our girl was not her opponent. She is a master of weapons, she can hit any target within sight, but she is absolutely zero in ninjutsu. She simply had nothing to oppose to the strong gusts of wind that her opponent rewarded her with. After using Kamaitachi no Jutsu *** Temari, Tenten's weapon was literally swept away in an instant, and her body received many cutting wounds, although the most dangerous, perhaps, was that her fall ended with her back on the fan. Dangerous. I hope she didn't break it. Although it's already good that, despite the fact that our kunoichi did not give up, Temari did not kill her. Perhaps Genma's words and warnings had an effect. Next up was the fight between Akimichi Choji and Dosaki Yuta. It was expectedly fleeting. Little Akimichi has not yet reached the required level of strength, and he lacks the experience to fight a nimble opponent. Asuma's student is too clumsy. Although I don't argue, in the Ino-Shikacho combination he plays an important role, but so far without their support he does not represent a serious opponent, he is too soft. He didn't want to fight at all, one might say, they forced him with the promise of going to a barbecue. And this is the genin presented for the exam? Yes, even I had more ambitions at his age. No wonder he lost. However, if there had been more space in the arena, it is unknown how it all would have ended. And so, one hit against the wall and one sound technique and he's passed out, although, again, thank Kami-sama, he's alive. We also missed the corpse of the Akimichi heir in the exam. I don't want to see Choza-sama in anger, I like him good-natured much better. The next fight was Inuzuka Kiba against Hozuki Sujetsu from Kiri. Well, what can I say? The little scout had little chance, because Hozuki is also quite an interesting clan. Their bodies can turn into liquid, naturally, there are many buts, and if the Inuzuka had knowledge of Katon or Raitan, Hozuki would have already been carried forward feet first, and so, several unsuccessful attacks with Gutsuga and Kiba and his puppy were imprisoned in the water prison. A few long minutes and he loses consciousness, winner of Hozuki Sujetsu. Well done, guy. he was able not only to win, but also to maintain the fine line between lost consciousness and choked. The next fight was between Shikamaru and Tsuchikin. The girl turned out to be no mistake. As an Uchiha, I can only admire the subtlety of the illusions she created. Amazing performance. I lack a little experience, but with time it will pass. Perhaps she will have this time in the future. I doubt it. There are too many strange rumors floating around Oto. If at least a third of them are true, they won't let it exist for long and they will knock out, first of all, the old people and talented youth. Enough about the sad stuff though. Let's continue watching the fight. So, despite the fact that I expected this talented girl to win, Nara ruined my hopes. It's not for nothing that this clan is considered the clan of geniuses. The ability to defeat an enemy with minimal skills is worth a lot. Well done! We have a good generation of replacements growing up. Damn, I say like an old man, I need to improve. We have brought up good help. Not the same again. We have great friends. Yes, that's just right. Next was the fight between Naruto and Yuki Haku. An interesting fight, a battle of technique and perseverance. I somehow didn't expect that there would be such talent among young people. This is amazing. As soon as they gave the go-ahead for the fight, Naruto and Haku simultaneously threw kunai with shuriken, Naruto, and Saman, Yuki, at each other. The weapons collided in the middle, but to my surprise they did not fly apart. Apparently Naruto had imbued her kunai and shuriken with Futon's chakra, thanks to which they easily cut Haku's Senbon. As a result, Yuki had to escape from the attack, but that was not all. It was only after the kunai entered the ground that it became clear that each of them had blast seals attached to them. Here they are exploding, and the arena is enveloped in sand lifted from the floor. Second, and a sharp gust of wind clears visibility, but for some reason this doesn't make me happy. Naruto found herself trapped in ice mirrors. Give up, you fought bravely, but you can't defeat me. The voice of the ice boy sounded over the arena, and I heard a satisfied chuckle from the Mizuki envoy and his words that now the sensei's daughter has no choice but to give up. Crap! Naruto's arm is injured and she can't fight at full strength. And she was asked not to show the Kyuubi chakra. Really? Will she really have to give in? What about her dream? You know, Haku, Naruto suddenly straightened up and smiled. In some ways you are right. A dome of ice mirrors is ideal against single opponents with speed similar to yours or slightly higher. The execution of your jutsu is beyond praise. However, grin, and she crosses her fingers, Kage Bunshin. A copy of her appears next to her. This is a simple clone, how can it help you? I think I see a smug smirk blooming on Sasuke's lips. It looks like he already understood something. But what? This technique has not yet been perfected by me, and I did not want to use it, but you left me no choice, Haku. Both Naruto sighed sadly and simultaneously shrugged their shoulders, shaking their heads. However, she suddenly becomes serious and looks up at the podium. She looks straight into Sasuke's eyes, although the Haim of the Hyuga clan is standing next to him. Maybe that's her, and says, I never give up, this is my ninja way. Hiraishin no Jutsu. What she said? Hiraishin? It seems that not only I was shocked by this, but also Minato-sensei. And do you know what's most surprising? No. She actually moved. She and her copy. They moved towards the kunai, which I just noticed. When did she manage to stick them on the hands of the statues? And, by the way, outside the circle of mirrors. When? Was it really at that moment when visibility dropped for a moment? Futon, Shinkigyoku ********. Naruto did not stop there, and air bullets flew at Haku's mirrors from both sides. Considering that she spared no chakra for the technique, in general, the guy was hit hard, but he was still on his feet and, apparently, was ready to fight further. However, he could not keep up with the two Narutos, and as a result 2 seals attached to his back. If my vision serves me correctly, then they were created by Kushina-san and had the property of paralyzing and disrupting the circulation of chakra. Not every jounin will get out of such a trap. And to be on the safe side, Naruto also tied the boy with fishing line. In general, Namikaze Naruto won this fight. I watch as our student, with a contented look, rises to the participants' platform and falls into the arms of a happy Rin. However, the rest of the Kanakovites also come up to congratulate her. And Minato-sensei did not fail to put the Mizukage messenger in his place, who with great reluctance admitted that he was wrong. I feel that after such a speech, Fugaku-sama will be imbued with even more love for his future daughter-in-law. Her victory was too unexpected. I know the approximate speed of my student. Without using the power of Bijou, of course, she had no chance against this Yuki, especially considering the specific bonuses from the jutsu he used, because there is already a certain rumor about him glory. Moreover, Shursui, who often patrols the border with Kiri, spoke about his abilities. If it weren't for Horatian, by the way, where did she learn it? Judging by the reaction, Sensei has nothing to do with it. She would have failed or been forced to use the power of the Kyubi, which would have automatically disqualified her. So many surprises in it. And everything will go to my clan. I don't even know whether to rejoice or sympathize. My clanmates have not yet gotten over such a gift as me. The next battle was between representatives of the 2 Hyuga branches. When performed by children, it is not very beautiful, but that makes it no less deadly. The blows are aimed at destroying internal organs without noticeable external damage, a very dangerous style. Naturally, it has its drawbacks. For example, it is useless against Jinchuriki and members of the Uzumaki clan. In the first case, the circulation of the chakra is easily restarted from an internal source, albeit not always friendly, and in the second the same thing, but from accumulation seals. True, Jinchuriki can still create a dense barrier around themselves from aggressive chakra that will absorb any harm, but this is already specific. However, this does not apply to the rest, and catching a blockage in tenketsu or an imbalance in the central nervous system is not the most pleasant thing in life, but to achieve such a level of mastery of the Juken, you either need to be a genius or train for a long time. Judging by what I saw, the boy has both. However, he is unnecessarily cruel, especially to himself. Now he is not hurting Hinata, but himself. By stabbing her, he is trying to destroy something inside himself. If it weren't for the timely intervention of the judges, and most interestingly, Naruto and Sasuke, the boy would have destroyed the poor girl in an attempt to find inner balance. Well, judging by what Naruto told him in the silence that followed, I wasn't the only one who realized this. True, how should we react to Naruto's words? You say that fate cannot be changed, but you have never fought. You talk about hatred, but you have never encountered its real manifestations. When you are hated by what is inside and by those who surround you outside, when you are alone against the whole world and other people's hatred surrounds you everywhere. You talk about a caged bird, but you've never really been locked up. Fate? I prefer to create it with my own hands. And a little later, Sasuke, who, having watched how Naruto leaves a clone in his place, and she hurries after the little Hyuga, adds, "You were in vain talking about fate, Neji. Who else but Naruto knows what it means to go against her without hoping for help? She was able to pull out of the darkness someone who had no return from there." Why did I get the feeling that he said this about himself? Only now, when could he have time to fall into darkness? Crap! If it weren't for the firm conviction that it was Sasuke and Naruto in front of me and that they were not captured or exposed to enemy techniques, then I would have considered them spies. But why have they changed so much? What was the impetus? After all, I'm not the only one who notices the old pain at the bottom of their eyes. However, I was not allowed to think for long. The last battle was announced. Fight between Rock Lee from our village and Dog no Gaara from Suna. It became one of the most traumatic fights, but for some reason it seems to me that Gaara felt sorry for his opponent. And I'm not the only one who doesn't like me very much. The guy is strong. What are its weights worth? But he lost. However, what I don't like most of all is not this, but the fact that Gaara practically did not take his eyes off Naruto throughout the entire fight. What did my student do to him? And why did she smile at the end of the fight? What's going on here? Greetings to everyone. You can subscribe to my boosty. There will be exclusive content and lemon Naruto every day. This is a continuation of the story where Naruto gets a second chance, but in the guise of a girl. Chapter 28 to 35. Before starting the video, subscribe to the channel and like it. This is very important to me, thank you. Enjoy watching. Chapter 28. The second stage is over. Morning came unreasonably quickly for us. As I promised, it became quite difficult for Karen. Firstly, Sasuke and I have long been accustomed to getting up early and immediately performing very complex training sets, although there were no conditions for their implementation, but this did not change our plans. We got up early, kicked up, or rather, I picked up Sasuke, the bastard, withdrew the sleep-deprived girls and began training. Although it would be more correct to say that Sasuke caught everyone in Genjutsu and the classes were held there. As practice has shown, if a person is sure that he is doing this, this is reflected in his body in reality, although not so clearly. However, this did not stop us from harassing the girls during the check and, having given out a bunch of advice and wishes, brought them back to reality. Well, all I can say is that we were unhappy with their skills, especially me, and especially Karen's skills. Well, where have you seen Uzumaki lose in endurance to a simple clanless girl? No, I'm not arguing. Sakura is stubborn and has come to her senses lately, but still a shame. But nothing, they will accept her into the clan and there this shortcoming will be corrected, and for now we will return to listing all the difficulties of the morning. The second item on our list was training not the body, but the spirit and mind. Nothing particularly complicated, although I used training methods borrowed from toads. It's just a pity that you won't see any sharp rocks here, but, as practice has shown, meditating on one leg is also not easy, especially for an unprepared person. Well, the very last point, which clearly did not please the girls, was that they would endure this torment until the end of the second stage. True, I repent. That same day, immediately after breakfast, I went to Miyabokuzen, leaving all matters to my clone. For example, he had to convince team number 8 not to tell anyone about Karen. I left enough chakra for the clone, and he could easily last the remaining days until the qualifiers. However, all this did not change the fact that it is impossible to drag a clone into Genjutsu, so Sasuke did all the training and bullying, and something tells me that he had a blast with the girls. I myself decided to start training to master the hermit mode at least in the initial stages, and at the same time hand over a letter to Tusen with Arrow Sennin. Otherwise I know him. Surely now he is racking his brains over how to justify taking away a strategically important kunoichi from Kusa. Moreover, peaceful weaning, which is a priori impossible. It wasn't exactly dangerous to send a message through the NBU, but our team already attracted too much attention and such swarming could raise questions. We didn't need this, so we had to dodge it. Although there was another motive for such secrecy, while waiting, the participants of Chunin Shuriken were forbidden to leave the tower. The implementation of this clause of the contract was carefully monitored, but I found a loophole, which I took advantage of. I really wanted to master the technique that became Tosan's calling card before the fights began. After all, something told me that this time the battles were unlikely to go as smoothly, and I shouldn't hope that I would get to fight with Kiba, who had not entered into strength. However, even if he did, his technique is not a problem for me. I'm simply too fast for his attacks, and Futon has always been my ally, and, as practice has shown, weapons imbued with this element can penetrate even susano with proper skill. In general, after weighing all the pros and cons, I decided to go away for a while to plan my conscription. This will allow me to approximately double my training time, and the presence of experienced mentors will have a good effect on the speed of learning new things. As it turned out, I was right in my desire to improve myself. The presence of a fairly strong team from Kiri increased the number of teams passing, even if only by one. However, this added problems for us. I somehow didn't expect that the Mitsuki would send a team filled with genome carriers to a regular exam. Okay, one, but all three? And according to the law of meanness, 2 of them went to us, and 1 to Kiba. It is not in Izuka's destiny to taste the power of my fist. However, it's for the better. Suigetsu a strong opponent, but not cruel. He prefers to wound rather than kill. True, it's a pity that Hozuki didn't go to Sasuke. He would have loved him with Chidori in an instant, but Kami-sama was with him. However, this fight was far from the first. I found out who Kiba's opponent was a little later, but for now I was biting my lips because of Sasuke. He got the worst opponent. And he was bad if only because we knew nothing about him. I saw him for the first time. This is not a Kadoira, whom Sasuke defeated without any problems last time. Here the abilities are cooler. However, the Uchiha did not disappoint. Although my only question at that moment was where did he get the water dragon technique sealed in the scroll. I didn't give him such joy, so where did it come from? I didn't rack my brains for long. I just asked directly and received the answer that it was a gift from my last training session with Itachi. I forgot that he has a second element Suiton. The question of where he got the not-so-easy-to-make scroll did not arise for me. I knew that our clans traded, and Sasuke was also the heir. He is unlikely to have bad equipment. After congratulating Sasuke on his victory, I returned my attention to the fighting area, although, to my chagrin, there was nothing new before Kiba's fight. However, the Inuzuka fight didn't bring anything interesting to me. I knew how dangerous Suigetsu was. After all, he was Sasuke's friend and often visited us in that world in Konoha. We even sparred with him a couple of times. True, then I had to run and hide from the Uchiha throughout the village, but it was worth it. I had a rough idea of the abilities of the Hozuki clan and, without surprise, stated that Suigetsu won. Still, it's not for nothing that Karen called him Kappa. He really looks like a water spirit. One more fight, and then they announce me and Haku. On the one hand, I should be happy, because I know his exemplary skills, but on the other hand, what should I be happy about? In that world I won thanks to Kurama's chakra and Yuki's reluctance to fight. Here everything is a little different. However, there was nothing to do. I had to go down. After the judges' go-ahead, I decided to do what I do best, that is, improvise. However, I was not going to leave anything to chance. Life has taught me caution. I'm no longer that child who rushed headlong into battle. I needed an escape route. The only thing that came to mind was the jishiki that Tosan gave me before leaving for the exam. While I was on my bokuzen, I adjusted them a little, and even though I can't move as many times as Tosan, 1 is enough for now. That is why I threw in response to Haku's Senban not just kunai soaked in futon, but also with explosive seals attached. The rising sand will provoke Haku, who does not like violence, into action, and will also hide the two unusually shaped kunai that I threw at the stone hands located at opposite ends. I had no doubt that they would hit the top point. Was it in vain that Sasuke and Tenten were chasing me around at one time? That's right, it's not in vain. I have always been a talented student, especially where I am interested, and the ability to throw kunai makes life a lot easier. As I expected, Haku couldn't help but take advantage of the chance I gave him. As soon as I removed the curtain of sand with the help of futon, I realized that I was surrounded by its icy mirrors. How familiar this is! I wasn't going to agree to the offer to give up, and this was a great opportunity to cheer up Hinata. She's even more downtrodden here than I remembered her at that age in that world. Considering that, besides her, only Neji and Lee and Gaara remained, a battle between the two Hyugas could not be avoided. No one will allow two Hyugas to perform in front of the daimyo at once, and with such a difference in skills. However, on the other hand, it's much easier to stop Neji than Gaara, so I'll be glad if she doesn't get him. However, there is another option. This is Akato Aroi, damn him, but it's unlikely that anyone will allow guys with such different skill levels to go out. However, it's worth encouraging her anyway. Without confidence, she has no chance of winning. True, it seems to me that my words were taken as an attempt to show off in front of Sasuke, but does it really matter? The one who needs it heard me and remembered them, but the rest don't care. Although, to be honest, my attempts to instill confidence in Hinata had another reason, and a very prosaic one. What do I think? The clone needed time to tune into the Jushiki and move without problems. The conversation gave it, but there was already a matter of technology. Using futon, Shinkigyek was not difficult. The main thing is, I didn't forget to pour more chakra into the jutsu. Given the speed and size of the small balls of condensed air, it is not surprising that Haku's mirrors failed. It's good that at least they saved their creator from injury, and the guy escaped with only a slight fright. Without this, Haku would not have been able to stand on his feet, although he could not escape from the seals that Kachan put on me before leaving. However, knowing his devotion to others, I, out of harm's way, wrapped him in a fishing line and poked him with a sabon with a sleeping potion. You never know what might come into his head, especially if he feels that he has not lived up to Zabuza-san's expectations. Having received confirmation of my victory, I went to the place reserved for spectators, but when I ran into Hinata on the stairs, I could not resist and, holding her hand, said, "You are strong, Hinata. I believe in you. Remember, only you are the master of your destiny." I don't know, maybe it was these words that played their role, but before my eyes everything happened again. Neji's ruthlessness might be amazing, but I haven't looked at what lies on the surface for a long time. Hinata was right, there was pain and suffering in his movements, although this did not remove his guilt for what he had done. However, soon he himself will understand this, and then Hinata will have the most faithful and devoted assistant, coach, and support. I believe in them. But that didn't stop me from trying to appeal to his heart, trying to help him find himself earlier. I don't know if he understood my words, but I had to try. True, this did not prevent me, having spoken, to leave after the carried away Hinata, leaving a clone in my place. Surprisingly, Kurama did not pester me, felt that it was not the time, and even resignedly shared the purified chakra when I decided to help stabilize Hinata's condition. I was able to restart her SCH and help Ironine heal her heart. The danger has passed, and now the hospital is waiting for her, and I should return. Judging by the fact that my clone did not dispel, the fighting there is still going on. As soon as I returned, I realized that I was right. The battle was still going on, and how it was going. Gaara behaved strangely. His eyes showed confusion, and the thirst for blood that I felt in the forest of death was not there. Apparently, Shikaku stopped influencing him with the emanations of madness. A raccoon is a sweetheart when it's calm. It's a pity, this happens rarely, and it only began to appear after a heart-to-heart conversation with the old man Rakuto during the war. In general, it seems to me that if I had not, according to the old man, been the incarnation of Azura and his heir, Shikaku would not have given up his attempts to pretend to be a madman. So, while I was indulging in memories and thoughts about the problems of existence, Gaara got angry. In principle, his fight was no different from what we had already seen, except for one thing. At the very last moment he did not crush Lee's arm and leg, he simply enveloped him in sand and waited until he was declared the winner. Unusual, right? Although, a moment before that, I felt Shikaku's chakra burst into the sand. Apparently, he decided to intervene in the battle and not allow my friend to be harmed. That's what I like about Bijou. They are understanding and loyal. If you become their friend, then you don't have to worry about being stabbed in the back. They won't betray you. So Shikaku, despite the difficulties and possible retribution, did not sit on the sidelines, but intervened. It's worth visiting him a little later. It seems that he has become accustomed to his new power and will not refuse the opportunity to share it with me. After all, there is no other way for him to show off to the other Bijou what this arrogant infection will not tolerate. I can't hold back a satisfied smile, which, judging by Obito's stunned look and the angry hiss on Sasuke's part, was misunderstood a little, but I don't pay attention to it. I'll talk to Sasuke a little later and make peace, but the opinions of others? Well, let everyone invent to the best of their depravity. What do I have to do with it? I'm calmly waiting until they finally decide to announce the results of the fights and hold a draw for the third stage. It's not that I care that much. I know the skills of all the genin who entered this stage too well, but I'm interested in knowing who I will fight with. I usually ignore unnecessary information and go to the front row to pull out my number. Apart from the fact that 2 more people reached the finals, and the fact that the numbers changed a little, no significant changes were expected in the battles. True, I will have to fight with Suigetsu additionally after defeating Neji, and don't say that I'm too self-confident. I will do it, and there is no doubt about it. Afterwards, if everything goes well, my opponent should be Sasuke or Gaara, but it depends on your luck, although I am sure that the Uchiha, just like me, has no doubts about his victory. Well, the rest of the battles, as you understand, also remained unchanged. Shika will fight Temari, and Shino will fight Kankuro. We wish you success and patience. I feel like the clouds are gathering and the feeling of danger is screaming in a bad voice. As if this Chunin Shuriken would not become a breeding ground for unexpected people for us. I don't like the surveillance Sasuke sends too much, he simply wouldn't sound the alarm, and besides, the conversation with Toussaint and Ikeoji-sama is picking up. I don't want to lie, but I can't tell everything. Maybe I should blame it all on Kurama? And what? No one will bother asking him. Although, I would poke my nose in. So, let's reject this option. Aji-sama seems to be no worse than me in this regard. Recklessness, this is a family thing for us, and all Uzumaki suffer from it. Chapter 29. A month of training. If anyone thinks that right after the end of the qualifiers I rush to Gaara, then they are deeply mistaken. I believe that first we should solve our internal problems, and only then go and instill in them about peace and friendship. In general, my first step was to talk with Toussaint in the presence of Aji-sama and Fugaku-san. I don't know how our gatherings would have ended if it weren't for the support of Kachan and Sasuke, but on the whole we parted happy with each other. Fortunately, taught by bitter experience and proud of our quick victories, the men did not insist on the sources of our knowledge, and I, looking with honest eyes, blamed everything on Kurama's scent and on the words of the mentally unstable Shikaku, whom I had to face in the forest of death. Judging by Ikeoji-sama's grin, which kept curling his lips. He didn't believe Shikaku's excessive talkativeness, but he took the rest of his words into account. However, he did not shoot us, giving in under Kachan's pleading gaze, but his own gaze became thoughtful. I hope he doesn't dare to drop in on the tanuki for a sneak peek. Not really. Should not. Still, Gaara has a specific defense and strangers won't approach him so easily, and considering that any Fuin I know needs contact with the skin, even if it immobilizes him, then until they reach him through a layer of sand, a lot of time will pass. Help will arrive in time, but the clan does not need any unnecessary problems, nor does Konoha as a whole. Phew! It's a real weight off your shoulders. This means that no one will bother Shikaku, and, in the end, am I in vain to be the child from the prophecy? It was not difficult to ask the toads for an audience with old Gamma Sennin. As it turned out, he himself wanted to meet with me. Along the way, he also awarded me a new nickname. One who walks through worlds. However, despite all his senile quirks, he gave an order request to help me in everything, which I took advantage of through Fukasaku-sensei, putting pressure on Ero-sennin, and he, in turn, on Tusan, thereby dissuading them from hasty actions. However, Tusan himself was not eager to break into Gaara's subconscious and understood perfectly well that this was not a solution. His main question was what was happening to me. True, the old toads phrased that. The time will come and everything will fall into place. If it did not calm him down, then made him think and not make unnecessary movements. This was undoubtedly to my advantage. I didn't want to let anyone else in on the secret of our appearance here. One Kachan was enough. The only thing that bothered me about all this was that, despite my participation in the return of the lost blood, I was made a fool. No, they praised me and made me happy that now I should take patronage over Karen, who I saved. True, they immediately clarified that in connection with preparations for the third stage, I was temporarily relieved of my duties as a mentor for a new member of the clan. How happy I was! Oh, how happy I was! She literally glowed with the awareness of her own importance in the eyes of her family. Mentally, however, I wanted to strangle the smiling Nechan and the happy Anai-san, like a fox in a henhouse. However, despite all my dissatisfaction, Kurama's offer to show what it means to have two Uzumaki in agreement caused me wild enthusiasm. And judging by the instantly fading smiles of the others, they understood something. The next point, which did not cause me great delight, was that the Ero-sennin also went to the world of summoning for the entire month of training allotted to us. No, I don't argue. I missed my godfather, but that didn't change the fact that he told Tusan absolutely everything he saw. That is why I devoted all my training time to what came out worse for me, namely seals, and not just any kind, but embroidered on clothes. No, I didn't need these seals at all. I was used to doing without them, and if necessary, I had the whole clan at hand, but it's too quickly to learn the Sennin mode or show miracles in mastering the powers of Kurama, and even more so show knowledge of elemental techniques there was no desire. However, this did not change the fact that Maibokuzen is big, and Ero-sennin this is an Ero-sennin. He often went in search of inspiration. Therefore, with grief in half, I was able to master the Sennin mode, even if I spent an inadmissibly long time on entering it, about 15 minutes, but nothing, I can still reduce this time. And this is not the only problem, because compared to 10 minutes, and a little later, almost a whole hour, of being in this mode in that world, I could only be in it for a minute. It's a shame, but I understood perfectly well that my body simply could not withstand more natural chakra and it would not be possible to increase the time spent in this mode too quickly. You need to train and meditate a lot to reach the same level. However, along with training and mastering Sennin modes, I also did not abandon training in elemental jutsu. I finally had the opportunity to study my second element. Or rather, learn how to use it more easily and continue the training that I started with Shursui-san. It turned out that due to the fact that I abandoned training, everything would have to start almost from the very beginning. But if Kato is still clear with whom he can teach, I remember that Gamakichi had such an element, and he clearly found a mentor for himself among the toads. But what to do with Doton? But if I awaken more Suiton, I'll be halfway to mastering Mokuton. Just a joke, of course. Mokuton, this is not just a merger of Doton with Suiton, it also requires infusing a certain amount of natural energy, which is unlikely to happen in the near future. And I don't have Suiton and perhaps don't have one in the future, so there's no point in drooling over the impossible. I'm strong enough without Mokuton. In general, the appearance of 2 more elements allowed me to train Erosenin, which, as it turned out, both Kato and Doton had, and he himself admitted this. I simply created a couple of 100 clones and sent them along with my godfather to train. This quickly tired him, and he ran away for a short time, but even so I managed to practice a little in what he didn't need to see. Although I don't think he didn't notice the oddities, the toads were on my side, and this clearly calmed him down, because they were incapable of betrayal. However, even despite his reluctance to exert himself too much, Jiraiya was an excellent sensei. He explained clearly, plus he had developed exactly those elements that I needed. That is why in a month I was able to achieve some progress in the elements I studied. No, I didn't spit fire dragons or organize entire swampy swamps, but I already managed to dry a leaf, in classes with Kato, or compress a small pebble, in classes with Doton. I don't argue, my successes were rather modest, but it was enough for me. After all, my main element has always been futon. And Sasuke spat fire, just as he sparkled with Raiten. Although, I wonder if the Uchiha discovered any new abilities during the transition? After all, it can't be that I'm the only one who feels this way. It's curious, but you'll have to wait until you return to find out. But for now it's better to train in taijutsu, because the Erosenin has just returned from the human world, which means he's full of energy. And I am sure that he will not refuse to help. He simply cannot. Well, I think you understand that I maintained a frantic pace of training throughout the 2 months that I spent on my bokuzen? Although, to be more precise, it was 68 days, not 2 months. That is how much passed on the mountain while a month passed in the human world. Who would have known how much I missed everything during this time? And especially on normal food. Shimabe, of course, loves to cook, but what they all consider a delicacy, in my understanding, is very far from this concept. It's good that Jiraiya didn't forget about me, and after each absence from the mountain he brought a sea of goodies sealed in scrolls. Apparently, Kachan caught him and instilled in him the idea of the benefits of world peace, and also asked about me. The only thing, it's a pity that he didn't bring information about Sasuke. No, I knew that he also went somewhere for training, and almost a day earlier than me, but still, where he would go and, most importantly, with whom, he did not tell. And this is not fair. If I had been a little more hysterical and jealous, I would have pulled out all his hair for such an outburst upon his return. However, I am who I am, and I understand perfectly well that Sasuke went precisely to train, and not to have fun. I may be wildly curious about where and with whom, but I understand that if he didn't say, it means it's either dangerous, or he just wants to make a surprise. However, one way or another, as soon as I return and meet him, I will interrogate him. I'm worried. The moment of my return was rather prosaic. I returned a few days before the start of the last stage and was greeted by Kachan and Mikoto-san very joyfully, but by the others very casually. There was a feeling that everyone simply had no time for me. At least the entire male part of our family had that same look, more beautiful than being put in a coffin. However, the reasons for this were quickly found. As many as 2 kage decided to honor Konoha with their visit, and both had already arrived. I think I shouldn't talk about the sincere love of all 3 rulers. Moreover, the daimyo and many nobles, who were attracted by the promise of entertainment, did not add cordiality to anyone. As I understand it, everyone was stitched up, and To-san and Fugaku-san first of all. One tried to maintain neutrality between the rulers of countries and villages, and the second maintained Konoha's security at the highest level. Judging by the fact that no one has yet declared war on the country of fire and Konohagakure, they are succeeding so far. It may not be very successful, but in such a matter the main thing is the result, and it, as they say, is obvious. No one killed anyone, everyone was accommodated and relatively happy. However, according to Kachan, enough spies were caught during my absence. Their number exceeded all conceivable and inconceivable boundaries. Even for Chunin Shuriken there were too many of them, and the most disgusting thing, some of them were not at all from the daimyo or other villages. Most of them did not even know who they worked for. This was the most dangerous thing. Someone has set out to help Konoha with the exam, which could end badly. Even Uchiha patrols won't save you from everything. After listening to Kachan's confused thoughts and trying to calm her down as much as possible, I almost immediately met Aji-sama, who reminded me of my ward. I had to go in search of her. However, Karen did not have to search long. She ended up in the hospital, learning to revive fish under strict supervision. Looks like she's already found her calling. Seeing me, Karen was happy and, since her training had already ended, asking me to wait, she went to notify her mentor about this, and then dragged me off for a walk. During the walk, she spoke quite emotionally about how she was accepted into the clan. How kind and friendly everyone is here. She spoke with noticeable tenderness about my Kachan and admired the powers of Eni-chan. Apparently they were keeping an eye on her all this time. I make a mental note not to forget to thank them, and at the same time clarify what they taught her, and whether they taught her at all. Maybe they improved their basic knowledge and skills, and they also surrounded Kachan with care. Depending on their answers, you can make your plans. With all my desire, even after the exams it will not be possible to immediately go on a trip. We'll have to wait at least a couple more months. Well, okay, not a couple of months, but definitely 2 weeks, and it's better to spend them usefully. Overall, I enjoyed our leisurely walk and conversations with Karen. It was interesting, and a little later almost all the girls from our class joined us. And even though Hinata couldn't move too fast yet, and Sakura and Ino couldn't stay with us for long, it was fun. Karen gradually became one of her own, which could not but rejoice. Perhaps here she won't become such a sarcastic bitch as I remember her there. Sweet and shy, albeit with the beginnings of the violent temperament of all Uzumaki, I like her much more than an animal that has gone through fire, water and copper pipes, baring its teeth at anyone. There she was driven into a corner too early and was never allowed to get out of there, or rather, they were given it already when such behavior had become the norm, so they got what they got out of it. Everything is a little different here. She had not yet felt like a powerless game, although she was close to it. Her character should remain softer. Well, overall I was pleased with the day I spent, although I missed Sasuke. However, I understood that he would return. He must return to the 3rd stage, not earlier. However, understanding this did not at all ease my melancholy. I was too used to him always being there, and I simply couldn't accept the opposite. And to be honest, I didn't really want to. Perhaps this is selfish, but I did not want to part with him for a long time. I already spent more than 2 months without him. True, no one allowed me to indulge in despondency for a long time. I was only halfway from the Uzumaki quarter to my family's house when Gaara slipped out of the shadows. To my surprise, I didn't notice it before. Apparently, I was so lost in myself that I completely disconnected from reality. Damn, you can't do that. And why didn't Kurama warn me? I warned you, but you didn't hear. There was an immediate response from Red. Be careful. I know without you. I muttered, and much more friendly. Did you want something, Gaara? Yes, the rather unusual-looking guy nodded slowly. There is no madness in his eyes, he is calm and extremely collected. Now, more than anyone else, he reminds me of Gaara the Kazekage from that world. Here, an equally short word, and he extends his clenched fist to me. I raise my eyebrows in surprise, but stupid. Remember B and Gyuki? Kurama roared in his subconscious, and everything fell into place. This is exactly how the fastest transfer of chakra and simple messages between Jinchuriki occurs, so I no longer hesitate and knock my fist against Gaara's fist. We only touched fists for a couple of seconds, but that was enough for me. Dry, like a desert wind, Shikaku's chakra easily penetrated me and carefully settled in its designated place. This is so right. See you in the third stage, Gaara's quiet voice and the rustle of sand. A moment later there was not even a hint of someone else's presence near me. See you, I echo and move along the Jishiki home. The desire to walk around Konoha at night disappeared completely. Crap! Why did I feel so uneasy? Chapter 30. The day before the third stage. Sasuke, such a bastard as it turned out, returned the same evening when I met Gaara, but having decided to show his best side, he went to visit the guests only the next day. And already after lunch. Need I say that I did not greet him kindly? No, my morning was cheerful, like any morning in a house where there are small children, and in our case, even in duplicate. But let's not forget that I was the least tired member of the family, and they were temporarily entrusted with taking care of them to me. On the one hand, I was even glad. My brothers knocked all thoughts out of me, and I completely let go of all the problems. But on the other hand, I haven't been so exhausted for a long time. Plus, I couldn't sleep half the night because of Shikaku and Kurama quarreling in my subconscious. Well, at least then the tanuki calmed down and decided to sleep. But this does not change the fact that I didn't sleep half the night, spent half the night calming down my capricious brothers, and as soon as I lay down, the morning came. Naturally, I was not distinguished by complacency, and then there was this overly caring red-eyed bastard. And he came along with my Tosan and Itachi. Naruto, I want to ask you out on a date, Sasuke told me in his eternally indifferent manner when he was finally able to escape from the hands of my Ka-chan and Bie-chan. I'm coming with you. Without allowing me to answer, Itachi, who was accompanying Sasuke, and Aoi and I came out in unison. What, right with each other? Damn my tongue, my enemy! Naruto! Tosan was indignant, but Ka-chan and Ba-chan were openly having fun, just like Kurama in my subconscious. I'm sorry, it came out. I repented and added, since you really don't want to let us walk around Konoha alone, maybe it's better to assign Nariko and Shisui-san to us? And let's consider this a double date. Agree, this will raise fewer questions than our walk under the supervision of two guys. It seems that Tosan was interested in my words. However, I can't blame him here. Shisui-san shows great promise and in the future may take a fairly high place in the Uchiha clan. Such a marriage is beneficial to both parties. Little infection, and who said that I would agree? Nariko's angry tone did not please me. Feeling that I smelled something fried, I tried to run away from Nichan, enraged by the arrogant interference in her personal life, but I didn't have time. They grabbed me and, holding my head under their arm, began to rub the top of my head. So it wasn't you who kissed him under the windows yesterday? Replacing myself with the nearest ottoman, I asked. You were already asleep, how could you see me? Nariko was indignant, and immediately bit her tongue under the curious glances of Kachan and Bachan. About. Even so! Akeoaji-sama's voice was heard from the door. It seems that while I was bothering my sister, guests came to us. This is what you all found in the Uchihas. I have guys like this growing up in my clan. Apparently, Nariko was confused and did not know what to answer. Aji-sama, don't worry, you still have Aoi and I left. Marry him to someone from the clan. I couldn't resist, and seeing how Anai-san's eyes, which had just calmed down, began to sparkle in a bad way, I jumped up and said, well, I went to get ready, while you please make Shisui-san happy. Naruto! Judging by the furious scream that came from behind me, I escaped on time. You can't live in peace. Kurama told me, chuckling. Come on, Kurama! I smiled cheerfully, but finished seriously. You also noticed how tense they all are, they need rest. But that's not the only reason you decided to arrange such a date, right? Kurama remarked shrewdly. You're right. I nodded. I want to tell Sasuke about the meeting with Gaara and seek advice. About what? The fox frowned, and jealous notes appeared in his voice against his will. About your premonitions. Besides, you also felt it? I asked him. Yes. Yesterday Saiken crossed the gates of the village. Kurama nodded and reluctantly admitted. You're right, it's better to talk about this with your fiancé right away. No matter how much I want to admit it, he is one of the few who can help if anything happens, and he won't ask unnecessary questions. That's it, what am I talking about? I nodded and accelerated my preparations, because, judging by the fact that I no longer hear angry voices from below, Anai-sen has calmed down, which means there is no point in delaying too much. Naruto-chan, you look dazzling. As soon as I went down, I immediately received a compliment from Itachi. However, his eyes said that he did not put more into his words than what he said. It's a pleasure to do business with him. And most importantly, he is one of the few who can communicate with me without danger to health from Sasuke. True, he still cast a dissatisfied glance at his brother. You flatter me, Itachi, and I smiled, pleased with the effect produced. It was not in vain that I wore the dress given to me by Kachan. And clones created on time can work wonders in a short period of time. It's not for nothing that Bachan sent me to kunoichi courses after the war. It was there that we were taught how a real woman should behave. And no one neglected other little things. Although who would know how much hair I tore out while learning how to do beautiful hairstyles, and most importantly do it quickly, it's scary to remember. I've already sent word to Shisui, he'll be here soon, closing his eyes for a moment, showing that he understood and appreciated my hint in the address, Itachi answered. That's why I see Nariko is not here. I laughed cheerfully and walked up to Sasuke. There is plenty of space on the sofa next to him, and I miss him. It's a pity that there are too many people here, otherwise I would love to sit in his arms, but I still have everything ahead of me. I'm sure that together we can escape from surveillance, even if only temporarily. However, we didn't have to sit and wait for a long time by the sea for weather, nor did we have to make speeches appropriate for the moment. Shisui-san soon arrived and was pleased to have the opportunity to hang out with Nariko, even if he knew full well that the double-date version was far-fetched. Rather, they didn't want to leave me and Sasuke alone, so they remembered him, but even so he was happy. This is what love does to people. When we waited for my beloved sister, we immediately said goodbye to everyone and left home. Fortunately, by that time Toussaint was no longer paying attention to us, discussing with Itachi and Akeoaji-sama something that only they understood. Apparently there were some problems with the organization of the tournament, and now he was trying to involve new people in this moment. Well, good luck to him. Walking under supervision was not very interesting, but for lack of an alternative I had to accept it. However, we soon came across sheets announcing the premiere of a new film by Fujike's Yuki, and I expressed a desire to watch it. No one began to argue with me, and now we are sitting in the back rows and watching another story about friendship. How many years has it been since I last met the Snow Princess? I remember she left me her autograph then. It will be necessary to find out how her life turned out here. Perhaps she, like there, will need help, then I will gladly take on that mission in Yuki no Kuni Star. While I was indulging in thoughts about a possible future, Sasuke wasted no time and took advantage of the darkness to pull me closer, forcing me to look into my eyes. For a moment I saw the Sharingan activated, and now I find myself in my subconscious. You bastard! I could have warned you. Naruto, what happened? As always, Sasuke got straight to the point. Yahoo damn, that idiot woke up Shikaku. Ah, got it. You don't have to explain. Sasuke looked gloomily at Shikaku who had appeared. However, I wasn't thrilled about it either. Shikaku, you and Kurama have been on my nerves all night. I turned affectionately to Ichibi, feeling Sasuke carefully approaching me from behind and hugging me, sharing his warmth. Okay, I understood, you're not in a good mood, so I'll sleep some more. I immediately hurried to retreat into the very depths of my subconscious. Still, there are benefits from Sasuke's nasty character, and considerable ones. Who else can boast that the Bijus shy away from him when he is in a bad mood? That's it, no one. How did you manage? Sasuke chuckled, waiting for the end of our showdown. Last night, Gaara waylaid me on the way home. I shrugged, a heavy sigh escaped against my will, and I added, he gave me some of Shikaku's chakra. Is it really that simple? Sasuke raised an eyebrow in surprise. Yes, but that's not what worries me. I frowned. Tell me, when you returned, did you notice anything unusual? Apart from the fact that my entire clan patrols the streets around the clock and many have not been home for weeks, preferring to relax right in the precinct, Sasuke began thoughtfully. No, that's not what I'm talking about. I interrupted him and, noticing his wary look, explained. When Gaara gave me Shikaku's chakra, I felt a surge of panic. The sense of danger literally howled. Could this be because of Gaara? Sasuke clarified seriously. No. He now very much resembles that Gaara. I shook my head negatively. The feeling of danger was strong, but not directed at any of those whom I had already met here. When you said that, Sasuke frowned even more. I also felt something like that, but I didn't pay attention, chalking it up to fatigue after training. Moreover, I grinned. Yesterday a Saiken carrier arrived in our village. 3 bijou in one place? Sasuke tensed. Badly. If we really noticed Zetsu then, what am I talking about? I nodded at his words and wearily rubbed the bridge of my nose. I don't know what to think or do anymore. I'm afraid for Kachan. I'll talk to Tasama. Sasuke's lips pursed, and it's hard for me to blame him, because after I got to know Fugaku-san, I can say with confidence that they are similar. Well, 2 Sasukes in the same territory. In short, it's better not to catch their eye. I think I can make him double his vigilance. Yours are already bending over backwards. I shook my head negatively. But warn me anyway, and I'll talk about my concerns with the Kyoaji-sama. You're right, but then I'll talk to Shisui-san and Itachi. He nodded in agreement to my words. I will ask them to stay close to her so that if something happens, they can come to her aid. And my Kachan, most likely, will also be next to Kushina-san. Let them both be backed up. Give Kushina a Jushiki, and I will ensure her safety. Kurama intervened in our conversation. Or have you forgotten that it contains my chakra? Oh, exactly. I perked up. Then I rely on you, Kurama. That's great, but now get lost, otherwise you've been sucking in the understanding of your escorts for 5 minutes. My red-haired friend caustically remarked, and pushed us out of my subconscious. Well, Kurama, I'll remember this for you. Chapter 31. Evening Conversations. As soon as Sasuke and I left my subconscious, Nariko attacked me with accusations of my immorality. I had to laugh it off, but I liked Shisui-san's attentive look, and do you know why? It's just that this look showed that he understood what we were doing, which removed a lot of problems and at the same time gave Sasuke the opportunity to drag him out for a conversation without any problems. Why such difficulties? It's just that, as I understood from some slips of the tongue, he refuses to talk about it directly, of my fiancée, until recently no one took him into account. Or rather, they did not take into account Sasuke from this world. He was a child. The dramatic maturation and general changes that occurred after we entered these bodies did not go unnoticed, and it was noticed, but not yet taken seriously. True, in this regard it was easier and more difficult for him at the same time. Much of his behavior was attributed to awakened clan heritage, but not all of it. However, no one could afford to lose another person with Mangekyo, and our fathers are satisfied with this state of affairs. Such children are beneficial to them, and their pride is greatly enhanced. But this is the main difficulty, because now they are watching us and waiting, but what they will wait for depends on us. Kami-sama, when I dreamed of a family, I didn't think it would result in such difficulties. However, I didn't torment myself for long with thoughts about the complexities of relationships in my family. I always preferred to solve problems as they arose, and now I was happy with everything. Yes, due to the certain status of my family, there were many restrictions that I had not encountered before, but all this paled before the realization of the simplest truth: my parents are alive, and I will never be alone. That is why, despite possible difficulties in the near future, I sincerely enjoyed the walk through my native village. But sooner or later everything ends, so the walk has come to an end. I'll have to organize parties like this more often. It brings people together and helps you relax. And a satisfied smile from Michan is worth a lot. When we finished our walk around Konoha, which was joined every now and then by one of our new old friends, and returned home, tired and happy, I realized without surprise that Akeoaji-sama had not left anywhere, or had arrived specially before our arrival. It doesn't matter though. I noticed Kachan's interested glance in my direction and Aji-sama's emphasized calm. Judging by the fact that Tusan is absent, as well as Erosenin and Bachan, he is not here for them. The only thing that comes to mind is he wants to talk to me. No one could be deceived by my apparent carelessness in the morning, nor by my desperate attempts to be alone with Sasuke. Should he not understand and know all the possibilities of genjutsu? And the red-haired guys randomly meeting here and there couldn't help but be wary. No, I have nothing against such unobtrusive supervision, and the cinema belongs to the Uzumaki clan, which means that not only Shisui noticed that Sasuke was using the Sharingan, my clan's sensors could have noticed something more simple from the slightly changed chakra current. I don't even know whether to be happy that Aji-sama decided to talk to me. Naruto, is there anything you want to share with us? Akeo Aji-sama began to speak, thereby resolving my doubts. What are you talking about, Aji-sama? I asked, deciding to stall for time, at the same time trying to feverishly think through options for conversation, but desperately realizing that any preparations were useless. Not in front of a person who will sense any falsehood, any reticence. We'll have to speak directly. Well, for example, what did you talk about with Sasuke and Genjutsu? Akeo Aji-sama smiled knowingly. And so that there is no uncertainty left at all, I will clarify, a short grin, and he continues. While watching a film by the famous actress Fujikaze Yuki, your fiancé used the Sharingan. What? Nariko screamed. Nariko, don't be indignant, I chuckle and, squinting slyly, continue. The Sharingan allows you to get into someone else's subconscious, and their time flows the way the owner of the dojutsu wants. However, what you do there depends on your relationship. You can ask Shursui-san to show you all the delights of such a pastime. I'm sure you'll like it. Na-chan, who has a good imagination, and seal masters can't do without it, instantly blushed. So you? Yes, I nod seriously, noticing how Ka-chan's lips are trembling, and Aji-sama covers her smile with her hand. I add, we talked about a possible attack during the third stage. Perverted, Nariko began in response, but realizing what I just said, she shouted, What? So you did not go on a date? Shut up, Nariko, she was interrupted by Ka-chan's tense voice, and already to me, in a tone that did not tolerate objections. Naruto, explain. Yesterday evening the bearer of Rokubi came to the village, removing the mocking smile, which clearly inflamed Na-chan even more, and turning towards the tense elders, I answer. Where does this information come from? Aji-sama puts down his cup of tea and looks at me harshly, immediately reminding me that he is not only a kind uncle, but also the head of the clan, who, despite the loss of his homeland, has not lost his status as great. Kyubi said, I answered honestly. Hey! I may be offended by such treatment. Kurama rumbled in my subconscious. Do you want me to tell them your name? I sarcastically asked Red. Can he be trusted? Akeo Aji-sama narrowed his eyes, thereby preventing Kurama from answering me. Still, Kyubi, is not very friendly towards people. And he has a reason. I couldn't hold back my chuckle. Maybe I won't argue. Aji-sama did not deny this. But this does not remove the question of the veracity of this information. Aji-sama, I can feel the carriers of bijou, and besides, to someone, but Kyubi won't lie to me, you can ask Ka-chan. I stop the flow of Akeo Aji-sama's objections with a wave of my hand and redirect his attention. However, I myself looked pleadingly towards Ka-chan, who was in no hurry to both confirm and refute my words. She's right, Kurama-sama won't lie to her. When I had already stopped hoping for her support, Ka-chan answered. Kurama-sama? Everyone present was amazed, but if Aji-sama and Na-chan spoke out loud, then I mentally. Kurama, do you have anything you want to say? I suspiciously asked the furry one, who was now suspiciously quiet. My chakra remains in her. I can contact your mother at any time, came the answer, given to me clearly with reluctance. Kushina knew about this and took advantage of it, and I did not refuse to talk to her. After all, she is quite an interesting person. And how long have you been communicating with her? Watching Nariko try to extract details from Ka-chan, although without much result, and Aji-sama thinking about something, I asked. From the first day you told her about who you are, he answered boredly and asked with an incomprehensible emotion. Are not you angry? What's the point? I'm surprised, but then, realizing what's behind the question, I seriously add, nothing can be changed, and I trust you. However, next time, warn me about something like this so that I won't be surprised. Fine, there was undisguised relief in the growling voice. So stop it, Nariko. Aji-sama slammed his palm on the table, thereby interrupting the distraught Eni-chan, who, it seemed, had already forgotten why she began to come up with all her arguments. Naruto, you didn't just start talking about Rokubi, did you? A searching look, and Aji-sama adds, is he dangerous? Like all shinobi, I shrug and continue more seriously. I'm not worried about Kiri's Jinchuriki, but about the fact that in total there will be 3 of us here. For my part, I can guarantee that I will control myself, but that is not the difficulty. And what? Nariko frowned, and judging by the fact that no one interrupted her, she expressed a general question. During the stage in the Forest of Death, Sasuke noticed surveillance, and judging by the reaction of Shisui-san and yours, Eni-chan, I cast an expressive glance at her. The ANBU didn't notice anything, and I don't like it. It is not difficult to provoke a Jinchuriki who is not friends with the Bija. I think there is no need to explain what consequences this could have for Konoha. As far as I have noticed, Suna's Jinchuriki is unstable and lately he has been acting too strange, Aji-sama frowned. But if you hadn't told us about Rokubi, we wouldn't have known about him for the time being. You don't have to worry about Gaara. Even if someone opens his seal, Shikaku will not leave it on his own, and even if there is a daredevil who tries to pull him out by force, he will resist to the last. I chuckled and, noticing Kachan's surprised look, explained. He has 2 bad memories from last time. What about Rokubi? Aji-sama clarified after looking at me for a long time. I have to meet him in person. I purse my lips displeasedly and continue. This is the only way I can give an exact guarantee, not before. However, as far as I know, in the sense of Rokubi, he was always calm and in character he strongly resembled Katsuya Obachan. Until he is personally attacked, he will not interfere, and his Jinchuriki seems to be quite phlegmatic. In general, they deserved each other. Tomorrow the exam will begin after lunch, and before that the Kage and their entourage will meet in the Hokage residence in the negotiation room. Although no. Minato would rather receive them in his office. There is enough space there for more people, Aji-sama muttered thoughtfully. I think there won't be any problems getting you there, but you'll have to take on the guise of my assistant for a while. No problem, I nod, mentally thanking my extensive practice in the ANBU of that world, where I didn't have to learn anything like that. That's good, Aji-sama clearly considered our conversation over and nodded, but I had slightly different plans. By the way, which of the guests, and who in general, knows that Kachan is no longer a Jinchuriki? There was silence after my question. No one outside the village should know. Aji-sama narrowed his eyes. Childbirth greatly weakens kunoichi, even not Jinchuriki. I calmly met his gaze. What is the probability that that observer was eyeing the bearer of the bijou? Considering that the feeling of being followed only existed while we were next to Gaara, and even yesterday, when I saw him, you met with this maniac and didn't tell us anything? Nichan rose up, but Kachan's hand silently placed on her shoulder stopped her, and I continued. I felt danger, but not from him. I finished my thought. So he's not dangerous? Aji-sama frowned. Danger is near him, I nodded. But it is also aimed at us. Considering who he is. Anyway, Kachan, be careful tomorrow, I concluded. Don't worry, I'll show them, Kachan smiled, and I was sincerely glad that her dissatisfaction was not directed at me. Now I understand why people who know her cringe so much when they talk about her anger. Truly, it is not for nothing that she bears the nickname Akeo Shishio no Habanero. I have already recovered enough after childbirth. A surprise awaits my enemies. I understood you, Aji-sama said, glancing nervously towards his sister. The clan will be warned and will help. Thank you, Aji-sama, I smiled with relief. Go to rest, he shook his head. You'll have a hard day tomorrow. I smiled gratefully, feeling that all the fatigue that I had been ignoring all day was falling on me. And this conversation really exhausted me, albeit mostly morally. I really should rest and get ready for tomorrow. Chapter 32. Rokubi. Morning came unreasonably quickly. It seemed that I had just touched the pillow, and Kachan was already waking us up and calling everyone to come down for breakfast. I had to get up and, with my eyes closed, feel my way into the bathroom. I really wanted to sleep. A contrast shower corrected the situation a little, and I even felt like a human. True, I did not feel elation, nor did I feel joy from the approaching third stage, where I could show everyone what I was worth. I wonder why. I really wanted this. However, I had already received the approval and recognition of Tucson, which I so strived for, but it did not make me feel any easier. The eternal worm of doubt gnaws at you. What if it's all a dream? I sighed tiredly and, shaking my head decisively, leave the bathroom. I should get ready right away. After that I might not be able to go get my equipment, so I need to concentrate. There may not be a second chance. Naruto, go down into the subconscious. Kurama's voice overtook me just at the moment when I had just finished distributing the scrolls with weapons and sealed techniques among the seals that Kachan had made on my belt. All that remains is to secure the pouch, and I would be completely ready. Wait a little, I'll finish now and come down. I responded, and, having attached my pouch, sat in the lotus position on the bed, so that it would be easier to immerse myself, and then there would be no incidents. However, considering that I decided to dress as comfortably as possible for the upcoming exam, that is, in almost standard leaf shinobi attire adjusted for my favorite and clan colors, then I am not in danger of getting tangled in the fabric of the skirt upon returning to reality. And then they swam, we know. At first, I couldn't wear a kimono or women's clothes at all, and even now, sometimes I forget myself and get confused. Which is not surprising. After all, skirts were not in honor among the ABU. What did you want, Kurama? As soon as I find myself in my subconscious, I immediately become interested. We talked and decided. Red began wearily, resting his head on his paws, that you should not show off your capabilities in front of the Jinchuriki of other countries. We realized it a little late. I grinned. I already lit up in front of Gaara. This is different. Kurama waved it off. It couldn't have been any other way. Both Jinchuriki and Bijou were worth each other. What are you hinting at? Shikaku's indignant cry was heard. I'm saying in plain text that you're crazy. Kurama bared his teeth in the direction of the tanuki who had appeared in the subconscious. Look who's talking, Shikaku said caustically. You yourself are no further. Let's arrange your own family showdowns later. I interrupted the scandal that was already gaining momentum, and seeing that too far from friendly glances were crossing at me, I hastened to change the topic. Kurama, maybe you could let me in on what you came up with. Okay, let's assume it turned out. Red snorted and, putting his head on his paws, continued. So, we woke up Saiken tonight and talked to him. He was too lazy to fight his copy, so he offered a slightly different option. Which? I bet my eyes sparkled with curiosity. As you know, we are essentially pure chakra, which acquires bodies of flesh and blood only outside the host. Kurama slowly began to explain, and I realized that until he finished his story, I would not receive an answer to the question I was interested in. This has been the case since ancient times, when we were still sealed in our father Rikudo. We were only able to obtain flesh and blood bodies after, in general, Red wants to say that you only have our chakra, and not the largest amount. Shikaku interrupted Kurama impatiently. Therefore, in order to convey it, you do not need to be personally present in the subconscious. Eh? I blinked stupidly. Tanuki is right. Dissatisfied because he was not allowed to finish the story, Kurama, however, agreed with Shikaku, although, judging by his look, I will again have to put a block on our connection, because with a sore head after their squabbles I didn't want to go. And that's why they treat each other this way? Saiken is not like me or him. Kurama continued meanwhile. He is calm and used to solving things leisurely as befits. I'm a slug. Saiken intervened and, looking at me, added, I will become a ball of dense chakra, which you will transfer by touch. Will there be any special requirements? I glanced sideways at these three. No, he calmly responded, and when the other two-tailed creatures tried to intervene and say something, he simply, accidentally, struck with his tails dangerously close to them. All desire to speak out disappeared from them, and it's hard to blame them for this. Saiken's mucus can be acidic, if desired. We have already studied the echoes of the local Rokubi's power and came to the conclusion that he is no different from me, so it is safe to say that there will be no fight. And my chakra will provoke the chakra of my double into action. You won't have to strain and be afraid of opening. The splash from Utakata will cover everything. That's good. I nodded. Otherwise, my relatives already have a lot of questions for me. There is no need to add more to them. Minato is not an idiot. A snort was heard from Kurama. Not an idiot. I agreeingly agreed with Red. But you can add a guess to the case. I grinned cheerfully and, clapping my hands, announced, "Okay, since this issue is resolved, then I'm off." Get out, you could say. It came from my back, and I left the subconscious, and then immediately put a barrier to communication with the Bijou. If they want, they will still be able to contact me, but the screams of the tanuki and the fox that do not concern me will bypass me. As soon as I opened my eyes, I heard a knock on the door, and then Nichan looked into my room and said that everyone was waiting for me. I stretched with pleasure and head towards the kitchen. Breakfast, this is sacred, and it is not known whether you will be able to have a snack somewhere later. After all, there is an exam. Food pills, of course, are nutritious, but such disgusting. Entering the kitchen, I notice without surprise that Toussaint is absent, but Aji-sama is drinking tea, squinting his eyes contentedly. I greet everyone and receive a discordant answer, and then I proceed to breakfast, which is already waiting for me. Still, there is nothing tastier than food prepared by a loving Kachin. I squint my eyes in bliss and literally savor every bite. "I see you've already had breakfast, Naruto," stated Aji-sama, who was looking complacently at my leisurely satiation. "Yes," I nod, putting away the now empty cup of tea, and thank my Kachan for the food and care. "Then come with me to the clan." He gets up. "As promised, I have prepared everything you need, but before sending you to Minato, I need to explain why," distracted for a moment by Kachan. "Thanks for the food, Kushina, we're leaving." "You're welcome," and I-san, Kachan nods and, affectionately stroking my hair, tucked into a spikelet, adds, "Good luck." "Thank you, Kachan." I joyfully accept the simple affection and, reluctantly pulling away, turn to Aji-sama, raise my eyebrow in surprise and ask, "Something serious?" "No," he shakes his head and slowly heads towards the exit. "It's just that our clan is responsible for the barriers around the arena and spectator seats. Both ordinary and privileged. You should find out a little more details before you go and give your report. Minato may ask some questions out of spite." "Yes, and this may be useful to you. Still, there are 4 hours before the exam, why not spend them usefully?" "Whatever you say, Aji-sama," I nod, knowing full well that such information is not shared so easily. Even Toussaint has nothing to do with it. Aji-sama decided to play it safe after my warning. So my fears are not so groundless. I silently follow Aji-sama, who on the way to the Uzumaki quarter does not talk about business. Any outside observer may generally get the feeling that an older relative is trying to cheer up a young relative. Against my will, I succumb to his mood and begin to maintain a casual conversation, willingly smiling at my acquaintances and cheerfully responding to wishes to show everyone off. However, despite attempts to cheer me up, no one dares to stop me, and everyone, after saying a few words of support, immediately says goodbye, promising to come and watch my fights. But not much time has passed since I appeared here, and already such changes have occurred. Although I'm glad about this, because as soon as I got here, the relationships and views are like in distant childhood. It was difficult to force myself to smile as brightly as before. If it weren't for Sasuke, I would have broken down. However, All's well that ends well, and I must do everything to end well. As soon as I reached the quarter and found myself in Aji-sama's house, I was pulled into his office, in which there was a table empty of papers in the middle. If I understood correctly from the color, then it is entirely made of chakra-conducting wood, a rather expensive thing. But why is he Aji-sama? Afterwards he made about 50 seals, half of which I didn't understand, and it seems to me that there were some archaic ones that remained before the unification of the villages and the reduction of hand seals to a common denominator. Second, and he touches his hands to the table that surprised me so much, and on it a three-dimensional map of Konoha takes shape. Wow! I thought genjutsu couldn't be sealed. This is not a genjutsu, but a real layout. Aji-sama chuckles, guessing my thoughts. But you're right, it wasn't easy to make, and you're one of the few who know about its existence. He casts a menacing look at me, which I withstand with some difficulty, and then continues, so. And an avalanche of information hits me. Where are the barriers installed? How can they be activated or, conversely, deactivated? Particular attention was paid to the arena itself, and the surprises hidden in it. My head quickly began to swell from the abundance of information, but I persistently continued to remember and structure the information in my brain. They shared too valuable information with me, and something tells me that even Tosan doesn't know about half of the traps. They were clearly installed not for general use, but to have escape routes. I couldn't even resist asking Aji-sama about this question, to which I received a rather vague answer, which boiled down to the fact that everything will come in handy in life. I sincerely liked this approach, but it was difficult to remember everything. It's good that at least I have someone in my head to take notes on everything that was said, and the chances of getting help if needed are great. Well, that's all for the main issues. Finally, after a 2-hour lecture without any interruptions, Aji-sama concluded. Now it's half an hour of rest. You'll just come to your senses and put what you've just told. And then, and with a magician's gesture, he took out a small scroll with a seal already set and threw it to me. You will pass this on to Minato and meet with Rokubi. He has just entered the Mizuki's retinue and is next to your Tosan. Yes, I put the scroll away in the seal on my hand and obediently follow Aji-sama, and then, after taking a few sips of tea, which his wife literally thrust into my hands, I close my eyes and fall into meditation. Half an hour flies by in an instant, but I have more or less put my thoughts in order and, thanking Oba-chan for his hospitality, I leave Aji-sama's house. Coming out of the quarter onto the street and looking around, I realized that if I walked along the road like a normal person, I simply wouldn't have time to get to Tosan, because I have a lot of friends and not everyone wished me luck. Considering that I had difficulty escaping the grips of members of my own clan, and if you believe Kurama, members of Sasuke's clan are walking nearby, in general, I didn't tempt fate and made my way further to the Hokage residence along the roofs. It's not that there are fewer people there, but everyone is in a hurry and they don't have time to chat. That is why I was able to get to Tosan's office in a record 5 minutes, you must admit, against half an hour of passing the Uzumaki quarter this index. Moreover, the road from Aji-sama's house to the gate of the quarter is hundreds of times shorter than from the gate to the residence. Hokage-sama, if you please? Having waited until my delicate knock was answered with an invitation to enter, I asked, looking inside. A quick glance at Tosan's guest showed that Aji-sama was right and the Mizuki and Utakata were sitting here. My gaze clings to Terumi-san against my will, and I can barely suppress a malicious smile. I'm wondering, does Ka-chan know that such a lady is sitting next to her husband and in such attire? And how did I not notice before that her clothes do not hide anything, but on the contrary, they show off all their charms? Did something happen, Naruto? Tosan's short glance at the Mizuki did not go unnoticed, and judging by the menacing look he gave me, it's better not to know about this episode. In particular, the fact that Terumi-san sat in such a way that, when bending over for sweets, she exposed something that should not be exposed in front of married men. Separately, we can add, especially those married to women from the Uzumaki clan. Akeo-sama ordered to give you the scroll and tell you that everything is ready, Hokage-sama. I nodded understandingly and bowed to Toussaint's distinguished guests as a sign of respect, and then went directly to him and handed over the scroll. Why you? He raised an eyebrow. Or have you decided not to participate in the third stage? There is more than half an hour until the official start of the third stage, I shrug. Don't worry, Toussaint, I'll make it in time. So this sweet girl your daughter, Hokage-sama? Terumi-san became interested in me. The same Kazekage reacted much calmer. It looks like Gaara is in no hurry to share information with him, but that's none of my business. Yes, Toussaint nodded, briefly looking at the scroll I handed over and putting it away in one of the drawers of the table. She advanced to the third stage by defeating Hakiyuki. He couldn't resist the hairpin. About. Terumi-san admired. Come closer, I want to get a better look at such talent. Having received Toussaint's nod of approval, I obediently approach her and mentally check with Saiken whether he is ready or not. Having received the answer, yes, I calm down and calmly wait for what Terumi-san is going to do. Ideally, it would be if she sat me down between her and Yudikata, but if something happens, you can always accidentally stumble. To my joy, I didn't have to pretend to be clumsy. She spun me around like a doll, sat me down next to me and began asking me about the details of the battle. However, as soon as I started answering, my hand was completely accidentally, I really had nothing to do with it, touched by Yudikata. Saiken, deciding that it was time to act, instantly reached out to his double, and I had to pull my hand away from Yudikata's hand, which was suddenly covered with bubbling Biju chakra. However, we should give him his due. He dealt with such a mini breakthrough of someone else's chakra quickly and, apologizing, left our society. Before the exam started, I didn't see him again, but I was calm, because Kurama and Shikaka unanimously convinced me that everything went smoothly. True, I didn't like Toussaint's irritated look, but we silently agreed that I would remain silent about Terumi-san, and he would not raise the question of my involvement in the incident, especially since there were no marks left on my skin, and the rest nonsense. Chapter 33. Third Stage. Obito's POV. I went to the third stage reluctantly. I couldn't get my mind out of yesterday when Shursui and Itachi gathered our group and told us some pretty interesting information. No, I wasn't surprised that it was they who found it, but the source of this information. How could Sasuke know about this? Where did he get information about another Jinchuriki in the village? If neither I nor Kakashi, who was also present when meeting the guests from Kuri, saw any oddities in Yudikata. Yes, we didn't even think about the fact that a biju was sealed in it. The only thing we noticed was that the Mizukage had a pretty good attitude towards him, and that's all. However, considering the practice of villages to make Jinchuriki of Kage relatives, it is not surprising. No one wants to spoil relations with a relative of the ruler. Idiots do not live long. I don't like all this, I really don't like it. Having 3 biju in one territory is dangerous in itself, especially considering what we saw with Suna's Jinchuriki. I dread to imagine what they could do together. There is also an iron confidence that something will happen to Sasuke, and Naruto seems too relaxed, but no, you can notice her too attentive gaze. True, if it weren't for yesterday's conversation, I would never have understood this. She held up very well until she went to the Toad's plant for training, and even after that it was difficult to suspect her of anything, only if you knew where to look. Now I'm not even surprised that Fugaku-sama so easily made the decision for her to join our clan. Despite her open behavior and lively character, she holds her face no worse than an Uchiha. I'm even beginning to suspect that her eternal cheerfulness just a mask. I hope I'm wrong, because she's acting similar to Kushina-san, and if she were, Akeo-sama would have sounded the alarm by now, but he doesn't do anything. I would even say that now there is a struggle for her favor, which is also strange. There is too much attention on a simple girl, even though she is the daughter of the Hokage, and in general has great potential. It should not be. Obito, as soon as I appeared near the arena, Kakashi appeared next to me. Apparently, I will spend my further path to the team in a company, not the worst option, but I know my friend too well to be sure that our meeting was not without reason. Where is our team? I nod at him and continue on my way. I'm not going to stop, because I have to say a few parting words to the children entrusted to us. However, if we don't rush, we will have time to talk. Fortunately, there are about 40 minutes before the start of the fighting and 15 minutes before the official start, when all the kids will be brought out for everyone to see and begin to compost the brain with propaganda nonsense with grains of truth and truly valuable information. In total, there's still an hour before the fighting. We'll have time. He and Rin are already in the room allocated for those who have reached the third stage, Kakashi responded quite calmly. And here's what's unusual. Naruto arrived with Minato-sensei, and later joined Sasuke. And? I glance at my friend, who, as always, is calm, but I don't believe it. He didn't just start talking about Naruto. Something happened while I was fulfilling my obligations to the clan, and could not meet with them. I wonder what. Sensei and his daughter arrived, accompanied by the Kazekage and Mizukage with their retinues. Kakashi chuckled. And Naruto was chatting so sweetly with Mei-sama. And what's the problem? I looked at my friend in surprise. The Mizukage, of course, is a peculiar woman, but Naruto knows how to win people over. I'm sure these two lovely ladies will find a common language. My voice becomes quieter and quieter. Two interesting pictures began to flash after my own words. I remember a couple of my missions related to sending messages to this woman. Fortunately, then Kakashi and I performed them together, and Rin did not see how the Mizukage met us. Of course, I understand that it's the easiest way to extract information this way, but, Kami-sama, I'm a married man. The only thing that saved us then was that we were members of the clans and students of Minato-sensei. Otherwise, I would not have given a penny for our lives. The intentions regarding us were very clear. Don't let Kami-sama. Kakashi shudders at my words. It seems I'm not the only one who remembered those missions. And in general, I wanted to say something else. And what? I ask without interest, trying to drive away the pictures where Naruto adopts Terumi's behavior, and we are overtaken by punishment from Kushina-san for not keeping track. I wonder if Minato-sensei will have any long-term mission, preferably away from Konoha and Hinokuni in particular? Although it's unlikely, if my fantasies are even 10% fulfilled, there will be no one left to ask to cover us. One little animal sang to me here. Kakashi, clearly understanding my throwing, glanced at me. That literally 5 minutes after Naruto entered the sensei's office, the Jinchuriki Rokubi flew out of there. Moreover, he looked disheveled and even frightened, which, compared to his always imperturbable face, was at least unusual. Are you saying this has something to do with Naruto? I look at him in surprise and see a consonant nod instead of an answer. I frown at this and clarify. Have you contacted the others yet? The singer's long black tail has already flashed among the others. All that remains is to warn you. Kakashi shook his head. Yes, sir, I see. It seems that Minato-sensei decided to take at least someone from his personally trained and selected team with him, in addition to his completely devoted bodyguards. Apparently, he also feels something is wrong. Didn't they sing anything else to you? I look suspiciously at my friend. Otherwise, everything seems too suspicious. Well, unless you consider that it was Akeo-sama who sent Naruto to the sensei with the information that he gave him yesterday, then no, Kakashi shook his head. And by the way, we have arrived, he said, opening the passage doors for the sensei in front of us. Oh, Obito-san, Kakashi-sensei. I heard a cheerful shout, and I saw Naruto waving his arms at us. I wonder why she calls me San, and calls Kakashi-sensei? Not fair. Well, are you ready? Seeing this positive girl, I start smiling against my will. And why did I only think that this cheerfulness mask? Now such thoughts seem blasphemous. Of course we will show them all. She defiantly raises her hand clenched into a fist. It's not in vain that we train so much, right, Sasuke? And turns to my cousin, who is looking bored at all this. A little further, the rest of those who passed with their mentors are also trampling. Utakata, whom Kakashi was talking about, is standing right there, and his gaze every now and then sticks to the figure of our student, which my little cousin really doesn't like. He's glaring like that, but at least he doesn't use the Sharingan, and that's okay. Pfft. Short answer, and he turns away from us, returning to the interrupted activity, that is, rubbing a hole with his eyes on the jounin of someone else's village. We need to follow him, otherwise this is not the point. Of course, I don't believe that Sasuke will lose his temper, but it's still worth following him. You see, Sasuke agrees. Naruto was not at all disappointed with this answer. Sometimes it seems to me that they don't need words to understand each other. True, it also seems to me that she reads people like an open book. At least when she saw how I looked from Sasuke to Utakata, she instantly reacted, and my cousin received a sharp elbow in the ribs. How interesting. He wasn't even indignant, and, it seems, on the contrary, he felt guilty. They won't believe whoever I tell. Well, since you both agree, then good luck, I sincerely wish them. Especially you, Naruto, your first fight. Don't worry, no Hyuga can shake the Uzumaki's resolve. The look becomes hard for a moment. Besides, Neji himself got a good beating. We ask participants to enter the arena. The loud voice of the jounin who was responsible for judging at the third stage sounded, and the children pulled towards the exit. Look around, sensei. Naruto's barely audible voice carried through the air, and she, smiling, ran out after the others. Damn! Knows when to run away so as not to answer awkward questions. A doomed sigh escapes Kakashi and I at the same time, and we exchange glances and follow Rin, who hastened to take our seats in the stands. There is nothing more for us to do here. We wished him luck, and now we will have to leave to become simple spectators. Still, the third stage includes a lot of fighting and we are forbidden to help our charges. Well, to ensure that everything is fair and that no one will definitely help, separate places have been made for the participants, and they will not return here, so there is no point in standing in a stuffy room. We had barely reached our seats when the first battle was announced. Namake's Naruto and Hyuga Neji. The genius versus the girl with a sunny smile. It would seem that everything has long been clear and there is no point in waiting for something, but only those who have not met Naruto for the last 6 months could think so. The fight promises to be hot and interesting. Give up. Who would doubt that Neji would want to talk? Still, the Hyugas love to show their superiority over others, but the guy doesn't yet understand that there's no point in burying himself. He chose the wrong person for his attacks. You can't win. You know, Neji, a ringing voice sounded in response, I may not be the strongest, but I know one thing for sure, Uzumaki don't give up. It's a pathetic sight. You don't look like Uzumaki and have nothing in common with them, he snorts in response, and now we see how he takes a stance for clan taijutsu. It looks like someone has become overconfident. It's time to show that you will never fly. Okay, try. There is mockery in Naruto's voice, and clones fly towards Neji, while the original remains in place. Hyuga easily deals with the clones and inevitably follows Naruto, but she is not going to go into close combat. The clones were just a distraction, and then a water dragon flies towards Neji. He has to use Kaiten, but as soon as he stops, one of the clones he had not destroyed earlier throws a kunai at him and, surprisingly, hits him. How does Naruto know about the blind spot? However, the kunai, not saturated with chakra, could not cause serious harm and Neji overtook Naruto, a blow to the heart, and a clone? When did she manage to replace herself? Doesn't matter. As soon as the clone disappeared, the original appeared behind him and slammed Hyuga into the wall with a powerful kick. He simply did not have time to react. True, Naruto is in no hurry and allows him to rise, with an absolutely calm face as he watches him, spitting out blood, rise and take a couple of steps forward. Again there are clones, and he has to use Kaiten again, because he is not able to keep track of everyone. On the one hand it's correct, but on the other he has almost no chakra left. After all, Kaiten is voracious, and he is too young to wield it at the proper level. This fight is already over. Neji, you understand that I have already won, right? The guy is interested in Naruto, and I can't help but feel sorry for the guy. He was defeated effortlessly, and he cannot help but understand this. I can't lose to you, loser. These words were spoken almost inaudibly, and I was able to understand them only thanks to the Sharingan, which allowed me to read these words on my lips. A slight smile from Naruto, and here she is, not at all afraid, walking towards the swinging guy. He leans over and says something in his ear. Why doesn't he attack? Why is he standing still? Why do I see fear in his eyes? I think the fight is over, Naruto calmly declares, pulling back and knocking out Hyuga with a blow to the neck, while Neji's widened eyes stand before my eyes. What did she tell him anyway? Chapter 34. The beginning of trouble. The fight with Neji was quite short-lived. Experience against stubbornness and reluctance to admit one's mistakes won again. However, I won not only because of experience. Long training at the limit of my strength also yielded results. However, looking at Neji sliding down the wall, I did not feel joy or elation. I remembered too well how in that world he told me about his clan and the fate of the side branch. No, then he accepted and understood his fate, but he never saw how I fulfilled my promise. Then it cost me a lot to remake the Hyuga seal so that it only protected the eyes, and did not limit the use of the Byakugan. I had to suffer the most with the subordination function, but I managed. True, if Hinata and Hayashi-san had not been so well disposed towards me, nothing would have worked out, but we managed. I even managed to make the seal invisible. The only thing the Hyuga elders liked about it was that they could protect everyone. Although it is worth noting that they resisted innovation for a long time, but the war left too much of an imprint. Hinata, having lost her brother, became tougher, and they had to give up. Neji, you understand that I have already won, right? I asked the question, watching as Neji stands up and destroys another batch of clones. However, this does not matter. I had already installed a paralysis seal on him. Those kunai were not saturated with chakra for a reason. They simply would not have withstood the double load. Now all I have to do is put the seal on and he is harmless, because he does not have the strength to destroy the Fuin. I can't lose to you, loser. The guy's stubborn gaze again plunged me into the past. I saw the same bloodied, dying friend who blocked me from Jubi's attack. It hurts how painful it is to remember fallen friends. However, I know that many pairs of eyes are watching me and I have no right to weakness. A slight smile usually appears on the lips, but the eyes, covered with bangs, probably speak for themselves. Mental effort, and the seal of paralysis is activated. I see a shadow of surprise in the watery eyes and calmly walk towards him. I know that in my eyes now there is no fun that has become familiar to others, but it is now unnecessary. He won't understand my words in this case, and I have no desire to have fun. An adult neji appears again and again in front of his eyes, saying, "Because you called me a genius." And I don't want history to repeat itself, but I also don't want him to keep his hatred inside. He wounds himself first of all, and only after Hinata, who considers herself to blame for the death of her uncle. If this continues, they will not be able to overcome childhood fears and resentments and move on. You know, Neji, my voice is soft and quiet. I deliberately came closer and said directly to his ear, "No one should hear my words." I feel his fear, but I'm not going to stop. Stop, idiot. I ignore Kurama's hysterical voice in the depths of my subconscious. Maybe later I will regret my actions, but for now I am confident in them. I had a friend from a side branch of the Hyuga who complained about fate in the same way. He had a father who was a twin and entered into the main branch by right of seniority. My voice is even, but I myself am far from so calm. When it was necessary to protect his elder, he did not hesitate to die, but before that he said, "I am going to die not for the sake of Hyuga, but for the sake of the family, brother." I stepped back for a moment and, looking carefully into his eyes, "Don't let the past make you weak, depriving you of your wings. You still have a choice." My eyes turn red for a moment with a vertical pupil, and I see shock in the eyes opposite. It was deprived from birth. Is it true? I grin. I'm too stubborn to grieve about it. Hatred, it's too disgusting a feeling to live with. It took me years to get over it and find my wings. But the choice is yours. Blinking and returning my eyes to their usual color, I carefully looked into Hyuga's eyes, widened with understanding, which is significant. There was no fear there. I squint contentedly and, nodding to myself, sharply hit a special point on the neck, and then catch the limp body. I carefully lay him on the ground and, turning to the hesitant judge, declare, "I think the fight is over." "The fight is over." The jounin immediately came to his senses. Winner Namike's Naruto. So why? I hear Kurama's dissatisfied voice in my subconscious. I had to help him. I respond calmly, eagerly accepting congratulations from the other participants. The only thing, Sasuke just looked at me accusingly and shook his head. However, he understood perfectly well why I did this, and did not show his dissatisfaction with anything else. Although he perfectly showed his attitude by simply nodding and not coming up to congratulate him personally. Crap. I still haven't had enough problems with him. My only hope is that he will soon change his anger to mercy, otherwise I will have to figure out how to make peace with him. Come on, Kuramushka. I heard Shikaku's voice, and I directly felt how Red's whole body shuddered and the fur on his tail stood up. Naruto always, what did you call me? Didn't let me finish listening to what I, according to Tanuki, always do, Kurama. Yes, I understand that there's still a second and I go deaf, so I hastily shield myself from the raging Bija. Fortunately, this is not difficult, and despite the squabbles, they will not let their chakra go beyond the seal, which means there is no need to worry. Next fight, and it was I who abstracted myself from the screaming in my head in time. Dosukinuda vs. Sakato Iro. Instantly, everyone who patted me on the shoulder and congratulated me on my victory stuck to the observation window, and those named went down. I don't even know who to bet on. But what am I talking about? Aroi, other than drawing out chakra, had no trump cards. However, after a moment I was convinced that this was not so. Akado used Suetun, and quite skillfully. Although, if it weren't so damp in the arena, the water was still there on my water dragon, he would hardly have been able to create Suetun, Suigaten Star. Even so, it's amazing. This technique is not kept in the library for genin. It seems that Orochimaru could not have done it here either. However, knowledge of water techniques did not save Yaroi from the sound techniques that Dosi used. Kinuta simply sprayed all his attacks, and then used Kayamizan *** and incapacitated him. Well, the examiner intercepted his attempt to control everything with a kunai, declaring him the winner. The next fight was between Shikamaru and Temari, which did not bring any new impressions. This lazy guy used almost the same strategy as I remembered, and then gave up. You should have seen Temari's face. How did I not pay attention to this last time? She is very proud, and for good reason. She is truly a strong kunoichi. That's it, Shika, you got it. Which I did not fail to tell him when he got up. Heh! You should have seen how warped he was. There wasn't even enough for my favorite, problematic, one. However, I don't feel sorry for him. I remember how comforting Temari filled his house in that world, so let it be. Although I won't pimp unnecessarily, let them figure it out themselves, not children anymore. After Temari returned, dissatisfied with her deserved victory, Kankuro and Shino were called to the arena. Well, what can I say about this fight? Both opponents tried not to use close combat, although for different reasons. Kankuro hid behind the puppets and tried not to grab the Kikeichu, and Shino was afraid of poisonous weapons. They ended up dancing at some distance from each other until Aburaim was able to surround the entire arena with bugs and drive him into a trap. Although it is worth noting that by that time he had been hit a couple of times by blades hidden in Kankuro's puppets. They could not cause mortal harm, but the poison began to act. As a result, Kankuro did not have time to give up when Shino became ill and was taken aback. However, an attempt to exploit the enemy's temporary weakness was unsuccessful. The Kikeichu reacted to the danger to their owner. So it turned out that Shino lost consciousness, and Kankuro was attacked by his bugs. Glory to Kami-sama, Shibi-san was present in the arena. He was able to recall his son's beetles, but the battle itself turned out to be a draw. Although I would award the victory to Shino, it is unlikely that Kankuro will quickly recover from such an experience, no matter how much he develops a phobia of beetles. The next fight was between Sasuke and Gaara, and to be honest, it was because of him that I was most worried. In the previous world, it was he who became the Rubicon, but I couldn't say anything about this world yet. You can't attach bad feelings to the matter. However, the fight itself was quite interesting to watch. Sasuke was in no hurry to pull out all his trump cards and began an attack with the already boring water dragon, trying to get as much sand wet as possible. Quite a successful move, it's worth noting. It's not fair. Shikaku's voice broke through all the barriers I had put up. He knew that Gaara couldn't control wet sand. Did you seriously expect nobility from the Uchiha? Kurama's astonished voice was heard. Shikaku, you amaze me. Shut up, you're giving me a headache. I barked at them. After all, these two sometimes bother me terribly. In that world Matatabi calmed them down, but in this world I have yet to meet her, because I just don't want to wake her up. While I was distracted by the bijou, the situation in the arena changed radically. I don't know how much chakra Gaara donated to Shikaku, but the entire ground under Sasuke's feet turned to sand. He barely managed to climb onto the wall of the arena. However, everyone understood perfectly well that this could not continue for long. Even though Gaara was a Jinchuriki, and already accustomed to using bijou chakra, he still had a transmission limit. Quite big, but still. And Sasuke had more experience. A couple of moments, and now the Uchiha is engulfed in lightning. It looks like the Raikage's cover, but not him. His speed increases many times, and now he rushes towards Gaara, intending to finish everything with one blow. If at the very beginning the sand reacts sluggishly, due to the inability to control such a volume, then the closer Sasuke gets to the enemy, the more careful he has to be. True, despite all his speed and lightning protection, he did not have time. The sand stood in front of him like a dense wall. He was barely able to penetrate it, but he was no longer able to strike. Although he didn't need to, Gaara made one of the most common mistakes. He looked the Uchiha in the eyes. Instant, and now they freeze opposite each other. The sand begins to slowly fall off Sasuke, losing its killing properties. Just a couple more seconds and Gaara's eyes close, and he falls into the arena, and my fiancé looks at the dumbfounded examiner with a smug grin. Hey Shikaku, what's wrong with Gaara? I asked the tanuki, but in response I only hear sniffling. Hey! He's asleep! Kurama's satisfied voice was heard. Your Uchiha caught him and the Jinchuriki in Genjutsu. And even though I don't like these red-eyed bastards, now I'm even grateful. Kurama! I sighed doomedly, watching as the examiner approached Gaara, and at that very moment explosions were heard throughout the entire area of the village barrier. The next moment was that claps were heard throughout the arena, and it was filled with smoke. Naruto, hold your breath, it's sleeping gas. I hear Kurama's voice, and the next second his chakra burns out what I had already inhaled. Thank you. I take out a piece of cloth and moisten it with water. The air purification seal easily falls on the cloth. A few more moments to wrap it around your face and assess the situation. I hope it's not that bad. Chapter 35. Attack. Attempts to look around did not yield anything special. Clouds of gas swirled everywhere where my gaze fell. Crap! In such a situation, only Aburaim and Anbu have a chance to remain conscious, perhaps also Uzumaki. I'm far from the only one who can put filtering seals, and Uchiha who have achieved Mangekyo. Simply put, barely 1/100th of all the Tosan shinobi at his disposal. I hope Kaa-chan is okay. However, next to her are Anbu and there must be one of the Uchiha, so there is no need to worry. On the contrary, you should be glad that my Ototo were not dragged here. Even she would have problems fighting with babies, and so her hands are free, which is good. If you get rid of the gas, then there will be more shinobi. After all, Jounin are immune to poisons. Kurama's reasonable voice sounded in my head, and I could only slap myself on the forehead. Somehow I didn't think about this. Don't worry about Kushina. She neutralized the gas before you and secured a good piece around herself with a barrier, like some of your other relatives. Thank you. I mentally thank my red-haired friend and call on several clones. Unfortunately, I don't have Suetun, and this is a problem. Without water, you can't quickly get rid of the gas, which, judging by the fact that it's much thicker below, is clearly heavier than air, which means you can't easily blow it out of the arena. We have to improvise. Thanks to Kachan, I have 3 more sealed water dragons, made by a master of the water element, so they are large and of high quality. This is a problem. Once released, it will be difficult to break them into individual droplets. However, I already have an idea. All I have to do is test its viability and pray to all the gods that it will work. I'll give you enough chakra, but create more clones. Kurama intervened in my train of thought. 3 to release the dragons, 3 to disassemble them into components, and 3 to speed up the fall of precipitation. Understood, nod again, and then the 3 clones leave in different directions of the arena. Just a few more moments and water dragons burst into the air, into which Futon Kiryu Ranbu * crashes, and many small drops hang over the arena with the nearby territory, which with the help of Futon, Tatsu, but Ashigoto * I quickly direct downwards. Fortunately, due to the fact that I increased the area of use of the equipment, it has greatly lost its fighting qualities and now it can only knock you down, and not turn into minced meat, as it was originally intended to do. I can only hope that my efforts were not in vain, because the techniques consumed a lot of chakra and, if not for Kurama, I would no longer be a fighter. Still, It's good that I have it. Having finished dealing with most of the gas, which it was unclear who had called for, I looked around much more confidently, mentally rejoicing that, despite the amount of work done, only 3 minutes had passed. However, I was not happy for long. Here and there I could see people fighting with. No, the Suna shinobi were in the minority here and were themselves attacked, but Odo was noticed, and heavily. However, it is worth noting that I have not yet seen Orochimaru. As soon as I thought about this, a rumble was heard not far away and Manda appeared, which, however, was immediately blocked by Katsuyu and Gamabunta. Well, everything is fine there, and there is no need to worry. Erosenin and Biechan will be able, if not to kill, then to detain and put their comrade to flight. Naruto, go help the Uchiha. Kurama growled. He won't be able to fight off several shinobi at once and protect Gaara. May you dream of Madara every night. I couldn't hold back my curse when I finally looked at the arena, where it was now fun. There were 5 people pressing on Sasuke at once, and while he was holding them back with the help of Susano, however, judging by how pale it turned and the fact that the Uchiha himself was trying to move less, he had no chakra left at all. But the phantom pains that always what caused him to use this technique did not go away. It's bad you should hurry. I gloomily look back at Sakura lying nearby and understand that I can't leave my comrades, but there's no point in leaving the clones. They are not rivals to the Jounin, who form the backbone of the attackers. I want to help you, Shino's voice, heard in close proximity, made me jump. Shino, you scared me. Only when I saw my former classmate did I find the strength to breathe a sigh of relief, not an enemy, and then, frowning, ask, how? I am Aburame, since you forgot, he responded. The beetles that we call Kakechu have neutralized their poison. However, now we will talk about help, which I will not be able to provide. The harm was too strong for me. I won't be able to move so fast, and I'll only get in the way. Can you power the barrier around this room? I look impatiently at Sasuke, who is still holding back the attackers. If you give me access to your jutsu, I will be able to share chakra. Shino nodded and with difficulty reached me, and I, without wasting time, began to fill the seals. My barrier is not the strongest, but if we take into account the protection of the arena itself, which I will strengthen, albeit in a separate nook, then it will be enough. Still, there are only genins here and we are not the most important resource. Children will be the last to be smoked. I'll leave it to you. Activating my barrier and setting it at Shino, I nodded and, without waiting for an answer, rushed to Sasuke, summoning a couple of clones in flight. My clones barely have time to pull Sasuke out from under the blow, and one slams a rinnegan into the back of the one who had already reached out to the unconscious Gaara. Just a few more moments and both guys are dragged to the wall of the arena, and there one of the protective seals that Ikawaji-sama told me about is activated. Now all that remains is to continue to distract these shady individuals while the clones are busy putting the guys in order. I look at the dissatisfied people and understand that I can't deal with them that easily. Their eyes are widened too suspiciously, plus it is clear that they are feverish. Only one stimulant gives this effect. It is also called Last Chance, and for good reason. Its name explains everything. It can only be used once, and it gives unimaginable power, but in return, every minute of its use is used for a year of life, even more when moving and fighting, and there is no neutralizer. Well known, at least, although a couple of good doctors can remove it from the body, but this is not about them. That's why they use it only in extreme cases. After using it, there is no turning back. Here, even the capabilities that have greatly increased since the moment I got there will not help me. You'll have to use Kurama's chakra to keep up with them. Another suicide bomber has arrived, one of them says with a grin, watching with extreme indifference as the shinobi, whose spine was damaged by my clone's rinnegan, tries to get up. He doesn't succeed, but he doesn't give up and doesn't seem to even notice that the blood is flowing out of the wound in spurts. I don't remember such abomination in that world. Orochimaru was a bastard, but with certain principles. Apparently, this is completely different. Crap. How I lack information. Well, should I have asked the Arrow Sennin about him while I had the opportunity? That's right, nothing but caution, but now guess what the reason is. Perhaps it's not the serpent's fault at all. How many other bastards can there be in this world? We can only hope that Hiriko didn't show up here, otherwise it will be completely sour. Agree, the second of Sasuke's former opponents added with a grin. I wouldn't interfere. I wish I could live a little longer, baby, otherwise you'll die right now. After all, we only need Jinchuriki and a couple of Uchiha bodies for the master's experiment. An experiment? I asked again in surprise, growing cold from a bad feeling. Well, couldn't Orochimaru and Hiriko work together? Two experimental scientists under one roof, this is too much. However, it's worth trying to find out more, and taking time won't hurt. Should Shikaku wake up? And the time of these 5 is numbered. Doesn't matter, the third grunts, and I clearly begin to understand that I cannot cope with all 5, although if you don't count the crippled one, then with all 4, alone. The only chance may be Kurama's help, but I can't let on the fact that I'm the Jinchuriki yet. That's not why Ka-chan is taking such risks now. I need to come up with something urgently. To the side. I hear Kurama scream and, obeying my reflexes, I roll to the side. On time, several kunai are stuck in the place where I was standing, but no one is going to give me time to see who threw them. The feeling of danger forces you to step aside and, taking out one of the kunai donated by Toussaint, block the tanto attack of the next enemy. Kaito, carry it in. Obito's voice sounded, and the remaining enemies who had already gathered to attack me were blown away by several projectiles of fire. Taking advantage of the fact that the attacker was distracted by a new character, I intercepted another kunai from the pouch and, making a turn around my axis, made the jounin lose his balance for a moment, who fell after his tanto. One more moment and my kunai, soaked in futon, pierces his jaw from below, digging straight into his brain. Now it doesn't matter how much they experimented on him, and whether he was injected with a stimulant. A body with a destroyed brain dies instantly. Thank you, Obito-san, I nod gratefully, casting a quick glance towards the hidden guys. Judging by the way my clones are bustling around there, things are not going well for the guys. Kurama, how are they? Unconscious. The Uchiha overstrained his eyes, and now we are looking at how to neutralize the danger of blindness without surgery. Kurama said gloomily. With Shikaku it's more difficult. There's some kind of inverted genjutsu, so simply pouring in chakra won't help. You'll have to first get Sasuke in order. How much time will you have to spend on this? I clarify, not forgetting to track 2 living opponents out of the corner of my eye. About 10 minutes, came the clear answer. Too many capillaries in the Uchiha's eyes have burst. He will have to clean out the bruises and speed up regeneration. Ideally, do not use dojutsu at all for about a week. You understand that this is unrealistic, right? I ask quietly, calculating opportunities to speed up treatment, but not finding them. Main that your clones understand, he snorts displeasedly in response. I would have taken the chance and deprived him of those damned eyes. I don't think this is a good idea, I muttered dissatisfiedly, realizing that Red can't be changed and I should now focus on the enemies, and not on a squabble with him. It's good that at least I can talk to him mentally, otherwise it would be completely bad. This is my duty as a sensei and just a jounin, Obito chuckles, thereby distracting me from the squabble with the fox. Before he can finish speaking, he throws out his hand with a sharp movement, and after a few moments I understand that 2 more are not dangerous, because you can't really fight with a kunai in the eye socket. I can only be glad that sensei killed them, because I didn't even feel their presence. Badly. How are they? He asks more seriously, vaguely waving towards the barrier enclosing the guys. Alive, I responded, and taking advantage of the fact that the attackers were in no hurry to attack, studying the new character, I approached the wounded man, whose spine had also been damaged by my clone. A sharp blow to the crown, and now I'm completely sure that he's no longer dangerous. But who knows? Like the rest of the genin, Shino maintains the barrier there. Well, that's the main thing, he nods and, looking at the remaining two opponents, asks, right or left? Right. I responded instantly. You'll have to go left, sensei. Greetings to everyone. You can subscribe to my boosty. There will be exclusive content and Lemon Naruto every day. This is a continuation of the story where Naruto gets a second chance, but in the guise of a girl. Chapter 36 to 42. Before starting the video, subscribe to the channel and like it. This is very important to me, thank you. Enjoy watching. Chapter 36. The beginning of the battle. Obito's POV. The transition from a regular exam and quite interesting battles, which showed in all its glory the presence of truly talented youth in the villages, to an attack was unnecessarily abrupt. Just a second ago I was half listening to the cheerful chirping of Rin and Kushina-san, and the next moment I understand that kunai with explosive seals are flying at us. I won't say anything at all about the bunch of smoke bombs. I instantly understand that the attackers are not interested in catching us alive, but they clearly underestimated the abilities of my Sharingan. Kamui * worked quickly, without misfires, transporting all the dangerous gifts into my subspace. From now on, time froze for them until I decide otherwise. However, this will not solve the problem with the attackers, especially considering that they realized their mistake and the smoke bombs were now going off before reaching us. It's just a pity that this did not apply to the smoke and that, carried away by the wind techniques, was quite quickly approaching our side. Well done, Obito-kun! I hear Kushina-san's approving voice, and a barrier instantly formed around us, into which the remnants of the techniques powerlessly crashed with the smoke carried away by them. This is good, but the fact that the barrier outlines only a small area is bad. Naruto was right 100 times over when she warned of danger. Only now, despite the fact that I was warned, I still reacted late. What would happen if I didn't know about him at all? Damn, I don't even want to think about it. We knew about the attack, but we couldn't find where the threat was coming from, and now we are paying for our own sluggishness. We can only hope that the cost of our failure will not be great. However, it is already clear that this will not happen without casualties. It's worth figuring out how to keep their number to a minimum, but first we have to find the sensei, and take Kushina-san and Mikoto-san to a safe place. Damn, what a fool I am! It was not necessary to move the kunai into its subspace, but us. Now it won't work, because by moving there on my own, I will set time aside for them and as a result they will explode. The chances that I will have time to move everyone from there to the real world are too small, and I have no right to risk either my wife, or my friend, or Kushina-san and Mikoto-san. Thank you, Kushina-san, I automatically respond to praise, while at the same time trying to look for something in the thick haze. It turned out badly. After all, the Sharingan does not have the abilities of the Byakugan. While I diligently scan the area around me, Mikoto-san casts a rather strong genjutsu on the civilians who have gathered to protest. This is right. Sleep has never bothered anyone, but their screams and possible panic will not be the most pleasant thing in life. It is too dangerous now to show that we were not affected by the gas, which probably has a strong hypnotic effect. For us, the main thing secrecy. You need to wait and understand where the enemy is in order to strike in time. Well, until we do this, It's worth collecting as many combat units as possible next to you. What should we do next, Kushina-san? Rin asked quietly, who, while covering Kakashi, carefully dragged the shinobi who had lost consciousness near the edge of the barrier inside. Soon 2 more jounin joined her. It was with them that Kushina-san arrived. Probably this is the guard assigned to her. Where are the ANBU and a couple of ours? First, let's examine the victims. Uzumaki responds gloomily, not even trying to get up and move. Apparently, this barrier burned a lot of chakra and was stationary. I'm far from the only one who can cover herself and those nearby with barriers. Although I don't argue, we need to figure out what to do with the gas. By the way, what is its effect? She turned to my wife. Strong sleeping pills, plus additives that ensure chakra flow and stability, Rin immediately responded, who no longer risked leaving the barrier. The rest of the shinobi who had fallen asleep or were barely standing on their feet began to be brought to her. Even if I remove this poison, most of them will only be able to fight in taijutsu. Badly, Kakashi notes that he returned under the protection of the barrier, dragging several teenagers and a small white puppy. I could be wrong, but it seems that this is one of the Inuzuka, most likely a former exam participant. The age is very suitable. The second teenager is from a Kimichi. He has a very colorful figure. My mask will not withstand a long stay outside the barrier. I will not be able to reach the children. Don't worry. Kushina-san freezes for a moment, and then says in a confident tone, my daughter was able to protect the participants' room from gas entering it. The genin are fine, although some of them are unconscious. Still, not everyone is immune to poisons on a par with those like Naruto and me. What's wrong with Sasuke, Kushina? Mikoto-san asked the question worriedly. He wasn't in the waiting room. I'm alive, but until the gas problem is solved, I can't say more. Kushina shook her head. Kurama-sama cannot see the arena because of him. Sorry, Mikoto. So, it's worth sorting out the gas. Mikoto-san flashed her eyes decisively, and I even felt somehow uneasy. Her whole appearance was very decisive. How, then, are we supposed to ensure their safety? Especially considering the sounds of struggle that began to reach us. It seems that the attackers are not at all embarrassed by the smoke that has not yet cleared. They probably have means of defense, unlike us. Who has any suggestions? Calm down, Mikoto! Kushina-san said tiredly, and then stood up decisively. First, I'll slightly expand the radius of the barrier. A couple of my clanmates were sitting about 20 meters from us. It's worth uniting with them. Better make us filters so we can get to the exit and call for reinforcements. Mikoto-san responded, looking stubbornly at her friend, and I wanted to bang my head against the wall. I knew too well what happens when these two start arguing. If they are not distracted from this undoubtedly exciting activity, we will not be able to move. Don't waste your energy on increasing the barrier. Naruto went to deal with the smoke. To my surprise, Kushina-san did not waste time on an argument and simply snapped, while at the same time folding several more seals and applying them to the floor. For a moment, it seemed to me that Kushina-san was enveloped in an orange haze and her eyes turned red, but it only lasted a moment, and after that everything became as before. The only thing that reminded of what had happened was the barrier, which had at least tripled in size. Now, instead of 10 meters in diameter, it covered an area of 30. I look at each other with Kakashi and see in his eyes that he also noticed how Kushina-san changed for a moment. I felt similar when I was with her on one of the missions and she was forced to use the power of the QB to protect a couple of genin that we were given as a load. But isn't the fox sealed into Naruto now? Where did she get the QB chakra from then? The list of questions from my student is growing, and apparently I'm not the only one. Kakashi's gaze is too gloomy. However, what worries me now is that, despite the increase in the size of the barrier, We were unable to find anyone else from the Uzumaki. The fog surrounding us was too dense, and even contained strange chakra. It will be necessary to find out later what they wanted to do to please us, so as not to get into trouble later. How do you know this, Kushina? Is already calmly asking her friend Mikoto-san, who, to my surprise, did not even think of arguing with her friend. On the contrary, despite her involuntarily pursed lips, she rushed towards her to prevent her from falling. I can communicate with Fox, Kushina-san responded, breathing heavily, and I felt the panic that she apparently felt, so she continued with a laugh. Don't worry, he didn't take control of me or, Kami-sama forbid, my daughter. He and Naruto get along great, and it was he who gave me the chakra for this barrier. I myself, alas, have not yet recovered after giving birth, so I have little chakra, all of it goes to maintaining my body. What does the fox say? Rin was the first to cope with her surprise, but there was no doubt that this question was of interest to everyone. The others were too demonstrative in pretending to be temporarily deaf to believe it. That she will now deal with the gas, Kushina-san calmly answered, and, as in response to her words, 3 huge water dragons soared into the sky above us, which a second later were broken into millions of drops. They, in turn, hovered in the sky for a moment, and then a strong downward flow of wind nailed them to the ground, and a short, but no less intense downpour fell on us, which instantly nailed all the gas to the ground. Now I could calmly look around, nothing else interfered with my view. As soon as I looked around, I saw that the situation in the spectator seats was not so bad. Here and there, blinking, barriers disappeared and shinobi jumped out of them, who got involved in battle with the enemies surrounding the Aburame clan. It seems that they were the main target, which is not very surprising. Their characteristics make them dangerous enemies, immune to poison, and the places occupied by this clan were a little far from everyone, right next to the emergency exit point. Apparently it was from there that the bulk of the enemies infiltrated. Well, apart from the 3 dozen who were unlucky enough to run into Uzumaki, there is no need to worry about them. A dozen more fathers are now standing near the edge of the barrier that Kushina-san is holding. I shake my head gloomily and, exchanging glances with Kakashi, rush into battle. 10 seconds and it's all over. They are not our opponents, and the angry Mikoto-san is worth more than 1 jounin. However, we were unlucky. We were noticed, and a couple dozen more enemies rushed towards us, who had filtered past Aburame. In this situation, we will not be free soon. Where does the sensei go? Obito-kun, go and help Naruto and Sasuke. Mikoto-san orders me, and I glanced at her and saw that she was looking at the arena, where Naruto was desperately fighting off 5 enemies at once, while her clones were bending over the unconscious Sasuke and what seemed to be Gaara. Fine, I agreed, after first glancing at the arriving enemies, who were in a much more advantageous position than ours, because they were not exposed to the gas. I don't listen to the answer, concentrating on getting to my subspace before the kanai with explosive seals sent their go off. I was lucky, I made it in time, although at the last moment I heard something explode, but it didn't have time to hit me. I appeared right above the heads of Naruto's attackers and, without hesitating, used Katon, Karyudan, which easily demolished 3 of the attackers, but could not cause much harm. No, they received burns, and very unpleasant ones, but this did not affect their movements in any way. Thank you, Obito-san, the student thanked me, who, taking advantage of the fact that the enemy who blocked her was distracted by me, finished him off without hesitation. However, the image of a cold-blooded killer was instantly destroyed by a quick glance towards Sasuke, whose mortal carcass was being examined by her clones under the protection of the barrier, which is important. This is my duty as a sensei and just a jounin. I hum approvingly at Naruto's actions. She is doing the right thing, The enemy would not hesitate, and would kill her right away if she gave him such an opportunity. However, it is worth getting rid of those two who are sneaking up on us using the chameleon technique. Slash and the kunai fly to the part where the head is approximately located. The technique, which fell due to rough intervention, showed that I was not mistaken. The kunai entered exactly into the eye sockets. How are they? Seeing that my student turns away from the barrier and purses her lip in displeasure, I ask. I wouldn't want to lose my cousin, or my Kazekage's son, because of stupidity or sluggishness. Nobody needs a diplomatic scandal, especially Konoha. Alive Naruto responded rather briefly, and quickly moved towards the only one of the attackers who was seriously injured by my attack. Although I have a suspicion that I was lucky and new wounds simply superimposed on the old ones. It's not for nothing that this shinobi was initially somewhat aloof from the general heap. Well, that's the main thing, I agree, realizing that I won't be able to wait for details from the gloomy Naruto. And nodding towards the enemies, I ask, right or left? Right. The answer came instantly. You will have to go left, sensei. I can hardly hold back a chuckle at the absurdity of the phrase that came from Naruto, and focus on my enemy. No, this does not mean that I stop monitoring my students' fight. However, I was not allowed to enjoy the spectacle of her literally dancing around her opponent. I had to be distracted by my enemy. However, I was not in the mood to play with him, so a second later kunai with a fishing line attached to them flew at him. However, unlike the classic execution of Katan, Ryuka no Jutsu ***, I launched Amaterasu flames at it. He fell silent almost instantly, and I, turning to the student, still had time to notice how she threw a kunai towards her opponent, and, waiting for him to dodge it, moved behind his back. A blow from a kunai held in the hands, around which a blade of wind has formed, almost cuts the enemy in half. However, she lingers next to the defeated opponent for exactly the time it took her to make sure he is dead, and then rushes towards the unconscious Sasuke. Chapter 37. Surprise. After Obito joined me, dealing with the enemies was not difficult. He is still a strong shinobi and provided cover expertly. However, all this flashed on the periphery of consciousness, and I did not dwell on this thought, because I was more worried about the unconscious Sasuke, and not about the sensei. Although I was undoubtedly grateful to him for helping and saving me from having to use Kurama's chakra, I think Toussaint would not appreciate the new arrival of Kyuubi in Konoha, and he would hardly recognize as a mitigating circumstance the fact that he does not attack the village, but, on the contrary, destroys enemies. I sigh wearily, because all the nasty things that come to mind during the battle. However, this doesn't matter anymore. It was not in vain that I lingered for a moment near the shinobi I had almost halved. Now I'm sure my opponents are completely dead, and there will be no surprises from them, and Obito will deal with the rest. I have to check how Sasuke and Gaara are doing. After all, the clones may be able to do everything that I can, but they are only copies and some jutsu are inaccessible to them. I'm fine. Behind the barrier I was met by Sasuke, who had already regained consciousness, who, leaning against the wall, was receiving treatment from one of the clones. I frown at them and realize that both have practically exhausted their supply of chakra. And apparently the Uchiha's wounds are stronger than I thought. Bad, very bad. The enemies haven't gone away, and I don't need to use Kurama's sense to understand that we don't have much free time. More enemies will soon get to us, and this time Obito might not be able to cope. I see it, I answer sarcastically, although deep inside I feel relief and fear slowly opening its grip on my heart. It's better for Sasuke not to know how I felt when I saw his blood and how he was almost killed. Sorry, I miscalculated my strength a little, Sasuke reports and removes the hand of the clone healing him from his face. However, he might not have done this. He had absolutely no chakra left, and he disappeared with a quiet bang. But judging by the fact that Sasuke still has red eyes and not at all because of the activated Sharingan, the end of treatment is still far away. The memories of the dispelled clones say the same thing. There's still about 2 hours of work, although I can cheat and use the power that Rakuto gave me, but then I myself will only move at the expense of Kurama's chakra. I'm against it. Red reacts instantly, but then adds with a dissatisfied sigh. But I'll give you chakra, so be it. After all, the attack will be easier anyway. It's good that you understand this, a heavy sigh, and I make a mental note to remember to tell these two self-confident cretins everything I think. After it's all over, of course. Will a week of being ignored be too much or not enough? And now about the main thing, what do you see? I show Sasuke 3 fingers and wait for his reaction. How I treat him will depend on it. 3 fingers. There is obvious uncertainty in the voice, and I understand that there is no special way out. Mangekyo's Sharingan cool, but only until the side effects begin after its use. You can't quickly bring Gaara to consciousness without Sasuke's help, and dragging 2 half-corpses in your arms around the village is not the best idea. Even if we are covered by one of the strongest jounin of the village, shouldn't we ask Tobito to move us to Kamui? In general, I shouldn't know about the secret technique of the Uchihas and our sensei. Just like Sasuke, in principle, we are still small, in the understanding of our relatives. Kurama? I quietly asked my friend, fully aware that he can send me far and long with such a request, even despite his recent consent. To hell with you, but the Uchiha will owe me. Redhead grumbles dissatisfied, and I barely have time to put my hand on Sasuke's eyes. A couple of moments, and I again feel complete unity with my Biju, which disappears after 10 seconds, but I have already managed to do what I had planned. The treatment was completed, although Sasuke would have to hold off on using the dojutsu later, but here and now he would be fine. And what was that? Obito's insinuating voice, and they pick me up in their arms, not allowing my weakened body to fall. I throw a gloomy look at him, and then move him to where his opponents seem to be. Did I already say that he is a strong shinobi? So I'll repeat it. In less than a minute, during which I communicated with Sasuke, he managed to kill his opponent. And not just kill, but fry until crispy. Although, in my opinion, the use of Amaterasu was clearly unnecessary. Obito-san, was it necessary to use Amaterasu? Sasuke voices my thoughts in a mocking tone. Or is the standard execution of techniques not for you? Originality are everything? You're right, Sasuke, that's how original I am. Dissatisfied squinting of the eyes with the Sharingan still activated, but the voice is cheerful and meaningful, although I am far from you. Well, what can you do, like parents, like children, I say, trying to get out of the sensei's grip and get to my feet. Kurama has already shared chakra with me, but I still need a couple of minutes to digest it. Crap! And I thought that I wouldn't need the waterfall of truth here, apparently in vain. If Kurama hadn't been friendly to me from the start, things would have been even worse. It's not because of you. The fox, as always, brazenly overheard my thoughts and decided to answer the unspoken question. Falls of Truth, a sacred place created by the Father, it relieves not only Jinchuriki from hatred, but first of all us, the Biju. I didn't have enough for more, because at the same time it was difficult to extricate myself from the hands of Obito, who was in no hurry to let me go, and to talk seriously with Kurama. Your parents are truly outstanding shinobi, shouldn't I know? Obito nodded in agreement, grabbing me more comfortably and not allowing me to get out of the grip that had already become painful, but this does not explain your abilities. The presence of a dark side is not typical for people. It is formed under the influence of the hate-filled chakra of the Biju, Red slowly began to answer, and I felt strong irritation, which I took out on Obito, accidentally, hitting him in the solar plexus with my elbow. It didn't do him any harm, but he finally let me go. That, Naruto, you defeated back then was not a part of you, or rather, not really a part of you. I'm sorry, Sensei. I smiled at the muffled swearing Uchiha, looking around again and noticing that another batch of losers would soon reach us. Well, now that I don't have to worry about Sasuke, nothing will distract me, so let them come, at least I'll let off some steam. Kurama, let's make it short. Despite the sweet smile on the outside, inside I wanted to break and destroy. However, all these feelings were caused by Kurama, who suddenly became a mumbler. But what can I do? Don't lash out at the sensei. He won't understand, sir. So I won't wait for the truth from you. Obito nodded sadly and added barely audibly, it's a pity, I was so hoping to get an answer. So tell me, Obito-san, that you want to learn new jutsu. Sasuke snorted, not at all impressed by the menacing appearance of his relative, while I, artistically rubbing my wrists, sideways away from the sensei. Aye, how bad it is to try to find out the skills of others. You must be ashamed. Having absorbed the chakra and soul of the local Kyuubi, I also absorbed his hatred. Kurama muttered in the meantime. If in that world you saved not only yourself, but also me from this shortcoming, then here everything will have to be done from scratch. Of course, I can transfer purified chakra to you, but not much, and I have already transferred most of it to your mother. She is all right? I instantly became alarmed. There is such a thing, Obito did not deny. Live forever, study forever. Perhaps your knowledge could save my life someday, he added suggestively, looking at me pleadingly. And with her, and with everyone who was nearby. Kurama muttered dissatisfied, and I did not immediately understand what caused his displeasure. However, a little later I remembered that she was supposed to be next to Mikoto-san. Kurama, aren't you tired? I asked displeasedly. She is an Uchiha and a good Uchiha. This is a dead Uchiha. Red snapped and added venomously. And in general, answer your sensei already. It was a merger of my powers with the fox. Despite this, I decided to follow Kurama's advice. He won't advise me anything bad, which means I can relax a little. True, at the level of 1 or 2 tails, no more. Kushina-sama looked different with this, Obito told me incredulously. When have you ever seen something like this, Obito-san? Sasuke, who had finally gathered the strength to stand up, intervened. Should I ask him to share Obito's chakra with him? I'm not in a position right now to give him chakra, and for Kurama, in light of his latest confessions, asking for this would be the height of stupidity. Crap! At such moments, you understand more clearly than ever that the Sennin mode is missing. It's even a pity that I myself cannot support him for a long time. It was she and Mikoto-sama who sent me here, he shrugged. Kushina-sama used the Kyuubi's powers to increase the barrier. Noticing that Sasuke raises an eyebrow questioningly, he explains, according to her, of course. I myself did not feel the difference between its normal state and the moment of using the demonic one. Each Jinchuriki has a different level of synchronization with the bijou. I shrug, not wanting to develop the topic further, but realizing that no one will leave me alone so easily. But from this place in more detail, Obito instantly stood up to my words, but telling the truth, at least the full truth, was not part of my plans, but I could still lift the veil of secrecy a little. The ability to communicate with Bijou and accept its power without consequences is called the level of synchronization, I responded, wincing with displeasure and trying to change the topic, asked, Sensei, you are a jounin? Yes, Obito nods, but his look makes it clear to me that I won't turn away from the questions, but who will let him ask them to me later? Certainly not me. This means you have basic skills in Irojutsu. I stated the obvious. Only beginners Obito agreed with me, dissatisfied with the fact that he was interrupted and no one was going to give answers to his questions. So, you can transfer some chakra to Sasuke. I was delighted and, seeing his bewilderment, explained, it would be inappropriate to drag these two on your hump. The enemies have not gone away. I nod towards the stands, where the battle is just gaining momentum, although the group that seemed to be heading in our direction was already intercepted by a group with red hair. I'm not me if it's not the help of Aji-sama. I've already spent all my chakra, and it's a matter of pouring unrefined chakra into the bijou. I sigh heavily and throw up my hands. I understand. Sensei involuntarily shrugged his shoulders and, without asking any more questions, went to Sasuke, which surprised me quite a bit. It seems like I didn't give him shock therapy. What does he remember then? Did Ka-chan really check in? Thank you, Obito-san. Sasuke reluctantly thanked his relative and, patiently waiting for the end of the procedure, approached Gaara, but did not have time to do anything. Suddenly there was a roar full of pain and appeared in the middle of Konoha. Chapter 38. Appearance. From the author. Here is the promised second chapter, the last one. This is a dose, related to last week, but due to the fact that I was not able to post it last Sunday, it is posted today. When I heard the roar, I never expected that it would be Saiken, and completely insane, considering that I gave all his chakra that I had to Utakata. I couldn't contact him, which means and calm down. I don't even want to know what they did to these two to bring them to this state. However, this doesn't matter. It's much worse that Gamabunta and Katsuyu disappeared because of him. One thing is good, Manda also interrupted the call, which means that the Great Trinity still has equal chances. Or rather, even Orochimaru is in a more disadvantageous position, still 2 against 1. May you dream of Datara every night. Sasuke quite succinctly expressed our general thoughts when a huge slug grew in the middle of Konoha, literally howling in pain and spitting acid in different directions. Quickly bring Gaara to consciousness. I barked, knowing full well that Shikaku the only one who can detain Saiken, and after that we can try to calm him down. It's just a pity that Kurama is exhausted, but I think he will find opportunities to help me. I understood you. A nod, and Sasuke, without hesitating any longer, kneels down next to the guy and raises his eyelids. Another moment, and then Gaara comes to his senses. He frowns in confusion and looks questioningly in my direction. I don't understand, but what do I have to do with it? Had a great sleep. I hear in my subconscious the satisfied smacking of Shikaku, which is interrupted by another roar full of pain from Saiken. The reaction is immediate, and I am literally deafened by his roar. What the hell is going on here? I don't know, but I want to find out. Synchronously with Gaara, I wince from the unimaginably loud scream and hear in my subconscious the sound of a slap and a rumble, as if something big had fallen, and then swearing from Shikaku. Shut up! Kurama's roar, another slap and the crash of a falling body. It's better to think about how we'll stop him. We won't be able to use my chakra. Naruto will have an overdose. Gaara, you must. I manage to catch the beginning of the phrase, but after that he closes his subconscious from me, and I can't hear the further conversation, and Sasuke distracts me. So what's next? Realizing that Gaara was not going to attack any of us, Sasuke stood up and walked away from him. Apparently, he was not going to help him get up. We need to stop him somehow. I shook my head towards the raging bijou, whom they had already managed to imprison in a giant barrier, but that's where my relatives' luck ends. Their strength is barely enough to hold a barrier of such power. If Konoha had not already created a defense system that they activated, they would not have been able to pull off such a barrier without lengthy preparation. And here not even 3 minutes had passed since its appearance. Promptly. However, at the moment, what concerns me is Gaara's answer. After all, he does not have to go there with us. I glance at him tiredly and notice that he is still sitting on the ground. This should be fixed. Thank you, Gaara unexpectedly thanked me, accepting the outstretched hand. However, his next words surprised me even more. I will help. Why? A completely natural question burst out of my mind. Shikaka said that you covered for Temari and Kankuro. Although you might not have done so, Gaara was generous with his rather long explanation. It's the least I can do in gratitude. Fine, I wasn't going to ask him any more questions. I knew too well how much Gaara valued his sister and brother, or rather, the Gaara of that world, but apparently, nothing had changed. Yet Temari and Kankuro were the only ones who were always by his side and did not turn away, no matter what. Apparently, in this world he realized this earlier, or was someone's long spotted tail visible here? After meeting with Rikudo, Shikaka became quite sane and could very well pull off something like that. Hey Naruto, do you think this is normal? Obito, a little forgotten by everyone, was indignant. I think yes, I responded, thinking for a moment, and seeing how he was about to begin to be indignant, I innocently added, Sensei, could you move us as close to Rokubi as possible? I agree with Naruto, Obito-san. Sasuke nodded and crossed his arms over his chest. Otherwise, we'll go find our own way, he shrugged his shoulders and concluded in a dejected tone. And who knows what we'll get ourselves into? Little manipulators, Obito sealed us. Yes, I nodded happily, and Sasuke simply grinned. Maybe it's not worth it. A hopeful question, but faced with our innocent gazes, he sighed heavily. You have no conscience. Shinobi and conscience things that are incompatible, Sasuke stated in a calm tone. Minato-sensei and Fugaku-sama will kill me, Obito groaned doomedly. Winners are not judged. I tried to sweeten the pill. That's it, winners, but we are far from victory, Obito grumbled in response. But in spite of everything, Mangekyo blossomed in his eyes. A brief moment of disorientation where you feel like you're literally being turned inside out, and so we first find ourselves in a semblance of the sensei's inner world, but almost immediately we are again sucked into the technique, and we appear directly in front of the barrier. Naruto? A Kaioaji-sama's surprised voice, which almost instantly gives way to an angry hiss. Obito-kun, what does this mean and where is Minato? I haven't seen Sensei since the attack, Akeo-sama. Sensei comes to his attention, and I involuntarily begin to feel sorry for him. In anger, Aji-sama is even more terrible than Kachan, and this, I'll tell you, is an indicator. Aji-san, I called, courageously stepping out in front of Obito and blocking him with myself, which from the outside probably looked comical. But the sensei's sigh of relief showed that I did the right thing. Still, it was because of us that he came here, we should be grateful. Yes, Naruto? Akaoaji-sama's voice instantly softened, and a semblance of a gentle smile appeared on her lips. For a moment I was even confused. I'm listening to you carefully, nephew. What's wrong with him, Kurama? I am surprised to ask the only interlocutor from whom I can get advice without anyone noticing. You didn't call him Nasama, but Nasan, came the immediate answer. That's all? I was sincerely surprised. No, I definitely don't see what's wrong with me showing him more respect earlier. Believe me, this is a lot for an Uzumaki. Kurama responded phlegmatically, but, realizing that I didn't understand anything, he explained in the tone of a wise old man. On the contrary, he was offended that you were distancing yourself from him so much. For Uzumaki family sacred, but in the family such formal addresses are not accepted, at least among themselves. And in general, come on? I didn't believe it, remembering how Hinata behaved in the presence of her father in that world, and here it's no better. You are no match for Hyuga and Uzumaki. Kurama was sincerely indignant at my ignorance. These tradition-crazed fanatics are no match for your relatives. Yes, they are even worse in this regard than the Uchihas. Eh? I was surprised. It's rare when Kurama admits that someone can be worse than an Uchiha. For the first time in my memory. Yes, that's true. Red immediately stopped raging, apparently having caught part of my thoughts, and was ashamed of the outburst of his anger. Although we'll talk about this later, Akeo is waiting for your answer. Oops, that's all I had enough for. One thing makes me happy is that our conversation took only a couple of seconds and Aji-sama didn't have time to suspect anything, so, quickly gathering my thoughts into a pile, I hastened to answer his question. Aji-san, I myself insisted that Obito-sensei move us here. We can help with Rokubi. Naruto, Akeo Aji-sama responded softly, clearly trying to choose softer words so as not to offend me. I know that you are strong, but agree, Bijou is not your level. Aji-san, I interrupt my relative, who is overly worried about me. I am a Jinchuriki myself, I dare say, and just a couple of months Akeo Aji-sama calmly interrupted me, and I could hardly restrain myself from saying that, in fact, all my life, Sasuke did not allow me to do such stupidity, and yet, we have a better chance against Rokubi, the Uchiha said rather firmly. Boldly meeting Aji-sama's gaze and managing not to take his eyes off the man who had begun to get irritated again. Unlike you? Brave claim, Akeo Aji-sama began to smell of bloodlust, and his smile took on a menacing appearance. I would advise you to intervene, Naruto, Shikaka said. Otherwise, they will be measuring their gaze for a long time. The tone was serious, but the end of the phrase blurred everything. And I want to fight. Aji-san, does the barrier just not let you out or does it not let you in? I decided to follow Tanuki's advice, while ignoring the end of his sentence. I myself didn't want to fight, but I recognized that I couldn't do without it. That is why my question is posed this way. If you are talking about physical objects, then it is closed to them on both sides. Aji-sama took a break from his staring contest with Sasuke. But it lets chakra through at once. He frowns and still clarifies, why do you need it? This is both good and bad. I nod, pretending that I didn't hear the last question, and ask the next question, are there any civilians left there? They shouldn't. They were evacuated first, and there were only a few of them. Most of them went to the stands. Aji-sama expressed his dissatisfaction with the selective ignoring of his phrases only with a raised eyebrow, but otherwise remained unperturbed. That's how. Great! I smiled joyfully and, turning to Gaara, asked, can you turn all the ground underneath him into sand and use it against him? I'll try, but I need time. A somewhat uncertain answer, but Shikaka clearly did not suffer from this. Sure, 5 minutes and everything will be covered in chocolate. His enthusiastic voice sounded in my subconscious, but after a second it was replaced by a surprisingly serious tone, with which he clarified, if the barrier doesn't allow anything other than chakra in, how are you going to disarm Saiken? Do not forget that you are now not in a state to use full fusion, which means that the chakra paws are not available to you. I remember that. I agreed. If Kurama and I share our mixed chakra with you, will you be able to drag it to him in the sand? No, came the categorical answer instantly, and I bit my lip in despair. Naruto, what's the matter? Sasuke notices my condition. The others are still silent and do not interfere. But I feel that as soon as they find out the reason for my confusion, they will not help. On the contrary, they will be delighted and drag me to the rear. I wouldn't want that. I need contact with the subject's chakra to penetrate his subconscious. I responded very honestly and looked at Sasuke with hope. Maybe he can come up with a way out. Pfft. A mocking snort from the Uchiha and a question, just? Yes, that's all. I frown, looking at Sasuke with displeasure. Immobilize him, the rest my concern. He wasn't going to clarify anything, he just presented it with a fact. I won't remove the barrier, Okeoji-sama intervened and, flashing a dissatisfied look in my direction, added, "And I won't let others. And it's not necessary, although if you share your chakra, I'll be grateful," Sasuke responded. "I've got everything ready," Gaara intervened, who all the time of our squabble had been carefully saturating the ground under Saiken with his chakra, turning it into sand. "Okay, let's start on the count of 3, Sasuke nods, and Aji-sama, wincing, gives up. "Okay, you'll have chakra, you bastard," Aji-sama says barely audibly, so that no one except Sasuke can hear him, not at all embarrassed by the fact that a good shinobi should be able to read lips. "However, if you fail, you take Naruto to safety." "Agree," Sasuke immediately agrees with the demands put forward. "Then let's begin." Chapter 39. Fight with the Slug. Sasuke's POV. I was initially not enthusiastic about Naruto's plans, but I realized that it would not be possible to act differently. We were already walking on the edge. So far we were saved by the fact that we were not playing, but the truth was Naruto and Sasuke. Any test will show this, even from a dobe, whose local copy was far from what I was used to. But it's worth a mistake, and you will have to tell everyone everything. I'm not Naruto, and I'm afraid to imagine Itachi's reaction to the frankness that he didn't have time, couldn't save. This is what stopped me every time I was going to tell the truth. I remembered too well how in that world, and Aizen gave everything for me. However, time passed, and I calmed down. The nightmares did not torment me, and I could completely agree with my conscience. I have long been accustomed to the fact that the only person dear to me is Naruto. The unexpected happiness in the form of a living family and clan was a shock to me. However, thanks to the timely intervention of the dobe, I was able to pull myself together, slowly but surely getting used to the fact that I had dear people again, many people, not just the Uzumaki. Several seemingly meaningless conversations with Tsusanma, and Aizen, Shisui-san, and even Obito, of whom I am still very suspicious, allowed me to feel part of the clan again, and I realized that I could not again lose them. The exam that Naruto and I were waiting for did not come as a surprise to us, but still our sixth sense hinted more and more strongly that it was unlikely to go smoothly here either. No, we understood that in this world everything would not be absolutely the same as in the past, but this made us cautious. A couple of phrases there, an innocent question there, and the brothers who correctly assessed our efforts are already digging their noses, looking for inconsistencies. Still, when you have someone to rely on, life becomes much easier. The first and second stages with qualifying battles went by quickly, but the wounds we received made us remember that we are not in our adult bodies and our skills are not enough against truly strong opponents. We found a solution quickly. We need time to prepare, but we have a month to do everything. A summoning plan could be a salvation, but I didn't have one, unlike Naruto. I did not burden my bride with such details, and with truly Uzumaki stupidity I made a return call. Fortunately, I found myself in a clan of hawks I already knew, who welcomed me with open arms. Now I had 3 times more time than originally, just like the dobe, however. I spent the respite given to me wisely. With the support of the hawks, day after day I regained my old skills and learned new ones. No, I didn't strive to learn the Sannin mode. It was inaccessible to me in that world. Nothing changed in this world. I still didn't have that much chakra. Or rather, not chakras. My view of the world did not allow me to feel nature, love all its manifestations and become close to it. But I was able to strengthen my skills in genjutsu, because I felt that the strongest ability of my clan would be useful to me. And this skill was the easiest to develop. It did not require much chakra, only good control and imagination. The first was given to me by Shisui during the mission in the Land of Waves, and the second. Anyone who has ever encountered Naruto, even if he doesn't want to, will develop his imagination to be healthy, And this despite the fact that he can guess what she will get into next second, he still can't. In general, I went to the third stage as prepared as possible, and even warned about possible troubles from Naruto. However, I was much more reassured by the words of Itachi, who in the evening after my return from the Namake's family whispered, "We are aware, we are close." His words were warm and inspiring, showing that, despite the years and experience gained, deep down, I am still that little Sasuke who watched his brothers training with admiration. However, this comparison did not bother me, a little boy. Let it be, as long as the people dear to me remain alive, and I will come to an agreement with myself. The first battles went smoothly, and I even began to doubt that the attack would take place. I allowed myself to get carried away by my battle, to finally complete the battle with Gaara, which in that world never ended. Stupid, and I instantly paid for it. Only a miracle allowed me to notice kunai with explosion seals and heaps of bombs flying towards me, and not all of them were ordinary smoke bombs. My body acts automatically. I move towards Gaara, and Susano covers both of us. However, the attackers did not hesitate for long. Soon 5 shinobi appeared in front of me, acting in harmony, and I instantly realized that they had come for a chibi. Perhaps I would have given up on this and calmly handed Sandy into their hands, but there was no certainty that Naruto would forgive me later, nor did I have the feeling that they would let me leave so easily. The situation was aggravated by the fact that the smoke was in no hurry to dissipate. On the contrary, it became thicker and began to acquire a yellowish tint. But which one? I didn't want to find out, so I was in no hurry to remove the Phantom Samurai, which, in addition to protecting against physical damage, filtered the air coming inside. The special point was that I managed to throw aside 3 of the 5 attackers, and judging by the dent that was left where they landed, they would not join the fight anytime soon, and this would increase my chances of a successful outcome. True, this may not help. I was not confident that I could hold out until help arrived. Firstly, the technique took away a sea of chakra, which I had twice as much as at the same age in that world, but still not enough to maintain Susano for a long time. Secondly, the wild pain throughout my body that accompanied me every time I used this jutsu, has not gone away. Well, and thirdly, I had no opportunity to maneuver. The unconscious Gaara confused all the cards, so I repelled the attacks. Standing still, my strength was quickly melting, and there were no ideas on how to escape, or rather, how to escape alone. My eyes started to burn. The short-term downpour that fell from heaven seemed to me like manna from heaven. It solved many problems. The armor on Susano instantly disappeared, reducing the amount of chakra spent on maintaining it, but things were bad with the eyes. I knew these symptoms. In that world I lost my sight as a result, and only Enai-san's eyes could return the colors of the world to me. I hope that here I will get the opportunity not to go blind from using the Sharingan at a lower price than there. However, at first I was quite successful in tracking the movements of my opponents, but this did not last long. For all its advantages, the Sharingan does not have a 360 degrees view, and I could not move freely around the field. Indeed, in this case, I would have left Gaara without protection, whom I myself had put to sleep with one of the strongest genjutsu of my clan, which, in theory, made it possible to put to sleep a bijou with the power of up to 9 tails. True, I'm not sure that this would have worked with Kurama, but he was not my goal, but it was enough for Shikaku. Suddenly, I felt rather than saw a kunai flying towards me. My reflexes did not fail me. I easily escaped the trajectory of his flight, but I never thought that the opponents were not trying to hit me. They wanted something else. I don't know who gave them the idea to attach seals to the kunai handles for storing things, but that doesn't matter. The main thing can be considered that at the moment when the kunai flew past me, the seal worked, and a cloud of some kind of powder surrounded me. The habit of not closing my eyes under any circumstances, so that the enemy could not be taken by surprise, played a cruel joke on me. The powder got into my eyes, and I felt a monstrous pain that I could not cope with instantly. The slight hitch because of it was used by the enemy to the maximum. Only the reflexes drilled into my body allowed me to escape the first 2 blows, but I missed the third. However, I was able to reduce the damage to a minimum, and the blade touched me in passing. However, this did not change the fact that I could no longer continue a full-fledged battle. It's a miracle that I was able to repel attacks not only on myself, but also on Gaara for so long. Look, the lady is flighty, and apparently soon I will have to taste how true this definition is. My consciousness suddenly began to fade. It seems that powder was not so simple. Before my consciousness completely faded, I managed to notice golden hair and feel that someone had picked me up. The last thought was, damn! Once again I didn't keep my promise. After some time, consciousness returned sharply, and I hurried to open my eyes. In vain. As soon as they were opened, the pain cut through my nerves, and only the soothing warmth that flowed from the hands of the Naruto clone helped me stay conscious. However, I didn't spend much time like that. Soon the clones dispersed, and I met the concerned gaze of the original. I tried to calm her down, but it doesn't work out very well. That is why it is necessary to check how I see, whether there is double vision in my eyes, and then, with the help of the power of Kurama, she brings my eyes into relative order. The result is more questions that no one is going to answer, and attempts to distract Tobito's attention, peppered with my not entirely successful attempts to get up. I won't say that we were able to change the conversation, but what we learned about the fate of our mothers was not bad. I was sincerely glad that they were both okay. At least something was going well. However, I was not happy with the fact that Tobito again began to ask not the most convenient questions, simultaneously not releasing Naruto from his grip, although, judging by her fluttering, and not causing her much pain, but the fact that they were not entirely pleasant, so that's for sure. True, the indignation at his defiant behavior did not prevent me from accepting help from him, which consisted in the transfer of chakra. My general condition instantly improved, and I could stand without difficulty, and Naruto treated my eyes even earlier. However, even after all these manipulations, I understood that my vision would not return to its previous state just like that, and ideally I should not use the Sharingan for a couple more days. But I didn't think so for long, exactly until the moment when Saiken came out in the middle of Konoha. Rokubi messed things up for us, and I had to act as quickly as possible, bringing both Gaara and Shikaku out of their sleep state. I can only be glad that removing my genjutsu is much easier for me than creating a new one, so both Gaara and Shikaku came to their senses quickly. The second joy for me was that my bride's clanmates turned out to be quite efficient, and now the bijou was surrounded by a powerful barrier. But how long would it last? Apparently, Naruto shared my fears, and she was also firmly confident in her capabilities, so the question of whether we were going there or not didn't even arise. She would have climbed anyway, and I would have followed her. As a result, a couple of minutes later we stood in the place closest to Rokubi, transported by Kamuya Bito directly into the hospitable arms of my fiancé's uncle. Naturally, Akeo-sama was not delighted with us appearing out of nowhere. His indignation was understandable and mentally supported by me. I even regretted that my relative was saved by Naruto, who intervened in a timely manner. However, after a few seconds, my attention is distracted by the roar from Rokubi, who has not calmed down, and I try not to interfere in someone else's conversation, but still with a heavy sigh I agree that we have a better chance against the bijou than the others. It remains to convey to the head of the Uzumaki clan what has long been obvious to us. My words had the expected effect, and if I had been younger, without many years of travel and hardship, I might not have been able to withstand the pressure of others. Akeo-sama's ki was impressive. It was not for nothing that he became the head of the crimson-haired devil clan. However, Naruto's question about the properties of the barrier restraining Rokubi's movement was able to distract him, but did not defuse the situation. I was not deceived by the deceptively calm tone. I knew her abilities too well, so when she bit her lip, I asked what was the matter and received a completely expected answer. I need contact with the subject's chakra to penetrate his subconscious, Naruto said, looking back at me hopefully, and I realized with frightening clarity that I wouldn't let her inside the barrier. Rokubi was too furious, and even if she were the heir to Ashura's power 100 times over, it wouldn't save her from spitting acid. Therefore, it's time to pull myself together and show that it's not for nothing that my clan is considered the strongest, and it's not in vain that I trained so much. I must be useful to her. Genjutsu, my strong point, and Shursui-san told me a lot about Tsukuyumi. Pfft. I snort and turn to her. Just? Yes, that's all. She is very dissatisfied with my answer, but she is in no hurry to be indignant, and I decide not to interfere with her and cope with it on my own. Almost. Immobilize him, the rest my concern. I turn to Akeo-sama, who is looking at us intensely. I won't remove the barrier, a somewhat harsh answer, but it completely suits me. I will even be glad of it, because this way Naruto will not be able to rush into the thick of things. And it's not necessary, although if you share your chakra, I'll be grateful. I nod approvingly, but sensibly assess the level of my chakra and the capabilities of the bijou, even if not the 9 tails. I've got everything ready. Gaara didn't let Naruto get indignant at my arbitrariness, and I mentally thanked him. I won't say it out loud, it'll come off. Okay, let's start on the count of 3. I look at the guy who has changed a lot lately and nod. I think another victim of my bride's charm will not let me down. Okay, you'll have chakra, you bastard. Akeo-sama, who came close to me, hisses at me, and I understand that I won. This impression was not spoiled by his further words. However, if you fail, you take Naruto to safety. Agree? Despite my confidence, I didn't intend to test the patience of an Uzumaki, even of the old school. He's right. If my plan doesn't work out, the main thing will be to save Naruto. Then let's begin. I didn't have to repeat it. Akeo-sama moved with the shunshin to the highest of the surviving buildings. From here I could clearly see everything that was happening behind the barrier. Well, it looks like it's time to show that the geniuses of my clan were not wasting their time on me. It's time for Genjutsu. Without saying a word, Gaara and I began to act simultaneously, calling on the mighty hawk, who could calmly lift 2 adult men and move them closer to Rokubi and the sand swirling from all sides, which embraced the bijou in its arms. Sandy was able to completely immobilize the slug precisely when my hawk hovered over the barrier as close as possible to the bijou. I didn't have to give a sign to start pumping chakra into me. Akeo-sama began to act on his own and just at the moment when it was required. My eyes slashed with pain, but I didn't pay attention to it. A simple Sharingan quickly replaced Mangekyo, and then I met Rokubi's mindless gaze and fell into his subconscious. I'll say right away, if it weren't for the chakra given to me by Akeo-sama's generous hand, I would have been killed in the first seconds, because the acid spit that Rokubi greeted me with does not add to my health. However, thanks to the energy I received, I was able to erect an illusory wall in front of me, which took the entire blow. Only after this was I able to look around and understand that the rage of the bijou was caused not by my invasion, but by the fact that he was literally stuffed with a huge number of metal pins, plus some strange technique caused lightning that struck directly at the slug, and then walked on him. Body transmitted from one pin to another. Although the wildest thing, in my opinion, was that I saw a tall brown-haired guy of about 20 in a blue kimono crucified behind him. Don't tell me that he is Rokubi's Jinchuriki. And what jubi is going on here? Standing still is not a good idea, as the slug clearly showed me by choosing the moment when there was a break between lightning strikes and spitting a new portion of mucus at me. Lucky, if he was conscious, would have sprayed a discharged gas, from which there is no escape and which, in fact, is the same acid that can corrode even chakra-conducting steel. I moved quickly, trying not to get hit, looking for all the pins that litter Rokubi's body, but instead I notice a chakra anomaly. Apparently, this is the seal that caused such changes in someone else's subconscious. Friendship, and then love with Naruto back in that world gave me access to the fragments of knowledge of her clan that she was able to collect. I didn't become a great expert in seals, but I could find a weak point, as well as destroy it with brute force. Fortunately, Akeo-sama did not stop transferring chakra, and there was no point in being greedy. It's difficult to embody an image in someone else's subconscious, and the more complex it is, the more chakra is required, but that's why I'm an Uchiha, to be able to bypass this rule. Susano, the clan's strongest defense, quickly formed around me, and the sword, filled to the brim with chakra, easily cut through the seal that flared up for an instant. Lightning stopped appearing in someone else's subconscious, but this did not return Slug's mind. On the contrary, he became much more aggressive, and the spitting more precisely. I had to show miracles of speed to avoid all his gifts while simultaneously approaching him. No, I wasn't going to contact Rokubi right away, it's useless. But if I can bring the Jinchuriki to consciousness, the fight will become easier. I barely have time to rush past the slug who has begun to wield his tails and destroy the shackles holding the guy. It almost costs me my life, but apparently luck is on my side, and Rokubi is too clumsy due to the pins limiting him, so I manage to escape from the blow and at the same time, take away the Jinchuriki. It's not very convenient to drag a guy several heads taller than me in your arms, but there is no choice. What makes it worse is that I have to share chakra with this half-corpse, chakra, which I don't even have enough of. Who are you? A simple, but nevertheless perplexing question asked by the guy lying in my arms almost cost us our lives. Afterwards, now there are more important things to do, I snapped, throwing the Jinchuriki away from the poisonous steam that rose from the slug's acid spit. Slow him down. Hey! I heard a scream, but I wasn't going to turn around, trying to reach the Biju as quickly as possible and hoping that the guy wouldn't let me down. To my joy, the guy turned out to be not completely lost, and the water dragon that appeared out of nowhere provided the hitch I needed. I managed to catch Rokubi's gaze and paralyze him for a couple of minutes. I couldn't put him to sleep. He felt too much pain. However, this is precisely what allowed me, with the help of Susano, to rid him of all the pins. The slug began to regenerate, and he had no strength left to resist at all. Now nothing will stop me from driving him back, and let the Uzumaki restore the fragments of the restraining seal. Hey, can you tell me who you are now? A dissatisfied voice sounded from behind, and the water dragon, which had previously controlled the slug's movements, shrunk and embraced me in its arms. A few more seconds and he, clearly celebrating his victory, turned me to face him. Sleep, an order that the weakened mind of the Jinchuriki cannot resist, and I slip out of the labyrinth of someone else's subconscious to open my eyes on the hawk. I manage to voice the truth that is already clear to others, before losing consciousness from the pain tearing my mind. Everything is over. Chapter 40. Far from the end. Akeo's POV. I almost missed the moment when the Uchiha boy passed out in my arms. I was too focused on the careful infusion of chakra. Nevertheless, my plans did not include crippling his SSC, which would invariably happen if I transferred it in one fell swoop. However, this was not the only thing that interested me. Sasuke absorbed and redistributed other people's chakra too skillfully. This showed his considerable experience in this kind of thing. But the question arose, where did he learn this? Who shared chakra with him, and what was it for? Still, he already had a considerable reserve, for an Uchiha, of course, not an Uzumaki, and I dread to imagine where and for what so much chakra could be needed. Also, I was very interested in how he ended up on the verge of exhaustion. After all, I saw him in action. He was only a little short of Itachi and Aoi. If he had one opponent, he would have killed him quickly, which means there were more attackers and they were at least at the Jounin level. It's strange that they didn't help him. After all, there were a sea of strong shinobi from our village in the arena, and they would never have missed the fun. You'll have to shake Obito-kun. Aji-san, what's wrong with Sasuke? As soon as Hawk lowered me to the ground, Naruto rushed towards me. Her lips form a gentle smile by themselves. She is a real Uzumaki. The main thing is loved ones, everything else comes later. Alive but exhausted, getting off the Hawk and releasing someone else's call, I said and began to watch with interest as my niece held her hand, engulfed in a green glow with sliding golden sparks, over the head of the boy lying in my arms. So how? Obito-kun impatiently jumps up to her. As long as I remember him, he has always been like this, who do not know how to hide the ardor inherent in all Uchihas behind a mask. My eyes are almost blind, Naruto said gloomily. My chakra is at 0, and even if Kyuubi shares, which is unlikely, he doesn't like the Uchihas, and Sasuke in particular. I raise my eyebrows in surprise at this statement, but my niece pretends not to notice and continues to say, but one way or another, it is not suitable for subtle influences. Naruto, please tell me where you managed to spend so much chakra? Trying not to show his inner rage at her words. I don't like this. After all, my niece is much stronger than her peers, and without the 9 tails she had no less chakra than me, and after sealing the bijou in her, she should have had an almost inexhaustible supply. Where did such a burst of chakra go? First, she removed the effect of sleeping gas on the arena and protected the rest of the genin. Naruto began to bend his fingers, then she helped Sasuke escape from the 5 jonin that attacked him, simultaneously trying to recapture Gaara from him. The next second she looks up at me and seriously adds, "By the way, Aji-san, thank you for telling me about some barriers. I couldn't have done it without them." And why? I'm curious, as if in passing, seeing that my niece is distracted and is diligently thinking about something. At the same time, I'm looking for someone to relieve my burden, otherwise the Uchiha is not a muslin young lady to carry him in her arms. True, I don't see anyone wanting to take my boyfriend away from me, but am I an Uzumaki or just out for a walk? I calmly unload Obito-kun from his relative and turn away. Yes, in the arena with Sasuke there were 5 jounin pumped up with some variation of last chance. She shrugs and freezes, slowly raising her eyes to me. Oops. Obito-kun? I turn affectionately to the only Uchiha who is conscious, and I see how he shrinks, swallowing hard, doing the right thing, by the way. Not only did he bring children here, where the bijou was rampaging, but he also didn't protect them. Is he a mentor or where? Aji-san, if it weren't for Obito-sensei's help, I wouldn't have been able to cope, Naruto said cautiously, watching me destroy the Uchiha with my gaze. He intervened on time, and killed most of the attackers. Bigger? I asked, without turning away from Obito-kun. Not all? Well, the niece drawled hesitantly. Yes or no? I repeated with emphasis. Yes, Naruto gave up under my gaze, and I could only frown. Somehow she gave up too quickly, it's not like her. What are you doing? Obito-kun was sincerely indignant when I quickly closed the distance between me and my nephew. A blow to the base of the neck with the edge of my palm, and now she's already limp in my arms. You heard yourself that her chakra is at 0. Careless movement, and the Shikaka carrier who tried to attack me ends up in the same cage as the guy with Rokubi before. I nod at him to one of my subordinates, and return to the interrupted conversation. Now she won't be able to do anything, but she will still get into trouble. Enough is enough, I'm fighting. Now it's our turn. Yes, I don't mind, Akeo-sama. If he didn't have Sasuke in his arms, Obito-kun would definitely throw up his hands. By the way, what's wrong with my Yamato? I looked at him gloomily, nodding to indicate that he should follow me. The children should be taken to the infirmary. Fortunately ours, protected by many barriers, is nearby. Kushina-san and Mikoto-san are fine. Obito-kun responds not so nervously. Rin and Kakashi stayed with them, but I had to leave them, because I was the only one who could get to the children in a short time. Was it that bad? I clarify, frowning. The attack was planned very carefully, Akeo-sama, the Uchiha responded in a serious tone. A rare condition for him. Usually he is a cheerful goofball, but here, you involuntarily remember that he is Minato's student, and that he is a graded miss. The gas was released simultaneously throughout the entire area of the arena. Are you saying there is a traitor among us? An obvious conclusion that anyone could make, but that doesn't make it any more palatable. Yes, and from those close enough to the sensei or one of the elders, perhaps the heads of the clan, Obito-kun nods and quietly notifies me, but hardly anyone from the Hokage's confidants or inner circle. I think so too, I agree with Obito-kun's conclusions. How did you manage to escape? Kushina-san created a barrier, and we dragged all the shinobi there, and then Rin pulled the poison out of them. He shrugged and let me go inside the medical tent first. That's all? I sincerely did not understand why they did not act. If Kushina created the barrier, why didn't they help the others? It would be more logical to connect with allies and attack the enemy. Kushina-san was in no condition to attack, Obito-kun responded gloomily, watching as I carefully placed Naruto on the couch, and the Iraianins immediately began to hover around her. However, realizing that there are no serious wounds, they quickly lose interest in her. The barrier that she created was stationary, not mobile. A little later she managed to almost triple it, but these were all successes. Going beyond it was suicide. The gas penetrated even through Kakashi's mask. Suddenly, I shake my head. I remember very well how Tsukumo ordered such masks for his clan from us. They were specially created to protect the Hataki's sensitive nose from attacks by gases or powders. They just needed to apply a little chakra to the fuin applied to the fabric, and the matter became a powerful filter. I remember that we had to put a lot of effort into making it so that it wouldn't interfere with their ability to smell while working. Yes. Throwing off his cousin not nearly as neatly as I did Naruto, he responded. If it weren't for the Naruto clones, who managed to organize a short-term local downpour, I don't know what we would have done. The most disgusting thing is that she warned us about her bad premonitions, and we still missed it. It's good that Kushina-san didn't take the children. Well done! I click my tongue in delight. I managed to talk to everyone. Not that word, Obito-kun nodded. Although what worries me more is that Minato-sensei, Kazekage and Mitsuki were not in their places when the gas was neutralized. Akeo-sama. A breathless Karen flies into the room, and I involuntarily frown. Did she go to the arena with Kushina or am I missing something? What's the matter, Karen? I look at her sternly, but in response I receive a naive, uncomprehending look. This reminds me of someone. I detected powerful emissions of chakra from the Valley of the End. Karen responded, instantly becoming a frightened teenager. Tsunade-sama said that I must report this to someone in charge of security, and with the help of a clone, she moved me here. My joy, how did you end up near Tsuchan? I understand that now is not the time, but I can't help but clarify this point. When the attack began, I was just in her box. Kushina-san sent me there. The girl began to make excuses and after a moment began to say, and when the explosion started and smoke began to fall, Jiraiya-sama covered us with a barrier. Well, then I felt chaotic bursts of chakra and how Minato-san with the Mizukage and Kazekage first disappeared from perception, and then appeared too far from here. I told Tsunade-sama and Jiraiya-sama about this, and when they saw where I was pointing, they said that in that direction was the Valley of the End. Well, then they began to break through to the exit. They were able to leave the arena, but their path was blocked by some guy pale as a toadstool with long unwashed hair, and they began to fight. Obito-kun muttered in shock as Karen ran out of air and finished jabbering, now trying to catch her breath. What passions here, however! Apart from Minato and the distinguished guests, did anyone else's chakra disappear? But I was much more interested in specifics. Or rather, from the ANBU accompanying him? Yes, the chakra of Itachi-san and Shursui-san. The girl nodded immediately. I also noticed that Aoi-san and Nariko-san slipped past while Tsunade-sama and Jiraiya-sama attacked Snake-san. This is just what we needed, Obito-kun exclaimed, and I couldn't help but agree with his words. Obito-kun, go to Fugaku and tell him everything you just heard. I turned sharply to him. We need to assemble a team, and then you will take us to the Valley of the End. I don't have enough chakra. The guy was indignant at my words, but catching my gaze, he abruptly fell silent. Let's share chakra. I snap in a harsh tone. It looks like he needs to remind him that I'm not an ordinary shinobi. Go. Hi. After my words, Obito-kun was literally blown away. Kenji, I turned to the exit. Yes, Akeo-sama? A personal assistant silently appears in front of me. Did you hear everything? I calmly check with him. Yes, Akeo-sama, short answer, and I nod with satisfaction. Pick 3 to send, I briefly order him, while I myself am going to make adjustments to the barriers of the broken hospital. Karen, of course, became stronger, but it was a miracle that she was not injured during the attack. It's worth being a little vigilant, you still wouldn't want to lose a promising kunoichi, and so Naruto and Nariko sail past the clan. What's wrong with Karen-chan? He slightly squints at the girl, who is looking curiously in our direction. I'll redo the barriers, she won't be able to leave the tent until the time comes. I shrug and receive a nod in response, and then Kenji disappears with Shunshin. Akeo-sama, Karen says plaintively. Only the territory of the tent hospital, you will master your chosen profession in practice. I snap and hastily create a clone who will have to monitor her movements while I make adjustments to the barrier. I have 10 minutes left, I'll make it in time. Chapter 41. Half an hour earlier. Minato's POV. How strange fate can be sometimes. Just a few minutes ago, I was listening to the Mizukage tell me how funny my daughter was, and looking with interest at the disgruntled Kazekage. Then Naruto's fight, after which I had interesting questions, and finally the fight that the Kazekage was waiting for. His youngest son is against my daughter's fiancé, which ended in his unconditional victory, and I look contentedly at the arena. Perhaps the guy is not bad and will be able to protect my daughter if something happens. I barely restrain my comments so as not to anger the annoyed Kazekage even more, although I'm not going to hide my smile. But the Mizukage had absolutely no intention of suffering like this, rather mockingly saying that in this case the principle, chakra is no need for intelligence, didn't work. Raza almost killed her after these words. True, all this did not last long. As soon as the feeling of danger fell upon us, we, without saying a word, escaped from the attack. As soon as we found ourselves on the wall that surrounds the arena and began to look around warily, keeping our eyes on each other, explosions suddenly rang out throughout Konoha. However, our problems did not end there, as popping sounds sounded in the arena and gas filled everything. Crap! There are children there. Civilians. My children and my wife are there after all. As Hokage, as a parent and a husband, it is my responsibility to fix the problem as soon as possible. The decision comes instantly. You need to ask for help before it's too late. I don't think it's your job. The Kazekage pursed his lips displeasedly, and the Mizukage nodded in agreement. We need to get rid of the smoke. A futon won't help. All the doors in the arena are closed, I respond gloomily, trying to find an acceptable option for saving the children. However, knowing that she was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi and was secretly trained by Akeo, I wasn't too worried about her. Yes, and Sasuke was with Mangekyo, so what, and he could summon Susano, as well as cope and make him impervious to gas. Mizukage-sama, maybe you have some ideas? Iona Sueton, maybe this will allow me to hit the gas. Terumi responded quietly, and a strange chill ran down my spine, and only a moment later did I realize what it was. Someone turned the arena protection to maximum, but somehow it was lopsided. It did not become a monolithic protective barrier, but the tension that it created became exactly what it should be when working at full power. Don't worry, Kage, this gas will only make you sleepy, a quiet, mocking voice sounded, but it was impossible to understand where it was coming from, and most importantly, who was speaking. Nimpo, Raryu no Tatsumaki Star. A huge dragon made of lightning and wind surrounded us, melting the wall of golden sand that the Kazekage had protected us with. I had no choice but to use Shunshin to escape the attack, but something prevented me from doing so. Is this really a barrier? However, judging by the hissing of the Kazekage and the displeased snort of the Mizukage, I'm not the only one. This means that this is definitely due to the barrier being activated at the wrong time. This is bad. The protection of the race will not last long. It will not be possible to put up a barrier or leave the Haration. A special barrier has been installed on the territory of the arena, which does not allow moving from its territory. And why did the Uzumaki turn their protection to maximum? My defense will last a couple more minutes. The Kazekage's voice is calm as he states the obvious. We can't move. What should we do? You need to leave the arena territory, I respond and receive a murderous look from Raza in response. It seems that he is having difficulty restraining himself from cursing, apparently because of the lady. Although it's unlikely, as far as I remember intelligence information, she scammed him like that against Pakura. It is unlikely that he continued to be courteous with her further, especially after the loss of one of the strongest kunoichi. And not just an ordinary one, but one who could give Suna strong children in the future, and, importantly, with a genome. Any ideas how? The Mizukage chuckles mockingly, but at the same time not forgetting to take the most effective pose. That's what habit is, and that's why I try not to be alone with it. She will try to drag you into bed purely out of sporting interest rather than out of real desire. But this is contraindicated for me. I still want to live, and if possible, happily ever after. However, once Terumi meets Kushina in an argument, somehow I don't want to rebuild Konoha again. No one allowed me to finish my thought. Suddenly the wall of golden sand that surrounded us was cut by a huge sword made of greenish chakra. The lightning technique from which the Kazekage protected us dissipated. On time. Otherwise, we would just nod to each other, not daring to use any stronger techniques, thereby exposing our backs to others. It's too risky for us to take as rulers. Kami-sama, who would know how much I sometimes hate my position? Sometimes I ask myself, was all this worth the sacrifices I made? Now I don't belong to myself. I don't even have the right to break out and check on my family. Hokage-sama, the sword disappears, and Shursui appears next to me in a sparrow mask. Raven now. He didn't have time to finish. Not far from us, water dragons soar up, which a second later scatter into 1,000 drops and, driven by a swift gust of wind, rush down. Without thinking, we had to jump down from the arena wall, otherwise we would have simply been thrown off. Only we had little choice of where to jump. On one side there were seats with spectators, and on the other 20 meters to the ground. I think the choice is obvious. Of course, we decided to leave the arena, to my regret. An incomprehensible subject was already waiting for us there, wrapped in bandages and dressed in some kind of chlamys, an Itachi in a raven mask. The rest of the ANBU were not visible. And here are the main characters, the unknown person laughed. I was told that if I distract you, they will give me a couple of shinobi with interesting genomes. Will you distract me? Asked the Mitsuki, but in response we heard mad laughter again, and we were surrounded by some strange shinobi who had strange chakra. I look at them and understand that they are all under the influence of powerful stimulants. Where? Take action. Some of the ninjas surrounding us had a sharp jump in chakra with an instant change in appearance, and after a moment I was no longer in the mood for it. We began to be sucked into a space-time funnel, somewhat similar in effect to the Horatian. All I had time to do was, by interfering with its work, increase the radius from which people would be taken, while simultaneously stabilizing the center, and I was right. Perhaps this is what allowed us to fall out in a new place, not in parts, like the attackers. True, Itachi saved himself by wrapping himself in susano. Where are we? Raza asked, shaking off the debris and dust that had arisen with our arrival from his clothes. This is the Valley of the End. The voice of the man who brought us here suddenly sounded. Everything they say about you, Minato-kun, is true. You are a genius. You were able to analyze a jutsu in seconds and use it to your advantage. Not bad, but useless. What do you mean? I tense up, preparing for a blow, but it doesn't come. On the contrary, the man relaxed and laughed again. Those who attacked Konoha came for the Jinchuriki. You so successfully brought 3 of them to one place at once. Mockery. That's what I see in a falsely crazy smile. What? The Mitsuki is indignant. All this farce just to separate us from the Jinchuriki? No, the attacker responds with a crazy smile. I needed your genomes, Terumi-chan. I won't give up the genome and race-kun, but I don't need the rootless Hokage. Mocking bow, and he continues. Though I am grateful for your gift. Present? I can hardly contain my rage. It's been too long since I've been reproached for my origins. I've long proven that I'm the strongest, and I got my title rightfully. Uchihas, their genome is just not enough for a complete collection, the man standing in front of us responded cheerfully. It's a pity, of course, that I promised one to my customer, but that's okay, I still have one more left. I will finally prove to Sensei and these traitors that my theories are correct. And again half-mad laughter. Orochimaru will hang himself on his own tongue when he realizes that I am better than him. Tsunade herself will crawl to ask for forgiveness and drag that loser by the hair. Jiraiya. Who are you? Escapes me before I have even thought about the question. If he knows Jiraiya-sensei, he is at least from Konoha, but except for the already named Orochimaru, there is no one else to take revenge on Konoha. Who is he? Sensei didn't say that he had such strong enemies. My name is Hiriko, if that tells you anything, Minato-kun, again mockery in the voice. It will be interesting to see if you are really as fast as they think you are. He literally disappears from sight and appears in front of me. I don't have time to leave, but it's enough to put up a hard block. On time. If I hadn't done this, he would have broken my chest, but I just flew a couple of tens of meters and threw a kunai at him. However, he disappeared again, and only the sense of danger, trained over the years, allowed me to change places with the nearest boulder, which instantly turned into rubble from Hiriko's fist. At the same instant, the ground beneath him turns into sand, but Raza does not have time. He disappears again and appears in front of him. The Kazekage saves the sand armor and Shursui, who tried to get Hiriko with a genjutsu. Unsuccessfully, and then he himself flies away from a powerful kick, which was partially extinguished by Susanu's not fully developed ribs. However, Shursui was able to achieve a slight hitch, and Hiriko instantly attacked Itachi using Katan, Hozenka Tsubamini ***, but again unsuccessfully. The speed of this incomprehensible shinobi has become even higher, and now the second Uchiha is slammed into the ground, but this one is also saved by Susano. But I don't like the fact that his phantom samurai ribs are starting to crack. A well-aimed spit of lava from Terumi saves Itachi, although a lava blot rushes dangerously close to his armor, but Hiriko jumps to the side. The next attack is predictable. He wanted to get to the Mizukage, but somehow he didn't think that the Kazekage wouldn't sit idly by. Disagreements are differences, but as long as we forget them, we all understand that. The sand under her feet slowed down Hiriko's speed, and the sand wall in front of Terumi protected her from the blow and gave her time for a new jutsu, this time an acid one. To my surprise, Hiriko does not dodge, but boldly takes the blow on her other hand, literally sucking the jutsu into herself. I take advantage of his hesitation and, throwing a kunai in his direction, move along the mark, slamming the rinnegan into his back. But I only hit a tree, which is smashed into splinters by the technique. Not bad, but I think it's time for me to stop playing with you. He grins and quickly puts together 3 seals: tiger, pig, horse, *****, after which a black cloud appears around him with discharges running here and there, which quickly began to grow. Let's begin. Crazy grin and the look of a crazy explorer. What could be worse? Apparently, they are going to experiment on us, which I really don't like. Crap! There's a battle in my village, and I'm chilling here. I need to be with my family. With the villagers. Kazekage-sama, Mizukage-sama, I propose to forget our differences for a while and join forces. I calmly addressed the 2 other rulers present. Still, this way we can quickly return and check if everything is okay with our subordinates. Agree, Raza responds quietly. I love handsome men, especially fighting in their company. Terumi grins. Okay, I agree. Then let's begin. I nod, and we rush in different directions, preparing to strike from different sides. Useless. Looking at our actions, Hiriko laughs. But it's okay. He's burying us early, we'll fight again. Out of the corner of my eye I notice how my A and BU men rise heavily to their feet and begin to collect chakra, focusing it in their eyes. It seems they decided to finish everything with one blow. It's worth giving them this chance. Chapter 42. End of the attack. Obito's POV. I quickly got to Fugaku-sama and decided with him the issue of people who would come with me to help Minato-sensei. However, as soon as I had time to tell and coordinate everything with the head of my clan, I noticed Kushina-san and Mikoto-san making their way towards us. No, I have absolutely nothing against them, on the contrary. I consider them great women who deserve the best, but somehow I didn't want to stay and explain everything. And, knowing their character, I can confidently predict the result of our conversation, and somehow I don't want to be guilty, or rather, they will make me guilty for the fact that they want to go with us. I need it? Of course not. In general, as soon as I noticed the red hair of my sensei's wife on the horizon, I tried to get away as quickly and as far as possible, but I didn't have time. I was intercepted by Kakashi. Well, at least he was never an idiot. Obito, how did it go? Making sure that I paid attention to him, Hatake dragged me behind some building. However, now it was difficult to say what was there, After all, the snake, the toad, and the slug had a lot of fun here. What about the children? They are alive, I responded quietly, trying not to lose sight of Kushina-san and at the same time not to catch her eye. Both are unconscious. What's happened? But Rin's voice came as a surprise to me. Chakra depletion. Jumping in surprise and turning to my wife, I answer absolutely honestly. True, having noticed the dissatisfaction of both my interlocutors, I begin to answer more fully. Sasuke used my clan's secret techniques to suppress the bijou, and in the end, even despite the recharge from Akeo-sama, he overexerted himself. However, considering that he had previously used Susano to protect the Kazekage's son, and after that, he was still able to use such a powerful technique from your clan? Kakashi asked me incredulously, and Rin pursed her lips in displeasure, but remained silent. Naruto healed him, however. Her chakra turned golden in color, but most importantly, she was able to put him in order. I shrug. I still can't say more, because I myself know little, and it's unrealistic to achieve anything with petty conspirators. Well, they are especially sensitive to the secrets of their skills, like seasoned shinobi, motherfucker. Especially where it is not necessary. I don't know what kind of jutsu this is, but I'm not a medic either, maybe. I turn to my wife and clarify, Rin, what do you think about this? All healing jutsu that I know of emit a greenish light when used, Rin responded gloomily. Maybe Tsunade-sama knows, I'll have to check later. Here's how, I nod, perfectly understanding Rin's dissatisfaction. After all, she is too attached to the sensei's daughter, and here there are such secrets. However, as long as they bring benefits and do not harm the village, I am not against it, although it is annoying, and very annoying. Okay, that's understandable. Rin woke up from her thoughts. You said they were both unconscious. It's already clear with Sasuke, but what about Naruto? Akeo-sama knocked her out. I shrugged my shoulders. What? My wife exclaimed indignantly, and Kakashi and I, without saying a word, covered her mouth and hissed at her to be quieter. I said chakra exhaustion, Rin, and then she also only
fought
after
against
making
several
sure that
jounen,
Kushina-san
and you
did
are
not
still
hear the
surprised.
screams of my missus. She is
I
still a
whispered
child,
barely audibly.
albeit with Uzumaki
Or do you think
genes.
healing and fighting is
You
that
are
easy?
right, Rin was confused.
It was thanks to her that
recent
we got rid of the
events have
gas
knocked
so
me
quickly.
out of my usual rut. Not just you, Kakashi chuckled, and before I said anything, he hastily added, Oh, it seems that Fugaku-sama and Kushina-san have reached an understanding. Let's go, shall we? Looks like you're right, I reluctantly agree, literally looking out from my hiding place for a moment, and seeing the gloomy head along with the literally glowing Mikoto-san and Kushina-san. And why am I not happy about this? I see mockery in my friend's eyes and hastily add, this was a rhetorical question, so you don't have to answer. It's a pity, Kakashi chuckled. You are like little kids, stop arguing. There was a dissatisfied exclamation from my wife, and she, as in childhood, grabbed us by the arms and dragged us towards Fugaku-sama. Let's go. Oh guys, you're on time. As soon as she saw us, the wife of our highly respected sensei immediately exclaimed, How can we help? I responded without much joy. Mikoto and I are coming with you. Kushina-san pleased me, and I cast a surprised glance at Fugaku-sama, notice a jerky nod, and can barely restrain myself from an emotional assessment. Who else is coming? I clarify with great caution, nipping in the bud the desire to be indignant and remind Kushina-san that just recently she had difficulty moving. Or rather, after maintaining the barrier she was exhausted. It's even surprising that she recovered so quickly. I wonder if all Uzumaki women are like this, or am I just lucky with the people I know? Me and Jiraiya and Fugaku suddenly sounded from behind, and turning in that direction, I noticed that Tsunade-sama was hurrying towards me. Fugaku-sama, who will remain? I turn in surprise to the authorities,
who have always taken their responsibilities very seriously. But here I don't even know. He is not only the head of the clan, but also the head of the military police. To whom was he going to leave the command of the troops and the cleansing of the rats who had sneaked into the village? Kagami-sama decided that he had stayed too long, and now it is he who is leading the cleanup operations, the head of the clan winced in response. Yes, and Minato, my friend, Itachi-san, I can't stay away. We will go with you too, Obito, Rin stated decisively. Rin, don't. I tried to object. Costs. My wife responded angrily, without even letting me finish. Still, I have her with character. Perhaps it's worth limiting her communication with Kushina-san, otherwise she will soon become her exact copy. However, it's too late. Naruto seemed to be no worse than her mother, but Rin could no longer be hidden from her. After all, she was one of her students. Rin, Obito is right, Kakashi intervened. I'll go, and you take care of our charges, otherwise they will wake up, and there's no one they know nearby. But Rin tried to object, confused. Obito won't be able to take many people. You know that when moving others, his ability consumes quite a lot of chakra. Kakashi shook his head, not allowing my wife to continue to object. Or do you think that those already gathered will be few? Okay, if you say so, Kakashi. Rin immediately changed her anger to mercy, and I looked at her indignantly. Why did she unquestioningly obey Kakashi and me no? What kind of injustice? I'll look after the children, but you two be careful. As you say, Kakashi responded, but Kushina-san's sharp heel, which suddenly appeared too close, prevented me from being indignant at Rin's words. Well, where will Nei-san wait for us? Seeing that the guys were silent and I was temporarily incapacitated, Kushina-san intervened. The sooner we go, the sooner we'll be back. Let's go. Hi, there was not an ounce of enthusiasm in our voices. Nevertheless, we all understood perfectly well that since Minato-sensei still had not returned, it means that the enemy is strong. I sigh heavily and, without waiting for prodding, I move everyone to the right place. I acutely feel that chakra is slipping through my fingers and I am approaching a critical point when my reserve will be empty. However, I was lucky and they were already waiting for us at the meeting place, and I didn't even have to say anything. As one of the accompanying people, there were 4 of them in total, Akeo-sama, came up and began to transfer chakra, which quite quickly filled my entire reserve, even with the top. I feel like a balloon that is about to burst, and I don't really like it, but on the other hand, now this chakra is definitely enough to move, but that's all. It's a pity that I was never able to master Hiraishin. It's such an economy of chakra. You're on time looking at the manipulations of his subordinate, Akeo-sama chuckled. Just a couple more minutes, and we would go looking for you. By the way, we showed up at the meeting place 2 minutes earlier than agreed. I was outraged by such injustice. Knowing you, I'm surprised Akeo-sama responded with slight mockery, quite transparently hinting at my past sins. This was when I jumped up, fully aware that I was late, albeit always for a good reason, but that was in childhood, and now I'm already an adult. I haven't been late for anything for 10 years now, if not 15. But it was, he shrugged his shoulders in response. By the way, Rin, it's good that you're here. Could you keep an eye on our bunch? With joy, Akeo-sama. My wife smiled cheerfully in response. Oh, traitor. You know that being with Naruto is nothing but joy for me. Keitaro, are you done? Akeo-sama addressed his clanmate who had recently stopped transferring chakra to me. Yes, here are the scrolls with the chakra sealed, he said and handed me several scrolls with an intricate seal, and I only now realized that Uzumaki, having filled my entire reserve, could not remain empty. It looks like Akeo-sama decided to play it safe. After all, carrying around extra people with me to recharge me is, indeed, somewhat wasteful and expensive. Thank you, I nod gratefully and put the 2 scrolls given to me in a special pocket near the solar plexus. Now, if I wish, I can restore chakra by simply transferring the necessary impulse to the scrolls, and they will interact directly with the chakra source. It's a rather complex and, most importantly, expensive idea of Uzumaki, but it can save a life at any moment. Then take Rin to the children, Keitaro Akeo-sama ordered, throwing a mocking glance at me. Whatever you say, Akeo-sama, he bowed in response and turned to Rin. Rin-san, please follow me. Yes, sure, she nodded and, briefly nodding to everyone else, hurried after her guide. That's it. Kushina-san's surprisingly calm voice sounded. You're a little too calm, Imo. Akeo-sama looked at her suspiciously. I just know that Naruto is okay and so is Sasuke. She shrugged. But I'm worried about Minato. He's been gone for too long. And I'm also for Itachi, Mikoto-san adds quietly. She and Shursoi-kun went after him, and still there is no news from them. This is not normal. Where is Minato looking? Agree, Jiraiya-sama nods and with a slight chuckle in her eyes clarifies. This is not like my student. He prefers not to make anyone worry about himself, especially Kushina. Enough chatter, let's go. Finally tired of all this shuffling of Tsunade-sama. Obito, act. As you say, I nod and address everyone. Is everyone ready? I receive nods in response and assurances of their readiness, and then I focus on the general transfer. The chakra reserve is rapidly decreasing, and only the presence of 2 scrolls, each of which had no less chakra, allowed me to transfer everyone at once. True, in addition to my reserve, another scroll was spent on this in its entirety, and the second had about a 20th part. I will not move anyone back in this way. Breathing heavily and pumping the rest of the chakra from the last scroll given to me, I report, and only after that I understand that it's unlikely that anyone will hear me. There is too much noise all around. I raise my head and whistle in surprise, watching how eerie-looking lightning walks along the strange columns. I look closer and realize that these are columns made of gold. Where? A couple of seconds later I notice Minato-sensei, who is fighting off some strange guy with varying success. Or not. It seems too small and fragile, so it's hard to say. Hiriko! Tsunade gasps in shock. Apparently, his research has borne fruit, Jiraiya spits. Tsunade! I know we have to stop him. The shout has an immediate effect on Senjuheim, and instead of confusion came determination. However, its speed is too high, it needs to be limited. I think I can make it work. Kushina-san intervenes with a grin. Even the Kyuubi couldn't break out of my barriers, you guys. Good idea. Imo Akeo-sama nods. However, promise me that you will not get into close combat. Whatever you say, Anai-san, Kushina-san responds, listening to something inside herself. Be careful. Kurama-sama says that Hiriko may have Meitun asterisk, Kotun asterisk asterisk, Rantun asterisk asterisk asterisk, and Jeantun asterisk 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 asterisk. It is Renton's action that we see now, a quick nod to the electricity walking along the golden pillars. And thanks to Jeantun, he manages to push Minato back and prevents the others from interfering in their fight. Where? Mikoto-san was amazed. Thank you, we'll keep it in mind. The much more practical Jiraiya nodded gratefully. He was not interested in the details of where it came from. The main thing was that he had been warned and his chances of survival were growing rapidly. Kushina, put up the frame, we'll fill it, Akeo-sama commanded, making some incomprehensible signs to the rest of his clanmates. I noticed their nods of agreement, and then they begin to synchronously make hand seals, some of which I have never even seen. A couple of seconds, and then chakra chains shoot out from Kushina-san's back, covering a fairly large area. Minato-sensei was the first to notice this, managing to block Hiriko's movements for a couple of moments, and after that it became unnecessary. A huge barrier surrounded a sufficient piece of territory, but at the same time managed to cut off the area with lightning from them. For a few more moments and he gained density. Now the enemy is not going anywhere. Instant and Minato-sensei appears next to us, who looks rather shabby. How strong is Hiriko, since something like this happened? This is the first time I have seen sensei in such a state. His right arm is limp, all his clothes are burnt, and he is breathing heavily. I'm collapsing the barrier, Kushina-san said, breathing heavily. Get started, we'll pick you up, Akeo-sama says with concentration, and again the Uzumaki synchronously form a series of seals unknown to me, and after that the barrier begins to gradually decrease, but too slowly. Hiriko reacts to the change in the situation instantly, and a huge number of strange jutsu fall on the barrier, but the barrier holds. Hard. Too much. Kushina-san can't resist and kneels down, but the concentration seal doesn't break. Fugaku, Tobito, let's join forces and create Megan, Kasegui no Jutsu **********. Mikoto-san quietly commands in such a tone that we don't want to argue. After all, it's not for nothing that she talked so much with Kushina-san. It was not difficult for me to tune in to the rest of the Uchiha, but synchronizing my chakra, this is one thing, but creating one illusion for 3 is much more difficult, but we did it. After all, Fugaku-sama has enormous experience, and we are used to trusting him, so everything went quite smoothly and we were able to slow down Hiriko's progress. Still, even though Tsukuyumi was considered the strongest genjutsu of our clan, it was of little use for immobilization. However, we still wouldn't have been able to hold him for long, but a 10-second delay was enough for the Uzumaki to do their job and swaddle Hiriko. Although it took chakra. And not only from them, but also from us. This Nuknin is an amazing man. How are you, Kushina? Minato-sensei asked carefully picking up his wife with his good hand. I'm fine, but it won't be possible to restore the reserve with the help of the chakra sealed in the scrolls, she smiled tiredly. I've reached my limit. Let me heal you, Tsunade-sama chuckled and walked up to the sensei. I will be grateful, he nods. I'm the only one left out of work, Jiraiya-sama sighs heavily. Sensei, if it's not too much trouble for you, go and warn Noriko and Aoi that it's all over, Minato-sensei smiled tiredly at Gama-senin. Our arrows are everywhere. Tsunade-sama couldn't help but laugh, fixing the sensei's injured arm with confident movements and applying some kind of jutsu to fix the fracture. They are about 200 meters to the north. There you will also see the Mizukage and the Kazekage. They got a lot of trouble. The usual cheerful sparkles flashed in the sensei's eyes, but he did not develop Senjuheim's thought. It was thanks to them that they managed to neutralize that jutsu of Hiriko, a slight nod to the lightning on the golden pillars that had just begun to calm down. Otherwise you would only find corpses, he chuckled and added, with a crispy crust. Better tell me what's wrong with Itachi-kun and Shursui-kun. Gave Sensei Kushina-san a slap on the head. In the same place as Aoi and Noriko, they suffered greatly, Minato-sensei answered with a heavy sigh. They took the brunt of the attack while the Kage created a kind of lightning rod. Jiraiya, are you still here? Seeing that Gama-senin was in no hurry to go anywhere, Tsunade-sama asked affectionately and catching her friend's confused look barked. Quickly brought in all the victims. Hi! If I weren't so tired I would even laugh, but as it is, I barely had enough strength to wearily close my eyes. Still, I shouldn't have used so much dojutsu today. My eyes are starting to burn unpleasantly. However, the main thing is that we won, and the rest, particulars. Not even 5 minutes had passed before Jiraiya-sama arrived with the wounded, or rather, They were all dragged by his clones, and he himself walked a little behind, supporting the limping Nariko. It looks like she decided to try her luck with Hiriko before remaining on Kage's guard, but reality quickly set her straight, and kudos to Kami-sama. I wouldn't want anything to happen to her. Naruto would have turned our heads in that case with the full approval and feasible help of Kushina-san. However, all's well that ends well, and I'm glad that everything ended well for us. Or rather, it's not over yet, but I'm a small man and I've fulfilled my destiny, and then let the heads of the clans and the Hokage have a headache.